Late at night, the man returned home after a long day of work. Thinking about the hardships he had endured over the years and the huge debts his family had borne, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Originally, his parents ran a small company with a good income, and the family lived a happy and stable life. However, 4 years ago, a severe infectious disease swept the globe, ultimately leading to the company's bankruptcy and leaving it with tens of millions of dollars in debt. This debt completely devastated his father. The massive debt weighed heavily on him like a mountain, leading his father to jump off a building and end his life, leaving behind Liu Kong, who was still in college, and his mother, whose hair turned white overnight. The mother worked during the day and continued to work the night shift, all to pay off that debt that seemed to have no end in sight. After graduation, Liu Kong found a job with a monthly salary of 9,000 yuan. He only kept 4,000 yuan for himself each month for living expenses, and transferred the rest of the money to his mother. These days passed one after another, as if there was no hope in sight. Just as Liu Kong was preparing to wash up and rest, ready to face the numb, repetitive life of tomorrow. In the pitch-black night sky, a majestic and grand voice suddenly resounded in the minds of all humanity. Humans of Yuanxing, the cosmic server has successfully connected with you. A cosmic online game has arrived on your planet. This game is fully integrated with reality. Equipment, mounts, gold coins, and various materials in the game can be traded in the real world. At the same time, your strength in the game will also be reflected in the real world. But at the same time, the monsters and demonic energy in the game will continue to invade reality. If you cannot resist, your planet will eventually be destroyed. Please strive to improve your strength and protect your home planet. We hope you can break free from your home planet and contribute your strength to the defense of the universe. The first batch of public beta test qualifications will now be distributed. A total of 20 million public beta test qualifications were allocated, and all have now been distributed. All players in the open beta will awaken an initial talent at the start, and can freely view their own attribute panel. Qualified players can enter the game at any time. Please explore the specific rules on your own. Hearing the voice suddenly ring in his mind, Liu Kong froze, instinctively looking out the window. Was someone playing a prank on him? Or was he just hallucinating due to too much stress lately? A space server? That's way too outrageous. Just as Liu Kong was making light of the situation, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his left wrist. He quickly looked down. The next moment, he discovered that a circle of complex and mysterious runes had appeared on his wrist. Runes slowly swirled around, emitting a faint white light, like a delicate bracelet branded onto the wrist. Soon, the white light gradually dissipated, and the runes slowly disappeared into the skin. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Liu Kong was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Thinking of that majestic and powerful voice from just now, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could everything that was said just now have been true? The universe is so vast, why would it need them to protect it? Perhaps all the answers can be found in that so-called game. At this moment, Liu Kong completely believed what the voice had said. Moreover, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. This might be his chance to change his fate. He looked down at his wrist, and with a slight thought, the hidden rune ring reappeared. Clearly, this rune ring was the medium connecting him to the game. Liu Kong stared at the rune ring, his mind racing once more. The next second, a virtual attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Liu Kong. Race, Galaxy Humanoid. Class, not selected. Level, 1. Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 7. Skill, Soulless Talent. Item Drop Guarantee Talent Effect. You can view the entire monster drop list and designate one item as a guaranteed drop. Enter game, yes, no. The interface was almost identical to that of a typical online game. But when Liu Kong saw his talent, his eyes widened instantly. Designated item drop? Before his family tragedy, he was also a gamer. And as someone with notoriously bad luck, unlucky with drops, low drop rates were always his biggest weakness. But now, this talent can directly specify which items will drop. It's practically administrator privileges. In other words, as long as an item exists in the monster drop list, whether it is top-tier equipment, rare items, hidden materials, or special treasure chest rewards, no matter how high its quality or how rare it is, he can obtain it with 100% certainty. Thinking of this, Liu Kong could no longer suppress his excitement. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. All the repression, pain, and despair that had been building up in his heart over the years seemed to be released along with his laughter. The laughter gradually subsided. Liu Kong looked down at his wrist, his eyes subtly shifting. He had once only wanted to work hard to earn money, pay off his parents' debts as soon as possible, and free his mother from the endless nights of work to make ends meet. But now, the arrival of this game has brought him more than just an opportunity to make money. It has opened up a path that could completely change his destiny. Starting tonight, Yuanxing will no longer be the Yuanxing of the past. Wealth, status, power, and even the entire world order will be completely rewritten because of this game. And with his extraordinary talent, he will rise to prominence before all other players are even in their early stages. One step ahead, and he'll stay ahead. Ultimately, he'll stand at the pinnacle of both the game and reality. Perhaps, he'll even rule the entire universe. Liu Kong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The specifics of this game are still unclear. Let's check the rules first. If there's no major danger, we'll enter the game immediately. He quickly clicked on the rules details. Rules 1. The ratio of game time to real-world time is 2:1. 2. Attribute upgrades, equipment, and items obtained in the game can be carried over to real-world time. 3. Players can enter the game for 12 hours every 24 hours, and the time can be allocated freely. Unused game time can be accumulated and saved, and future time can also be borrowed in advance. The specific amount that can be borrowed is determined by the player's level and attributes, currently 48 hours. 4. The game's currency is integrated with the real-world currency system. All financial institutions on Yuanxing are now linked to the Cosmic Bank. 5. The real world has been corrupted by demonic energy, and monsters from the game will randomly appear. There are over 100 rules in total. Let's get into the game first. Liu Kong didn't continue studying the rules and directly entered the game. The next moment, a white light appeared out of thin air, enveloping him completely. Liu Kong felt a momentary dizziness, as if his soul was floating upwards. In the real world, his body was enveloped in a white sphere of light and slowly floated into the air. A flash of white light. Liu Kong appeared in an ancient and solemn square. The square was entirely cast in bronze, and all around was an endless, vast starry sky. Countless stars emitted streaks of light, eventually converging around the plaza to transform into a dazzling aurora. Liu Kong's gaze was quickly drawn to the 5 statues in the center of the plaza. On the far left is a man in heavy armor wielding a great sword. To the right, in order, are a man in leather armor wielding a longbow, a man in leather armor wielding 2 daggers, a man in a robe holding a staff, and a man in a robe holding a scepter. To Liu Kong's surprise, the faces of all these statues were exactly like his. As he observed the statues, lines of information appeared in his vision: warrior, basic class; archer, basic class; assassin, basic class; mage, basic class; priest, basic class. Detailed descriptions are provided below each class name. After careful examination, Liu Kong discovered that these professions were not significantly different from those in typical online games. However, the system specifically labeled them as basic professions. This meant that there were clearly more advanced professions to follow. Many thoughts flashed through Liu Kong's mind. But soon, he became too lazy to think about them anymore. He had only just started playing the game, thinking so far ahead was pointless. In any case, with such a powerful soul talent, no matter what profession he chose, his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, when he used to play online games, his favorite class was the warrior. There was a saying he always remembered very clearly: heaven to the left, warrior to the right. He loved that exhilarating feeling of charging into battle, fearlessly forging ahead. As Liu Kong chose the warrior class, the enormous bronze warrior statue instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging directly into his body. A warm current flowed through his entire being in an instant. Liu Kong felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, an indescribable comfort. At the same time, a mechanical notification sounded. Ding! Player has successfully changed class to warrior, strength +2, stamina +2. Liu Kong's eyes lit up immediately. There were even extra attribute bonuses? No wonder he felt his strength had noticeably increased. Just as Liu Kong was about to continue his research, the mechanical notification sounded again. Congratulations, player, on completing your class selection. Player has been detected as a Yuanxing human, whose planet is located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Players will now be transported to the Orion beginner continent. The current player races on this continent are Primal Star Humans, GNA Star Humans, Half-Radiant Star Stone People, and Blackwood Star Tiger People. May players fight for the Primal Star Humans. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong was stunned. The Hunter's beginner continent? Not the starting village? And why are there other races of players? Most importantly, what does fighting for the humans of Yuanqing mean? Does it mean there will be a racial war in the future? Countless question marks flashed through Liu Kong's mind. But before he could think any further, the entire plaza suddenly vanished. Liu Kong felt his feet sink into the ground, and he plummeted downwards. Looking at the endless swirling aurora below, his heart nearly skipped a beat. Wasn't it supposed to be teleportation? This is how it's teleported. After passing through layers of aurora, Liu Kong suddenly saw a continent of unimaginable vastness. On this continent stood towering, seemingly endless mountain peaks. Towering trees pierced the sky. Vast fiery plains stretched for miles. A series of phenomena beyond comprehension unfolded before their eyes. And in the southernmost region of the continent, endless black mist churned and surged, seemingly harboring unimaginable evil. Besides this, scattered black mist was also distributed in other areas of the mainland. With just a glance, Liu Kong instinctively felt a sense of danger and fear. His body continued to fall. Soon, he found himself falling towards the sea to the right of the mainland. Only then did Liu Kong notice that the ocean was dotted with countless islands, densely packed like stars across the surface. As the distance closed, the so-called islands grew larger and larger. Liu and Kong soon realized that these were not islands at all, but vast continents. If even the outer continents were so enormous, just how large was the central main continent? Liu Kong finally crashed into one of the continents. This must be the Orion beginner continent mentioned by the system. Just as he was about to land, a white light suddenly appeared. Liu Kong felt his body become incredibly light. After the white light dissipated, he stood steadily in the center of a plaza. Exclamations and gasps of amazement filled the air. Wow! Is this the cosmic game? It's so realistic! Of course! This is beyond technological explanation. It's like a miracle! How could a game created by gods not be realistic? Liu Kong looked around. Everywhere he looked, there were players dressed in gray cloth. There were men and women. The older ones looked to be in their 50s or 60s, while the younger ones were only 14 or 15 years old. He glanced down and saw that he was also dressed in a gray cloth robe. Checking his stats, he found that all his equipment combined had no stat bonuses. Liu Kong was silent for a moment. 6. Besides the cloth robe, he also had a worn-out iron sword in his hand, with a damage bonus of only 1 point. Great. Beginner's tool successfully acquired. However, I must say, this so-called cosmic server is truly outrageous. The entire world is so realistic that it's indistinguishable from reality. Liu Kong even reached out and touched his own body. Body temperature, touch, breathing, everything was incredibly real. He then reopened the attribute panel. He discovered that after changing to warrior, he had gained an additional skill, Heavy Strike, level 1. Unleash a powerful attack, dealing 120% damage. Seeing the skill description, Liu Kong nodded in satisfaction. The divine skill was finally in his possession. This was a fantastic start. Of course, this was just his internal monologue. The next moment, Liu Kong blended into the crowd and followed the main force out of the square. Chapter 3. Is this game even playable? Liu Kong quickly discovered that this newbie village was filled with buildings constructed from wood and rock, in a primitive and rugged style. What surprised him even more was that the native inhabitants here had silver skin, completely different from the humans of Yuanqing, making them look more like an alien race. Liu Kong didn't believe they were just ordinary NPCs. This universe game was too bizarre. Even NPCs probably possessed complete personalities and consciousness. Many players tried to communicate with these silver-skinned beings, but no matter what they said, the beings would only glance at them indifferently, and then ignore them completely, as if the players didn't exist. A hot-tempered, burly man couldn't resist and tried to forcibly grab a native, only to be slapped across the face, his face instantly becoming a pixelated mess. This scene instantly calmed everyone down. No one dared to act recklessly anymore. Accepting missions became impossible, and even normal conversation became difficult. Aside from shopkeepers selling equipment and potions, almost no native inhabitants were willing to interact with the player. Liu Kong tried to find a shopkeeper to accept a quest, but was immediately kicked out as soon as they heard he wasn't there to buy anything. After a fruitless search, he concluded that he probably didn't have enough reputation or lacked the necessary prerequisites, so he decided to go and level up by fighting monsters first. The village had exits in all 4 directions, and Liu Kong didn't think much of it, leaving directly from the east. Once outside the village, he saw vast fields of farmland planted with various crops, some familiar, others completely new to him. A group of large black rats, about the size of small dogs, roamed the farmland. They had red eyes and bared fangs, and looked menacing. Many players were fiercely battling these monsters. The scene was quite brutal. At the village entrance, someone shouted, "Team up to fight these mutated rats! Come on, let's fight them together! These things are too hard!" Liu Kong didn't join in the fun, but instead cast a detection spell. The mutated rat was level 1, with 100 HP and 5 attack. The description stated that they were monsters that had become ferocious and bloodthirsty after being corrupted by demonic energy. Upon seeing the words, "demonic energy," Liu Kong recalled the black mist he had encountered upon his arrival and the rule's mention of demonic energy invading reality, causing him a vague sense of unease. However, these concerns were temporarily irrelevant to him, and he quickly focused his attention back on the present, beginning to examine the monster's loot. The loot list expanded, with white quality items at the top and mostly gray materials like rat teeth and fur. Among the white items were a few pieces of equipment, including a rusty great sword with +5 attack, but its drop rate was only 0.8%. Liu Kong couldn't help but complain after looking at it. Is this game even playable? Even more outrageous is a small white bag that can increase backpack space by 10 slots, but the drop rate is only 0.09%. He calculated that if he could fit 4 of these small bags, he could gain 40 more slots, a huge improvement, but the drop rate is simply absurd. Liu Kong observed several more rats and found that the drops were largely the same, but the details differed, and more than half of them didn't drop any backpack items at all. What's even more frustrating is that even gray materials only had a drop rate of around 50%, meaning that killing a monster might result in nothing dropping at all. Who can withstand this? He had just finished complaining when he suddenly realized that he could specify which item would drop. This made him immediately change his mind. Then it's fine. However, because the monsters were low level, he could only specify 1 item to drop at a time, so it was impossible to get more. After weighing his options, Liu Kong decided to focus on acquiring equipment to improve his combat capabilities, and he'd worry about the backpack later. He selected a mutated rat, specifically requesting it to drop a rusty great sword, and then charged forward with his broken little sword. Once he actually started playing, he realized the game was incredibly realistic. Not only did it have pain, but the monsters could also dodge attacks. The big black rat was also very aggressive, and a few bites took away a lot of his health. He had a total of 90 health points, and it took him 70 points to barely kill it. Fortunately, his attack power was higher, exceeding the opponent's by 10 points, otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. Although he missed several attacks, he also dodged a few, managing to barely even the score. As the monster fell, a white orb of light appeared, hovering above the corpse, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding players. A white item dropped. That's incredible luck! A group of people exclaimed in surprise, some even envious. After all, this game is related to real-world strength, and the drop rate is ridiculously low. Many people have fought dozens of monsters without ever seeing a white item. If the newbie village weren't in peaceful mode, someone would probably have already rushed in to snatch it. Liu Kong noticed the gazes around him, frowned slightly, but also breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was safe for now. He knew very well that with his drop rate, he could quickly widen the gap in skill level once he left the starting village. As for real-world security issues, the rules state that player information is protected by the universe server and cannot be tracked unless the player exposes themselves. Given that, he has nothing to worry about. Chapter 4. He's got a cheat code. Liu Kong picked up the white orb of light, which instantly transformed into a great sword and entered his backpack. He immediately equipped it. The great sword was a full 1.6 meters long, much stronger than his previous small, broken sword. Those around him looked on with envy. He sat down to heal, leaving him with only 20 health points. Continuing to fight would be suicide. The rulebook clearly stated that the penalty for death in the early game was extremely severe, and he dared not take the risk. Soon, he discovered another pitfall. Sitting down to heal only restored 1 health point per second, taking more than a minute to fully recover, an absurdly inefficient process. No wonder everyone chooses to team up. By the time their health recovered, everyone else was already busy with their own things. Liu Kong didn't waste any time and continued searching for monsters, casually targeting those that dropped chainmail. Warriors can wear chainmail, which offers higher defense, so he naturally chose that first. He charged at the giant black rat, his attack range noticeably increased after switching to his great sword, making it harder for the rat to dodge. Combined with the increased damage, he finished it off with only 50 points of health remaining. The white light reappeared, and amidst the envious glances of onlookers, he picked up the chainmail breastplate, instantly feeling incredibly safe after putting it on. Liu Kong then healed while grinding monsters, quickly acquiring the chest armor, gauntlets, leg armor, boots, and belt. The full set of white chainmail increased his armor by 23 points. However, to his surprise, the large black rat's bite still cost him 2 health, indicating that the armor's damage reduction mechanism wasn't as simple as he thought. But it wasn't a major issue. The significant decrease in damage meant a dramatic increase in efficiency. Now, he can take a maximum of 20 HP damage from a single monster, and he can kill 3 in a row before sitting down to heal. His efficiency is almost that of a 3-person team, and all the experience goes to him. What's even more outrageous is that every monster he kills drops white-grade equipment, leaving the players around him completely dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He keeps dropping white gear. Not just keeps, he drops it on every single drop. He's cheating. Is this game even playable? Some people were furious. We're working our butts off and we don't get anything. Why is he getting the better deal? Others speculated. Could it be a talent that increases the drop rate? That's ridiculous. Soon, a quick-witted young man approached with a smile and said, Bro, team up with me. You get the extra experience. Just give me a piece of white gear. The others also reacted. Big brother, my mage has high DPS. I only need 1/3 of the experience. I only want 1/4. Some even shouted. Brother, take me with you, and I'll meet you in real life. The scene briefly spiraled out of control. Liu Kong was surrounded and felt a chill run down his spine, especially by those who claimed to be meeting in real life. He knew at a glance that they would cause even more trouble. He squeezed through the crowd and shouted, Quiet! I'll sell any extra gear I have at the plaza. He then turned and ran off to continue soloing. He knew very well that with his current gear, teaming up would offer limited improvement, so he figured he might as well keep the loot for himself. Although the others were disappointed, the news that they could buy gear immediately rekindled their hope. So more people frantically grinded monsters, hoping to save money to buy white-grade equipment. After all, this game affected reality, and nobody wanted to fall behind. Leveling up was difficult. Liu Kong grinded for over 3 hours before finally reaching level 2. After leveling up, each of his 4 stats increased by 1 point, and he also gained 2 more free attribute points. Without hesitation, he added all of them to strength. What he needed most right now was damage output, and the higher the damage, the faster the efficiency. During this time, he also acquired 4 small bags, significantly increasing his backpack slots. But with so much equipment dropping, they quickly filled up again. Liu Kong decided to return to the plaza to clear out his inventory before continuing to farm. Upon arriving at the plaza, he noticed that most people were selling gray-grade equipment, with very few white-grade items. Gray-grade equipment had no stats and low bonuses, yet it was selling for 5 silver coins per piece. Based on the current exchange rate of 1 copper equals 1 blue star coin, each item would cost 500 coins, an outrageous price, yet people still buy them. Liu Kong thought for a moment, and directly listed the white equipment for 6 silver coins and the small bags for 10 silver coins each. Although the prices weren't high, what he needed was speed. Emptying his inventory and continuing to farm was the key. He started shouting like others. White equipment, 10-slot backpacks wholesale. Cheap prices, grab them while you can. As soon as he finished speaking, all the players in the square turned to look at him. Chapter 5 May the Spirit of the Great Xia Army live on. What? White equipment? Backpack? What's that? The crowd erupted instantly, many people squeezing to the Air Force booth, only to be stunned by what they saw. Dozens of white equipment pieces were laid out on the ground, along with a small backpack that could expand its storage space by 10 slots, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This is outrageous. Aren't mutated rats supposed to only drop gray materials? White gear is one thing, but this backpack is practically a divine artifact. Everyone exclaimed as they stared intently at Liu Kong, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Just then, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura walked over. Although he was only wearing a patched gray robe, his presence was still imposing. He glanced at the stall, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, then smiled and asked, Young man, you're quite lucky, dropping so much equipment? Liu Kong smiled faintly. Want to buy? Seeing that he wasn't falling for his probing, the other party didn't beat around the bush and said directly, My name is Liu Chang, chairman of Tianhui Group. These words immediately caused an uproar among those around. Tianhui Group, a top 10 national and world-class enterprise, and this person was actually its chairman. Liu Kong understood immediately that a truly important client had arrived. He nodded and said, "Chairman Liu, my name is Liu Kong." Liu Chang was very easygoing. "Just call me Brother Chang." The two quickly established a rapport, and the atmosphere became relaxed. Looking at the equipment on the ground, Liu Chang said directly, "I'll take all of these. But your price is too low, how about raising it a bit? Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed to buy them." The people around him were speechless. It was the first time they'd seen someone actually raise the price while bargaining. Liu Kong shook his head. "The price is clearly marked. It's about integrity, that's the price." Liu Chang's eyes widened with even more appreciation. "All right, let's make the deal." Just as the two were about to complete the transaction, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait!" Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man with a buzz cut walking briskly towards them, exuding a capable air. He stood at attention and saluted the two men. Mr. Liu, I am Wang Bing, the captain of the 7th team of the 3rd Legion of the Xianyao Army." "Xianyao Army?" Liu Chang frowned. Wang Bing explained. "This is a newly established military tester unit, specifically designed to deal with the cosmic game, symbolizing rebirth from the ashes." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him changed, clearly realizing that times had begun to change. Liu Chang nodded. "I see." He knew very well that it was perfectly normal for the military to intervene at this time. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Military involvement meant the entire social landscape was about to change. Wang Bing looked at Liu Chang and said directly, "We also need equipment upgrades, and we hope to get a share, paying the full price." Liu Chang had anticipated this and quickly made a decision. He smiled and said, "Of course. The Great Xia Army is dedicated to protecting the people, and this is our duty." He then added, "However, the items belong to Brother Liu, so it depends on his opinion." Wang Bing immediately looked at Liu Kong with a serious expression. "Brother Liu, what do you think?" Liu Kong nodded without hesitation. "Okay. I am also a citizen of Great Xia." His tone was calm, but with a hint of determination. "I also wish Great Xia to become stronger and stronger, and I wish the spirit of Great Xia's army to be immortal." Chapter 6 The Liu Sisters. Liu Kong also held a favorable impression of the Great Xia army. After all, he was originally a member of Great Xia. Since both were selling equipment, he naturally favored the military. Wang Bing was moved and immediately saluted Liu Kong and Liu Chang. "Thank you both." Liu Chang didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "I want 2 sets of cloth armor, and 1 set of leather armor. The rest is for Captain Wang." He explained with a smile that his 2 daughters were also in the game, otherwise 1 set of cloth armor would have been enough. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. All 3 members of one family were beta testers. Their luck was simply outrageous. Even Wang Bing couldn't help but sigh. If only the military had this kind of luck. After all, the entire Great Xia army only had 30,000 people qualify. The transaction was completed quickly. A total of 40 pieces of white-grade equipment, worth 240 silver coins, plus 60 silver coins for each of the 6 small packages, totaling 300 silver coins, or 3 gold coins, which translates to a full 30,000 gold. Liu Kong was somewhat dazed. 30,000 gold was something he used to earn in 3 months of hard work, but now he had it in just a few hours. And this was just the beginning. With better equipment, he would earn even more. Thinking of this, he felt much lighter. The burden that had weighed on him since his father's death seemed to be gradually dissipating. If he continued like this, he would soon be able to pay off his family's debts. After the transaction was completed, Wang Bing hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Liu, would you be interested in joining the military?" Liu Kong was taken aback, then shook his head and refused. "I'm sorry, I'm not used to the rules of the military." He knew very well that joining would mean exposing more information, which was not safe for him at the moment. Wang Bing sighed, but wasn't surprised. However, Liu Kong continued, "Even if you don't join, I'll give you priority consideration if suitable equipment becomes available in the future." This immediately perked Wang Bing up. "Thank you so much." Liu Chang chimed in with a laugh. "Brother Liu, don't just think about the military, I'm short of equipment too." Liu Kong replied with a smile. "Don't worry, Brother Chang, I won't forget you." The 3 then added each other as friends and went their separate ways. Not long after Liu Kong left, his private messages started buzzing like crazy. "Take me with you, pro! Give me some gear!" There were even some explicit messages that made him frown. Helpless, he simply turned off private messages from strangers, and the world instantly became quiet. On the other side, in a forest, 2 girls were leveling up. One wore tattered leather armor, was tall and curvaceous, and wielded a longbow, her arrows never missing their mark. The other wore a long robe, had a gentle demeanor, and waved her staff to unleash light arrows. The two looked exactly alike, yet their personalities were completely different. The archer was Liu Yuexin, lively and cheerful. The mage was Liu Yuexin, gentle and quiet. At the crucial moment of the battle, Liu Yuexin suddenly stopped to check her private messages. Losing fire support, Liu Yuexin felt immense pressure and shouted, "Liu Yuexin! What are you doing? I'm going to die!" Liu Yuexin snapped out of her daze and fired 2 beams of light, knocking down the demonized boar. She smiled a little shyly. "It was a message from Dad. He said he bought us a whole set of equipment, including weapons, all white." Hearing this, Liu Yuexin's eyes lit up instantly. Did the old man go rob someone? How did he get so much white gear? She was utterly shocked. After all, they had been grinding monsters for so long and knew how difficult it was to get good equipment. Liu Yuexin gently tapped her. "Don't talk nonsense. I heard it was bought from a young man who was very lucky. He's the one who got all of these." Liu Yuexin was even more confused. "One person got so many? That's too outrageous." Liu Yuexin continued. "The equipment has already been sent over, along with 2 small bags to expand storage space, one for each of us." Liu Yuexin was completely bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend such luck. However, despite her shock, she quickly became excited. Let's go back and get our equipment." Liu Yuexin nodded, and the two immediately ended their leveling session and headed towards the village. Chapter 7, Approaching People with a Billion. After selling his equipment, Liu Kong withdrew 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10,000 xia coins, through the trading platform. He planned to keep the rest in the game. Next, he needed to quickly grind monsters to level up and increase his efficiency so he could obtain more equipment and earn more money. His strategy was simple: by healing potions and grind through monsters relentlessly. While monsters did drop potions, the returns were far less than those from equipment. So he prioritized equipment and small bags that dropped, selling them to buy more potions, thus creating a cycle. The apothecary was located east of the starting village. It was a small shop with only 1 counter. Behind the counter stood the owner, a mature woman with silver skin and a ponytail, exuding a cold demeanor. Several players surrounded her, trying to trigger a quest. Liu Kong glanced around and immediately understood that these people were mostly new to the game. The natives were very aloof and wouldn't pay any attention to anyone. Sure enough, a young man approached, feigning pitifulness. "Boss, you look like my deceased mother." Before he could finish, the boss raised his hand and slapped him across the face. With a resounding crack, the young man was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily into the doorway, instantly turning into a flash of white light and vanishing, dead on the spot. The scene fell silent instantly. All the other players were stunned. "You can actually get killed by NPCs in this game?" Everyone's scalp tingled, and they immediately planned to retreat. Just then, they saw Liu Kong walk towards the shop owner. A girl quickly warned, "Young man, don't go! This shop owner will kill people." Liu Kong just smiled. "It's alright." Everyone immediately stopped, ready to watch the spectacle. Is this kid not afraid of death? These NPCs don't seem like ordinary programs. They might actually be aliens. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Liu Kong had already reached the counter. The shopkeeper merely glanced at him indifferently. Liu Kong remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips, and slapped 2 gold coins onto the counter. "Shopkeeper, medicine, please." The air fell silent instantly. Several players stared at the 2 gold coins, their minds blank. The shopkeeper's expression visibly changed, his cold face instantly transforming into a smile. "Young man, what would you like to buy? How much? You can't do that?" Some were completely dumbfounded. The middle-aged player trembled with excitement. "That's 2 gold coins. 20,000 yuan!" The girl next to him exclaimed softly. "Is this what it means to be close to someone with a billion?" Liu Kong smiled and said, "Healing potions, give me 200 bottles." The newbie village only sells basic potions, one of which can restore 80 health, with a 30-second cooldown, which can almost keep him alive. The only problem was the price. 1 bottle cost 80 copper coins, which was unaffordable for most people. But Liu Kong had 2 gold coins in hand, so he ignored the price and bought everything up quickly for efficiency. The total price was 1 gold and 60 silver coins, and the transaction was completed in no time. The shopkeeper's smile became even sweeter as he handed over 200 bottles of potions and change. After Liu Kong put away the supplies, he casually asked, "Sir, may I ask you a few questions?" The boss glanced at him and chuckled. "You can ask, but I might not answer." The other players immediately fell silent. They clearly sensed that Liu Kong was being treated completely differently. Money talks, someone murmured. After all, this cosmic online game was information locked, and they were using this opportunity to gather intelligence. Liu Kong nodded. First question, who exactly are you? Data, or do you actually exist? The boss's expression was subtle, and he asked in return. What do you think? Liu Kong thought for a moment and gave his answer. Real people, are you from another race? The boss nodded, then shook his head. Half right. Everyone was taken aback. This answer was clearly not simple. Liu Kong continued to press. Then what exactly are you? The boss chuckled, his tone tinged with self-mockery. Us? We're nothing but wandering souls. Chapter 8. 2 Opinions, 1 Piece of Advice. A wisp of a wandering soul? What does that mean? Liu Kong frowned as he looked at the pharmacy owner, somewhat puzzled. He hesitated and asked, Have you natives all died? The pharmacy owner glanced at him, then looked at the players beside him, as if recalling the past, and said softly, When you entered the cosmic game, you should have heard the warning, right? Demonic energy will invade reality. Liu Kong nodded. I've heard of it. The shopkeeper continued, We were in the same situation back then. The demonic energy will only increase, and the monsters in reality will become stronger. If we can't stop it, what do you think will happen? The shop fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath. The answer was obvious. Once they lost control, the only outcome would be destruction. The boss smiled faintly. That's right, our planet was swallowed up. Our physical bodies were destroyed, but our souls were taken in by the cosmic server, becoming the native inhabitants of this place. Liu Kong was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He collected his thoughts and asked, Boss, aren't we of the same kind? Give me some advice on what to do next? The shopkeeper glanced at him and smiled. Pretty smart. I have 2 pieces of advice for you. First, level up to level 10 as soon as possible, and when advancing, try to choose higher difficulties so you'll be stronger than others. Liu Kong nodded and noted it down. The shopkeeper continued. Second, there are currently 4 races in the beginner's continent, and resources are limited. Whoever cultivates a tier 1 player first will unlock more slots and gain an advantage. Her tone turned serious. Remember, when facing demonic energy, the race must unite. I've seen too many races fight amongst themselves, only to be devoured in the end. Liu Kong nodded silently. He knew all too well the infighting among humans, but right now, all he could do was improve his strength so he could influence more people in the future. The boss added, Here's another piece of advice, complete more achievements, there will be special rewards. You have good talent, don't waste it. Liu Kong nodded solemnly. Thanks for the reminder. He turned to leave, then asked with a smile. Boss, do you have any tasks for me? The boss sneered. With you right now? You wouldn't be able to complete them even if I gave them to you. Liu Kong smiled helplessly, gave up, and turned to leave. As he passed other players, he stopped and said, You all heard what I just said. Remember to spread the word, so everyone feels a sense of urgency. The group snapped out of their daze and nodded hastily, their eyes now filled with more respect as they looked at him. Liu Kong said nothing more, and after leaving, he privately sent the information to Wang Bing and Lu Chang, instructing them to report it to higher-ups. He then continued grinding levels. His goal was simple, to reach level 10 as quickly as possible and complete the highest difficulty job advancement. Inside the divine martial hall of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Emperor Xia sat high on his throne, surrounded by his ministers, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Since the start of the cosmic game, he had immediately assembled the Black Bird Army to enter the game, simultaneously increasing their strength and gathering intelligence. At this moment, everyone awaited news. Time ticked by, and no one dared to utter a sound. Just then, a tall man rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, the Black Bird Army has sent the latest intelligence. Emperor Xia's gaze sharpened. Present it! Chapter 9 Times have changed. The intelligence report was handed to Emperor Xia by a servant, who unfolded it and examined it word by word. After reading it, Emperor Xia slowly frowned, and the divine martial hall fell into an eerie silence. The officials exchanged glances, not daring to utter a sound. After a moment, Emperor Xia handed the intelligence report to a servant. Read it aloud. The attendant froze upon reading the contents, his expression one of shock. Seeing the emperor's displeasure, he quickly regained his composure and read the intelligence report aloud word for word. It contained all the information and speculations Liu Kong had obtained from the pharmacy owner. Upon hearing the report, the assembled officials gasped in astonishment. After it was finished, the hall fell silent once more. The emperor spoke calmly. My esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? No one answered. Emperor Xia called out. Nangong Zhu. The white-haired Prime Minister stepped forward and bowed. If the intelligence is true, our current measures are far from sufficient. The official system and education both need reform. But this matter is too astonishing, and its authenticity still needs to be confirmed. Emperor Xia looked at Wang Yi. You will present the intelligence and you will explain. Wang Yi stepped forward, his tone grave. This matter stems from my son Wang Bing. He encountered a player in the newbie village who obtained dozens of white-grade equipment items within a few hours. Before he finished speaking, the courtiers erupted in uproar. That's impossible! How could the drop rate be so high? Emperor Xia raised his hand to quell the murmur. Quiet, let him finish. Wang Yi continued. That player seems to possess a soul talent that increases luck, hence the abnormal drop rate. My son also said that this person obtained the information from the owner of an indigenous pharmacy. I judge that this matter is related to the attitude of the indigenous people, and its authenticity is extremely high. Everyone fell silent again. Emperor Xia said slowly, It's better to be prepared than not. Let's assume it's true. Nangongzhu, what do you think we should do next? Nangongzhu pondered for a moment and then said, We should establish an official agency to deal with the invasion of demonic energy and involve players. This will facilitate management and prevent powerful individuals in the community from going out of control and causing unrest. He added, At the same time, we should start with education, popularizing game-related knowledge as early as possible to prepare for the second public beta test, allowing the people to seize the opportunity. He then returned to his original position. Emperor Xia nodded, allowing his ministers to speak freely. Soon, discussions arose throughout the hall. He listened quietly, then issued a series of orders. Will we establish a player management bureau to register and recruit players, with a focus on appeasement? If any player commits a crime, arrest them immediately and punish them severely as a warning to others. Yes, sir. Wang Yi, notify all military regions to strengthen their defenses. If any monsters appear, eliminate them immediately. The orders were issued one after another. After everything was arranged, Xia Huang rubbed his forehead and suddenly asked, Can we find that player, Liu Kong? Wang Yi smiled wryly. We only know his name, we can't track him down in reality. Emperor Xia sighed softly. Truly a cosmic game. Seeing his exhaustion, his ministers urged him to rest. He nodded. Go about your business, we'll discuss this again in an hour. After leaving the Divine Martial Hall, Emperor Xia headed straight for a heavily guarded palace. Entering the room, he saw a stunningly beautiful young woman enveloped in white light, floating silently in midair. A woman sat beside the bed, her expression worried. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately stood up. Your Majesty, Yenner has not woken up since entering the game, and I cannot touch her. The woman couldn't help but say. Why didn't she wait for the soldiers to test the waters first? We know nothing about this game, it's too dangerous. Emperor Xia gazed at the girl and whispered. You don't understand. He gazed at the starry sky outside the window. The rulebook has stated that this is the greatest calamity in the 3,000 years of the great Xia dynasty. Yenner is the only one who has been publicly tested. She is risking her life for the Xia clan and for the people. Times have changed, Hua Fei said blankly. The Xia emperor calmly replied. But the law of the supremacy of power will not change. She understands this better than anyone else. Consort Hua looked at her unconscious daughter, her expression complex. Emperor Xia clenched his fists, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. He, the emperor, didn't even have the qualifications for public testing. Faced with the surging new era, he couldn't be sure if he could still protect this land. He exhaled and looked at Xia Yan, whispering. Yenner, when you wake up, the 30,000 Xian bird army will be your support. Chapter 10 Green Gear. After resupplying, Liu Kong left the village again. This time, his target was no longer the mutated rats in the farmland. As a level 2 player, those level 1 little black rats were no longer enough for him. His fighting spirit compelled him to seek out stronger opponents. So, Liu Kong headed straight for the forests behind the farmland. Many wild dogs roamed there, similar in size to Samoyeds, entirely black with blood-red eyes and teeth as sharp as knives. These were level 2 demonized wild dogs, with 120 HP and an attack of 7. They were ferocious creatures corrupted by demonic energy. Seeing their stats, Liu Kong grinned. They were indeed much stronger than demonized rats, but still within his control. He was fully equipped and had a bunch of health potions. If he couldn't even beat this, he'd be utterly disgraced. He didn't rush in, but first opened the loot list. The wild dog's drops were still white and gray, but he quickly spotted a piece of equipment, a rusty great sword, normal, attack +6, required level 2, drop rate 0.8%. Stronger than a level 1 weapon, perfect for him. Let's go! Liu Kong cheered himself on, drew his sword, and charged forward. The wild dogs had higher attack power, dealing 4 points of damage per hit, but Liu Kong's damage output had also increased significantly, taking down one in a few strikes, so the overall pressure wasn't too great. He generally drank a potion after taking down 3 dogs, keeping his health stable. After grinding for a while, his equipment gradually improved, and his defense also increased accordingly, reducing the damage he took to 2 points per hit, significantly enhancing his survivability. Wielding his great sword, Liu Kong fought with increasing ferocity, moving through the pack of wild dogs as if they were nothing. However, the wild dogs had a wider aggro range, and a single misstep could attract 2 or 3 to attack him simultaneously. Once, he mistakenly pulled 3, his health instantly dropping to almost 0, nearly killing him. Fortunately, his health potion cooldown had just ended, and he quickly healed, saving his life. If he had died, he would have been forced offline for an hour. After that harrowing experience, Liu Kong became more cautious, only taking 1 monster at a time for a more solid approach. There weren't many players farming monsters in this area. Most were skilled players operating in small teams. They quickly noticed Liu Kong, soloing yet achieving the efficiency of a 3-person team, leaving them completely dumbfounded. What's going on with this guy? He's almost as efficient as us all by himself. Didn't you see he was drinking health potions like water? And he's got a full set of gear, someone muttered. A middle-aged man murmured. A health potion costs 80 copper. How much does that cost? At this moment, a young girl suddenly realized. That's not the point, is it? How come every monster drops white gear? Everyone was stunned for a moment before realizing the key to the problem. Someone whispered. I heard there's a weirdo in the starting village who always drops items for monsters, and they're all white. It must be him. This single sentence silenced everyone. Just as everyone was in shock, Liu Kong suddenly stopped. He stared at the demonized wild dog in front of him, his expression changing slightly. Because the first item on the loot list was actually a green item. Wild dog leather jacket, excellent, defense plus 15, agility plus 1, required level 2, drop rate 0.004%. These stats completely overwhelm other equipment of the same level. It's outrageous. Liu Kong immediately locked onto the drop, charged in without hesitation, and finished the fight in a few strikes. Soon after, a green orb slowly rose, and the surrounding players instantly erupted in chaos. Green gear! Someone jumped up immediately. The next second, a group of people surrounded him. Big brother, check out the stats. Want to sell? I've got cash. Liu Kong didn't hide anything and directly posted the stats. After everyone saw them, they all fell silent. One girl couldn't help but complain. Why can't we rob people in this game? Liu Kong looked speechless. Your idea is a bit dangerous. The others next to him smiled wryly. To be honest, I also want to rob it. These attributes are too exaggerated. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and asked. Brother, name your price, we'll buy it. Liu Kong shook his head. I only accept gold coins, no cash. He didn't intend to reveal his real information. Safety first. The middle-aged man was immediately disappointed. We don't have that many gold coins. Liu Kong shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. He didn't dwell on it. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he wouldn't take the risk. As for the equipment, he planned to sell it. After all, he was a warrior. Agility didn't provide much benefit, and his defense wasn't much better than his current chainmail, so exchanging it for money was more worthwhile. Thinking of this, Liu Kong opened private chat, pulled Liu Chang and Wang Bing into the chat room, and then directly sent them the equipment information. Liu Chang, Wang Bing. Chapter 11. A doting daughter is terrifying. Both of them typed a string of question marks simultaneously. Liu Kong grinned, just the effect he wanted, and casually asked, Who wants it? Liu Chang replied instantly. Give it to me, brother! I want it! You name the price! Wang Bing wasn't to be outdone. Give it to me, brother Liu, I want it too! Liu Chang immediately chimed in. I won't give up this leather armor, my daughter wants to use it! In his opinion, this top-quality leather armor should be given to his precious daughter. Liu Chang was already prepared to compete in bidding, and he was least afraid of spending money. Wang Bing said coldly. Then forget about brotherhood, just name your price. Liu Chang didn't hesitate. 2 gold. The chat room fell silent instantly. Wang Bing was stunned for a while before replying. Are you crazy? You're offering 20,000 for a level 2 green item? Can't you be normal? In Wang Bing's eyes, this equipment was worth at most a few thousand yuan. Although the Xian Yao army was wealthy, they had to support 30,000 people, so they couldn't afford to spend money like this. Even Liu Kong, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, only thinking, Rich people are outrageous. Liu Kong, however, remained calm. Now we're opponents, 2 gold coins, are you in or not? Wang Bing directly refused. In or not? Liu Kong added. Whatever my daughter wants, I have to get it no matter how expensive it is. Wang Bing fell silent, and Liu Kong couldn't help but mutter. A doting father is truly terrifying. Liu Kong urged. Brother Liu, what's the deal? Liu Kong replied simply. Deal. Will you mail it to me or pick it up yourself? Mail it to me. I'll pay for the postage. Liu Kong readily agreed. Liu Kong laughed. Brother Chong is so generous. With just a few words, the deal was finalized. Seeing this, Wang Bing could only helplessly leave. The transaction had just ended when a middle-aged player nearby tentatively asked. Brother, we offered 40 silver at most, are you willing to sell? Liu Kong shook his head. Already sold. How much? The other party pressed. 2 gold. The words left everyone speechless, their minds filled with questions. Liu Kong didn't explain further and continued grinding for levels. As time went on, more and more players reached level 2, and the forest gradually became crowded. However, with plenty of potions available on land and in the air, the efficiency was actually higher, and he quickly reached level 3. He returned to town once along the way because his backpack was already full. Even with 60 slots of space, it couldn't keep up with the monster's constant drops, including 13 small bags and the rest filled with level 2 white gear. He prepared to dispose of the equipment, and contacted Wang Bing and Liu Kong. Do you want the equipment? Wang Bing was stunned when he saw the message. How much did you say? A whole backpack? Liu Kong was also shocked. It hadn't been long, yet so much equipment had appeared. Meanwhile, on the grassland north of the village, the Xian Miao army squad was efficiently grinding monsters, their teamwork impeccable, fighting almost silently. Wang Bing was among them, clad in chainmail and wielding a sword and shield. Suddenly he stopped, his expression strange. His teammates asked, puzzled. Captain, what's wrong? Wang Bing waved his hand. You guys go first, I have something to do. He walked aside and contacted Liu Kong directly. Liu Kong also sent a voice message, and the 3 quickly entered the same channel. Wang Bing asked eagerly. Are you telling the truth? More than 40 pieces of equipment? Liu Kong replied calmly. Of course it's true. Liu Kong pressed further. And 13 backpacks? Liu Kong nodded in confirmation. After a brief silence, Wang Bing spoke up. Can we sell all of this equipment to the Xian Miao army? Liu Kong immediately objected. What do you mean? What about me? Wang Bing smiled wryly. The brothers can't divide it all up, and they're all complaining. Liu Kong, however, wouldn't have it. I gave way last time, so it's not unreasonable for me to take half this time, is it? Wang Bing frowned. What do you need so much for? Liu Kong said matter-of-factly. Level 2 equipment. I and my 2 daughters need to replace it. Actually, he had already planned to use this outdated equipment to build his own team, or even to establish a company's gaming department. Liu Kong was well aware that this was a trend, and large companies would all enter the game. If they didn't plan ahead, Tianwei Group would inevitably be left behind. Therefore, he needed equipment and manpower even more. Thinking of this, he placed even greater emphasis on Liu Kong. In his view, as long as Liu Kong provided a stable supply of equipment, the team's development would never lag behind. In the future, they might even be able to use this game to propel the company to new heights. The more Liu Kong thought about it, the more excited he became. Chapter 12. This advantage is on me. Wang Bing frowned. He knew very well that Liu Kong's request was reasonable, and he also understood that the other party would not easily give away their discarded equipment. He understood the other party's intentions perfectly, but he had no reason to refuse. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, Since Brother Liu says so, then let's share a little more of the backpacks this time. Liu Kong readily agreed. At this moment, Liu Kong stepped in to smooth things over. No need to rush, I still need to level up later, and I'll get more equipment. Captain Wang, you'll have plenty of equipment. His words immediately stabilized the situation and eased the atmosphere considerably. Wang Bing's eyes lit up, his frustration vanishing. He knew Liu Kong's efficiency well. He had already obtained a batch of equipment in such a short time, and the quantity to come would be unimaginable. Let alone a small squad, even 100 fully equipped men wouldn't be a problem. He immediately declared, Brother Liu, just call me Brother Wang. If anyone dares to mess with you in the future, I'll lead the team to back you up. This promise carried immense weight, as he represented the military. Liu Kong naturally understood the implication and smiled in agreement. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Brother Wang. The relationship between the two quickly grew closer, and the advantage of his connections began to show. The two then agreed on a time for the transaction. Liu Kong indicated he was almost at the village entrance, and Wang Bing immediately arranged for someone to meet him there. Liu Chang also suggested trading the green leather armor along with the armor, and the three agreed to meet at the village entrance. After the call ended, Wang Bing quickly located Jiang Su in the team. This capable-looking female mage with a ponytail was called over and saluted, asking, "Captain, what's the mission?" Wang Bing immediately assigned the task. "Go back to the village and find Liu Kong to handle the transaction." Jiang Su was immediately excited upon hearing this. She had used Liu Kong's equipment before with excellent results, and now with new supplies, the team's strength would definitely be enhanced. Wang Bing instructed her to maintain good relationships, and Jiang Su patted her chest, assuring him that she wouldn't offend anyone. Just before leaving, she realized she didn't know anyone. Wang Bing casually remarked, "He's the best-equipped handsome guy at the east entrance of the village." After Jiang Su left, Wang Bing watched her retreating figure and muttered, "Don't blame me for using a little trick, this equipment is too tempting." In his opinion, the honey trap had some effect, and he was full of confidence in this round. Meanwhile, Liu Kong was already waiting at the village entrance. Soon, a mature-looking woman approached and introduced herself as Li Mu, sent by Liu Chang. Liu Kong carefully verified her identity before nodding to begin the transaction. Checking the list, there were 2 sets of cloth armor, 1 set of leather armor, and 1 green leather armor piece. Even after confirming everything was correct, Li Mu was still shocked. A single piece of green equipment worth 20,000 was an astonishing price. During the transaction, she couldn't help but sized up Liu Kong. He was tall, handsome, and powerful, and also had a close relationship with Liu Chang. She secretly thought he was quite good. The transaction was completed quickly, and the two added each other as friends to facilitate future cooperation. Just then, Jiang Su arrived and saluted crisply. "Jiang Su, a mage from the 7th team of the Xianyao army, has come to conduct the transaction." Her aura was completely different from Li Mu's. Liu Kong responded with a smile, clearly appreciating this straightforward style. Li Mu, somewhat surprised, silently noted this preference. After confirming everything was correct, Liu Kong handed over the remaining equipment and backpack to Jiang Su, and simultaneously sent the transaction records to Liu Chang and Wang Bing to ensure everything was in order. After completing the transaction, Jiang Su added him as a friend and then simply said goodbye. "If you need anything, just let us know. Team 7 will definitely help." She then left briskly. Li Mu followed suit, saying goodbye as well, and the two departed one after the other. The village entrance fell silent again, leaving only Liu Kong. He looked down at his earnings. Over 40 pieces of equipment sold for a little over 3 gold coins, the backpack for a little over 1 gold coin, plus the green leather armor for 2 gold coins, totaling a little over 6 gold coins. That translates to over 60,000 yuan, and adding that to his previous income, it brought his total to nearly 100,000 yuan in just a few hours. Liu Kong could hardly believe it. This was equivalent to a year's worth of hard-earned income. Thinking about this, only one thought remained in his mind. At this rate, the debt would be paid off quickly. Liu Kong's motivation was instantly ignited. Chapter 13: The Legend of the Village. As before, Liu Kong first exchanged 3 gold coins for cash, keeping the rest for later use. After dealing with the equipment, he didn't stop, turning back to continue grinding monsters in the forest. As more and more players joined, the outer perimeter became somewhat crowded. After reaching level 3, Liu Kong simply ventured deeper into the forest to deal with the level 3 demonized wild dogs. The monsters here were stronger, but there were noticeably fewer players. Level 3 wild dogs have 9 attack points and 150 health, which is quite a challenge for ordinary players. However, with the support of potions, Liu Kong still farmed easily, even more efficiently, and steadily. As he farmed, he suddenly noticed 3 wild dogs surrounding a large tree. A wooden box was vaguely visible in the bushes under the tree. Liu Kong was startled and immediately cast a detection spell. The information indicated it was a dilapidated wooden crate, seemingly containing something. More importantly, it even had a loot list, just like a monster's, which instantly piqued Liu Kong's interest. He clicked on it, and saw that the first 6 items were all green. Only the white and gray items followed. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. This kind of treasure chest was far more valuable than ordinary monster loot. The first item is a skill book, Basic Regeneration, a passive skill that restores 1 HP per second, usable by all classes, with an absurdly low drop rate. It may seem unremarkable, but it's incredibly useful. The second is a small attribute stone, Strength, permanently increasing strength by 1 point. The third item is a level 3 green greatsword, with plus 12 attack and a strength bonus. Its stats are quite impressive. The remaining 3 items were also green tier, bracers, a robe, and boots, all excellent for boosting stats. Liu Kong was practically drooling. He wanted almost everything. However, the treasure chest could only drop a maximum of 3 items. After weighing his options, he decisively chose the skill book, attribute stones, and the great sword, prioritizing long-term benefits and current combat power. He then designated the 3 wild dogs nearby to drop white-grade equipment, and charged forward with his sword. After consuming 2 potions, he finally managed to kill the 3 monsters. After collecting the loot, he immediately opened the treasure chest. 3 green orbs appeared, and Liu Kong felt a surge of excitement. The feeling of consistently getting green items was incredibly satisfying. He quickly learned the skills and used attribute stones to raise his strength to 14 points, then equipped a new great sword. The blade was sharp and gleaming, far superior to his previous rusty sword. After the equipment upgrade, his attack power jumped to 27 points. He could now take down level 3 monsters in just a few strikes, significantly improving his monster-killing efficiency. Before long, his backpack was full again. Liu Kong was a little helpless. The high drop rate was a nuisance. His 60-slot backpack was simply not enough, and he had to clear it every half hour. While complaining, he contacted Wang Bing and Lu Chang. "Do you want level 3 equipment?" The message was sent, and the 2 of them replied with question marks almost simultaneously. Wang Bing was shocked. "Your update speed is faster than our leveling up. There are hardly any level 3 players in our team, and you've already taken out dozens of pieces of equipment?" Lu Chang replied excitedly. "Just what I need." Liu Kong relied on spending money to join a team and took 80% of the experience himself, so his leveling speed wasn't slow, but he was still far behind Liu Kong. Wang Bing reminded him, "Don't take too much this time." Liu Kong didn't take it seriously. "Don't worry, same old rules," Liu Kong said. "I'll send you my location, you send someone to pick it up. I'm not going back, it'll take too much time." The 2 immediately agreed. Their regard for Liu Kong had clearly increased. Soon, Liu Kong sent his location, waiting for someone while continuing to grind monsters. Because his backpack was full, he had no choice but to leave the loot on the ground for the time being. It wouldn't respawn anytime soon, and he didn't care. So, a strange scene unfolded deep in the forest. The ground was littered with wild dog carcasses, each with a white orb of light floating above it. It looked quite bizarre. Soon after, a 5-person team entered the area and were stunned to see loot scattered everywhere. "What's going on? Every monster drops loot?" Someone couldn't help but exclaim. "Which pro farmed this? Why aren't they picking up the loot?" At this moment, a female player suddenly remembered something, and her expression changed. She whispered, "I've heard a legend that there's a player in this newbie village who always drops white-grade equipment when he kills monsters." Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Chapter 14: The Cold-Hearted and Domineering CEO. "Really? There are such amazing people?" A young man stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. The woman next to him pointed to a pile of white orbs on the ground. "The facts are right here, see for yourself." The team fell silent instantly, staring wide-eyed at the loot scattered on the ground, filled with envy. Soon, someone suggested going inside to see why this legendary player wasn't even picking up his equipment. Following the commotion, the group ventured inside and soon heard the sounds of battle, quickening their pace. They quickly spotted a young man clad in chainmail and wielding a great sword, fighting monsters. That person was Liu Kong. He was swift and decisive, taking down a demonized wild dog in 7 or 8 sword strikes, an astonishing efficiency. Moreover, he hardly rested, directly drinking health potions to tank the damage. This scene left the group dumbfounded. They considered themselves to be level 3 pro players, but this was the first time they had ever seen such a playstyle. It was simply outrageous. Liu Kong noticed them too, and after casually dispatching a monster, he looked over. The group immediately gathered around to greet them. "Hello, big boss." The female player's eyes lit up. Liu Kong nodded in response. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" The group quickly explained that they had come over out of curiosity after seeing the items scattered all over the ground, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to pick up all this equipment? It'll be gone once it respawns." Liu Kong sighed. "My backpack is full." These 4 words immediately silenced the group. They had worked hard grinding monsters, yet their backpacks were still full, while Liu Kong's backpacks were overflowing. The difference was too great. Someone tried to ease the tension. "The 20 slots the system gave us are really not enough." Everyone echoed, afraid of being looked down upon by the big boss. Liu Kong was taken aback for a moment. "My backpack has 60 slots. The group was completely dumbfounded, utterly bewildered as to how there could be 60 slots. Liu Kong explained, The smaller monsters drop small packs, which can be used to expand the storage. As he demonstrated the attributes, the group was stunned. They couldn't believe that such a thing was dropped by a regular monster, and suspected that it was produced by an elite monster. Liu Kong shrugged. Ordinary monsters can drop them too, it just depends on luck. The group was completely speechless, and could only silently sigh. 6. The difference was just too great. Just then, Li Mu and Jiang Su arrived one after the other. Li Mu deliberately adopted a capable style. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Jiang Su gave a standard salute. Jiang Su from the 7th team reporting for duty. Liu Kong nodded in response, but sensed that Li Mu was acting a little strange. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Let's begin the transaction. If you want the items that fell on the ground, you can deal with them together. The two women spoke almost simultaneously. I want it! As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Liu Kong decisively decided. Let's trade what's in my backpack first, and then we'll arrange the rest together. The two could only nod and didn't argue any further. Li Mu tried to maintain a serious demeanor, but Liu Kong couldn't help but ask. Are you alright? Jiang Su, who was standing next to him, burst out laughing, making Li Mu feel a little embarrassed. The transaction was completed quickly. Liu Kong picked up all the items that had fallen to the ground, and after communicating with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, they determined the method of sale and completed another round of transactions. Here are 2 gold coins and 70 silver coins. Here are 2 gold coins and 60 silver coins. The two handed over the gold coins, and Liu Kong had 5 more gold coins in his hand. After conversion, another 50,000 yuan arrived in his account, which made him quite satisfied. The continuous inflow of funds in a short period was reassuring. After the matter was settled, the two women said goodbye and left. The 5-man team next to them was completely dumbfounded. The simultaneous cooperation between the military and a corporation, with each transaction easily involving tens of thousands, was beyond their comprehension. When Liu Kong turned around and saw they were still there, he casually asked a question. The female player blurted out, "Big shot, please take care of me." The scene fell silent instantly, and she quickly corrected herself. "Slip of the tongue! Please carry me!" Others echoed her, and the scene became chaotic for a moment. Liu Kong rolled his eyes helplessly. "I'm busy, goodbye." Then he turned and left. In the eyes of the female player, his back view instantly transformed into that of a cold and domineering male protagonist, and she even imagined an entire romantic drama in her mind. Chapter 15 Unique Drop Items. Chapter 15 Unique Dropped Items. Liu Kong continued to grind monsters. Every time his inventory was about to fill up, he would notify Wang Bing and Lu Chang to send someone to collect the equipment. This way, there's no need to travel back and forth between land and air, making upgrades between land and air much more efficient. Several hours later, the land and air forces were upgraded to level 4. The most powerful demonized wild dogs in the entire forest are only level 3. The monsters here are no longer sufficient to meet the leveling needs of both land and air combat. He chose to leave the forest. Beyond the forest lie rolling mountain ranges. There are a large number of demonized wolves in the mountains. The demonized wolf was nearly 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder, completely black, and bared its teeth, looking quite ferocious. The demonized wolves always travel in packs, with at least 3 of them together. The levels range from 4 to 5. For the average person, even a small team of 5, leveling up here is quite difficult. Even on land and in the air, one must be cautious. If he accidentally attracts 4 or 5 demonized wolves, he will be chased all over the place. However, if it's 3 demonized wolves, they can still be fought by land and air. After all, he's currently equipped with level 3 male armor and green items, plus he has a basic regeneration passive that heals him. Although it was a bit difficult to fight, it was quite efficient. Because there are so many mutated wolves here, you don't need to spend time looking for monsters on land or in the air, you can just fight your way through. After killing the demonized wolf, Liu Kong was given a guaranteed drop of equipment, and quickly equipped himself with a set of level 4 gear. Even a level 4 demonized wolf only loses 2 or 3 drops of health per attack on land and air. His monster killing efficiency was even higher. It's just that this lousy game requires too much experience to level up, otherwise, given his speed, he would have leveled up long ago. However, the problem is that due to the continuous monster battles, Liu Kong's healing potions are being consumed very quickly. Originally, there were 200 healing potions, but now there are only 30 or so left. He planned to go back after he finished using all the medication. This time, in addition to buying healing potions, Liu Kong also plans to buy some mana potions. Liu Kong has a heavy attack skill right from the start. Liu Kong sometimes uses it when fighting monsters. Just now, Liu Kong discovered that his heavy attack skill has been upgraded to level 2. Heavy Strike, level 2 unleash a powerful attack, dealing 130% damage. The damage is increased by 10% compared to level 1 critical strike. If this increase continues, once the critical strike skill reaches level 8, it will deal 200% damage. That's a pretty good damage skill. So Liu Kong decided to take the opportunity to practice his skills. Since skills require mana, Liu Kong decided to buy some mana potions in case he needed them. After all, using skills continuously consumes a lot of mana. Time passed, and Liu Kong had been in the game for 12 hours. His healing potions were finally running out. He had only 12 bottles left. Just as Liu Kong was about to finish using up the few bottles of medicine and go back, suddenly, Liu Kong heard a wolf howl that sounded different from usual. He paused for a moment, then looked in the direction from which the wolf's howl came. It was deep within a pile of rubble. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. Judging from that voice, could it be the boss? He was a little excited. How could he play a game without fighting a boss? Bosses represent massive amounts of experience, and all sorts of great equipment. He quickly crept towards the direction of the wolf's howl. Upon arriving at the pile of rubble, Liu Kong quickly spotted a black wolf, over 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, resting on a bluestone slab. It's definitely different from ordinary wolves. Liu Kong used a detection spell to send it flying. Blood Fang Elite. Level 5. Life 400. Attack 29. Description: originally an ordinary demonized wild wolf, it was raised by the little devil leader and transformed into an elite monster. When Liu Kong saw the information about the wild wolf, he couldn't help but gasp. A level 5 ordinary demonized wolf only has 180 HP, while this elite monster has double that. The attack power has also increased by nearly double. This is what elites are like. How outrageous would the higher level monsters be? But Liu Kong estimated that with his current strength and the blood vial in his hand, he should be able to defeat this blood fang. What puzzled Liu Kong was the monster's description. The image above suggests that Blood Fang appears to be the pet of the lesser demon leader. I just don't know what kind of monster that little devil leader is. Anyway, so far either Liu Kong nor Liu Kong has encountered a monster like the little devil. Liu Kong didn't bother to think too much and went straight to the most important step. He opened the loot list. A series of green objects nearly blinded Liu Kong. He glanced through them and found that most of them were equipment and materials. However, the first item on the list surprised Liu Kong. Unknown necklace, elite, the necklace inside Blood Fang's belly. Perhaps someone in the village knows its origin. Drop rate, 0.25% unique. This is the first time Liu Kong has ever seen this, and the only item that has ever fallen. This means that this thing may be related to a single task. The only task, just think about how generous the reward will be. Liu Kong didn't even think twice before choosing the item. The second item is a green chainmail breastplate. Blood Fang armor, elite, male armor, defense plus 59, strength plus 3, required level 5. Drop rate 0.07%. The stats of this equipment are better than all the green equipment Liu Kong had seen before. Strength increased by 3 points, and defense was even more outrageous, reaching a whopping 59 points. Liu Kong's current level 4 white chainmail only adds 35 points of defense. Although the drop rate for this equipment is higher than that for the unknown necklace. However, the unknown necklace is unique and is obviously much more valuable than this equipment. This elite monster can drop 2 items. He looked at all the other equipment and materials, both land and air, and found none that were better than the Blood Fang armor. As for the unknown necklace, it must be specified. So Liu Kong chose these 2 items. After giving the order, Liu Kong immediately charged forward with his great sword. It must be said that Blood Fang is much stronger than a typical demonized wolf. Each hit deals 9 damage to both land and air units. It deals significantly more damage than a regular demonized wolf. Moreover, Blood Fang is more agile than ordinary demonized wolves. Even though Liu Kong has trained for so long and his combat level is much better than when he first entered the game, he can still dodge some of his attacks. However, both land and air units can dodge some attacks. In addition, we have healing potions on hand, so we can wear it down until it dies. There was a little incident. Liu Kong didn't expect that Blood Fang would have skills. His detection skills could only reveal the most basic information. He couldn't find any skills. That attack knocked out 20 HP from Liu Kong, but luckily he managed to keep his HP under control, otherwise it would have been dangerous. In the end, it was a close call. With a mournful cry, Blood Fang fell to the ground, and Liu Kong completed the kill. Seeing the two green orbs of light floating on Blood Fang's corpse, Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked them up. After that, he glanced at the 4 bottles of healing potion that remained, and without lingering, he headed straight back. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to go to the village first to see if the unknown necklace was related to the unique mission. Chapter 16: The Village Chief's Courtyard, a place where you can only enter and never leave. Chapter 16: The Village Chief's Courtyard, a place where you can only enter and never leave. Upon returning to the village, the first native Liu Kong thought of asking was the pharmacy owner. Just in time, he was planning to buy some healing potions and mana potions. So, Liu Kong went straight to the pharmacy. Because now the players are all on the right track. When you fight monsters, you can occasionally get some gray items as drops. Gray items can be sold for money. If you lose equipment, you can sell it in the plaza for even more money. Many people can now afford the medicine. As a result, the number of people at the pharmacy has increased significantly compared to before. However, most players don't have much money, and at most they can only buy 1 or 2 potions to save their lives, and they dare not hope for more. With this little bit of money, it would be difficult to even get the pharmacy owner to give it a second glance. So, with the apothecary owner's expressionless face, the players bought the potions and left one by one. As a law-abiding citizen, Liu Kong did not cut in line. Soon it was his turn. Upon seeing Liu Kong, the pharmacy owner's previously cold face underwent a complete 180-degree turn, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. "Handsome young man, is that you? Here to buy medicine?" Many players. They watched in astonishment as the pharmacy owner's expression shifted dramatically, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "No way, they acted like they saw no air when they saw us, so why did they change their attitude so quickly when they saw this guy?" "Exactly. Just like my favorite streamer when he sees a rich guy." "That really hits home, bro." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Liu Kong smiled and said, "Give me 300 bottles of trainee healing potions and 100 bottles of trainee mana potions." "Young man, you're so straightforward." The pharmacy owner's smile widened even further. Many players waiting to buy medicine were numb. "How much did you buy?" 300 bottles of apprentice healing potions, 100 bottles of apprentice mana potions, each costing 80 copper, totaling 3 gold and 20 silver. Mathematicians have already begun the calculations. By the end, everyone was swallowing hard. 3 gold pieces? That's over 30,000 yuan. What kind of family can afford to buy medicine like that? Are they from one of the big guilds in the village? How is that possible? The game has only just begun, and the major guilds haven't even been established yet. Even Liu Chang, the chairman of Tianyue Group, who has already recruited a group of people, doesn't spend money on potions this lavishly. Unless it's the Xian Niao Army's procurement department. The procurement team from the Black Bird Army just left not long ago. It couldn't have been the Black Bird Army. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their minds filled with questions. 3 gold coins might not seem like much to a rich player, but even a wealthy player wouldn't buy that many potions at once. Which big shot is it? For a moment, everyone felt that Liu Kong was incredibly mysterious. Liu Kong laughed and said, "Boss, you see I'm a regular customer, can you give me a discount?" The pharmacy owner smiled slightly. "Who are you, handsome?" "Land and air." His lips twitched slightly as he bid on 3 gold and 20 silver medals. "Hee, thanks boss." Liu Kong looked at the excited pharmacy owner with some curiosity. "Boss, why do you like gold coins so much?" The pharmacy owner glanced at Liu Kong and smiled. "You don't understand." Liu Kong didn't ask any further questions upon seeing this. He took out the unknown necklace that Blood Fang had dropped earlier. It was a necklace made of several antique white stones, and it didn't seem to be very valuable. He waved the necklace in front of the pharmacy owner and asked, "Sir, do you know what this necklace is all about?" The pharmacy owner looked up, and his expression changed when he saw the necklace. "Let me see this." Seeing the pharmacy owner's excited expression, Liu Kong was secretly pleased. There's hope. The pharmacy owner should know about this stuff. The other players, seeing this, all looked at the counter with curiosity. "What is that necklace?" "I don't know, but the way this pharmacy owner's expression changed so quickly shows he's not a simple person. Who is this big shot? He seems really powerful, even the indigenous people are familiar with him. I know this big shot, he seems to be the husband of that lucky goddess. What? That guy who always gets ordinary items when he kills monsters? Oh, it's him. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized, and their eyes were filled with fervor as they looked at Liu Kong. This big shot represents a huge amount of equipment and money. If they could lick the boots of this big shot and cling to his leg, they would definitely take off on the spot. Several female players who considered themselves attractive glanced at each other, harboring different thoughts. Unfortunately, when they tried to send a private message, they discovered that Liu Kong refused to allow private messages from strangers. This rendered these players' ideas futile. Liu Kong handed the necklace to the boss. The pharmacy owner looked at the necklace, his expression changing repeatedly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Seeing that the pharmacy owner remained silent, Liu Kong asked, "Boss, do you know where this thing comes from?" The pharmacy owner snapped out of his daze. She looked at Liu Kong and asked, "Where did you get this necklace?" Liu Kong truthfully replied, "It was dropped by an elite-level demonized wolf." No wonder the elite wolves have become demonized. The pharmacy owner whispered something, then looked at Liu Kong with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be able to kill an elite wolf at only level 4? Not bad, handsome young man." Liu Kong smiled and said, "Boss, stop praising me. Tell me about this necklace." The pharmacy owner handed the necklace back to Liu Kong and said, "Go to the center of the village and find the village chief. He will tell you." "Does it involve the village chief?" "It's definitely something special." Liu Kong was secretly delighted and accepted the necklace. "Thanks, boss." After saying goodbye to the shop owner, Liu Kong left the potion shop under the watchful eyes of many players. He went straight to the center of the village. In the center of the village stands a small courtyard built of stone. The gate to the courtyard was open, but players who went in always entered vertically and came out horizontally. No one has ever come out alive. This place is practically a den of dragons and tigers. After seeing players come out sideways a few times, Liu Kong never thought of going in. However, as many players know, that was the village chief's house. Outside the village courtyard, a few players were still lingering. They wanted to see if they could get any tasks from the village chief. It's easy to imagine that the village chief is the most important person in a village. Without a doubt, the village chief is the most likely person in the entire village to have a mission. They knew that entering the village chief's courtyard would mean certain death, so they waited outside for the village chief to come out. Liu Kong arrived here and walked straight in. The players lingering nearby were momentarily stunned. After all, Liu and Kong moved too fast, without any hesitation at all. They stared wide-eyed at each other in disbelief. Someone just went in. Yeah, is he an idiot? Doesn't he know you can't just barge into a village courtyard? Maybe he's a newbie? We'll know once he dies. Chapter 17 Divine Skill. Chapter 17 Divine Skill. This was Liu Kong's first time entering the village chief's courtyard. He found the courtyard overgrown with weeds and desolate. Liu Kong was taken aback, not expecting the village chief's courtyard to be like this. It looks like no one has lived there for many years. There is a stone house in the center of the courtyard. Liu Kong soon saw an old man sitting slumped on the stone slab outside the stone house. The old man had gray hair, disheveled hair, and was holding a wine jar in his hand. His clothes were filthy, and even from a distance, Liu Kong could smell a foul odor. Liu Kong cast a detection spell and saw that the old man was the village chief, his expression turning somewhat strange. Is this person really the village chief? Someone who didn't know better might mistake him for a beggar. It was just too sloppy. The village chief seemed to sense someone entering. He looked up and stared at Liu Kong. Liu Kong then saw the village chief's face clearly. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were glazed over. He seemed to be very drunk. The next moment, Liu Kong saw the village chief stand up, his face filled with anger. You outsiders should just mind your own business. What are you doing bothering me? You're asking for it. Liu Kong sensed an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from the village chief. His body trembled involuntarily. What? This old beggar isn't the real village chief? Is he really that powerful? Seeing that the old village chief was about to make a move, Liu Kong quickly said, Wait! Village chief, the pharmacy owner sent me. The village chief paused, stood there for a moment, and then asked, Oh, it's the matchmaker. What can I do for you? Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost beaten to death by the village chief. He took out the unknown necklace and said, "Village chief, do you know what this is?" Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that the village chief had appeared in front of him at some point. The necklace in his hand unknowingly ended up in the village chief's hands. The old village chief, who was originally drunk and had a face full of wrinkles, stared blankly at the necklace in his hand and burst into tears. Liu Kong stared wide-eyed, somewhat astonished. "What's going on?" Seeing the old village chief staring blankly at the necklace, Liu Kong thought for a moment and decided not to disturb him. This necklace is clearly related to the old village chief. If he disturbs the old village chief now, it probably won't be a good thing. Liu Kong stood still and waited. This wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. The old village chief then came to his senses, wiped his face, and looked up at Liu Kong. "Little guy, you've made a fool of yourself." The old village chief's voice was no longer as menacing as it had been at the beginning, but it carried an indescribable sense of vicissitude, and was somewhat hoarse. Liu Kong smiled and said, "Everyone has their ups and downs." Liu Kong thought of when his father had just passed away, and how his mother and he were also in tears. Seeing Liu Kong's somewhat complicated expression, the old village chief laughed. "Hee hee, it seems you've had your share of experiences, little guy." Liu Kong smiled and said, "I would be very happy if I didn't have these experiences." "Yes." The old village chief sighed, then asked, "Do you know whose necklace this is?" Liu Kong shook his head. "It's my grandson's." "Your grandson?" Liu Kong was taken aback, somewhat astonished. "Yes, my grandson. I wonder if the matchmaker has told you about the origins of us indigenous people?" The village chief looked at Liu Kong. "The pharmacy owner? She told me about it." "It seems the matchmaker thinks highly of you." The village chief smiled. "We are, in the end, ghosts who have lost their homes and even their lives. But in this game world, we are no different from ordinary people. We can breathe the same air as you players, and we can get married and have children just like in real life. That's how my grandson came to be." Liu Kong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that marriage and having children were possible in this world. Etc. Liu Kong thought of a question. If a player marries a native, will they be able to have children? Liu Kong thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. The village chief continued, "My son was the leader of our clan and the greatest player. At his peak, he even reached the level of a demigod, enough to dominate a star field. Unfortunately, our planet was eventually devoured by demonic energy, and he died in battle just like us. After coming to this world, he felt he had failed our trust and our entire race. After our race was settled, he went to the central continent. You have probably seen the central continent." Liu Kong recalled the enormous continent he had just entered the game, a continent billions of times larger than the hunter-beginner continent where they were now. Liu Kong nodded. "I saw it." He thought that since this game encompassed the entire universe and could contain our souls, it must also have a way to revive us. So, he took my daughter-in-law to the central continent in search of this method of resurrection, hoping to bring our clan back to life. Because the journey was too dangerous, my young grandson was left behind. Looking at the necklace in the old village chief's hand, Liu Kong had some guesses in his mind. "We were all powerful players in our previous lives, but now that we are just souls, our power is almost gone. We also have missions assigned to us by the universe server, so we can't leave the village easily. But our offspring born in the game world are different. They can leave freely. Just half a year ago, a rift to the demon realm appeared outside the village, and a group of lesser demons were teleported here. My grandson wanted to investigate, but he never came back. I never expected to find my grandson's necklace here." The old village chief looked at the necklace in his hand and tears streamed down his face once again. "In this world, we are essentially souls. To die here is to have our souls annihilated. We cannot be resurrected like you players. It is true death." Liu Kong paused for a moment, then comforted him. "Old village chief, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be brought back to life." The old village chief let out a soft sigh and said, "Thank you, young man. You found the necklace my grandson left behind, which makes up for a little of my regret. This skill book is just what you need, so I'll give it to you." The old village chief flipped his hand, and a skill book appeared. "Thank you, village chief." Liu Kong, of course, did not refuse. He took it and looked at it, his eyes widening in shock. Battle Spirit, Level 1 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 10%. Requirement, Warrior class. This is a passive skill. As long as you enter battle, you will receive a 10% boost to all attributes. This is essentially a permanent attribute boost. Currently, there are relatively few attributes, so the effect may not be very noticeable. However, once the attributes increase, the improvement will be quite significant. Moreover, this is only a level 1 skill. As skill levels increase, the improvement will definitely be greater. Just think about it, and you'll know how powerful it is. This skill is a god-tier skill, even in the late game. Liu Kong felt a little embarrassed. He had only found the necklace, so was it inappropriate to accept such a good reward? He muttered to himself, but his hand moved on its own, and with a single slap, he learned the skill. My hands have their own thoughts. After Liu Kong learned the skill, the village chief said, Little guy, since the little devils were teleported here, we haven't heard from them at all. The village has sent out quite a few investigators, but they haven't made any progress. I hope you can help investigate the little devils. I wonder if you would be willing? A system notification sounded in Liu Kong's mind. Ding, mission detected. Investigate the little devil's whereabouts. Accept? Liu Kong was even happier. There was actually a mission. Chapter 18 is not me bragging. Chapter 18 Not to brag. Liu Kong glanced at the mission description. Mission: investigate the whereabouts of the little devil. Introduction: imps have been spotted in Silvermoon Village, and the village chief hopes you can investigate their whereabouts. Rewards: some experience points, 2 gold coins, and a minor skill stone. Nothing else matters except for that tiny skill stone. Liu Kong glanced at it, and discovered that it was actually a treasure that could upgrade skill levels. There are such good things? Liu Kong originally thought that skill improvement could only be achieved through gradual self-use, but he didn't expect there to be a shortcut. Even if it's just for this tiny skill stone, Liu Kong has to accept the mission. He nodded. No problem, it's what I should do. The old village chief smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Liu Kong said it was no trouble at all, then bid farewell to the old village chief and turned to leave the village chief's courtyard. As Liu Kong left, the old village chief shakily sat back down at the entrance of the stone house. He stared at the necklace in his hand, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, the old village chief sighed. Ming, I'm so sorry. Outside the village chief's courtyard, the players who were hesitating were now questioning their existence. After Liu Kong entered the courtyard, they waited to watch the show. They even made bets on how long it would take for Liu and Kong to be thrown out. Liu Kong has been inside for almost half an hour, and he still hasn't come out. This was something they couldn't understand. One of the players couldn't help but ask, Did that kid die in there? Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. Very likely. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why this kid hasn't come out yet. Exactly, everyone else died and came out. There's no reason this kid should be different. It seems he must have died inside. Before the player could finish speaking, the courtyard gate opened, and Liu Kong swaggered out. Several people stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing that Liu Kong was about to leave, they suddenly realized what was happening and rushed over. No, big brother, big brother! Wait a minute! Liu Kong heard the sound and turned to look. He saw several players jogging over, their faces full of eagerness. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? One of the somewhat chubby players laughed and said, Brother, how did you manage to get out of there alive? Liu Kong suddenly realized that these players must have seen the player who died in the village chief's courtyard, so it was a bit strange to see him come out alive now. Liu Kong smiled and said, It's nothing, I just have a mission. Task? The group stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They are exploration-type players who focus on discovering hidden quests in the starting village and then soaring to great heights. There are actually quite a few players like them. After all, there are too many players fighting monsters outside, and the monsters are powerful, so leveling up by fighting monsters is really difficult and tiring. A small number of players have tried to take an unconventional approach. They are dedicated to finding hidden quests in the starting village to get rich quickly. Unfortunately, to date, no player has actually discovered the hidden quest. And now someone's actually saying they have a mission? This naturally shocked several players. Their eyes were almost red. Hey bro, what kind of mission are you on? Can you tell me? The chubby boy rubbed his hands together, looking ingratiating. Liu Kong glanced at the group and shook his head. Don't even think about it, you can't do it. Huh? Why? Liu Kong laughed and asked. Can you guys fight level 5 elite monsters? Several players, question mark. A question mark slowly emerged in their minds. A level 5 elite monster? Hee hee, big brother, don't joke around. I'm not bragging, but I can kill even a level 3 normal monster right now. Liu Kong. This is definitely not bragging. He laughed and said, the quest item is dropped by a level 5 elite monster. If you can't defeat it, then don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances, each one deflated like a punctured balloon. Especially that chubby boy, he looks exactly the same. Seeing their disappointed looks, Liu Kong shook his head. Instead of wasting time waiting for missions here, you should work hard to level up. This game is related to reality. Wasting even a little time is irresponsible to yourself. After saying that, Liu Kong ignored other people's reactions and turned to leave. He reminded them mainly because the old village chief's words had provoked him. Although we don't know how strong a demigod is, the fact that they can roam freely across a starfield makes them an incredibly powerful figure. Even such powerful figures couldn't protect their own race, which puts immense pressure on Liu Kong. We can't let him bear this pressure alone, can we? We're all human beings, why don't we work together to save ourselves? Liu Kong naturally hoped for as many strong individuals as possible, so that their Yuanxing planet could be safe. After resupplying, Liu Kong left the village again. He planned to investigate the little devil's whereabouts. Liu Kong didn't know where the little devil was. Before he left, he asked the village chief, who only knew that it was on the east side of the village. The village chief didn't know the exact location either. The eastern side of the village is so large that searching for it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Liu Kong still has one clue, Blood Fang, whom they killed earlier. Blood Fang is described as a demonized wild wolf kept by the lesser demon leader. Since it's a pet, Blood Fang shouldn't be too far from its owner. Starting from the location where Blood Fang was killed, the probability of finding the imp's whereabouts should be higher. Liu Kong is now heading to Blood Fang's location. More and more players are coming from the east side of the village. Most of the players who previously obtained a spot in the public beta have obviously already entered the game. In the farmland, there were even elderly people in their 60s struggling with a large black rat. There were also 15 or 16-year-old children who were bitten and screamed loudly. There are also many more players in the forest than before. Even the mountains now have the presence of some high-end teams. Liu Kong arrived at the pile of rocks where Blood Fang had been before. Beyond the pile of rocks lies a continuous mountain range. Both land and air forces chose to venture deep into the mountains. Along the way, Liu Kong killed the demonized wolves while searching for any possible traces of the little devil. Donning the Blood Fang armor and learning the battle spirit, his combat power on land and in the air soared. Even a level 5 demonized wolf now only loses 2 drops of health when attacking land or air targets. He can fight 4 demonized wolves on his back. Mom no longer has to worry about me attracting too many monsters. When fighting monsters, Liu Kong consciously uses skills. Active skills require you to use them to improve, while passive skills, being passive, are constantly improving. That's good news. After fighting for half an hour, Liu Kong was somewhat glad that he had been prescient. Luckily, I bought a lot of mana potions, otherwise I really wouldn't have enough mana to increase my critical strike rating. After passing through the 2 outermost peaks of a mountain range, Liu Kong arrived at a valley. There are many trees growing in the valley, and the demonized wolves inside are already at level 5, or even level 6. Liu Kong was about to charge in when he suddenly saw a path along the rock wall at the edge of the valley. This path looks different from naturally formed paths. There are obvious signs of human intervention. This surprised Liu Kong. He raised an eyebrow and walked along the path. Chapter 19 Discovering the Little Devil. Chapter 19 Discovering the Little Devil. The path wends its way, flanked by towering stone walls, its destination unknown. After walking several hundred meters, Liu Kong felt that the path had widened a bit. After walking for a while, Liu Kong suddenly stopped. He saw 2 humanoid monsters, completely black, only 1.5 meters tall, with long, pointed horns and ferocious faces, standing on either side of the path in the distance. Liu Kong secretly cast a detection spell over. Little Devil, Elite. Level 5. Life 400. Attack 30. Description: the lowest ranking demon in the demon realm. Liu Kong was both surprised and delighted. To his delight, he finally found the Little Devil's trail. To his astonishment, the Little Devil turned out to be an elite. Both are elites. This means that the Little Devil itself is very likely an elite template monster. However, although Liu Kong was somewhat surprised, he quickly laughed. For others, elite monsters might just offer more experience and potentially drop good items. But it's different for him. he's bound to drop something good. Liu Kong quickly began checking the loot lists of the two elite monsters. Just as Liu Kong had expected, the first few items on the elite monsters' loot list were all green. Although the number of green items seems to be less compared to Blood Fawn. But Liu Kong was still very happy. Anything that is environmentally friendly is bound to be valuable. Liu Kong carefully examined the description of the green item. One of the Little Devil's green items consisted of equipment, and a material called Little Devil's Blood. The green item from the other Little Devils surprised Liu Kong. Minor Attribute Stone, Endurance, permanently increases endurance by 1 point after use. Drop rate 0.0001%. Attribute Stones. Liu Kong had a bold idea. What if elite monsters had a chance to drop attribute stones? Wouldn't that allow him to obtain a lot of attribute stones and raise his attributes to extremely high values? They say that brute force can overcome all laws. When his power reaches hundreds or thousands, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill monsters? Once his stamina reaches hundreds or thousands, who can kill him? Liu Kong was overjoyed at the thought of this possibility. Is this the correct way to specify drops? Elite monsters drop 2 items. This means that both land and air units can choose 2 items. The attribute stones are a must-have, needless to say. Liu Kong looked at the others and selected the equipment. 2 of them are usable by him. Little Devil Battle Axe, Attack plus 20, Strength plus 3, Required level, 5. Drop rate, 0.06%. Little Devil Gauntlets, Male, Defense plus 25, Stamina plus 2, Required level, 5. Little Devil Set, 2 to 4 reduces damage by 2 points. Little Devil Set, 4 to 4 increases damage by 5%. Drop rate, 0.07%. To Liu Kong's surprise, the Little Devil Gauntlets of the Chain Mail were actually part of a set. The set effect is also quite good. Reducing damage by 2 points is a real reduction of 2 points. Your own damage can also be increased by 5%. It can be said that he is both the dominant and submissive partner. Since the 2 Little Devils only had these 2 items suitable for him, and there was one more item that could be dropped, Liu Kong chose the most expensive green staff. Little Devil Staff, Magic Attack plus 20, Intelligence plus 3, Required level, 5. Drop rate, 0.04%. It has to be said that the staff's attributes are also excellent. If it were given to a magic-based class, they would be thrilled. I suppose Brother Wang and Brother Chang want this. After selecting the loot, the next step is to fight these 2 elite monsters. These 2 elite monsters deal even more damage than Blood Fawn. Although Liu Kong's stats have improved, he still doesn't dare to tank both of them at the same time. However, land and air forces also have their own methods. He picked up a stone and threw it at the head of one of the Little Devils. A crisp thud rang out. The Little Devil was stunned. He looked in the direction from which the stone had been thrown and saw Liu Kong running backward. The Little Devil's eyes turned bloodshot as he brandished his long sword and roared, "Intruders!" It and its companions rushed towards the land and air. Liu Kong entered the path they had come from. The narrow path, which can only allow one person to pass at a time, is a great geographical advantage for both land and air forces. This means that only one of the 2 Little Devils can attack him. Liu Kong ran along the path for several hundred meters before stopping just before leaving the path. He turned to look in the direction of the path and saw 2 Little Devils chasing him, one in front and one behind, looking rather ferocious. Upon seeing this, Liu Kong smiled. This is a sure thing. Next comes the rather simple and straightforward part. You cut me once, I cut you once. Liu Kong was able to defeat Blood Fawn before, when they didn't have the Blood Fawn armor or the battle spirit skill. So it's even easier now. Liu Kong kept slashing at the Little Devils, and whenever he got hit, he would immediately take a potion to keep his health at a healthy level. Meanwhile, the Little Devil's companion behind it cried out anxiously, "Let me cut one too!" He pushed his companion, trying to rush up and attack. Unfortunately, the narrow path doesn't allow it. When the Little Devils on land and in the air had only 100 health points left, they finally realized something was wrong. It shrieked and turned to run away. However, its Little Devil companions behind it wouldn't tolerate it, refusing to give way no matter how much it pushed. Liu Kong couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He was initially worried that the Little Devil was very intelligent, so to prevent the Little Devil from escaping, he deliberately ran a long distance along the path. He's just worried that if the Little Devil leaves the path, it will be more troublesome for him to deal with it. It now appears that this Little Devil is merely a low-level demon with low intelligence. The little demon, with only a little over 100 health points left, was killed by Liu Kong in no time, even more easily than before. Because it originally wanted to run away and didn't resist, by the time it realized it couldn't escape, it was too late. With a scream, the little demon in front collapsed to the ground, and 2 green orbs of light floated out. Then the little devil laughed. It can finally chop people up. However, its smile didn't last long. When it realized it couldn't win, it turned and tried to run away. Liu Kong chased after it and killed the little devil with several consecutive strikes. Pick up everything the 2 little devils dropped. Liu Kong happily used the endurance attribute stone, then equipped the little devil gauntlets, and replaced his great sword with a battle axe. Liu Kong gripped the axe handle and swung it a few times, only to find that it was a bit awkward to use compared to a great sword. After all, I've been using the great sword for so long, I've gotten used to it. But it doesn't matter, this battle axe deals high damage. Even if it's not as easy to use, it's definitely better than the great sword I have now. After changing into the new equipment, Liu Kong felt much stronger. He returned to the spot where the 2 little devils had been on guard duty. He was curious about what was happening outside the exit where the little devil was stationed. Liu Kong cautiously poked his head out from the exit. When Liu Kong saw the scene outside the exit, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 20. Is the captain possessed by an evil spirit? Chapter 20. Could the captain be possessed? Outside the exit was a very open basin. Within the basin, there are fortresses built of stone everywhere. There were squads of little devils patrolling inside. Especially in the center of the basin, Liu Kong saw a huge castle that was over 10 meters tall, and who knows how many little devils were inside. There are at least several hundred little devils in the entire basin. Liu Kong tried using his detection spell to investigate, and discovered that all of these lesser demons were elites. There were hundreds of elite little devils. So many elite little devils. These are all treasures. Liu Kong was extremely excited. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! Player has discovered the little devil's camp. Quest complete. Upon hearing this voice, Liu Kong remembered that he had killed 2 lesser demons, but had not completed the mission. So, the mission is only complete if you actually see this little devil's camp? Liu Kong thought for a moment, and decided to go back and turn in the quest first, and then come back here to fight elite monsters. After all, there are too many elite monsters here, so he needs to improve his strength first. The quest rewards you with a skill stone, which is quite useful. He glanced at the little devil camp one last time, then turned and left. On the way back, Liu Kong sent the little devil staff to his own, Wang Bing's, and Liu Chang's small group chat. Wang Bing. Liu Chang. The 2 then sent a string of friendly question marks. Liu Kong. Those who want it, make an offer. Liu Chang. 8 gold medals. This is my daughter's magic staff. Arrogantly smoking. Wang Bing. 6. Liu Kong. Brother Wang, 6 is actually smaller than 8. Even elementary school students know this. Wang Bing. Wang Bing. I wasn't bidding. I just think Brother Chang is really something, willing to pay 50,000 for a level 5 green staff. I never expected that. Crying. Liu Kong. Can't you stand up straight anymore? Wang Bing. I'm down. Liu Chang. Hey, I don't have much else, but I have a lot of money. Liu Kong. Brother Chang is awesome. Wang Bing. Don't be so cocky, Changge. You're the cockiest one, right? You've actually gotten 2 green items so far. I haven't even gotten as many white items as you. Liu Chang. I'm doing better now, I got 2 white great items. Wang Bing. Go away, you lucky guy. Liu Chang. You're talking to me about being a lucky winner? What's that, brother Liu? Wang Bing. So you're probably playing games using your lifespan? Liu Kong was speechless. I'll sell my next set of gear to Brother Chang. Smiles. Wang Bing. No, Brother Liu, I'm just joking. Liu Chang. But to be honest, Brother Liu is really lucky. He actually has 2 green equipment pieces. I'm so envious. Liu Kong. Little devil gauntlets, little devil battle axe, blood fawn armor, sunglasses and smoking. The chat room fell silent. Liu Kong thought the 2 of them had disconnected. But then I thought, this is a space server, how could it disconnect? Just as Liu Kong was wondering, another message came. Wang Bing. Godfather! Godfather, please look at your poor child. Liu Chang. Pa! Shameless! You're a disgrace to the great Xia army. Wang Bing, you'd better watch out for the military beating. Right, good son-in-law? How about I introduce you to my daughter? Both of my daughters are stunningly beautiful. Wang Bing, ? Liu Kong, ? In a forest. Wang Bing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even react when the monsters around him attacked him. This startled the Blackbird army on the side. Captain? Captain? Oh no, has the captain been possessed by an evil spirit? They quickly killed the monster and surrounded Wang Bing. When Wang Bing came to his senses, he was startled to see a group of people surrounding him. What are you doing? No, Captain, we should be asking you that. What were you doing? You didn't even react when the monster attacked you. The vice captain couldn't help but complain. Wang Bing's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the chat history in the chat room again. Then, with a strange expression, he asked, Do you think it's normal for green equipment to drop now? An awkward silence fell over the room. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiangsu looked at Wang Bing and said, Captain, are you really possessed? How could you possibly drop a green item? Even someone as lucky as Mr. Liu has only dropped one green item so far. Wang Bing. One piece? He grinned, then looked at the vice captain beside him. Old Li, go out and report that Liu Kong dropped at least 5 pieces of green equipment. That's a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief. 5 pieces of green equipment? Captain, are you kidding me? Yeah, how is that possible? How could there be so much green equipment? Even elite monsters only drop white equipment. Captain, you really are possessed, aren't you? Get lost. I'm telling the truth. Old Li, you're going to report like this. Deputy Captain Li Ming looked at Wang Bing. Captain, is this really how you report it? Go. Seeing that Wang Bing didn't seem to be joking, Li Ming nodded and then logged out of the game. They need to report all the information from the game. Since the last intelligence report on land and air forces, they have been instructed to focus their attention on land and air forces. After all, the drop rates for land and air units are too abnormal and outrageous. If they can establish good relations with the land and air forces, then in the future, their great Xia army might be a cut above the rest of the world in terms of equipment. Therefore, intelligence regarding land and air forces is considered high-priority intelligence. In another mountain range, Liu Kong was standing to the side, looking at the chat history, his expression changing repeatedly. Beside Liu Kong, the highly skilled players he had hired were diligently killing monsters, but Liu Kong was reaping most of the experience points. After thinking for a moment, Liu Kong sent a message in the chat room between himself and his 2 daughters. Liu Kong. Yuexin, I bought you a green staff, the little devil staff. Liu Yuexin. Thank you, Daddy. Hugs. A gentle smile immediately appeared on Liu Kong's old face. My own Yuexin is truly a comforting and caring friend. He felt very satisfied. Liu Yuexin. Old man, how come there's green equipment again? It's not that Liu Kong dropped it again, is it? Her green leather armor was dropped by Liu Kong. In the past few hours, Liu Kong has been sending new equipment to Liu Yuexin and Liu Yuexin frequently. All of this equipment was dropped from the ground and air. This also left a deep impression on Liu Yuexin regarding the name Liu Kong. Given the ridiculously low drop rates in this lousy game, how come this guy named Liu Kong has such a high drop rate? Liu Yuexin just couldn't understand it. Liu Kong. Yeah, it was Liu Kong who dropped it. By the way, you Xi and Yu Qing, you two are both sophomores now, you can start dating. Why don't you consider Liu Kong? That guy is pretty good, and handsome too. Liu Yuexin, ? Liu Yuexin, ? Chapter 21 The Only Mission. Chapter 21 The only mission is in a forest. Liu Yuexin and Liu Yuexin's smiles froze as they looked at the messages in the chat room. Although Liu Yuexin was curious about how Liu Kong could obtain so much equipment, she was only curious. They'd never even met, and her own husband is already trying to set them up? Are you kidding me? Liu Yuexin sneered. That old man is going too far. We're only sophomores and he's already trying to set us up. Liu Yuexin, who was standing nearby, rarely agreed with her younger sister's idea and nodded. Dad really didn't do well this time. At the very least, we should understand each other before we start dating, right? That's right. Liu Yuexin nodded firmly and sent the message at the same time. How handsome is he? Liu Yuexin, standing to the side, ? She silently turned her head and looked at Liu Yuexin. Yuexin? Liu Yuexin blinked innocently. I was just curious. It's not like I'm losing anything by looking at a handsome guy. Liu Yuexin. Liu Kong was delighted when he saw Liu Yuexin's message. Doesn't this mean there's potential? To be honest, Liu Kong really thought Liu Kong was pretty good. He has a humble yet assertive personality, and judging from our several collaborations, he has never tried to raise prices on the spot. He is also a good person. Moreover, based on the information he has gathered from the game, the strong players in this game will surely have a corresponding status in reality in the future. With Liu Kong's talent, his future in Daxia is sure to be bright. Liu Kong genuinely felt that it would be a good thing if his daughter and Liu Kong could hit it off. Of course, although Liu Kong acted as matchmaker, he also had to consider his own daughter's wishes. He wouldn't force his daughter if she didn't like it. If it works out, then his father-in-law won't have to worry about equipment anymore. Liu Kong thought to himself with delight, and replied to the message super fast. So handsome. More handsome than those celebrities. What, are you interested? Liu Yueqing. Oh no, I was just asking casually. Liu Kong. Liu Yueqing. Dad, please don't interfere in our relationship, or I'll get angry. Liu Kong. Alright then, but once we leave the newbie village, Daddy can introduce you to each other, right? Liu Yueqing and Liu Yueqing remained silent for a moment, and finally agreed. Liu Kong smiled and said, I'll send the equipment over to you later. Meanwhile, in the chat room of Liu Kong, Liu Kong, and Wang Bing. Wang Bing. Godfather, if you drop any more green equipment next time, could you sell some to us? Liu Kong. Good son-in-law, your father-in-law would like some too. Liu Kong looked at the messages from the two people, thought about it for a while, and finally decided to sell them some green equipment if he could find it. For both land and air forces now, attribute stones are the most important thing. Attribute stones are ridiculous. They're practically strategic resources. Liu Kong definitely wouldn't sell it. He planned to keep it for himself. As for equipment, selling some to Liu Kong and Wang Bing will enhance the strength of the Great Xia dynasty, making them more resistant to demonic energy in the future. Thinking of this, Liu Kong sent a message. Sure, I'll sell them to you once I have more. Wang Bing. Thank you, Godfather. Liu Kong. I'll go back and tell my daughter, I've decided you're the right son-in-law. Liu Kong watched the two perform, his face full of black lines. He certainly didn't take their words seriously. They were just joking because they had a good relationship after several transactions. As they were talking, Liu Kong had already returned to the starting village. He went straight to the center of the village. Before entering the village chief's courtyard, Liu Kong glanced around and noticed that the players who had stayed there earlier were gone. I wonder if they went to grind monsters and level up. Upon entering the village chief's courtyard, Liu Kong saw that the village chief had changed into a plain white cloth robe, and his previously dirty and messy gray hair had been washed and was now neat and clean. The dust and other debris on their faces also disappeared. Compared to the old beggar, the current village chief is like a completely different person. Liu Kong greeted him. Village chief. The village chief was somewhat surprised to see Liu Kong. Why are you back so soon? Did you encounter any difficulties? Liu Kong shook his head. I have already discovered traces of those little devils. What? So fast? The village chief was somewhat surprised. Liu Kong told the village chief about the little devil camp he had seen. After listening, the village chief frowned, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? The village chief sighed and said, Little one, you probably already know that the demons in the game world come from the demon realm. Liu Kong nodded. The village chief continued. They entered our universe by opening a gate to the demon realm. Our race was defeated by demons and can only survive in the game world as ghosts. Demons can also enter the game world. They will destroy all the native cities and villages. As a result, players will not be able to get help from the natives, will lose supplies and guidance, and will find it extremely difficult to level up and in other aspects. If players find it difficult to level up and their strength increases slowly, what do you think will happen? Upon hearing this, Liu Kong's eyes widened, and his heart felt incredibly heavy. If the player's strength increases slowly, and the rate of demonic invasion remains unchanged, then the players will probably have even less hope of resisting the demonic invasion. The village chief nodded heavily. Yes, the little devil's arrival is probably for our Silvermoon village. If our Silvermoon village falls, we natives will die completely. While you players won't die, without supplies even leveling up will become difficult. Liu Kong frowned, not expecting the little devil's situation to be so serious. All of Liu Kong's medicines were purchased from pharmacies. If the pharmacy is gone, you can imagine how much slower the upgrade efficiency for both land and air forces will be. While he can survive on potions dropped by monsters, what about the others? Moreover, the equipment repair shops are gone, and equipment with reduced durability can no longer be used. The places where players gather and rest are gone. In the wild, you may be attacked at any time, and if you die, you will be unable to log in for several hours. If this happens, all the players in Silvermoon Village will be in a huge predicament. Seeing Liu Kong's solemn expression, the village chief said, "Now we can only trouble you, little guy. Find a way to destroy that little devil camp. This will slow down the little devil's advance. However, although the little devils are low-level demons, they are still elites. You'd better find some helpers." Ding, mission detected, destroy the little devil camp. Accept? Liu Kong was not surprised at all when he heard the system notification. This is clearly a follow-up task. Moreover, it is probably an extremely difficult task. Liu Kong glanced at the mission description. Mission, destroy the imp camp, unique. Description, the imps are amassing an army, preparing to attack Silvermoon Village and cut off the players' supplies. The Silvermoon Village chief hopes you can destroy the imp camp and slow down their attack. Note, this task is extremely difficult, so it's best to bring your friends along. Rewards, several experience points, 10 gold coins, 10 attribute points, 2 minor skill stones, plus 50 reputation with Da's City, plus 500 reputation with Silvermoon Village. Liu Kong's eyes widened slightly. It's actually the only mission? Chapter 22 Another unique mission. Chapter 22 Another unique mission. Liu Kong nodded seriously. Don't worry, village chief, leave the little devil camp to me. The village chief nodded. You have completed the previous task, so here is your reward. He took out a light-colored stone and handed it to Liu Kong. This is a skill stone. Using it will upgrade your skill level, the village chief explained. Liu Kong quickly accepted it, a smile spreading across his face. Thank you, village chief. And here are 2 gold coins, which is also a reward. As for experience, the universe server will provide rewards. After the village chief finished speaking, Liu Kong's experience bar surged, instantly reaching level 5. Liu Kong's eyes lit up, and he smiled. As expected of a mission involving elites, this experience saved him several hours of effort. Just then, the village chief reminded him. You're already level 5. You can go to the village tavern and find Battle Axe. He's a warrior mentor and will teach you skills. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong immediately smiled. Many players have tried to find professional trainers, but the natives simply ignore you, let alone help you learn new skills. So it seems that you need to reach level 5 to learn a skill? Liu Kong nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Liu Kong went to the village tavern. Liu Kong had visited the tavern before when he was exploring the village. It sold alcohol and food. Eating food during rest can speed up recovery, but Liu and Kong didn't have any money to buy it at the time. Later, when he had money, Liu Kong simply bought treatment potions. After all, healing potions provide instant recovery, which is much more efficient than food. Both the land and air forces aren't short of money. Most of the people who come to the tavern are locals. Liu Kong entered the tavern and saw many indigenous people sitting in 2s and 3s drinking together, making a lot of noise. Some players are buying food here, while others are wandering around, seemingly looking for quests. As soon as Liu Kong entered, a waiter at the tavern came up and asked, "What would you like to eat, sir?" Liu Kong was stunned for a moment. The last time he went into the pub, the waiter completely ignored him. Okay? Why is this time different? If he spent money, that would be fine, but he clearly didn't spend any money. Liu Kong then realized that he had leveled up to level 5, perhaps because of this reason? The players on the side were also a bit confused. Isn't this person a player? Yes, why would the waiter greet you first? Huh! This person looks like that lucky guy. Which one? That legendary player who always gets white items when fighting monsters. It's him. What? I saw him in person. Alive! Liu Kong overheard the players' conversation and was somewhat speechless. What do you mean by alive? Has he ever died? Liu Kong didn't say much, and directly asked the waiter. I'm looking for War Axe, is he here? Oh, so you're looking for Lord War Axe. He's drinking over there. The waiter smiled and pointed to a table in the corner. A tall indigenous man is drinking, surrounded by wine jars. Liu Kong thanked him and walked over. Approaching Battle Axe, Liu Kong smiled and said, Hello, are you Battle Axe instructor? The village chief sent me to learn skills from you. As Zhang Fu drunkenly looked up, Liu Kong noticed a hideous wound that ran across his entire cheek. Battle Axe let out a burp. Level 5 already? Pretty fast, kid. You said the village chief sent you? The battle axe's eyes, hazy with drunkenness, held a look of surprise. That old man has been listless for months. How come he's actually communicating with you? That's strange. Liu Kong smiled. He couldn't say much about the affairs between the indigenous people, but simply said with a smile, "The village chief asked me to come." Battle Axe sized up Liu Kong and laughed. "Alright, let's learn the skills." With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared in front of him, displaying the skills that Liu Kong could currently learn. There is only one. Charge, level 1. The warrior charges towards the enemy, approaching them at extremely high speed and stunning them for 1 second. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. They really had a charge skill? Only those who can charge into battle are true warriors. Unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Learning skills is quite expensive. It costs 30 silver coins. It's estimated that many players probably won't be able to learn it even by level 5. However, for both land and air forces, this is a small amount of money. He chose to study immediately. After learning the skills, Liu Kong smiled and said, "Thank you, Instructor Battle Axe. I'll be going now." "Wait a minute," War Axe called out to Liu Kong. Liu Kong asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "You can get the village chief to respond to you and—" He looked at Liu Kong's equipment, and clicked his tongue in amazement. "You're level 5 and you already have green equipment. You're quite something. I have a quest for you. Want to do it?" Liu Kong's eyes lit up. "Task? Of course I'll do the task. Please speak, mentor." "Here's the thing, I'm currently forging a weapon that requires the spine of a demonized tiger of boss level. If you can help me get it, I'll teach you my unique skill." Ding, quest detected, weapon materials. Accept? Liu Kong glanced at the mission description. Mission, weapon materials unique. Description, the battle axe requires the spine of a boss-level demonized tiger to forge, and the player is asked to help obtain it. Note, this task is extremely difficult, so it's best to bring your friends along. Rewards, several experience points, and a unique skill book counterattack. It's the only mission again. The reward is a unique skill. Liu Kong guessed that this mission might be because his own strength had been recognized. Liu Kong smiled and said, "No problem, I'll get it. The demonic tiger is a level 8 to 9 monster, and the boss can reach level 10. You are still far from that level. You need to practice more." Liu Kong smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Instructor Battle Axe." After saying his farewells, Liu Kong and Zhang Fu turned and left. The surrounding players saw this scene clearly. They stared wide-eyed at Liu Kong's departing figure, completely stunned. What? There's already a mission? And it's a mission to kill the leader? Just think about how generous the rewards are. Isn't the most outrageous thing that this player is already level 5? That's level 5. There aren't many players who have even reached level 4 these days, are there? Bullshit. The most outrageous thing is that this big shot actually has connections with the village chief. Stop talking, stop talking. It's all outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Many players have discovered that this encounter with Liu Kong is packed with information. He's connected with the village chief, leveled up to level 5, and received a mission that looks pretty awesome. Their minds felt as if they were being bombarded repeatedly, and for a moment, they couldn't even recover. What? I forgot to suck up to someone's leg. A young man slapped his thigh, looking heartbroken. Forget about it. I already tried sending a private message, but this big shot refuses to send private messages. I guess I can't get on his good side anymore. Everyone immediately sighed. After learning the skills, Liu Kong went to the pharmacy. He bought another 200 bottles of intern treatment medicine. Since Liu Kong plans to go to the Little Devil Camp to farm elite monsters, he definitely needs to prepare sufficient supplies. As for the mission description saying that you need to find a partner? But that's for ordinary players. With his current strength, defeating a few elite monsters shouldn't be difficult. If you really can't get it done, it's not too late to ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help. Chapter 23 Unleashing a Mighty Onslaught Among Elite Monsters. In Chapter 23, Liu Kong, now unleashing his full power amidst the elite monster horde, returned to the Little Devil Camp and prepared to fight the monsters. Because the monsters inside are all elite, Liu Kong dared not be careless and needed to proceed with caution. Outside the exit, 2 patrol teams of imps were conducting cross-patrols. Each patrol of Little Devils has 3 Little Devils. 1 Little Devil Warrior and 2 Little Devil Scouts. Their attributes are similar to those of ordinary minor demons. The Warrior has more health, reaching 450, while the Scout has 400 health but deals 33 damage. Liu Kong did not take immediate action, but instead used the skill stone he had received as a reward from the previous mission. Without a doubt, Liu Kong must have used the skill stone on the divine skill, Battle Spirit. After use, the fighting spirit will become level 2. Battle Spirit, level 2 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 20%. Requirement, Warrior class. The amplification effect has been increased by 10%. If each level increases by 10%, then when the battle spirit reaches level 10, it means that the land and air attributes will be directly doubled in combat. You can imagine how powerful this skill is. That's truly a divine skill. Even if it's only a 20% improvement now. Liu Kong's strength attribute has now increased by as much as 6 points. This is equivalent to the attribute boost from 2 or even 3 pieces of green equipment. Furthermore, other attributes have also been improved. It can be said that the attribute boost this skill provides to Liu Kong is roughly equivalent to half a set of green equipment. Once all his equipment is green, his attributes will be higher, and his improvement will be even greater. Liu Kong felt the increased power within his body, clenched his fist, and his confidence soared. Even if it's all elite monsters, he can solo it all by himself. After that, the designated drops began from both land and air. There are 6 little devil monsters, and only one of them contains an agility-boosting attribute stone. Needless to say, the drop rate is ridiculously low. Therefore, it seems unlikely that there will be any elite monsters that drop attribute stones. However, the fact that this probability exists is already a very good thing for both land and air forces. After the attribute stone was assigned, Liu Kong assigned a new backpack. Little Devil's Pouch, excellent, increases storage space by 15 slots. Drop rate, 0.004%. It's much better than a small bag. Both land and air forces were designated. The remaining equipment will be designated for both land and air forces. Liu Kong discovered that, in addition to chainmail, the Little Devil set also included leather armor. The Little Devil scouts mostly drop leather armor, including the Little Devil leather armor set. The Imp Warrior dropped a pair of chainmail imp leggings, which Liu Kong also designated. After that, just like when they fought the 2 little devils guarding the gate, Liu Kong first attracted a patrol team, and then ran to a narrow path to start a real man's duel. Thanks to the significant boost in attributes, and the upgrade in equipment, the efficiency of fighting monsters on land and in the air has increased considerably. An elite imp can be killed in less than a minute. The 3 little devils were all dead in no time. Liu Kong put on new little devil leggings, which boosted his stats again, adding 3 points to his strength. In addition, there is a set bonus that reduces damage by 2 points. Now, a little devil can only deal 5 damage to him. Keep in mind, this is an elite monster. Hitting him is as easy as scratching a rubber ball. A single axe strike from Liu Kong can deal over 50 damage. Even elite lesser demons can be killed in just 8 or 9 hits. You don't need to use any shortcuts to block the terrain, just charge straight in and you can forcefully kill the 3 elite lesser demons. Liu Kong discovered that each elite monster gave 5 times more experience than a regular monster. The efficiency of upgrading both land and air power has naturally been greatly improved. The land and air forces advanced steadily, gradually eliminating the minor demons outside the fortress. In addition to imp warriors and imp scouts, there are also imp archers and imp mages. The most troublesome one is the imp mage. It deals extremely high damage. A single fireball can deal 20 damage to both land and air units. Fortunately, the imp mage has very low defense and only 300 HP, which is acceptable for both land and air combat. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Kong had already killed dozens of lesser demons. Needless to say, the green equipment that dropped almost filled my backpack. This is only because the land and air units have been upgraded to 15-slot backpacks, otherwise, they would have been full long ago. Liu Kong has completed the Little Devil set, including the Little Devil breastplate, Little Devil leg guards, Little Devil gauntlets, and Little Devil boots. In addition to these 4 pieces of equipment, Liu Kong also obtained some individual pieces. His entire set of equipment was green. In addition, he also dropped 7 attribute stones. It includes 2 agile ones, 1 strong one, 2 endurance ones, and 2 intelligent ones. Using both land and air forces is equivalent to leveling up by more than 1 level. These things bring an extremely exaggerated boost to combat power on land and in the air. A level 5 imp warrior now only loses 2 HP when attacking ground and air targets. Even the lesser demon mage only deals 12 damage to both land and air targets. Each attack from both land and air exceeded 80 points. It only takes 5 hits to defeat an elite monster. It's almost time to switch to Musa-style mowing down of enemies. Just then, Liu Kong suddenly stopped and stared wide-eyed. He saw a tiny skill stone in a minor demon's loot list. He was utterly shocked. Elite monsters even drop skill stones? As a player with powerful skills, Liu Kong knows how much his combat power increases with each skill upgrade. It can be said that level 2 fighting spirit is completely different from level 1 fighting spirit. Skill stones can enhance skills, making them extremely valuable. Without a second thought, Liu Kong directly designated the skill stone drop. After the other drops were designated, Liu Kong rushed in and wiped out a group of small demons with a few axe blows. After Liu Kong picked up the dropped item, he immediately chose to use it. The enhanced skills, of course, go without saying, include Fighting Spirit. Battle Spirit, level 3 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 30%. Requirement, Warrior class. Seeing the level 3 Fighting Spirit, Liu Kong's lips curled up into a bright smile. Just as he thought. The attribute increase of level 3 Battle Spirit reaches 30%. Given the current attributes of the land and air units, this improvement is equivalent to giving them almost the attributes of a complete set of green equipment. It's easy to imagine how powerful it is. Liu Kong tried to fight the monster. A little demon warrior swung his great sword and howled as he slashed at Liu Kong's chest. -1. Liu Kong and the little demon warrior both fell silent. The little demon warriors roared. The invaders are powerful! Attack together! Liu Kong grinned maliciously, brandishing his battle axe and killing all the charging little demons in a few blows. He didn't even need any treatment. Pick up all the dropped items. Liu Kong discovered that his backpack was already full. Even if he threw away all his previous white equipment, he still couldn't fit any more things in it. He looked into the depths of the little devil's camp. He has only advanced less than 1/5 of the distance. Behind him were only 5 fortresses, and the road was littered with the corpses of imps. Ahead, there is a larger fortress, where the monsters may be stronger, and there may be more of them. However, he plans to go back and rest before coming back. After fighting for so long, I'm quite tired. I can take a break and sell the equipment I have. I wonder what Brother Wang and Brother Chang's reaction will be when they see so much green equipment. Liu Kong's lips curled into a smile. Regardless of their reaction, he's definitely going to make a profit. Who exactly is the deity in Chapter 24? Chapter 24. Who exactly is this deity? On the way back, Liu Kong asked in the chat group. Liu Kong. Anyone want green gear? Wang Bing. I want it. Liu Chang. I want it. Both of them replied instantly, which made Liu Kong suspect that they had been doing nothing but staring at the chat group all along. Liu Kong. There are 73 pieces in total, all of them are level 5 green equipment. How much do you want for them? The chat group fell silent. Either of them spoke. Liu Kong, ? Liu Kong had just uttered a question mark when Wang Bing and Liu Chang followed with a string of question marks. Wang Bing. Godfather! Is what you just said true? How much green equipment? How much? Liu Chang. Good son-in-law, there really are 73 pieces of green equipment? You're not lying to your father-in-law, are you? Liu Kong. There really are 73 pieces, including green equipment for each profession. Liu Kong suddenly remembered something and sent another message. Oh, and there's also a set. Liu Kong casually sent out a set of little devil leather armor. Liu Chang. I want this set 30 gold. Wang Bing, ? Wang Bing. No, Liu Chang, you really have to curl it like this? Wang Bing's face was contorted as he leveled up, looking like a demon. Seeing this, the Xian Miao army players nearby quickly moved away from the king's soldiers. Ever since the captain became possessed, things have been getting increasingly strange. Wang Bing was speechless. Damn it, a full set of level 5 green equipment only has 4 pieces. That costs 30 gold, which is equivalent to 8 gold per item. At this price, their Black Bird army simply cannot afford it. Is Liu Chang trying to take it all for himself? Wang Bing had already decided to have the Great Xia army check the water meters next. However, he was only thinking about it. The Liu family was extremely powerful, so he certainly couldn't actually let the Great Xia army investigate. Liu Chang. This set, these stats, 30 gold isn't too much, right? Wang Bing, you can't do this! Trying to get my son-in-law for free? No way! Wang Bing, 6. Liu Kong couldn't help but smile when he saw the two chatting. I never expected that Brother Chang would support him so much. However, he could understand Wang Bing's thoughts. After all, the Xian Miao army was the official force, and there were so many soldiers here. If it were that price, and each of the 30,000 Xian bird soldiers got a little devil set, their military budget probably wouldn't need to be spent anywhere else. Liu Kong thought for a moment and said, Brother Chang, let's make it cheaper. We're all from Great Xia. The stronger the Great Xia army becomes, the safer we'll be, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was deeply moved, and his eyes reddened. Wang Bing. Brother Liu, just for those words, if anyone dares to touch you in the future, I'll twist their head off and let you kick it like a ball. Liu Chan. Since my good son-in-law has said so, then of course I have no objection. Liu Kong. How about this? All of them are level 5 green gear, each individual piece is 50 silver, and a set of 4 pieces is 3 gold. We'll calculate the weapons separately, okay? The price offered by both land and air transport is considered very favorable. Wang Bing. Dad! You're my real dad! This price is 10 times lower than the price Liu Chang offered. Liu Kong. No, I'm afraid your own father will come and beat me up. Liu Chang. No, at most you will skin Wang Bing alive and then make you his son. Liu Kong. Then that won't do. What do you all think of this price? Wang Bing. I have no objection. Thank you, Godfather. I will do anything for you. Liu Chan. Of course I have no objection. Liu Kong. Then it's settled. It's not that Liu Kong has too much money. He knew that the situation would likely become very serious, and that once the demonic energy invaded, the Great Xia dynasty would probably face turmoil. The entire planet will be struck by disaster. Selling at a high price at this time seems a bit like profiting from a national crisis. This has already crossed the line for both land and air forces. Making money is fine, but profiting from national disasters, what's the difference between that and being an animal? Liu Kong. I'm going back to the starting village now. Shall we trade when I get back? Wang Bing. Okay, I'll head to the newbie village right now. Liu Chan. I'm going back too. This is not white equipment. Instead, it's a complete set of green equipment. Both of them were a little uneasy about letting their subordinates do it. Because the area where Liu Kong was fighting monsters was quite far from the starting village, he ran all the way back, which took him almost an hour. This left Liu Kong speechless. With such a big map, who knows how long it would take to get there if we had to run on foot. I wonder if there's anything that can help me travel quickly? Otherwise, leveling up outside will be too inefficient, with a lot of time spent running around. Liu Kong returned to the starting village with a grumble, and at the village entrance, he saw Wang Bing and Liu Chang waiting for him. Perhaps because they were both big shots in the village, many players around them kept an eye on them as they passed by. One is the chairman of Tianwei Group, and the other is the captain of the Great Xia Xian Bird Army. These two together attract a lot of attention. Just then, the two people, who had been expressionless, suddenly brightened up and broke into big smiles. Good son-in-law, over here! Godfather! I'm here! The player next to him, ? A series of question marks appeared in everyone's mind. What? Chairman Liu actually has a son-in-law? Who is this gigolo, so incredibly powerful? Yes, that's Tianwei Group. This is a huge leap forward, saving us thousands of years of hard work. A true role model for us all. No, isn't Captain Wang the most outrageous one? He's the captain of the Xian Miao army, a member of the Great Xia army, and he actually calls someone Godfather? That's the most outrageous thing. Yes, Wang Bing represents the Great Xia army. Is it really okay to call him Godfather? Who exactly is this deity? The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the direction Liu Chang and Wang Bing were focusing on. Then they saw a very handsome young man walk over. All the players stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. They've seen plenty of handsome guys before. However, this handsome man was wearing a full set of heavy chain mail and carrying a huge battle axe on his back. His equipment looked extremely luxurious. Most players nowadays probably only have 2 or 3 pieces of white equipment, with the rest being gray equipment as a makeshift solution. Compared to land and air forces, they're practically refugees. Almost everyone's attention was now focused on Liu Kong. Is it a big shot from the land and air forces? What's with his equipment? It looks really awesome. Yeah, there don't seem to be that many styles of white equipment, do you? Could he have green equipment already? You guys don't know this, do you? Didn't you hear about Liu Kong learning skills before? The skill instructor already said that Liu Kong had green equipment. He probably has several pieces of green equipment now. Hiss, really? Does such a huge gap have to exist between people? I can't understand it. Same as above. Same as above +1. The players had extremely mixed feelings. This disparity made it impossible for them to even feel jealous. They're not even on the same level. Chapter 25 Sister, go and take him down. Chapter 25 Sister, go and take him down. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Liu Kong and Wang Bing approached Liu Kong. Wang Bing rubbed his hands together expectantly. Godfather, what do you think of the equipment? Liu Kong also looked at Liu Kong expectantly. Liu Kong nodded. Yes, we can trade now. Liu Kong posted all the equipment in the chat room. After the statistics were tallied, Wang Bing and Liu Kong had a heated negotiation. In the end, Liu Kong obtained 2 sets of Little Devil cloth armor, 1 set of Little Devil leather armor, plus some miscellaneous pieces for mages, priests, and archers. All the other equipment was given to Wang Bing. This was also because Liu Kong was concerned about the influence of the Xian Niao army on the Great Xia. Otherwise, Liu Kong wouldn't have given up so easily. For both Liu and Kong, selling to anyone is still selling. There are a total of 73 green equipment items, including 13 sets and other individual pieces. The total price is a whopping 60 gold coins, which is equivalent to 600,000 yuan. Adding to the money Liu Kong earned from selling various white equipment, Liu Kong's current income is close to 100 gold. A full million. At this rate, it won't be long before Liu Kong pays off his debts. As a result, all 3 of them were very satisfied. The players on the side were dumbfounded. They certainly heard Wang Bing and Liu Kong arguing as well. Especially with Wang Bing's loud voice, it was hard for them not to hear it. But what did they hear? Dozens of pieces of green equipment? Not even 1 gold for a single piece of green equipment? Their eyes were practically red with envy. Jealousy made them want to kill Wang Bing and Liu Kong on the spot and take their place. No wonder Captain Wang calls him Godfather. If it were me, I'd call him my biological father. Yes, no wonder. I was wondering which gigolo could become Chairman Liu's son-in-law. This is not being a gigolo at all. Brother, be bolder. Given the state of this game, Chairman Liu might have to rely on the land and air powerhouses to carry him in the future. The land and air force bosses are really over the top. Why do they have so much green equipment? I don't know, this is probably what makes the village legends so powerful, right? Our team was lucky enough to defeat an elite demonized rat, and it dropped a white shoe. Can you guess how Liu Kong got it? Everyone immediately felt a pang of hurt. Wang Bing packed away the equipment and said with a smile, with this equipment, our 7th team will definitely be the strongest team in the 3rd Legion. When that happens, won't I be the Legion commander? Wang Bing naturally knew the importance of the Xian Niao army to the Great Xia dynasty. Becoming the commander of the 3rd Legion meant he had made great strides in his career. Liu Kong glanced at Wang Bing and smiled. Then congratulations, Brother Wang. Oh, what's there to congratulate? If it really works out, it's all thanks to you, Godfather. If anything comes up, just let me know. Wang Bing's smile was so silly it was almost cringe-worthy. Fortunately, none of their team members were there, otherwise they would have seriously questioned their existence. Liu Kong, standing to the side, was also very satisfied. However, he didn't say much. He simply asked, By the way, I heard from other players that you accepted a quest to kill a boss monster? Liu Kong nodded. Yes. The boss monster is no ordinary creature. If you need any help, just say the word. Wang Bing, who was standing nearby, also said, Our 7th team is ready to help you anytime. Any loot or anything else is yours. We don't want any experience points. Liu Kong smiled and said, If it's really necessary, I'll let you know. Liu Kong and Wang Bing both nodded. By the way, do you guys know anything about things that can help us travel? The upgrade locations are a bit far now, and traveling back and forth takes a lot of time. Liu Kong thought of this problem. Liu Kong and Wang Bing exchanged a glance and both shook their heads. Liu Kong said, I don't know. I also find traveling troublesome. The area where we need to fight monsters is already a level 4 area, and it takes almost half an hour to travel there each time. Wang Bing nodded. So are we. Level 4 is definitely a high level among current players. Seeing that the 2 of them were the same, Liu Kong gave up on the idea. Afterwards, Liu Kong said goodbye to the 2. He planned to go to the pharmacy and ask the owner if there was anything that could speed up his journey. Liu Kong and Wang Bing, on the other hand, planned to distribute the equipment. After the 3 left, the group of onlookers continued their enthusiastic discussion. In another starting village, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing were grinding monsters and leveling up in a level 4 monster area. Just then, the two heard a notification sound from the chat room. After killing a monster, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing decided to take a break and looked at their chat history. Liu Chan. My dear daughters, guess what gifts Daddy has prepared for you? Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing exchanged a glance and both smiled. What could make the old man so excited? Could it be another piece of green equipment? Liu Yueqing touched her smooth chin, feeling a little expectant. Liu Yuexin smiled gently. It should be. I guess it was dropped by Liu Kong again. Liu Yueqing nodded and sent a message in the chat room. Green equipment? Mine or my sister's? Liu Yuexin looked at the chat room with some curiosity. Liu Chang. Little devil robe, little devil boots. Liu Chang issued more than 10 pieces of green equipment in a row. Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing stared wide-eyed at the equipment information in the chat room, their faces filled with astonishment. Liu Yueqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. Sister, I think I'm seeing things. I saw more than a dozen pieces of green equipment. Liu Yuexin blinked. I think I'm seeing things too. The two looked at each other, and remained silent for a moment. Then Liu Yuexin pinched Liu Yueqing's pretty cheek. Liu Yueqing cried out in surprise. It hurts so much! What are you doing, sister? Is this not a dream? Is this not an illusion? There really are more than a dozen pieces of green equipment? Liu Yuexin exclaimed in shock. Liu Yueqing. She was exasperated, pouted, and glared at her older sister who had bullied her. However, her attention was quickly diverted to the green equipment. It seems to be true. So many, could they all have fallen from the ground or the air? Ask. Liu Yueqing. Old man, these green equipment, could they all have been dropped by Liu Kong? Liu Chan. Hee, how about that? Aren't you surprised? Isn't my son-in-law amazing? Liu Yuexing, question mark. Liu Yueqing, question mark. The two girls blushed. Liu Yueqing said indignantly, That old man really doesn't have anything yet, but he's already calling me son-in-law. Liu Yuexing blinked. If they were all dropped by Liu Kong, then his soul talent must be extremely strong, and he has a bright future. Liu Yueqing chuckled and said, Then you go and take him down, sister. As his sister-in-law, I won't have to worry about equipment anymore. Liu Yuexing blushed and pretended to hit him. Liu Yuexing, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Why don't you go and take him down? Then I, as his sister-in-law, won't lack equipment. Ha ha, spare me! The two immediately started playfully fighting. On the other side, Liu Chang scratched his head, a little confused, seeing that the two hadn't replied. Will his two adorable daughters be angry because he called Liu Kong his son-in-law? Will he stop ignoring his old father? Liu Chang felt a little flustered for a moment. Chapter 26 Lesser Devil Leader, Blue Item. Chapter 26 The Little Devil Leader, the Blue Item, is on the other side. The training area for the 7th team. Wang Bing looked at the assembled players of the 7th team of the Xian Niao army with a serious expression. I have something important to tell you now. Li Ming, Jiangsu, and the others looked at each other with some confusion. Captain, what's wrong? Why are you so serious? Wang Bing coughed lightly and said, I just went to find Liu Kong, you know that, right? I know, it's about trading equipment, right? What kind of equipment is making you so secretive? Wang Bing took a deep breath. It's not just a piece of equipment. Everyone frowned. Li Ming asked curiously. Not a piece of equipment? Then what is it? Something else? Wang Bing coughed lightly. You've misunderstood. It's not just one piece of equipment, it's many pieces, all of them are green equipment. Xian Niao army player, question mark. A moment of silence fell as all of the Xian Niao army players came to their senses. They excitedly rushed over and hugged Wang Bing's legs. Godfather! No, my biological father! My biological father! Please give me a piece of green equipment. I beg you! Great captain! My best captain! I don't ask for much, just one item is enough. Seeing his teammates rushing towards him, Wang Bing felt incredibly happy. The reason he called Liu Kong, Godfather, so enthusiastically before was because he wanted to see this scene. Suddenly, he had many sons and even daughters. Wang Bing coughed lightly, feigning seriousness, and then said, All right. The army has its own discipline. Do I need to elaborate on the principle of the capable rising and the mediocre falling? These green equipment are all level 5. Whoever reaches level 5 first gets to collect the equipment. Oh, I forgot to mention there are also set items. The top player in each class will directly receive a set item. Wang Bing posted the Little Devil set stats in the 7th team's chat group. The eyes of the players in Team 7 immediately turned red. They were like livestock, howling and barking as they teamed up to level up. Wang Bing then looked at Li Ming. "Old Li, you know what to do next, right?" Li Ming was still in shock. He nodded. "I know, I'll report it now." "Okay." Wang Bing nodded. "I'll go to the mailbox and send a set of equipment to the 3rd princess." "Okay, go ahead." In another newbie village, Xia Yan, with her flowing black hair, looked at the message, narrowed her eyes, and her eyes gleamed. "Liu Kong? He's quite a formidable figure." Liu Kong went to the pharmacy and asked the owner if they had anything that could help him get around. As a result, the apothecary told him that after reaching level 10 and leaving the starting village, he could learn the capture skills so that he could capture mounts. Right now, the only option is a return scroll. But that thing is very expensive, it costs 50 silver each. It's only available at grocery stores. Liu Kong thought about it and bought 4, spending 2 gold coins. Anyway, he's not short of money now, so efficiency is the most important thing. Afterwards, Liu Kong continued on to the Little Devil camp without stopping, intending to continue grinding monsters and leveling up. Upon arriving at the Little Devil's camp, Liu Kong continued his monster hunting adventure. As they delve deeper, the level of the lesser demons they encounter on land and in the air also increases. The lesser demons they encounter now are level 6. However, even though the land and air units are still at level 5, they have no problem dealing with level 6 minor demons. After all, his current equipment is too good, and his skills are powerful enough. Soon, Liu Kong killed more than 30 lesser demons and obtained a tiny skill stone. Liu Kong was still planning to continue using the Battle Spirit skill when the system sent him a notification. Ding! The Battle Spirit skill can no longer be upgraded with minor skill stones. Please use a higher level skill stone. Upon hearing this sound, Liu Kong realized that there was a limit to the improvement that could be achieved with micro skill stones. However, Liu Kong doesn't have any higher level skill stones yet. He could only use that tiny skill stone to improve other skills. Liu Kong currently has 3 skills remaining. These are Charge, Heavy Strike, and Basic Regeneration. After thinking for a moment, Liu Kong decided to use the skill stone on the Basic Regeneration skill. He discovered that passive skills are more difficult to improve than active skills, and since passive skills are permanent, they may provide a greater boost to the player. After using the skill stone, the Basic Regeneration skill became level 2. Basic Regeneration, level 2 passive skill, restores 2 health points per second. Just as Liu Kong had thought, the health points restored per second increased by 1 point. Of course, you could also say it doubled. If this rate of increase continues, and the initial regeneration is upgraded to level 10, it should be able to restore 10 health points per second. This is acceptable. With this passive ability, neither land nor air units need healing potions. After that, Liu Kong continued to fight monsters and level up. Soon, he arrived at a fortress that was larger than the others. After killing the monsters patrolling outside the fortress, he peered inside. He discovered that the interior of the fortress was a very spacious hall. Inside the hall was a pack of demonized wolves, and at the deepest part of the hall, a little devil carrying 2 swords was feeding meat to one of the demonized wolves. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. He discovered that these demonized wolves were all elites, and they all had names. For example, Big Flower, Little Tiger, Blood Tooth, etc. These demonized wolves have the same template as the Blood Fang that Liu Kong encountered before, 400 HP and 29 attack. After careful counting, there were a total of 12 elite demonized wolves. And the little devil at the very back turned out to be a leader. Gunning leader. Level 6. Life 5000. Attack 90. Description: a minor leader in the Little Devil camp, responsible for taming demonized wolves to assist the Little Devil's operations. Upon seeing this attribute, Liu Kong couldn't help but widen his eyes and gasp. This guy's attributes are outrageous. Not only does it have 10 times the health of a level 6 elite monster, but its attack power has also doubled. This made Liu Kong look worried. Even if he has good equipment and high stats now, there's even a 30% attribute boost from the fighting spirit. Taking on a monster leader like Gunning one-on-one is still a bit difficult. Liu Kong hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should go in and fight the boss. Even if I don't think I can beat them, at least I can test the waters. However, if they don't escape, dying then would waste an hour. Hesitantly, he habitually opened Gunning's loot list. The next moment, a burst of blue and green light nearly blinded Liu Kong. Wow, so many treasures? Liu Kong gasped. He saw skill stones, attribute stones, and even skill books. Liu Kong was somewhat alarmed. This monster leader was far too fat. The first item in the drop list left Liu Kong speechless. There's even such a thing? Chapter 27 Challenging the Boss. Chapter 27 Challenge the Boss. Mount. Demonized Wild Wolf. Excellent. Can summon a demonized Wild Wolf mount. Drop rate 0.000071%. It's a mount. The apothecary owner had previously said that only after reaching level 10 and learning the capture skill could one capture mounts on their own. But she didn't mention that bosses can also drop mounts. The only problem is that the drop rate is a little bit low. However, the drop rate issue is not a problem for land and air forces. Needless to say, if you can defeat Gunning, Liu Kong will definitely drop this mount. This can improve the efficiency of traversing the map by land and air, so it's definitely necessary. The boss monster can drop 3 items. However, there are more than 3 blue items in the drop list. Both land and air forces can only reluctantly make some sacrifices. Ultimately, aside from the mount, Liu Kong chose 2 other items. Beginner Skill Stone, use it to increase your skill level. Drop rate 0.00018%. This should be a higher level skill stone than a minor skill stone, which can be used to increase the level of battle spirit. This is very useful for both land and air forces. The third item is a skill book. Sweep, level 1, wields weapon to attack all enemies in front, dealing 150% damage. Learning requirements, warrior class. This is a rare area of effect skill. With this skill, the efficiency of killing monsters on land and in the air will be greatly improved. Besides this skill book, there are actually many other good things such as basic attribute stones and excellent equipment. Land and air can only choose 3 items. Compared to skill stones, attribute stones can be obtained from other elite monsters, so they are not in such urgent need. Unfortunately, Liu Kong's plan was great, but he wasn't confident he could defeat a boss with such exaggerated stats. Seeing so many treasures right in front of me, I just can't take them. This feeling is so tantalizing. Liu Kong's gaze wandered, taking in the surrounding environment, and then checking the loot list of the demonized wolves, hoping to find a way to kill Gunning. Liu Kong discovered that the only useful item was the green healing potion, which was dropped by many elite monsters in the loot list of the demonized wolves. Trainee healing potion, excellent, immediately restores 120 health points upon use. Cooldown 30 seconds. Although this healing potion is stronger than ordinary healing potions, Liu Kong felt that it would still be quite difficult to defeat such a leader with just this potion. After all, this healing potion also requires a 30-second cooldown period. If there were no cooldown period, Liu Kong felt that having this healing potion would be sufficient. Right now, it's still a bit lacking. In the end, Liu Kong couldn't think of any other solutions. After thinking it over, he felt that the most reliable way was to upgrade to level 6, equip level 6 green gear, and then add attributes and attribute stones that dropped. Then bring along some excellent trainee healing potions, and see if there's any hope of defeating this Gunning. Anyway, he's not far from level 6 now. Although the experience bar for level 5 is very long, he has been fighting elite monsters all the time. Upgrading is certainly faster. If level 6 doesn't work, then clear out all the monsters in the Little Devil camp first. This should allow you to reach level 7, plus the attribute stones that drop, and the new level 7 green equipment. We should be able to kill Gunning by then. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help. Thinking of this, Liu Kong took a deep look inside the fortress. He went around in a circle, going around to the back of the fortress, and continued fighting monsters upwards. After passing through Grenon's fortress, the imps behind were already level 7, 2 levels higher than the land and air ones. However, compared to the lesser demons at the boss level, their attributes are worlds apart. They can easily take down several by land or air. As usual, he opened the Little Devil's loot list. This time, Liu Kong stopped looking for high-priced loot and instead focused on finding loot that could help him defeat Gunning. Soon, Liu Kong's eyes widened slightly as he spotted a very interesting item. Apprentice Weakness Scroll, excellent, reduces the target's movement speed by 40%. Duration, 30 seconds. Note, target level cannot exceed 10. Drop rate, 0.0011%. Although Liu Kong had seen scroll-type items in the loot list before, these slowing scrolls were not very useful to him. After all, He could easily overpower even a small squad of elite monsters, so why would he need to use this? Moreover, this item is clearly not as valuable as other green tier equipment of the same level. Therefore, the land and air forces have never designated this thing as a drop. Now, seeing this scroll, Liu Kong suddenly had a bold idea. If it's feasible, he should have a pretty good chance of defeating Grenadier. Even if he can't win, he can still run away. Liu Kong immediately dropped the weakness scroll. In addition to this weakness scroll, Liu Kong also dropped an excellent apprentice healing potion. Unless you encounter attribute stones and skill stones, all other designated items for land and air combat are these two types of items. In the end, Liu Kong killed dozens of small demons and obtained an agility attribute stone and an endurance attribute stone, as well as a skill stone. He continued to use the skill stone on basic regeneration, and his health recovery reached 3 points per second. As for the weakness scrolls, which were mainly designated for trainees by Liu Kong obtained a total of 24 of them. Liu Kong received a full 30 bottles of excellent intern treatment medicine. In addition, the land and air forces have also been upgraded, raising their level to 6. After equipping himself with the level 6 green gear he had prepared beforehand, Liu Kong put all his attribute points into strength. In this way, Liu Kong had completed the final preparations. He turned back, intending to go and conquer Gunning. Upon arriving at Grin's fortress, Liu Kong first selected all the dropped items. Then Liu Kong checked his backpack again to make sure everything was ready. In the end, Liu Kong picked up a stone and threw it at the head of a demonized wolf that was very close to the door. Ah! The demonized wolves howled when attacked, and then all of them raised their heads and looked at Liu Kong at the door. Even Gunning, who is currently feeding his pet, is no exception. Upon seeing Liu Kong, Gunning's expression turned ferocious. Intruder! My little darlings, tear him to pieces! Instantly, all the demonized wolves charged towards the land and air. Gunning also drew his twin swords and charged towards Liu Kong with a roar. Liu Kong was surrounded by demonized wolves. He leaned against the wall to prevent being attacked from behind. In the event of a frontal attack, land and air forces can use weapons to block or dodge the attack, minimizing the damage received. However, attacks from the back result in higher damage. Soon, the claws of the first few demonized wolves landed on his armor. -0. -0. -0. None of them can break through the defenses. Liu Kong was stunned. He hadn't expected that his defenses would remain completely unbroken. However, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he now has a full set of level 6 armor, plus powerful attributes. It's normal that the elite demonized wolf's attack wouldn't break through his defense, right? Of course, this only applies in comparison to land and air. For ordinary players, they can't withstand more than a few hits from the elite demonized wolves. Chapter 28 Dancing on the Edge of a Knife. Chapter 28 Dancing on the Edge of a Knife. Liu Kong swung his battle axe, cleaving one of the demonized wolves on the head. -174. A huge number appeared, and it actually dealt a critical hit. The mutated wolf's health dropped to nearly half in an instant. Liu Kong endured the claws of the other demonized wolves, wielding his battle axe. Before long, they killed one of the demonized wolves. No! My little flower! Seeing the demonized wolf fall to the ground, Gunning let out a mournful scream. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he stared intently at Liu Kong. My little darlings, avenge Xiaohua! Instantly, all the demonized wolves howled and swung their claws even faster. Liu Kong clearly sensed that the attacks from these demonized wolves seemed to be a bit heavier than before. Although his defenses were still not breached, Liu Kong could clearly sense that these demonized wolves seemed to have grown stronger. He frowned and cast a detection spell on the demonized wolf. Only then did Liu Kong realize that the demonized wolf's attack power had actually increased by 1 point. Liu Kong was startled and gasped. If the attack power of the other demonic wolves increases by 1 point for every demonic wolf killed, then after he kills about 10 demonic wolves, wouldn't they be able to break through his defense? Oh, there are only 12 demonized wolves here? He can automatically regenerate 3 health points per second? That's alright then. Land and air forces continued to kill the demonized wolves. Every time a demonized wolf is killed, Gunning lets out a mournful howl. Liu Kong looked at Gunning's attributes with some unease, fearing that Gunning's attack power would also increase, just like the demonized wild wolf. Fortunately, Gunning's attributes didn't change, otherwise Liu Kong would have had to consider running away. A 90-point attack is already very strong. Add another 12 points, and even land and air units might not be able to withstand the damage. Although Gunning was furious, he was blocked outside by his little darlings and could not attack Liu Kong himself, so he could only howl anxiously. Liu Kong had enough time to kill all the demonized wolves little by little. As the demonized wolves died one by one, Gunning finally found an opportunity and squeezed in front of Liu Kong. He brandished his twin swords and launched an attack on both land and air. The dual swords were extremely fast, and Liu Kong didn't even have time to dodge, so he could only take 2 hits head-on. -12. -13. The 2 damage numbers, each around 10 points, popped up, startling Liu Kong. That's some serious damage. After the 2 attacks, Gunning raised and lowered his sword again. 2 more damage numbers appeared quickly. In just 1 second, Liu Kong was attacked 4 times, losing about 50 points of health. This made Liu Kong feel a bit of a toothache. We simply can't hold on. Fortunately, he didn't recklessly attack Gunning directly. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. Liu Kong took out a weakness scroll and used it on Gunning. Suddenly, a layer of grey mist appeared around Gunning. This is the effect of the scroll taking effect. Liu Kong turned and retreated, escaping Gunning's attack range. Gunning's speed decreased by 40%, although his agility was very high and his speed was fast. However, Liu Kong had been consuming attribute stones during this period, making him more agile than the average level 5 player. In addition, Gunning's speed was greatly reduced, allowing Liu Kong to barely evade his pursuit. Seeing Gunning chasing after him, Liu Kong's lips curled up into a smile. It was a success. As long as Gunning can't kill him instantly, he can escape Gunning's attack range and recover health when his health is low. Once your health has recovered, continue attacking him. Compared to Gunning, Liu Kong, as a player, has the biggest advantage in that he can use healing potions to restore his health. Both land and air forces should maximize this advantage. Upon seeing the scroll of weakness, Liu Kong immediately conceived the plan. In retrospect, the plan was very effective. After dodging Gunning's 2 slashes, Liu Kong turned around and used the advantage of his longer battle axe to chop at Gunning. If Gunning were moving at his normal speed, Liu Kong felt that this axe strike would most likely miss. But now, Gunning has been hit squarely by that axe. More than 50 damage points also appeared above his head. After the initial attack, Liu Kong continued to retreat, dodging Gunning's attacks. Then, they retrieved their battle axes and launched another attack from both land and air. With this advance and retreat, Liu Kong took the initiative by utilizing the advantage of the battle axe's longer attack range compared to dual swords, coupled with his speed advantage. Although Liu Kong hadn't fought much before, he had gained some combat experience after about 20 hours of fighting. Despite still having some limited experience in land and air combat, mistakes still occur in actual operations. He was attacked by Gunning from time to time, and his health dropped rapidly. However, there is room for error in both land and air operations. He has around 300 health points, enough to withstand many of Gunning's attacks. Once his health drops, Liu Kong starts taking medicine to keep his health at full. He didn't think Gunning lacked skills. As a leader, Gran must possess formidable combat skills. If you don't keep your health at a certain level, you won't feel safe on land or in the air. This tug-of-war lasted for more than 2 minutes, during which Liu Kong reduced Gunning's health by half. Just then, Gunning roared, "Damn intruders, die!" The 2 swords in his hands gleamed with a dark red light. The next moment, 2 blades of light crossed and slashed fiercely towards Liu Kong. Despite Liu Kong's best efforts to dodge, he was still struck. -99. -102. 2 exaggerated damage numbers appeared, and Liu Kong's health was immediately reduced to 0. He was startled and quickly used a bottle of excellent healing potion to restore his health. Liu Kong felt a little scared, but thankfully he had been cautious and had kept his health in good condition. Otherwise, he would probably have arrived by now. I never imagined that a level 6 boss would be so terrifying. That is, land and air. If it were a different player, let alone this blade or a skill. Even a simple attack can kill someone within a second. His defenses on land and in the air are not weak. With the addition of attribute boosts and the attribute stones he obtained earlier, his base stamina is higher than that of warriors who have maxed out stamina. With his full set of green equipment, he's probably more durable than any other player of the same level. Even so, he loses more than 10 drops of health with each hit, and other players probably lose even more. At this stage, very few players can withstand such damage. After using the blade attack, Gunning saw that Liu Kong was still alive and his eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible! he became even angrier. The damage dealt by each attack has increased to nearly 20 points. Fortunately, Liu Kong had a lot of excellent healing potions on hand, and by maintaining his distance, he could ensure his health remained safe. Furthermore, due to the continuous attacks of dozens of rounds, the land and air forces have become better at judging distances. He dodged Gunning's attacks more and more often, and the fluctuations in his health became less noticeable. And he was able to seize the opportunity and accurately deliver the battle axe to Grenin's head. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife sent Liu Kong's adrenaline soaring and his heart pounding. He felt as if he craved battle, craved the feeling of danger and excitement coexisting. He himself never expected that he was actually a warmonger. When Gunning's health dropped to only 200, he used the Blade Aura skill again. This time, the damage from the Blade's Aura skill is even higher than before. Liu Kong only has 20 points of health left. This startled Liu Kong, who quickly restored his health. After the final blade strike, Gunning seemed to have exhausted his strength, and even his attack power decreased. Liu Kong emptied Gunning's health bar with a few axe blows. "No! This is impossible!" Gunning screamed and finally collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated out from its corpse. Chapter 29 System Announcement. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 29 System Announcement. Everyone stared in shock as Gunning's body fell to the ground. Liu Kong, who had been on high alert for several minutes and dared not be careless in the slightest, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "I'm mentally exhausted." He only had 2 copies of the weakness scroll left in his hand. It was just a hair's breadth away. If Gunning had just a little more health, he would have been the one to die. In the final moments, Liu Kong didn't even dare to blink, fearing that his attack might not be effective enough. Gunning's health wouldn't drop, and he would ultimately fail once his weakness scroll was depleted. Fortunately, the ending was good. Looking at the 3 blue orbs of light, Liu Kong's fatigue was dispelled by the joy of his harvest. These are all high-quality items. Just as Liu Kong stepped forward to pick up the fallen object, a vast and magnificent sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kong for killing a boss-level monster for the first time. Rewards: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, 1 excellent treasure chest, and plus 30 reputation in Dao City. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kong for killing a boss-level monster for the first time. Rewards: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, 1 excellent treasure chest, and plus 30 reputation in Dao City. The announcement rang out 3 times in a row, its sound echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Liu Kong stared wide-eyed, looking up at the sky with a bewildered expression. What? I just killed a boss, and I got a system notification? He touched his nose, wondering if he had become famous. Then Liu Kong suddenly remembered what the pharmacy owner had mentioned about achievements. Is this the achievement? The achievement of being the first to kill a boss-level monster? Sure enough, there were quite a few rewards. Liu Kong's lips curled up into a slight smile. Beep beep beep. The chat channels between Liu Kong and Liu Kong kept buzzing with messages. Liu Kong looked and saw that it was Wang Bing and several other friends. Wang Bing. What? What? Godfather, you actually killed the boss monster? You're too strong. You soloed it all by yourself? Liu Chang. Good son-in-law, what did the monster leader drop? You can sell the ones you don't need to your father-in-law. Jiangsu. Congratulations, Mr. Liu, for killing the boss monster and becoming famous throughout Yuanqing. Li Mu. Mr. Liu is really amazing. Admiration. Liu Kong smiled and thanked Jiangsu and Li Mu first. Then he replied to Wang Bing. It was a bit difficult to fight alone. I almost died. Finally, he replied to Liu Chang. Sorry, Brother Chang, I used everything that dropped this time. As soon as Liu Kong returned, Wang Bing sent a message in the chat room. Wang Bing. Godfather, can I see what's fallen? Let me see it. Liu Chang. Good son-in-law, let's see what kind of items the boss monster drops, shall we? Liu Kong smiled and sent the information about the dropped items. Upon seeing the 3 blue items, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were both stunned. Wang Bing. What? 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 It's all blue. Liu Chang. They're all blue? We haven't even dropped any green equipment, and our good son-in-law is already dropping blue ones? Liu Chang. They even have mounts. With this, traveling will be so much easier. I'm so envious. Wang Bing. Skill stones are for upgrading skills? There are such things? This is the first time I've ever seen one. This is ridiculous. I've been working my butt off all this time, and I've only managed to upgrade my critical strike skill to level 2. Liu Kong. There are also area of effect skill books. My son-in-law will level up even faster from now on. After all, right now everyone is just fighting one monster at a time. It has area of effect attack skills, which is a complete game changer. Wang Bing. This stupid game is unplayable. Why is the gap between people widening? Liu Kong. Broken game +1. Seeing Wang Bing and Liu Kong's excited expressions, Liu Kong immediately smiled. Daily task, show your skill in front of others, 1-to-1. Liu Kong. That's all there is to it, what's so surprising? Arrogant smile. Wang Bing, ? Liu Kong, ? The two felt deeply hurt, their hearts riddled with wounds. Wang Bing. Godfather, you'll have no friends if you keep going like this. Liu Kong. So, I sold this batch of green gear to Brother Chang? Wang Bing. Godfather, my dear Godfather, although you have no friends, you have a son. Liu Kong 6. While Liu Kong, Wang Bing, and Liu Kong were chatting, the entire Yuanxing player area was filled with them. Everyone heard the system announcement at that moment. The players in Silvermoon Village stared wide-eyed, their expressions bewildered. Is it a big shot from the land and air forces? He's already started killing the leaders? Wait, is this really a beaver? I'm only level 2, and I haven't even seen an elite monster yet. The big shot from the land and air forces is on the radio. Awesome! I knew he was no ordinary person, I'm not surprised at all. Meanwhile, in another village, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing were fighting a demonized wild wolf. Upon hearing the system announcement, the two were stunned. Liu Yueqing was nearly bitten to death by the demonized wild wolf. The two women hurriedly killed the demonized wolf. They looked at each other, their mouths slightly agape, both somewhat surprised. After a moment of silence, Liu Yuexing reached out to pinch Liu Yueqing's cheek. Liu Yueqing quickly stepped back, looking at Liu Yuexing warily. Sister, what are you doing? Liu Yuexing blinked and silently lowered her hand. Huh! I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Liu Yuexing, ? No, you want to see if you're dreaming, pinching me? She was furious and exasperated. Liu Yuexing said with a smile. Quickly ask Dad what's going on. Dad and Liu Kong are such good friends. Liu Yuexing rolled her eyes and complained. It is very good, so good that they've even called him son-in-law. The two asked Liu Kong a question. Liu Kong was still immersed in the 3 blue pieces of equipment that Liu Kong had dropped when he was met with questions from his 2 daughters. He then told them that he had soloed the boss in the land and air battles and gotten 3 pieces of blue equipment as a reward. Immediately, Liu Yuexing and Liu Yueqing's eyes widened, and they were even more shocked. Liu Yuexing looked utterly incredulous. Soloing a boss monster? That's ridiculous. Even Liu Yuexing frowned, utterly shocked. The two of us are in a bit of danger even when fighting an elite monster. How did he manage to solo the boss? Yes? The leader is definitely much stronger than the elites. The two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. However, they were also extremely curious about the 3 blue items that had fallen from the sky. With the blue equipment, Liu Kong's strength will definitely be stronger. The gap between them and others will widen even further. Could that guy be the network administrator of some kind of space server? Liu Yuexing was getting a little frustrated. She had originally thought that her talent was quite impressive. Why does the difference seem so big? Meanwhile, in another starting village, Xia Yan was leveling up, staff in hand. Upon hearing the system notification, she immediately stopped moving. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the demonized wolf charged towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan moved like a nimble butterfly, dodging the wolf's attacks. While moving, Xia Yan chanted a spell and killed the demonized wolf. She stopped, her face also showing disbelief. How can there be such a big difference in soloing bosses? She glanced at the staff in her hand and the robe she was wearing. Her equipment was all purchased from Liu Kong. She originally thought the gap between her and Liu Kong would narrow. Unexpectedly, the gap has widened. Xia Yan paused for a moment, then sent a message to Wang Bing. Once we leave the starting village, please arrange a meeting with Liu Kong for me. I'd like to meet him. Chapter 30 Legendary Weapons. Chapter 30 Legendary weapons are not limited to the Great Xia region. Players from various Yuanxing countries and regions, including the Baron Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, and Calidus Kingdom, all looked up at the sky. A tall, blond man dressed in battle armor and carrying a sword and shield looked surprised. Killed the leader? How is that possible? There were quite a few other players next to the man. They were equally shocked. Adams, how did that guy named Liu Kong manage to do that? Yeah, we tried to kill that boss too, but we were wiped out in less than a minute. How did he do that? I don't know. Adams pondered for a long time, then shook his head and sighed. As expected of the oldest empire, the Great Xia is truly full of talented people. But we're not weak either. So what if Liu Kong goes first? Adams, your talent only gets stronger in the later stages. You'll definitely become the strongest player on our Yuanxing in the future. The players around him all looked at Adams with expressions of admiration. Adams took a deep breath and nodded calmly. For the glory of the Barren Empire! For the glory of the Barren Empire! In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian, dressed in a pure white robe, possessed a beautiful and holy face combined with long golden hair, making her look like an angel. She looked up at the sky, equally astonished. The players of the Princess Guard looked at each other in bewilderment. By King Lionheart, is Great Xia about to produce another outstanding figure? To be able to kill the leader right now, that's terrifying. Amidst the discussions of the Princess's guards, Alice looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The times will always be on the side of Great Xia. The others nodded silently, their hearts filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and awe. For thousands of years, the Great Xia dynasty has always stood at the forefront of the times. This is something that Lionheart Kingdom can only dream of. After talking with Wang Bing and Liu Chang, Liu Kong used all the items that had fallen. Liu Kong naturally used the basic skill stones on his battle spirit. Just as he had guessed, his fighting spirit rose again, reaching level 4, and all his attributes increased by 40%. Liu Kong immediately felt that he was powerful again. The sweeping skill was also learned by both Liu and Kong. After learning it, Liu Kong discovered that this skill was different from the heavy strike, and had a 10-second cooldown. Even so, it is still a very powerful combat skill that can significantly improve monster killing efficiency. As for mounts, you can put them directly in your backpack and take them out when you need them. In addition to these, the system achievements also provide rewards for both land and air travel. 40 gold coins are equivalent to 400,000. After thinking about it, Liu Kong added 5 free attribute points to his stamina. He was deeply impressed by the scene where Gunning almost killed him with one of his skills. He felt he needed to increase his health to improve his margin for error. There's still a large area of the Little Devil camp that hasn't been destroyed, and there's definitely a leader inside. We need to be careful by land and air. Finally, there was a fine treasure chest, which I put in my backpack. Liu Kong discovered that this treasure chest also had a drop list. Liu Kong was happy. He opened the loot list and saw that the first item on the list was a purple one. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. As expected of a fine treasure chest, it even has purple ones. What surprised Liu Kong the most was that it was a great sword. Flame, legendary, attack plus 95, strength plus 9, stamina plus 7, attacks have a 5% chance to deal 100 fire damage to the target. Required level 6. After reading the attributes, Liu Kong gasped, feeling as if his lungs had gone cold. That's what a legend is. Leans back tactically. Liu Kong looked at the Little Devil Battle Axe in his hand. Little Devil Battle Axe, excellent, attack plus 26, strength plus 4, required level 6. The difference is more than just a little bit, okay. One is in heaven, the other is on earth. Although there were some good items later, such as beginner skill stones, beginner attribute stones, and even a mage skill book, Liu Kong didn't hesitate and decisively chose the flaming greatsword. If Liu Kong had had that greatsword, he could have easily beaten Gunning while riding on his head. While the other items are also good, they still fall short compared to the flaming greatsword. Liu Kong originally thought that the excellent treasure chest would allow him to choose 3 items. He discovered that the system reward chests were different from the treasure chests he usually found in the wild, and he could only choose one. That means you have no choice. Liu Kong chose the flaming greatsword and then opened the box. A crimson sword, measuring 1.7 meters in length, appeared in Liu Kong's backpack. Liu Kong took it out and immediately felt the scorching heat emanating from the great sword. Tiny flames flickered on the blade. Liu Kong smacked his lips. As expected of a legendary weapon, its appearance is quite arrogant. Liu Kong decisively changed his weapon, carrying the flaming greatsword on his back. Liu Kong felt a little regretful that he couldn't see himself with the greatsword on his back. He must be very handsome. After taking stock of the spoils, Liu Kong checked the time. There's only 1 hour left until today's 24-hour game time expires. Liu and Kong decided to continue tomorrow. Now, he plans to go back and pack his backpack, and sell the equipment inside. Liu Kong took out his mount, and a dark black, demonized wolf appeared in front of him. The mutated wolf, standing 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder, was enormous and agile, crouching beside Liu Kong and growling repeatedly. Liu Kong straddled the wolf, pulled the reins, and the demonized wolf shot off like an arrow. However, Liu Kong had never learned to ride a horse before, so he was a little unaccustomed to it, and his buttocks were a bit sore from the jolting. The speed of the demonized wolf mount is much faster than running on land. What used to take nearly an hour for land to reach the starting village took only 20 minutes. Outside the starting village, a large number of players are grinding monsters to level up. They were all startled when they saw a demonized wolf rush out. However, when they saw Liu Kong on the back of the demonized wolf, their eyes widened. What? Who is this big shot? They actually have a wolf mount. Wow, this game actually has mounts. This is the first time I've ever seen one. This big shot seems to be a top-tier land or air force commander? So he's a big shot in land and air combat. No wonder he has a mount. The initially surprised crowd calmed down somewhat upon hearing that it was Liu Kong. Just kidding, he was the first big shot to kill the boss monster, so what if he has a mount? Wait, look at the weapons on the land and air force boss's back. Some sharp-eyed players spotted the flaming greatsword on Liu Kong's back. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the wisps of flame burning on the greatsword. What? Am I seeing things? Weapons can even catch fire? What level of weapon is this? Is it green? Are you dreaming? A green weapon that can burn flames? It must be blue. It should be blue. The boss from the land and air forces killed the leader before, so it should be the one that dropped it, right? Compared to mounts, players are clearly more curious about weapons. They all looked at Liu Kong's flaming greatsword with envy. Blue weapons, they wouldn't even dare to dream of them. They'd be laughing in their sleep if they had a green weapon. Chapter 31 The Essence of Games. Chapter 31 The essence of the game. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Liu Kong rode the demonized wild wolf into Silvermoon Village. Wang Bing and Liu Chang also returned and were waiting for Liu Kong at the village entrance. Seeing Liu Kong riding over on a demonized wolf, the two looked on with envy. Mounted on a giant wolf and clad in full armor, Liu Kong looked just like a victorious general returning home. Which man wouldn't envy such high spirits? Liu Kong rode the demonized wolf to a stop in front of the two. After dismounting, Liu Kong put the demonized wolf back into his backpack. He laughed and said, "You guys are pretty fast. Isn't this all to wait for you, Godfather?" Wang Bing chuckled. He rubbed his hands together. "Godfather, how much green equipment do we have this time?" "There aren't many this time, only about 60 pieces. Since killing elite monsters on land and in the air now specifically drops scrolls and potions, there are fewer green equipment items this time." However, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were stunned when they heard this. More than 60 pieces of green equipment, you call that not many? All the green equipment they've seen so far has been dropped from the air or land. The others don't even have a single green item. As a result, even when they brought out more than 60 items, they still complained that it wasn't enough. This left Wang Bing and Liu Chang momentarily at a loss for what expression to wear. It took Liu Chang a while to recover. He said, "Good son-in-law, shall we make the deal now?" Liu Kong nodded. "Okay. This time the green equipment is level 6 and level 7. Liu Chang, ? Wang Bing, ? The two fell silent again. Wang Bingren was dumbfounded. "No, we haven't even reached level 5 yet. How come you've already obtained level 6 and 7 green equipment, Godfather?" Liu Kong was also innocent. "The monsters I'm fighting right now are level 6 and 7. There's nothing I can do about it." Liu Chang and Wang Bing felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart. Listen to this. Is this even human language? They're having a hard time even fighting level 5 monsters, while others are already fighting level 6 and 7 monsters. Is this even human? Liu Kong laughed and said, "If you don't want it, Brother Wang, I'll sell it to Brother Chang." "No! Godfather, I want it!" Although we don't have level 6 or 7 equipment yet, hoarding equipment will definitely be useful. There are so many of them in the Xian Yao army. Once you reach the required level, you can just equip it. Wouldn't that be great? The three of them quickly completed the transaction. Because this batch of equipment is all level 6 and 7, its price is higher than that of level 5 green equipment. Although the quantity was less than last time, more gold coins were sold. Liu Kong happily put away the gold coins and traded all the equipment. At this moment, Liu Chang saw a wisp of flame suddenly appear on the weapon on Liu Kong's back, which made him widen his eyes and look surprised. "Good son-in-law, why is your weapon still burning with flames?" Wang Bing was somewhat surprised to hear this. He turned his head and saw that it really was true. His eyes widened, his face filled with envy. "Godfather, please don't tell me your weapon is blue?" Liu Kong shook his head and laughed. "Of course it's not blue." Liu Chang and Wang Bing both breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu and Kong get the blue equipment right now, they'll be mentally broken. However, the next moment, Liu Kong's voice rang out again. "Not bad luck, you got purple equipment from the chest, doesn't it look pretty cool?" Liu Chang. Wang Bing. The two stared wide-eyed at Liu Kong, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they were looking at a demon. The air suddenly became quiet. Liu Kong chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Bing and Liu Chang came to their senses. Wang Bing's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling as he pointed at the great sword on Liu Kong's back. I'm wearing purple." "Purple?" Liu Chang, standing to the side, swallowed hard. "Good son-in-law, where did you open the box? Can I open it?" "He doesn't need purple, blue would be fine too, right?" Liu Kong laughed and said, "The reward box that the system just announced." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang and Wang Bing suddenly remembered the rewards announced by the system earlier. Wang Bing frowned, realizing that something seemed amiss. "Wait a minute, the reward announced by the system just now was a high-quality chest." Liu Kong nodded. "Yes, it's definitely a high-quality box." Liu Chang also noticed something was wrong. "Then how come you got a purple item? Isn't it normal to get purple items from a rare chest?" Liu Chang. Wang Bing. The two looked at Liu Kong, who seemed to take it all for granted, and felt like they had something to say but didn't know how to express it. A blue chest opened and a purple item came out. "What's wrong with that?" Wang Bing and Liu Chang exchanged a glance, feeling that there seemed to be an incomprehensible generation gap between them and Liu Kong. Wang Bing didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, lest he hurt himself even more. He looked at Liu Kong with curiosity. "Godfather, how are the stats of this purple equipment?" Liu Kong smiled and posted the attributes in the chat room. Wang Bing. Liu Chang. The two people stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with horror. "Wait, is this attribute for real? This is outrageous. These attributes are ridiculously overpowered. With these attributes, wouldn't you be able to instantly kill any creature of the same level?" The two were utterly shocked. For the first time, they discovered that this game might not have any concept of balance. No, it should be said that the essence of this game is more like a real world, where anything is possible and there is no such thing as fairness. Seeing the two people's surprised expressions, Liu Kong recalled his own reaction when he first saw the flaming greatsword's attributes. It was similar. This attribute can indeed drive any player crazy. Wang Bing sighed with mixed feelings. "Is this a legendary item? How terrifying!" As a soldier, he understood even more the significance of this weapon. With the equipment from the land and air, plus this weapon, and the skills acquired previously, his monster slaying was truly like mowing down enemies in a game of Musa mode. Wang Bing's emphasis on land and air forces increased once again. "It looks like Oli will have to work hard again after we get back. I wonder what the higher-ups will think when they hear that Liu Kong actually possesses a legendary weapon." Wang Bing couldn't even imagine what would happen. After seeing this weapon, Liu Chang became even more certain that Liu Kong had a bright future. Such a promising young man is someone my daughter should really cherish. Liu Chang is extremely optimistic about the future of Liu Kong. He silently sent the weapon's attributes to his chat group with his two daughters, Liu Yuexin, Liu Weiqing. The two of them sent a series of question marks at the same time. Liu Weiqing. "Old man, don't tell me it fell from the sky." Liu Chang. "Yeah, aren't you envious?" Liu Weiqing. "Envious? Hee, old man, you underestimate me." Liu Chang was a little surprised that his daughter didn't even envy such a good weapon. However, the next moment, Liu Weiqing sent another message. "I'm so jealous." Liu Chang. Liu Yuexin. "Dad, my sister said he will take down Liu Kong." Liu Chang. "Really?" Liu Weiqing. I didn't say that. Don't listen to Liu Yuexin's nonsense. She said she's the one who's going to take down Liu Kong." When Liu Chang heard his two daughters say this, the corners of his mouth lifted and a smile appeared on his face. It's clear that her two daughters have developed a considerable interest in land and air combat. This is a good thing. I'm afraid they won't be interested. Regardless of which daughter ultimately falls for Liu Kong, it's all good for Liu Chang. Liu Chang sighed inwardly, realizing that his father-in-law was now acting as a wingman for his son-in-law. Times had truly changed. Just then, Wang Bing's somewhat smug voice rang out. "Hey, Chairman Liu, why do you look like you're smiling in a lewd way? What are you doing?" Liu Chang snapped out of his daze and realized that Liu Kong and Wang Bing were both looking at him. Even someone as thick-skinned as him felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "It's nothing, I just thought of something." Wang Bing looked suspicious, and Liu Chang quickly said, "Alright, I have things to do, so I'll be going now." Hearing this, Wang Bing finally gave up. Liu Kong also laughed and said, "Brother Wang, I'm logging off now." Wang Bing was taken aback. "They're already offline? The time shouldn't be up yet, right? I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while. After fighting monsters for over 20 hours straight, I was really mentally exhausted." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing said no more and nodded. "Alright, you get some rest, I'll be going now." After Liu Kong exchanged the gold coins for Xia coins, he logged off immediately. Chapter 32 Changes in Reality. Chapter 32 Changes in Reality. A flash of white light passed before Liu Kong's eyes. When Liu Kong opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in bed. He turned his head and glanced around at the simple apartment, which was only about 10 square meters, and the familiar wooden bed. Liu Kong felt as if he had been through another world. After more than 20 hours of fighting, he returned to his apartment. He quickly sat up, picked up his phone, and checked his bank account. Balance, 2,102,912. A balance of over 2 million. Of the 2.1 million, Liu Kong obtained it by selling gold coins. The remaining money was Liu Kong's salary. After deducting the money sent to his mother, he only had a little over 2,000 left after paying the rent. However, the days of hardship will eventually pass. Liu Kong tilted his head back and lay down on the bed, revealing a relieved smile. This is only the first day. In just a few days, he will be able to pay off all his debts. When he's debt-free, he and his mother will be able to finally put their minds at ease. After laughing for a while, Liu Kong got up, checked the time, and found that it was already past 8 o'clock the next morning. 24 hours passed in the game, but only 12 hours passed in reality. What an amazing cosmic game! He thought for a moment, and then called his supervisor. The call connected quickly, and a middle-aged man's voice rang out. "Hello, Liu Kong? What's up?" "Supervisor, I want to resign," Liu Kong said directly. Upon hearing this, the supervisor's surprised voice rang out. "Resignation? Why so suddenly? Are you alright?" Liu Kong smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired from work lately and want to take a break." The supervisor breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and laughed. "Then remember to come and complete your resignation procedures. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be one of the beta testers for that online game, would you?" Liu Kong laughed. "How could that be? There are only 10 million people in total. I don't have that kind of luck." "Alright then, what kind of weird game suddenly appeared? Is the world about to change?" The supervisor rambled on for a few minutes, then hung up the phone with Liu Kong. Liu Kong originally wanted to transfer the money directly to his mother, but before making the transfer, he hesitated and decided to call her first to explain the situation, so as not to scare her. It's a little past 8 o'clock now. Based on Liu Kong's understanding of his mother, she should have just finished her night shift and be sleeping. "My mother will get up around 11 o'clock and then go to work." Since there's still time, Liu Kong plans to go to the company to complete his resignation procedures first. But before that, Liu Kong planned to try it out first and see if the game's claim that it could bring things out of the game was true. Liu Kong first checked his physical condition and found that his strength and other aspects seemed to be much stronger than before. This is because of the improvement in his basic strength. After landing and flying, I tried opening my backpack and found that I could take out everything inside, including my mount. Finally, Liu Kong tried out the equipment again. He discovered that the equipment could be hidden, which meant that Liu Kong could remain undetected in reality, as long as he concealed his equipment. This is good news, at least it makes this world, which is about to become chaotic, much safer. Liu Kong will put on all his equipment, and then choose to hide. As a result, his attributes were greatly improved again. He casually threw a punch in the air, which actually produced a piercing whistling sound. He's practically a martial arts master. Liu Kong happily thought about it, and only after confirming that he could really bring the items out of the game, did he leave the house satisfied. While riding the subway, Liu Kong idly checked the news on his phone. He noticed that almost all the news today was about games. There are also some measures taken by the Great Xia Ministry of Education Reform. Online game education officially included in basic education system. The Player Management Bureau is established. Just how significant is the impact of cosmic games? Mighty Xia. According to official sources, the first to slay a boss-level monster were the people of Great Xia. A godfather to all. A super player has appeared in a newbie village in the Great Xia dynasty. Liu Kong actually saw several messages related to him. This startled Liu Kong. Will his information be discovered? With a heavy heart, he opened the news about the killing of the boss monster. Liu Kong quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew someone in the game had killed the boss monster, they couldn't say Liu Kong's name. Every time the words land and air appear, a strange black cube appears. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. The universe game was really powerful. Then, with a strange feeling, he clicked on the news about the godfather of the nation. His intuition told him that this news was most likely related to him, and that guy Wang Bing. As expected. In a starting village called Silvermoon Village in the game, a super player blessed by Lady Luck has appeared. His luck is exceptional. It is said that the Xian Niao army is cooperating with this unknown player, and the Xian Niao army leader, surnamed Wang, even jokingly calls the player his godfather. According to insiders, if the big shot can sell him green equipment, he will also call him godfather. At this time, in the official Universe Game Forum, many people have already called this player godfather. Liu Kong looked at the message with an extremely strange expression. He searched the Universe Games Forum and quickly left the platform. This is an officially established forum, which can be said to have been built overnight. It is divided into many modules, including some in-game information, such as professions, races, monster types, etc. It also includes channels for game players to communicate with each other, and even connects to the Player Management Bureau. Players can apply to join the Administration Bureau, become official staff, and enjoy the benefits and perks of officials. Liu Kong glanced at it briefly and sighed inwardly. As expected of my Great Xia, their efficiency is truly high. Then Liu Kong carefully examined the game's gossip information. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. 5 out of 10 posts inside are about land and air forces. This includes system announcements about killing bosses by land and air, as well as speculation about the drop rates for land and air kills, and so on. At the same time, many players are jokingly referring to Liu Kong as their godfather. This made Liu Kong a little embarrassed. How did he suddenly have so many sons and daughters? He was so embarrassed he almost had a stroke. Fortunately, no one knows who he is. After reading his own gossip post with mixed feelings, Liu Kong looked at the other posts. One of the pinned posts, titled Crossroads of the Times, offered speculation and prospects about the future of gaming, which caught Liu Kong's attention. Liu Kong clicked on it, and found that the poster had written a lot of dense text, almost like a thesis. He looked at the contents and found that the person was a player, and a pro at that. His level had actually reached level 4, which was comparable to Wang Bing and the others. This player summarized the game information he had learned and then put forward his own conjecture. The information provided is still extremely useful. When all players first entered the game, they should have heard about the invasion of demonic energy. And when they entered the newbie continent, they must have seen the endless darkness at the southernmost point of the largest continent. I guess that is the demonic energy. These demonic energies are like viruses that have entered the universe's immune system, and we players are like immune cells within the universe. The universe game allows us to become players, enter the game, and continuously improve, with the ultimate goal of killing these viruses. I suspect that the virus is highly contagious. From the slightest clues, it's not long before our world will also experience the invasion of demonic energy. I hope everyone can be prepared. In addition, I would like to appeal to all players, if possible, to join the Player Management Bureau. Times have changed. When we become a whole, we can benefit each other and go further, both in the game and in real life. Liu Kong, ? 6. He originally thought it was an analysis post, but it turned out to be an advertisement post. He strongly suspects that the person who posted the message is an official. Soon, the subway arrived at the station. Liu Kong got up and squeezed out of the crowd. He discovered that many people were looking at news about the space-themed online game on their phones. Clearly, everyone is paying attention to the situation of the cosmic online game. He even overheard people whispering about the content of the cosmic online game. Liu Kong couldn't help but sigh. The changes were truly evident everywhere. Chapter 33 Du Xuefei. Chapter 33 The company where Du Xuefei and Liu Kong work is located in the center of Shanghai City. This is the financial and commercial center of Shanghai City, and also the most prosperous area in the entire city. After getting off the subway, I found the station bustling with people. Large numbers of young men and women emerged from the subway, hurrying to work. Liu Kong walked leisurely, watching the passengers come and go as if he were a tourist. He was originally one of them. But now that he's resigned, he naturally doesn't need to rush to the company anymore. Stepping out of the subway station, you're greeted by a network of streets leading in all directions. The streets are wide, and vehicles come and go in a constant stream. Every now and then, a luxury car would speed by, drawing envious glances from others. As the center of Shanghai City, this place has no shortage of wealthy people. Just then, a red convertible sports car appeared on the street, its beast-like engine roaring and drawing everyone's attention. Liu Kong also looked over. Two identical, equally beautiful young women sat in the sports car. Everyone was stunned. Such a beautiful woman is rarely seen in real life. Luxury cars and beautiful women are always eye-catching. Only after the sports car sped past did the crowd reluctantly turn their gaze away. Viper sports cars are among the most advanced sports car brands in the entire Great Xia, and also one of the most advanced sports car brands in the world. The Red Viper is a limited edition, costing tens of millions of dollars per unit. Even if Liu Kong's parents hadn't gone bankrupt, this sports car would still be something Liu Kong could only dream of. But for both land and air forces, this only amounts to a few days' worth of income at most. Liu Kong wasn't too bothered. He figured he could buy one to play with later. While everyone was still discussing the Red Viper and the twin beauties from earlier, Liu Kong crossed the road and entered one of the tall buildings. He took the elevator and quickly arrived at his company floor. Because he had already informed his supervisor, Liu Kong's resignation went smoothly. After settling his final wages at the finance office and receiving his resignation certificate, Liu Kong was now a free agent. Before leaving, Liu Kong's supervisor and colleagues treated him to lunch as a farewell dinner. This has been a company tradition. We're all colleagues at the company, and in technical positions no less. There aren't any major conflicts, and our relationships are all pretty good. Before leaving a job, the supervisor will usually treat everyone to a meal to see the departing employee off. But the supervisor called it not resignation, but graduation. After lunch, Liu Kong took the subway back to his apartment. He took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang twice and was quickly answered. "Hey son, what's wrong?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Liu Kong instinctively revealed a gentle smile. He said, "Mom, I have some good news to tell you." On the other end of the phone, Du Xuefei, hearing this, looked somewhat tired but surprised. She laughed and said, "What good news? Why are you being so mysterious?" Liu Kong asked, "Is there anyone next to you right now?" Du Xuefei's part-time job is cleaning and housekeeping. No one was home at the moment, so she asked, "Nobody's home? What's up?" Liu Kong, "Didn't they have that space game yesterday? I was selected for the public beta." Upon hearing this, Du Xuefei's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" She smiled with delight. "I've been following that game too. The government is treating beta testers very well these days. I heard they can even become officials. That's great news." Hearing Du Xuefei's excited voice, Liu Kong coughed and said, "It's like this, I'm pretty good at the game, so I made some money, which can help pay off my debts." Du Xuefei was taken aback, then sighed. "Keep this money for yourself, Mom will figure something out." Liu Kong, "Mom, aren't you going to ask me how much I earned?" Du Xuefei was somewhat dismissive, not having considered how much Liu Kong could earn. After all, she was also paying attention to things related to cosmic online games. "I heard this game is very difficult, and making money from it isn't easy." However, she still asked, "How much did you earn?" 2 million. Du Xuefei, ? Her nonchalant demeanor froze, and her expression became somewhat blank. Thinking she had misheard, she asked again, "How much?" 2 million. Du Xuefei. She looked around, then clenched her hands in disbelief, feeling a sharp pain. "It's not a dream." She took a deep breath, looked around, and after confirming that no one was there, she said in disbelief, "Are there really so many?" "Mom, why would I lie to you? But you know how this game works, so please don't tell anyone." Du Xuefei is not a woman who knows nothing. She originally had a bachelor's degree, and with all the experience she's had over the years, she's acutely aware of the dangers of society. She nodded. I know. Du Xiufei's eyes were slightly red, and she choked up a little. My son is so successful. In recent years, due to her husband's death, Du Xiufei has been burdened with huge debts, and life has almost crushed her. She only didn't give up completely because she had her son to rely on. I never expected my son to earn so much money in such a short time. The pressure in her heart immediately lessened a lot. Hearing the choked voice on the other end of the phone, Liu Kong also felt his eyes welling up with tears. These past few years have been incredibly difficult for the mother and son. He laughed and said, Mom, I can earn this much in a day. In just a few days, I'll be able to pay off all my debts. Then you can just enjoy life. Once you've paid off your debts, you should start thinking about your marriage. Land and air. He was speechless. It wasn't like he hadn't been in relationships before. However, his ex-girlfriend broke up with him decisively after hearing that his family had gone bankrupt and was heavily in debt. As for dating, Liu Kong doesn't care anymore. However, Liu Kong suddenly remembered that teacher Liu Chang called him a good son-in-law. His lips twitched, and he shook his head, trying to banish Liu Chang's voice from his mind. I'll try my best to find it, but Mom, you don't need to rush, right? I'm still young. Oh, by the way, I'll transfer the money to you first. Wait a minute, keep some for yourself. You might make money today, but you might not be able to make it tomorrow. You should keep some money for yourself in case of emergencies. Don't worry, Mom, I'll definitely earn it. You don't need to worry. You don't need to work so hard anymore. Go home and get some rest later. You must have worked the night shift again last night, right? Upon hearing this, Du Xiufei's lips curled up into a smile. Okay, I understand. You can go ahead and get busy. After Liu Kong ended the call, he transferred 2 million yuan to Du Xiufei via mobile banking. He still has about 100,000 yuan in his hands. Liu Kong thought about it and decided to change his living environment. This apartment is partitioned, with a large house divided into 5 or 6 small rooms, and the soundproofing isn't very good. Liu Kong could hear strange noises coming from different rooms every night. Sometimes he can't sleep well at night. Previously, due to lack of funds and resources, Liu Kong had no choice but to endure it. Now that he has money, Liu Kong certainly won't treat himself badly. Chapter 34 The Chosen Adopted Daughter. Chapter 34 Liu Kong, the adopted daughter of destiny, plans to change her living environment. It has to be at least a separate suite. As for the location, Liu Kong plans to leave the suburbs. Although rent is cheaper in the suburbs, the upcoming invasion of demonic energy may cause some monsters to appear in the wild. The suburbs are definitely not as safe as the city. In addition, if any unrest does occur, suburban living will be inconvenient. The land and air routes were chosen to be located in areas close to the city center, with complete surrounding amenities and convenient transportation. However, when Liu Kong got up to go look at the house, he suddenly sat back down, feeling depressed. He had a very serious question on his mind. What if the agent or landlord is a player? Wouldn't their information be exposed? For ordinary people, exposing their information on land or in the air is fine, but if it's exposed to players, then their information will be leaked. After all, he's too famous. After the system announcement, it's estimated that all players recognize him. Once you see his name, you'll know who he is. This is somewhat fatal. So Liu Kong could only sullenly decide to make do here for a while longer. I'll consider changing my living environment once I'm stronger. Nothing else happened. Because his body was resting in reality while he was in the game, Liu Kong did not feel tired. Apart from some initial mental stress due to the long battle, I haven't experienced any other discomfort. As for the mental stress, he has now recovered after a morning of rest. After no longer needing to work, Liu Kong's days became very leisurely. He lay in bed, idly turned on his phone, and watched short videos to pass the time. Soon, Liu Kong suddenly came across a live stream. The anchor was an extremely beautiful young woman. What surprised Liu Kong the most was not the anchor's appearance, but the theme of her broadcast. This girl had incredible luck and participated in the open beta of a cosmic online game, and it was even in her adoptive father's Silvermoon village. This surprised Liu Kong. I never expected there would be a beta tester who also streamed. Liu Kong doesn't usually watch live streams. After all, there are too many beauty filters in live streams now, and who knows if the person behind the camera looks like a human or a ghost. Don't be fooled by the fact that this streamer looks sweet and cute, a stunning beauty. Only she knows how much technology she actually uses. However, because it involved a cosmic online game, and the streamer even claimed to be in Silvermoon Village, Liu Kong became interested. He stopped to watch the live stream. Fans on the screen were making various comments, and information was jumping around very quickly. What? Who is this new streamer? Is she really that stunningly beautiful? Goddess of Destiny, 666. This streamer's name clearly shows he has ill intentions towards his godfather. Ha, you're dreaming, streamer. Godfather is mine. Liu Kong, ? He then discovered that the streamer's name was actually Tianminginu. What? People are actually vying to be his goddaughter these days? Isn't that a bit outrageous? He doesn't know this streamer at all, okay? The anchor's voice was clear and melodious, like a babbling brook. She said with a grin. Don't even think about it. With my looks, if I run into my godfather, I'll slide over and grab his leg. He won't be able to shake me off. Liu Kong, ? 6. He didn't even know how to complain. This streamer is a bit scary, okay? He's actually planning to directly curry favor with someone powerful? Is it the kind of sucking up to someone who's really powerful? The thought of being tackled and having his leg grabbed by a woman in front of everyone sent chills down Liu Kong's spine. This scene is absolutely hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Are streamers this funny now? A sliding tackle like that? Your godfather would be scared to death. You could have been a beauty streamer, but you insist on stealing the thunder from comedy streamers, right? Just then, a fan asked. Seriously, are you really in Silvermoon Village, streamer? You're not a scammer, are you? Upon hearing this, the adopted daughter's eyes widened. Of course it's true. The streamer wouldn't lie. Besides, I even saw my godfather from afar. 666 streamer, didn't you say you'd slide tackle as soon as you saw it? Why didn't you slide? Upon seeing this question, the adopted daughter of Destiny looked frustrated and slammed her fist on the table in anguish. Do you think I didn't want to? My friend, you have no idea what the situation was like. The fans were all excited. What scene? To be honest, I'm a player too, but unfortunately I'm not in Silvermoon Village. I'm very curious about what my adoptive father looks like. Damn it, there are so many players, why am I not one of them? Without me plus one, to be honest, I find it hard to imagine that anyone would be willing to recognize a godfather like this. It's outrageous. You guys don't know anything. Do you even understand the value of green equipment in a multiplayer online game? Do you even understand the value of hundreds of pieces of green equipment? The person upstairs must be a player too. I'm a player too. Let me tell you, in that lousy game, I've only ever heard of the godfather dropping green equipment. Do you know what that means? Hey! The topic's gone off topic. Streamer, tell us quickly, what exactly is going on? Some fans forcefully pulled the thread back down. With a fangirl expression on her face, the streamer began. The scene was like this. I was a newbie at level 3, fighting demonized wild dogs, when suddenly a demonized wild wolf rushed out from not far away. You know how scared I was? Seriously, I was completely terrified. Non-player fans might not know, but demonized wild wolves are level 4 and 5 monsters. With my equipment, I would likely die if I encountered a level 4 monster, let alone when I was fighting one. And guess what I saw? The fans went wild when they saw the streamer acting all mysterious. What? Stop keeping me in suspense, okay, you dog streamer? Goddess, just tell a story properly, don't get this kind of mentality, okay? The streamer didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He coughed and continued. I saw my godfather sitting on a demonized wolf. That demonized wolf was my godfather's mount. Do you know that feeling, family? A mount. My godfather actually has a mount. I would never dare to do that in my wildest dreams. My godfather was wearing a full set of armor, and the weapon on his back was even burning with flames. The key point is, my godfather is also incredibly handsome. Who understands, family? It's like the male god from my dreams has come to life. I immediately wanted to slide over and moan a few times without saying a word. The host spoke so much in one go that he felt a bit thirsty. She took a sip of water to moisten her throat, and looked heartbroken. Didn't someone just ask me why I didn't slide tackle? The answer is, I can't outrun the demonized wolves. I barely even started moving when they've already darted far ahead. I can't catch them at all, family. Do you know what that feels like? Numerous fans. Land and air. Seeing the streamer's heartbroken expression, Liu Kong was almost certain that the streamer was indeed a player from Silvermoon Village. After all, to be honest, there probably aren't many players outside Silvermoon Village who know he has a demonized wolf mount. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. This guy actually tried to slide tackle him? Are there really such outrageous people in the world? Liu Kong couldn't understand it, but was deeply shocked. Chapter 35 Re-entering the game. The reason why fans were speechless when Chapter 35 re-entered the game was because of the sheer amount of information. The players in the live stream, in particular, were in an uproar. What? A mount? Really? My godfather has a mount now. A weapon flaming? What level of equipment is that? It's not blue, is it? Why isn't my godfather in our newbie village? I want a slide tackle too. Want a slide tackle +1. Want a slide tackle +1. Whether you're a player or not, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. For a moment, everyone behind him wanted to slide tackle, making Liu Kong's scalp tingle. Humans are going crazy these days. Huh? What? I'm human too. Is it because I'm not crazy enough that I don't fit in with these people? The streamer said with a serious expression. I swear here and now that one day, I will slide tackle my godfather. Liu Kong, ? Please don't do this, your godfather will really be scared. Liu Kong thought to himself. This is what I'm thinking. Just then, a message from a fan came through. Judging from the streamer's description, he really is a player. Streamer, aren't you afraid other players will mess with you because you're so high profile? Upon hearing this, many people responded. Yeah, there are a lot of weirdos in this world. What if one of the players is a weirdo? The streamer should be careful. Liu Kong also looked serious, feeling that the streamer was being a bit too high profile. After all, if your player identity is discovered, what if you make enemies in the game and they can't kill you in the game, but they do it in real life? However, the streamer laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. Haha, do you think I, with my intelligence and wit, wouldn't have thought of what you've thought of? I joined the Player Management Bureau a long time ago. Now I'm an official. Oh, by the way, this girl is now the face of the Player Management Bureau, which means she's an official streamer, you know? If you're a player, hurry up and register. If your registration level is higher than 3, you can apply to join the official team. Also, if you have special talents or special skills, it's okay if your level is a little lower. Liu Kong. He was speechless. It was another advertisement. He originally thought that the ads in the post were the limit. Even live streams have ads. All I can say is that this is truly worthy of the great Xia dynasty. Even their official streamer has appeared. It really keeps up with the times. No wonder Liu Kong hadn't come across live streams while browsing short videos before, but this time he unexpectedly stumbled upon a streamer. It turns out they were government officials. The fans were in an uproar. What? So they're from the government. The anchor is actually an official from the great Xia dynasty. That's amazing. No wonder the streamer is so arrogant and fearless. I understand now that the great Xia is your backing. By the way, I'm also a level 3 player. Can I really join the official team? Upon seeing this information, the host nodded repeatedly. Of course you can. Don't you believe in our great Xia? Oh right, I forgot to mention one of my tasks. The streamer patted his forehead and stuck out his tongue in a cute way. Regarding the demonic invasion, even non-players need to pay attention. If you discover anything unusual, everyone must report it immediately. The Player Management Bureau has already started establishing branches in major cities, and they will be responsible for handling the demonic invasion. Those who apply to join the Player Management Bureau now will be responsible for this work in the future. She winked playfully and said with a grin, I'll let you in on a little secret. They're all leaders, in charge of military officers and even the army, and they can cooperate with the Xianyao army. You know the Xianyao army, right? They're my godfather's designated partners. 6. I'll apply right now. I've reached level 4, I'm applying too. What? A level 4 expert has appeared. Wow, that's awesome. You've reached level 4. The streamer then continued to interact with fans, mainly promoting information about online games. In addition, it also warns players and ordinary people about the dangers and precautions of demonic invasion. Liu Kong also figured it out. This divinely ordained daughter was essentially a public relations representative for the Players Management Bureau. Of course, not an official spokesperson. What kind of official spokesperson is this cheeky? They even did a sliding tackle. It will definitely be more formal. The official Xia platform is promoting the changes brought about by the universe-based online game through live streamers in a more down-to-earth way. Liu Kong watched for a while and then finally closed the live stream. It's impossible for me to speak up. What if I get tackled? I watched some short videos, read some novels, and played some games. Time flew by and it was evening. After having dinner, Liu Kong lay down and rested for a while. When it was past 8 o'clock, the game time for the new day resumed, and Liu Kong entered the game again. A flash of white light appeared. This time, unlike the first time I entered the game, the land and air didn't fall from the sky, and I couldn't see the central continent or the other beginner continents that looked like stars. He appeared directly in the starting village. After going online, Liu Kong immediately looked around warily, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that someone would be corrupted by that dog streamer, so he rushed over and slid in to tackle him after seeing him. Fortunately, although his appearance attracted the attention of the surrounding players, everyone remained relatively reserved and no one attempted to slide tackle. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief and mounted his demonized wolf mount. He planned to go to the pharmacy first to buy healing potions and mana potions to replenish his supplies. The demonized wolf was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of the apothecary. Upon seeing the demonized wolf, the players in the queue all turned to look. It's a big shot from the land and air forces. What kind of big shot is this? Call me Godfather! Godfather really has a mount, that's awesome. Despite the whispers around him, Liu Kong brazenly pretended not to hear them. He was about to join the queue when a player spoke up. Let Godfather go in first. How can we let him waste his time queuing? He's number 1 in our great Xia. Yes, let Godfather buy it first. The stronger Godfather is, the more likely we are to be able to buy equipment in the future. Everyone made way for Liu Kong to pass first. Liu Kong hesitated for a moment upon seeing this. I can queue up myself. Your time is precious too. No, Godfather, you don't need to be so polite with us. Yes, Godfather, now that you've become stronger, you'll definitely be more effective when demonic energy invades. Aren't you much better than us weaklings? Godfather, why don't you go in first? Upon hearing this, Liu Kong paused for a moment, then nodded. Thank you all. He then paused and said, Since you all think so highly of me, I'll keep some green equipment for sale in the plaza in the future. The strength of the Great Xia dynasty depends on the Black Bird Army and its powerful forces. But isn't the strength of ordinary people also a form of strength? Upon hearing this, the air fell silent. Then came deafening cheers. Long live Godfather! Godfather, I love you! Shaw, I'm going to call you Godfather now. Godfather, can I have your babies? Godfather is invincible. From now on, I'll be Godfather's most obedient son. Liu Kong hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the crowd. The words of these people, in particular, left him speechless. I'm saying, everyone should be a little more reserved. The title of Godfather is a bit awkward. However, no one listened to Liu Kong at all. They all laughed like idiots. Left with no other option, Liu Kong went into the pharmacy. He saw the apothecary owner looking at the cheering players outside with an unusually complicated expression, as if he were recalling something. Chapter 36 Exaggerated Monster Killing Efficiency. Chapter 36 Exaggerated Monster Killing Efficiency. Boss, I'm buying medicine. Liu Kong's voice brought the pharmacy owner back to his senses. She looked at Liu Kong and smiled. It seems you are quite respected in your tribe? Liu Kong smiled and said, It's just that everyone thinks highly of me. The apothecary owner sighed. Being respected and expected to succeed will put you under considerable pressure when demonic energy invades. Your clan may depend on you for survival. Liu Kong seemed to be deep in thought, then he smiled and said, I'll try my best. The pharmacy owner smiled and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the flaming greatsword on Liu Kong's back. Her eyes widened, completely bewildered. Wait, your weapon? It's a legendary item? Liu Kong glanced at the pharmacy owner with some surprise. Boss, you have a good eye. You recognized it as a legendary item at a glance. Pharmacy owner. A flood of question marks filled her mind, and she looked bewildered. Wait, let me catch my breath. She rubbed her forehead, then looked at Liu Kong in shock. You're only level 6, how can you have a legendary weapon? This doesn't make sense. Liu Kong blinked, looking completely innocent. I got it from opening a box, what's wrong with that? Pharmacy owner, question mark. You mean the excellent treasure chest that the system rewards? Yes. Liu Kong nodded. The apothecary owner was incredulous. A rare treasure chest can contain a legendary weapon? Liu Kong smiled and nodded. Sure, didn't I already drive it out? The pharmacy owner fell silent, his expression incredibly strange. Liu Kong scratched his head. Boss, are you alright? Fine. How could nothing be wrong? They, the Silvermoon humans, were also players before. When was the first legendary piece of equipment that their entire race obtained? It seems to be around level 20, right? What about now? This level 6 newbie is already wielding a legendary weapon. The pharmacy owner just felt that the universe server was really unfair. With a legendary weapon at level 6, wouldn't that make you invincible? She shook her head stiffly. It's nothing, I'm just a little depressed. She looked at Liu Kong and said, How come you're so lucky? If you can keep this luck, you might actually have a chance to resist the invasion of demonic energy in the future. Liu Kong smiled and said, Then I'll take your good wishes, boss. Stop chatting, just pay for the medicine. The pharmacy owner didn't want to say more. She felt that if she continued to think about this, she would lose her temper. Liu Kong nodded and bought 300 bottles of trainee healing potions and 200 bottles of mana potions. After that, Liu Kong turned around and prepared to leave. However, Liu Kong noticed that the expressions of the players queuing behind him were somewhat strange. They looked at Liu Kong with very strange eyes. Liu Kong touched his face with some confusion. What's on his face? It seems not? Liu Kong glanced at the player with the strange expression, then turned and left. After Liu Kong left, the pharmacy owner called out, Hurry up and buy your medicine! Her tone wasn't very good. She had been somewhat taken aback by Liu Kong's taunts. The players then came to their senses. They exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Did you hear that? I heard that. Legendary. It's a legendary item. I thought my godfather's sword was just of good quality, but I never expected it to be legendary. What? Really? I only have 3 pieces of white equipment right now. I haven't even seen a single piece of green equipment, let alone any high-quality equipment. Legendary equipment? What the hell is that? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their hearts filled with shock. After resupplying by land and air, I rode the demonized wolf and rushed out of the beginner village. Liu Kong was extra vigilant when entering the area in the forest where the demonized wild dogs were located. He was afraid of running into that chosen one. If she was waiting ahead to slide tackle him, he would panic. Fortunately, Liu Kong never encountered that chosen adopted daughter. In about 20 minutes, Liu Kong arrived at the Little Devil's camp. To Liu Kong's surprise, the monsters in the Little Devil camp hadn't spawned. You know, monsters in other places respawn, right? Why aren't the Little Devils refreshing? Liu Kong was a little puzzled, but he didn't think much of it. After penetrating deeper into the Little Devil's camp, Liu Kong continued to grind monsters. The Little Devils in front were all level 6 and 7. They also worked in groups of 3, either patrolling, resting, or guarding the fortress. Upon seeing Liu Kong, the Little Devil howled and charged over. Liu Kong, wielding the flaming greatsword, casually struck out with a single blow, dealing over 150 points of damage. If you use the sweeping skill, the damage will exceed 200. If it's a critical hit, it can take away almost 2/3 or even more of the health of an elite-level lesser demon. The most outrageous instance was when the sweeping attack from land and air landed a critical hit and triggered the special effect of the flames, dealing 100 points of fire damage. The result was just one skill, and the 3 elite Little Devils were instantly killed. If any players nearby saw this, they would probably be terrified. Not to mention the other players, even Liu Kong himself was startled. This damage is truly outrageous. One-hit kill of elite monsters of the same or even higher level? Who would have thought? The damage the Little Devil inflicts on both land and air is only 3 or 4 points, which is negligible for both. Liu Kong could be described as cutting through everything with ease, a stark contrast to the cautiousness he displayed when he first arrived at the Little Devil's camp. The land and air forces were unstoppable, making monster hunting much more efficient. In just 1 hour, Liu Kong killed more than 100 lesser demons. A significant amount of time is wasted on walking, being randomly dropped, retrieving corpses, and so on, both on land and in the air. These 100+ Little Devils contributed 13 minor attribute stones and 2 minor skill stones to Liu Kong. In addition, considering that they might have to fight a boss monster next, Liu Kong specifically requested that a lot of excellent level apprentice healing potions drop. He also specified that some weakness scrolls, as well as several other types of scrolls, had dropped. Apprentice Shield Scroll, excellent, grants 100 shield points for 30 seconds upon use. Cooldown, 1 minute. Drop rate, 0.000122%. Apprentice Strength Scroll, excellent, increases strength by 5 points after use, lasting for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.0021%. scrolls of this kind. Unfortunately, the probability of scrolls appearing is not very high, but even so, Liu Kong still dropped to about 30. The most common scrolls were weakness, while 2 power scrolls were designated for both land and air, and 5 shield scrolls were designated. The rest are all equipment. Even so, there are still nearly 70 pieces of green equipment. Liu Kong's inventory slots are currently full. Liu Kong was somewhat desperate. The monster killing efficiency is too high, and the drop rate is too high. The only downside is that there aren't enough inventory slots. When can we get him a higher level backpack? At the very least, give him a backpack with several hundred compartments. That would barely be enough for him to use, right? But it would be such a waste to throw away so much green equipment. Liu Kong thought for a moment, and decided to go back and sell them first. It just so happens that Liu Kong had previously promised other players that he would sell some green equipment in the plaza. In this way, ordinary players also have a chance to obtain green equipment. Chapter 37 An Unthinkable Path. Chapter 37 An Unthinkable Path is for how to get back. Liu Kong naturally used the return scroll. This can save about 20 minutes. After using the return scroll, Liu Kong saw a flash of white light. When the white light disappeared, Liu Kong appeared in the square of the newbie village. All around, players were hawking their wares. Liu Kong thought for a moment, then took out 10 pieces of green equipment, and set up a stall for himself. Green equipment for sale! Get yours now! Liu Kong's shout silenced the entire square. It was so quiet it was almost eerie. All the players in the square, whether they were setting up stalls or buying things, stared wide-eyed at Liu Kong. Hundreds of players stared at Liu Kong with eyes that resembled those of zombies, making Liu Kong feel a chill run down his spine. The next moment, all the players rushed towards the land and air. The stall owner didn't even want the goods anymore, and the players rushed over like madmen. Godfather! It's my godfather! Godfather is selling green clothes! He's selling green clothes! Godfather, give me something, do you have any weapons? Liu Kong's booth was immediately surrounded by a huge crowd. Just then, Liu Kong heard a somewhat familiar voice. Godfather, I've come to cling to your leg! Liu Kong, ? He stared wide-eyed, and then saw a female player suddenly appear out of nowhere, rush towards Liu Kong, and grab Liu Kong's leg. Liu Kong. He looked down and saw a pair of innocent, big eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the same dog streamer I had watched live during the day. He was dumbfounded. What? Is this woman serious? Doesn't she feel any shame at all? He quickly kicked his leg, shouting, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The dog streamer was clinging to Liu Kong's legs with both arms and legs. When Liu Kong lifted his leg, she swayed back and forth, creating a somewhat eerie scene. The previously frenzied players were all frozen in place, dumbfounded by what they saw. What is this? However, when they saw how beautiful the female player holding Liu Kong was, many male players were green with envy. To be honest, they also want to be fawned over like that. Female gamers were ecstatic. Where did this little bitch come from? This is sexual harassment. Why are you clinging to my sugar daddy, you little bitch? Let go of him. Seeing that more and more female players' eyes were turning green, they slowly approached. Liu Kong sensed that things were getting serious. Damn, won't this cause a riot if it continues? He was exasperated and glared at the streamer. Let go of me, or I'll get rough. The dog streamer blinked innocently, then dejectedly let go of his hand, muttering, Seriously, how can so many shameless women call my godfather godfather? Pa! Liu Kong, ? 6. When it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to you? He was stunned by the streamer's outrageous behavior. Liu Kong glared at her coldly. You dare to grovel before I even asked? Believe me or not, I'll punish you with the system. The system has penalties for this kind of behavior. Liu Kong had just received a system notification, but he was somewhat soft-hearted. You could tell from watching the live stream during the day that the dog streamer seemed to respect him quite a bit. Despite his exaggerated behavior, Liu Kong still couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. All I can say is that he's too soft-hearted. Hee, Godfather, please don't. I just couldn't help myself. I'll definitely ask for your permission next time. The dog streamer blinked his innocent big eyes, trying to get away with it by being cute. Liu Kong. Does this guy want a next time? He was a little dumbfounded. He was somewhat exhausted, so he changed the subject and asked, Do you want to buy green equipment? Want? Then please line up properly. I'm so close to you, Godfather, I must be number one, right? The dog streamer blinked. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong became furious. I remember now, you sexually harassed me. I'm not selling you any green equipment this time. Dog streamer. Her eyes widened as if struck by lightning. This was a path she had never imagined. She originally thought that with her incredibly cute appearance, her godfather would at least be gentle with her. If she puts in a little more effort, her godfather might treat her better. So what's the current situation? Green gear? Not for me? Godfather! No! The dog streamer cried out in anguish. The other players cheered. Especially female gamers. That's exactly how it should be. How dare this little bitch hug my godfather like that? Serves you right. Liu Kong waved at the dog streamer. Go away! Don't interfere with my equipment sales! It would be best to get rid of this jerk of a streamer. Liu Kong really isn't good at dealing with this type of woman. In particular, after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, Liu Kong had an instinctive wariness of shameless women like this. The dog streamer pouted, her cute face showing the wronged expression. The male players nearby softened immediately upon seeing this. The person in second place was a young man, who quickly said, Hey miss, don't cry, how about I give you my chance? Several other male players behind them also nodded repeatedly. Hey beautiful, I'll give you my chance too, can we be friends? Hey beautiful, mine is fine too. The dog streamer glanced at the male player who was speaking, and his aggrieved look vanished instantly. She put her hands on her hips and said, Who are you? You're not my godfather, so stay away from me. Many players? The onlookers grinned from ear to ear. Pfft, I think I saw several dogs. Wow, what a simp! He doesn't even want the chance to buy green gear? They probably didn't expect this woman to refuse, did they? The male players who had just spoken were all extremely embarrassed. They were especially annoyed when they noticed the gazes of the players next to them. However, since newbies can't attack, they can only glare at the dog streamer. No one dared to make a move. After the dog streamer refused, it squatted down in front of Liu Kong, staring at him with wide eyes. Liu Kong? He was exasperated. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'm not taking back what I just said, you won't get any of the equipment this time. The dog streamer blinked innocently and said, I wasn't planning to buy anything. I'm just here to watch my godfather sell equipment. Liu Kong said with a hint of helplessness. Whatever. Start selling equipment. The young player who came in second place quickly stepped forward with a big smile. Godfather, I'd like to buy a chainmail breastplate. 70 silver. The young man was taken aback. Huh? So expensive? Liu Kong? He stared at the young man, somewhat dumbfounded. This is a level 7 green item, is it expensive? With a fawning smile, the young man said, Could you give me a discount, Godfather? I only have 20 silver coins. You're not short of money, are you? Liu Kong? The player next to him. The dog-like streamer was speechless. Are you trying to scam me? My godfather could have easily sold it to the Xian Yao army and the Tianyu guild, but he kindly offered it to you, and now he's going to break your bones? Yeah, people should have some conscience, right? To be honest, this price isn't expensive at all. If you can't afford it, don't come here. You can't say it's just 70 silver, that's 7,000 yuan. How many players have that much money these days? Wow, are you kidding me? This game is closely related to reality. Green equipment that can greatly enhance your character only costs 7,000 yuan, and you're complaining about the price? Where did this idiot come from? If you think it's too expensive, get out of here and don't interfere with your godfather selling equipment. Exactly. Trading platforms are so convenient now, you can just buy gold coins and get money. In the end, isn't it just an attempt to morally blackmail Godfather into giving you a discount? The people I despise most in my life are those who use moral blackmail. Ugh! They're disgusting. Chapter 38 Lin Yingying. Chapter 38 Lin Yingying. The facts show that the vast majority of people are normal. Although there were a few outrageous players mixed in, most players were inclined towards the land and air routes. The young man who intended to buy equipment was met with a barrage of criticism from the crowd, his face flushed red, and he was pushed out. Besides, several other players who wanted to sell the land and air units at a lower price also found it difficult to ask for a discount. The remaining players, of course, want to buy equipment. After all, this is a level 7 green equipment. Even if they don't need it now, they will become incredibly powerful when they do. The attributes of the equipment on the stalls are visible. Which player wouldn't be envious after seeing these equipment stats? As a result, the equipment sold out very quickly. Although there was some competition, with both land and air forces available, everyone had to queue up to buy. After selling all 10 pieces of equipment, Liu Kong packed up his stall. That's all for now. There will be more equipment for sale at random times today, also in the square. Players who didn't manage to buy any can look forward to it. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow! Long live Godfather! What? But we need to grind monsters to level up. What should we do? Should we hire someone to keep an eye on us? How could that be? Who's going to keep track of green equipment at that price? Wouldn't it be better for them to buy it themselves? The crowd whispered among themselves. However, Liu Kong had no choice, since he didn't know when he would be able to come back. It depends on how many monsters he's killing. In the end, everyone had no choice but to leave. Some continued setting up stalls, while others went to grind monsters. Some players have even contacted those who previously purchased green equipment, intending to buy it at a higher price. Neither the land nor air forces commented on this. For him, he simply wanted to pass on these green equipment so that ordinary players could level up faster. As for who these equipment were sold to and for how much money, this is not something that the land and air forces need to worry about. Liu Kong glanced at the dog-like streamer squatting beside him, his face full of black lines. You haven't left yet? The dog streamer stood up with a grin. Hee, I just wanted to see Godfather a little more. Godfather, you're so handsome. Liu Kong, ? This woman is really shameless. Liu Kong was speechless for a moment. The dog-themed streamer continued. Godfather, can we add each other as friends? Liu Kong replied expressionlessly. I refuse. Who are you? I don't even know you. My name is Lin Ying. You can just call me Ying. Liu Kong, ? Is that what he meant? Can you add another Godfather? I'm very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I'll never chase a chicken. Wow, it even rhymes? Lin Ying puffed out her impressive chest, quite proudly declaring. Of course. I am the incredibly clever Lin Ying. Liu Kong then realized that this streamer looked exactly the same in the game. This game doesn't have any beauty filters. So, this guy really is a menace to the country. However, his personality is really a bit outrageous. Liu Kong gave a cold laugh. Is it shamelessness? Lin Ying smiled shyly and said, Godfather, please don't praise me like that, I'll get shy. Liu Kong, ? He felt he needed to prepare some blood pressure medication before talking to this guy. Otherwise, you never know when your blood pressure might spike. Lin Ying looked at Liu Kong with curiosity. Godfather, didn't you already sell all the equipment? Why aren't you leaving yet? I'm waiting for someone, Liu Kong said calmly. Just then, two beautiful women jogged over. It was Jiangsu and Li Mu. When Liu Kong returned, he had already informed Wang Bing and Lu Chang that he intended to sell the remaining equipment to them. Wang Bing and Lu Chang then had Jiangsu and Li Mu come over to make the transaction. Perhaps because they had seen too much green equipment, Wang Bing and Lu Chang had become somewhat numb to it. Just think how excited those two guys were when Liu Kong first brought out the green equipment. They even had to come over in person to make the trade. After a few times, they relaxed and let Jiangsu and Li Mu come over to make the deal. The two of them jogged up to Liu Kong with smiles on their faces. However, upon seeing Lin Ying beside Liu Kong, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Woman! And she's an absolute stunner. Jiangsu and Li Mu are both women and are very confident in their appearance. But after seeing Lin Ying, they all felt somewhat inferior. How can this woman be so beautiful? Jiangsu merely sighed, but Li Mu sensed a major crisis. She had originally thought that because of the business relationship, she could have frequent contact with Liu Kong, and maybe they could develop feelings for each other, and she could become Liu Kong's lover. Even if she wasn't his official girlfriend, Li Mu still thought it was a huge win. But now, seeing Lin Ying next to Liu Kong, she felt immense pressure. How long has it been? Mr. Liu already has such a beautiful woman by his side. If things continue like this, where will she find a chance? For a moment, Li Mu was somewhat dejected. Jiangsu's thoughts, however, were much simpler. She genuinely felt that Liu Kong was a very nice person and had a good impression of him. But compared to that, her heart still belonged to the Black Bird Army. Seeing such a beautiful woman beside Liu Kong, and one who seemed so well behaved, Jiangsu also developed a liking for her. she smiled and said. Mr. Liu, Jiangsu reporting for duty. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, and she looks very well behaved. Liu Kong, ? He was a little dumbfounded when he heard Jiangsu's words. What is that? Girlfriend? This streamer is a piece of trash? You've never seen how shameless this bastard is, and he calls himself well-behaved? Liu Kong said expressionlessly. Jiangsu, you've misunderstood. This girl isn't my girlfriend. Li Mu, standing to the side, suddenly brightened up and was instantly revitalized. Lin Yingying smiled and said, Sister Jiang, you are very beautiful too. My name is Lin Yingying, and I am my godfather's chosen adopted daughter. Li Mu, ? She looked at Lin Yingying in shock. Are girls these days so adventurous? She had just been revived when she collapsed again the next second. Liu Kong smacked Lin Yingying on the forehead with a thud. The sound is crisp and clear. It's obviously a good head. He said expressionlessly. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, Lin Yingying said, covering her forehead with a wronged expression. Seeing their reactions, Li Mu was overcome with grief. Based on their behavior, how could the two of them not be involved? Did she really have no chance? Seeing Lin Yingying's pitiful appearance, Liu Kong sneered inwardly. This woman is a master actress. That aggrieved look is all an act. He remained completely unmoved, cold, and ruthless. He ignored Lin Yingying and said to Jiangsu and Li Mu, Let's make a deal. Good. The transaction was completed quickly, and Liu Kong acquired nearly 100 gold coins. After the equipment transaction was completed, Jiangsu smiled and said, Mr. Liu, I'll be leaving now. Li Mu also bid farewell to Liu Kong listlessly. Goodbye, Mr. Liu. Her gaze towards Liu Kong even carried a hint of resentment. Liu Kong nodded. Okay, you guys go ahead. After the two left, Lin Yingying said with a gossipy look, Godfather, Godfather! Let me tell you, that girl with the huge boobs just now definitely likes you. The way she looked at you, she practically wanted to pounce on you. Liu Kong, ? Huge breasts? Is that Li Mu? He was speechless. She didn't pounce on me, but you did. Lin Yingying. He, Godfather, you're praising me too much. Liu Kong. 6, goodbye. I'm going to upgrade. Hey, Godfather, wanna add each other as friends? No. Please add one, please. Who are you? I don't know you. I am Lin Yingying, Lin Yingying said earnestly. Liu Kong. 6. Liu Kong mounted the demonized wolf and charged straight out. Lin Yingying stood there, not even reacting. What? My godfather just ran away like that. About 20 minutes later, Liu Kong returned to the Little Devil camp to continue grinding monsters. Before long, Liu Kong arrived in front of an even larger fortress. The last time I saw such a huge fortress, it was occupied by the lesser demon Grin, who was a leader-level monster. Clearly, there must be a boss monster inside. Liu Kong cautiously peeked inside the fortress. Chapter 39 Strategic Items. Chapter 39. The interior of the strategic item fortress is also a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a magic circle, and blue magic stones around the circle were flashing with light. A little demon mage dressed in a blue robe stood in the center of the magic circle, holding a staff, his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. The little demon mage was only 1.4 meters tall, completely black, and had a very casual appearance. Paired with a gorgeous blue robe, he looked rather ugly. It's a bit too much for my eyes. Liu Kong was secretly delighted. Judging by this entourage, they really are monster leaders. He secretly cast a detection spell over there. Ice Hand Leader. Level 6. Life, 4000. Attack 110. Description: a minor leader in the Little Devil camp, responsible for commanding the Little Devil mages. Liu Kong couldn't help but grin when he saw this attribute. This attribute is a bit outrageous. Although he has less health than Gunning, his attack power is too high. This Ice Hand is clearly a mage. For physical armor classes like Liu Kong, magic damage is inherently higher than physical damage. With such a high level of attack, even Liu Kong himself felt a little uneasy. I wonder if it can withstand the pressure? He glanced at his backpack. He had nearly 40 weakness scrolls, as well as some shield scrolls, strength scrolls, and endurance scrolls. In addition, he had more than 40 bottles of excellent grade intern treatment medicine. This was all the preparations he could make. He looked through the entire loot list while fighting monsters, and these were the only items he could use against boss monsters. If he still can't beat it, then he can only give up on this boss for now, continue grinding monsters to level up, and come back to fight it again when he reaches level 7 and gets new equipment. As for now, Liu Kong plans to give it a try. Because he knew that although magic-based monsters had high damage output, they also had a rather fatal weakness. This weakness may be the key to defeating this monster by land and air. Having made up his mind, Liu Kong opened the Ice Hand's loot list and began selecting the dropped items. Like Grenadier, the first item on Ice Hand's loot list is also a blue, excellent grade item. The first item turned out to be a skill book. Frostbite Impact. Level 1 unleashes a gust of frost to strike all enemies in front, dealing 120% ice damage and slowing them. Learning requirements: Mage. Drop rate: 0.00012%. Another area of effect: Attack. It has to be said that this skill is very powerful, not only dealing high damage, but also having a slowing effect. For mages, this is a god-tier kite-flying skill. Unfortunately, soldiers cannot learn this. Liu Kong hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should choose this skill. Just think about it, and you can imagine how expensive this skill book is. Selling it for a few hundred gold coins shouldn't be a problem. Ultimately, Liu Kong didn't decide. He planned to look at other options first. The second item turned out to be a recipe. This surprised Liu Kong. Potion Recipe. Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. Excellent. After use, you will learn how to make an Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. Learning requirements: Pharmacist. Drop rate: 0.00013%. Although I don't know what the effects of this Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion are. However, Liu Kong has also played quite a few online games. He knew that potions, especially rare potions, were definitely a very profitable business in the game. Some bosses are impossible to defeat without potions. Therefore, this thing is extremely valuable. If I had to say, this thing is more valuable than, or even more valuable than, the Cold Wind Impact skill book. No matter how strong the cold wind blows, it only makes one person stronger. The potion is available to all players. As for the pharmacist, Liu Kong had previously seen him on the official post of the cosmic online game, Disya. This is a side job that you can learn from the pharmacy owner. All you need to do is complete the tasks assigned by the pharmacy owner. Liu Kong can also learn the pharmacist as a secondary profession. But he hesitated. After all, learning a side job takes a considerable amount of time. If you learn a secondary profession, then leveling up by grinding monsters will definitely be slower. For Liu Kong, learning a secondary profession cannot bring out the full potential of his innate talents. His spiritual talent is the foundation of his strength. Therefore, he is more inclined not to study. With that time, he could easily kill monsters and get all sorts of good loot. Although Liu Kong himself is not a pharmacist. Liu Kong looked at the potion formula and hesitated. What if this medicine works very well, or even becomes a strategic item? This strategic item is probably not very useful to a single player, but what if it is traded to the Great Xia? The overall strength of all players in the Great Xia dynasty could be boosted by just one recipe. Liu Kong finally gritted his teeth and decided to choose this formula. He was also a citizen of the Great Xia dynasty. The invasion of demonic energy was a calamity for the Great Xia dynasty, and also for humanity. He couldn't just think of himself. When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When rich, one should benefit all under heaven. After Liu Kong made up his mind, he felt a little better. He continued reading. The third item is yet another basic skill stone. There's no need to think too much about this. It's definitely the one to choose. In this way, his battle spirit skill can be improved, which can effectively enhance his combat power. Behind that are some high-quality equipment. To Liu Kong's dismay, almost all of these equipment items were magic-based. Staffs, robes, mage boots, etc. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Couldn't they have given this thing some chainmail? Oh, this little devil is a mage? Okay then. Liu Kong searched high and low and found that there was only one ring that suited him. However, the ring adds two attributes, stamina and intelligence. Intelligence is not very useful to him, but stamina is decent. However, choosing this product would be too expensive and not cost-effective. Ultimately, Liu Kong chose the first three options. Cold Wind Impact, Potion Recipe and Basic Skill Stone. After selecting the drop items, Liu Kong used a Strength Scroll and a Stamina Scroll, increasing both Strength and Stamina by 5 points. Monsters also drop Intelligence and Agility Scrolls, but Liu Kong discovered that scrolls with Intelligence, Agility, and strength attributes cannot coexist. Only one can exist at a time. Liu Kong naturally chose power. After making preparations, Liu Kong arrived at the fortress gate. The little devil leader had a wide range of vigilance. As soon as Liu Kong appeared at the door, he suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed with a blue halo. Liu Kong grinned and waved at Bing Shou. "Come and hit me!" Ice Hand was furious when he saw that Liu Kong still dared to be so arrogant. "Intruder! Your death is nigh!" He brandished his staff, which condensed into an ice arrow, ready to shoot into the air. However, Liu Kong sidestepped and went directly to the side of the gate. Ice Hand lost sight of the land and air, his eyes widened, and he became even angrier. "Cowardly intruder! Lord Ice Hand is coming for you soon!" He jogged all the way to the gate. Because Ice Hand is, after all, a mage and not very fast. Liu Kong then leaned out and casually tossed the weakness scroll to Ice Hand. As a result, the Ice Hand's speed slowed down even more. Ice Hand. He felt insulted and became even angrier. He roared and finally rushed to the vicinity of the gate. Just then, Liu Kong rushed out from outside the gate. He brandished his great sword with both hands, and flames danced in the air. Normal attack. Heavy blow. Sweep. 3 strikes in 1 second, 3 damage numbers appeared. -81. -199. -122. One of the heavy blows even resulted in a critical hit. This is the benefit of high agility. Liu Kong has been collecting attribute stones recently, including some agility attribute stones. With the added boost from his equipment and fighting spirit, Liu Kong's agility is now significantly higher than that of archers and assassins of the same level. In just 1 second, Liu Kong dealt around 400 damage. This exaggerated damage output even left Ice Hand somewhat stunned. He's the leader! 1/10 of his health was taken away in a second. What the hell is this intruder? Chapter 40 Frost Giant. Chapter 40 The Frost Giant Ice Hand regained his senses and roared angrily. "Damn intruder, you hurt me!" However, Liu Kong ignored Bing Shou's roar. After he finished his combo, he turned around and went back to hiding behind the cover outside the door. Ice Hand had just condensed an ice arrow in his hand when he lost sight of the land and air again, so he could only angrily throw it against the wall. With a loud thud, the walls of the fortress resounded, and frost spread out. He roared angrily. "You despicable intruder! You can't escape!" He took small, quick steps and finally rushed out of the gate. Upon seeing Liu Kong, Ice Hand laughed loudly. "Aha! Your death is near!" However, before Ice Hand could even cast his ice arrow, Liu Kong turned around and entered the fortress, hiding by the inner door. Ice Hand once again lost Liu Kong's sight. Ice Hand. He had just conjured the ice arrow in his hand, but couldn't hold it for long, so he angrily threw it against the wall again. Just as Ice Hand was howling and trying to rush into the fortress, Liu Kong poked his body out again. Heavy attack plus normal attack. After getting 2 free attacks, Liu Kong wasn't greedy at all and continued to hold the cover. This is the Imp Mage's most fatal weakness. Unless they have instant cast abilities, mages are just like ordinary people with guns. As long as you hide behind cover, the gun can't hit you, right? The same applies to Ice Hand's. His ice arrows weren't instantaneous, they required a casting time. And this is exactly the time that the land and air forces are waiting for. Ice Hand was furious, and had no choice but to rush back through the gate. However, Liu Kong also rushed out of the gate. He and Bing Shou sidestepped each other, followed by another normal attack and a heavy blow. Ice Hand she trembled all over. He roared, "Enough!" The next moment, a frost spread outwards in all directions from the icy hand as the center. Liu Kong discovered that his feet were frozen solid. His expression changed. Something was wrong. However, he saw Ice Hand grinning as he conjured an ice arrow. The ice arrow sliced through the air, whistling as it shot towards the land and sky. Liu Kong's legs were frozen, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take the hit head-on. The ice arrow struck Liu Kong, dealing massive damage. -175. Liu Kong couldn't help but gasp. On one hand, they were frozen by the ice arrows, and on the other hand, they were a little frightened. Although he had considered that the ice hands could cause significant damage. But he never expected such high damage. Although he added to his stamina attribute, along with improvements from equipment, scrolls, and increased fighting spirit. His health is now less than 500. With this much health, you can only withstand 3 ice arrows. Moreover, this ice arrow was just Ice Hand's most basic attack. If it's Ice Hand's skill, Liu Kong isn't sure if he can withstand it. This made Liu Kong feel a little uneasy. However, now that the battle has begun, there is no turning back. The arrow is on the bowstring, and it must be released. Liu Kong forcefully broke free of the frost on his feet, and while the Ice Hand was condensing a second ice arrow, he once again turned sideways and hid behind cover. He casually took out a bottle of excellent grade trainee healing potion, drank it, and recovered 120 health points. Although it's not enough to fully restore his health, this is currently the highest level healing potion available to Liu Kong. Fortunately, Liu Kong had previously obtained 2 skill stones, which he used on basic regeneration. The basic regeneration of land and air units has now reached level 5, which can restore 5 health points per second. If calculated by time, it can restore 150 points in 30 seconds, which is even more efficient than the excellent level trainee healing potion. This is also a major reason why Liu Kong dared to target the Ice Hand. After using the skill, Ice Hands once again switched to chasing Liu Kong. Liu Kong doesn't greedily deal damage. As long as Ice Hand appears in his field of vision, he will only use 1 normal attack followed by 1 heavy attack. These are all instantaneous attacks. If there isn't enough time, either land nor air attacks will be launched. I'd rather keep my blood volume healthy. After all, the Ice Hand's damage is too high. Getting hit once brings Liu Kong 1 step closer to death. This time, the danger of fighting the Ice Hand is even greater than that of fighting Grenadier. Guning's damage isn't that exaggerated, so he has a higher margin for error. Liu Kong felt somewhat fortunate. Thankfully, he had obtained the Flaming Greatsword, which greatly enhanced his offensive capabilities. Even with just normal attacks and heavy blows, Liu Kong can deal nearly 200 damage in 1 hit. If you add a sweeping attack every 10 seconds, the damage will be even higher. It only takes less than 20 times to completely deplete Ice Hand's health. In just 1 minute, Liu Kong had reduced Ice Hand's health to half. At that moment, Ice Hand grew even angrier and shouted, "Come forth, my servants!" The next moment, frost appeared around the Ice Hand, and then transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant made of ice. Liu Kong stared wide-eyed, somewhat dumbfounded. Such a skill exists? Before Liu Kong could think, the giant roared and charged towards him. Ice Hand followed behind the frost giant, attacking the ground and air once again. A ground-to-air reconnaissance spell was cast. We discovered that this frost giant is also an elite template, with 1000 HP. He roared and punched Liu Kong. -3. Liu Kong. Ha! Liu Kong was a little dumbfounded when he saw the damage numbers floating above his head. The next moment, the damage he had taken was fully restored by the automatic recovery effect of the primary regeneration. Liu Kong glanced silently at the frost giant. That scared him half to death. I thought this guy was incredibly fierce. That's it. Liu Kong ignored the frost giant, and once again dodged the cover to avoid the Ice Hand's attack. However, the frost giant relentlessly pursued him, charging forward before the Ice Hand even got close. Liu Kong casually slashed the frost giant a few times, then waited for the Ice Hand to come over before unleashing a combo of normal attacks and heavy blows. Then continue using cover. The frost giant chased after Liu Kong, constantly pounding him with its fists the size of sandbags. Unfortunately, the damage he caused was not as high as the damage automatically recovered from by land and air. His angry roar sounded somewhat helpless. However, after only a few attacks, the frost giant's health was depleted by both land and air attacks. He let out a wail, turned into a block of ice, and fell to the ground, ending his life of impotent rage. Ah! Damn intruder, your death is imminent! Rise, my servant! Seeing his beloved servant defeated, Ice Hand roared and resurrected the frost giant once more. Ah! The frost giant continued to roar, charging forward and smashing its fists into the air. -3. -3. Liu Kong glanced at the shouting frost giant, then silently ignored him. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The land and air forces primarily attack the Ice Hands, and occasionally take a few hits on the frost giants. However, he discovered that the frost giants would be resurrected by the Ice Hand immediately after being killed. He simply gave up and stopped fighting. It's a waste of his feelings. The fiery greatsword's extremely high damage output became apparent. Several tens of seconds later, Ice Hand's health bar was depleted, leaving only 400. Sensing the passing of life, Ice Hand's face contorted with rage, his eyes turning bloodshot. Enough! He condensed frost once again. Land and air were frozen in place. Just when Liu Kong thought that Ice Hand would still hit him with an ice arrow, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The ice hand slowly condensed into a sharp ice spear that was more than a meter long. Liu Kong's expression changed. This was clearly a powerful attack skill. Liu Kong quickly used the apprentice shield scroll. A shield with 100 health points appeared around Liu Kong. The next moment, the ice spear whistled and landed on Liu Kong. Chapter 41 The Captain's Possession has worsened. Chapter 41 The Captain's Possession has worsened 524. Huge damage numbers floated above Liu Kong's head. Liu Kong felt excruciating pain all over his body, as well as a bone-chilling cold. His body was pierced by ice spears, leaving a large hole in his chainmail. As for the shield that provided 100 points of health, it shattered instantly. Liu Kong looked at his remaining health in the double digits and felt a little scared. Fortunately, he was not careless, and used the shield scroll immediately. Without that 100-point health shield, that attack would have instantly killed him. That ice spear skill deals way too much damage. Without thinking twice, he quickly used a bottle of excellent grade trainee treatment potion. The powerful impact of the ice spear shattered the frost on Liu Kong's feet. Liu Kong regained his mobility, and immediately hid behind cover. However, Liu Kong discovered that Ice Hand seemed to have lost the ability to cast spells after releasing the ice spear. The 1.4-meter-tall demon mage, panting heavily, brandished his staff and charged towards the land and sky with a shout. His staff swung heavily towards Liu Kong. -4. Land and air. Ice Hand. An awkward silence fell over the air. Liu Kong grinned maliciously at Bing Shou, brandishing his flaming greatsword. Normal attack. Heavy blow. Sweep. -85. -101. -250. A message popped up above Ice Hand's head indicating a high amount of damage. The final sweeping attack dealt a critical hit, dealing a full 250 points of damage. Ice Hand's remaining health was instantly depleted. His robes were torn, revealing his thin body, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. So, it turns out I'm the one who's going to die. My time to die has come. As Ice Hand finished speaking his last words, 3 blue orbs of light floated out from his body. Liu Kong plopped down on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. That was so close. Fortunately, he was well prepared, having prepared not only the weakness scroll but also some other types of scrolls. In addition, there's the legendary weapon, the flaming greatsword, which I acquired earlier, and the attributes and skill levels that have been improving over this period. Only then was Liu Kong able to barely kill the Ice Hand. If it were someone else, it would probably take hundreds of players working together to defeat this thing. Even 100 might not be enough. With Ice Hand's damage output, a single ice arrow can instantly kill a player. Moreover, Ice Hand's defense is actually very strong. Liu Kong is wielding a legendary weapon and is equipped with a full set of level 6 green gear. In addition, there's the powerful amplification skill of Battle Spirit. Normal attacks from land and air only deal a little over 80 damage. Even average players might not be able to break through the defense. These kinds of leaders can only be killed by taking lives. Liu Kong shook his head. There are probably very few players at level 5 right now, so it will probably be a while before they can take on a boss like this. Liu Kong rested for a while, then got up and picked up the fallen items. Unfortunately, the system reward is only given the first time you kill a boss monster. Otherwise, you could get attribute points and treasure chests for free. Liu Kong clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed. He used the basic skill stone to further enhance his fighting spirit. Battle Spirit, level 5 passive skill. After entering battle, all your attributes will increase by 50%. A 50% increase. Combined with its own powerful attributes, it's practically invincible. Liu Kong felt that he had become powerful again. As for skill books and potion recipes, Liu Kong sent the 2 items to a small group chat with Wang Bing and Liu Chang. Wang Bing. Liu Chang. Almost instantly, just as Liu Kong had predicted, Wang Bing and Liu Chang sent a series of question marks as greetings. Liu Kong could imagine their expressions when they saw the information about these 2 items. He grinned. Daily task, show your skill in front of others, 1-to-1. Wang Bing. Godfather, no, biological father! This skill book and the recipe, sell it to me, you must sell it to me! At this moment, Wang Bing, who was leveling up in the mountains, was so excited that his face turned red and his body trembled slightly. Mage's area of effect attack skill. I absolutely have to get this. The third princess is a sorceress. As the only member of the Great Xia royal family to enter the game's public beta tester, one can imagine that the third princess might even ascend the throne and become empress in the future. If this skill book could be used by the third princess, wouldn't Wang Bing become a favorite of the princess in the future? Moreover, as the princess of Great Xia, when the future game era arrives, the third princess will surely stand before the people of Great Xia and lead them in resisting the invasion of demonic energy. This means that the third princess must always possess formidable military strength. This skill book is the best proof of martial prowess. Wang Bing's eyes were already bloodshot. If that old bastard Liu Kong dares to take it from him this time, he'll fucking sue him. Let's see how His Majesty deals with this old bastard. As he thought about it, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. The Xian Miao army players nearby were filled with questions when they saw Wang Bing's bloodshot eyes and his sinister grin, making him look like a demon. They exchanged a glance and looked at each other blankly. It's over! The captain's possession has gotten even worse. Could it be that the pressure is too great? They said that after level 10, the 3rd Legion will elect a Legion commander, and our captain wants to compete for it. There's no need for such immense pressure. With our current equipment, how can other teams compete with us? We're definitely the core team of the 3rd Legion, no question about it. Why is that? I don't know, why don't you go ask? Get lost. Why don't you go ask? Meanwhile, Liu Kong was leeching experience points with his leveling group. Because he had also bought a lot of green equipment from Liu Kong, his leveling group's equipment was also quite good, and they could basically get almost a full set of green equipment. In addition, the players in the leveling group are all experts, so their monster killing efficiency is extremely fast. Even without taking any action, his experience points increase rapidly. Before long, he felt he was almost at level 6. At this moment, Liu Kong was also looking at the 2 items in the chat room with a shocked expression. As the chairman of Tianhui Group, a large conglomerate that ranks among the top 30 in the world, Liu Kong is quite knowledgeable and has a stable mindset. But even he felt his heart pounding wildly when he saw those 2 items. The skill, Cold Wind Impact, is enough to make a mage player a god-tier player in a short time. And he was a mage. With this skill book, his monster killing efficiency will increase significantly. And the pharmaceutical formula goes without saying. As a businessman, Liu Kong had an extremely keen business sense, and he could naturally see how valuable the formula was. Liu Kong took a deep breath, equally determined to win. This thing absolutely cannot be given to that brat Wang Bing. No, how about I have a private talk with my son-in-law? Why can't I post photos in this crappy game? Otherwise, if she lets her good son-in-law see the beauty of her 2 precious daughters, how could he possibly run away? If you have something good, why not just have your good son-in-law treat it to you as a gift? Liu Kong was heartbroken. Just as Liu Kong was about to take the initiative, a message in the chat room made his pupil's contract slightly. Wang Bing. Chairman Liu, let's not argue about this skill book, shall we? That one is a mage. Upon seeing this news, Liu Kong fell silent. If this skill book belonged to a priest or an archer, even if Wang Bing said so, he would still fight for it. After all, it was for his precious daughter. Normal competition, even if His Majesty finds out, he might be a little angry, but he won't say much. Liu Kong still believed in His Majesty's magnanimity. But if it's for his own sake... Liu Kong hesitated. For his beloved daughter, Liu Kong was willing to risk angering His Majesty. But for his own sake, Liu Kong felt it wasn't worth it. He sighed, then said, Alright, I won't argue about the skill book, but you have to give my son-in-law the price he's owed. Don't cheat him. Wang Bing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Liu Kong's message. He knew Liu Kong was a sorcerer, and he was afraid that Liu Kong would try to take it. Upon seeing Liu Kong's message, Wang Bing was speechless, muttering to himself. Damn it, that's my godfather! How could I possibly betray my godfather? Is this old guy trying to sabotage me in front of my godfather? Wang Bing. Chairman Liu is a man of great righteousness. I would never cheat my godfather. Godfather, just name your price, and I will not hesitate. Chapter 42 The Greatest Sorrow is a Broken Heart. Chapter 42 The Greatest Sorrow is a Broken Heart. Liu Kong looked at the messages from the 2 people, raised an eyebrow, and was somewhat puzzled. Who are these 2 people talking about? Why are we talking in riddles now? However, judging from their identities, this other person must not be an ordinary person. As for who it was, Liu Kong wasn't particularly interested in knowing. After thinking for a moment, Liu Kong said. 500 gold coins. Wang Bing, ? Wang Bing. Godfather, isn't your price too low? How about we ask for more? Otherwise, I'm a little uneasy about keeping this skill book. This is a rare area of effect skill for mages in the early game. It's easy to imagine how precious it is. Moreover, this skill can be used for a long time, and its value far exceeds that of equipment. To be honest, Wang Bing and Liu Chang both thought 500 gold coins was a bit low. Liu Kong was somewhat speechless. What's going on with Wang Bing? Why do you always try to negotiate a higher price? Liu Kong thought for a moment and said, Then let's make it 600. Wang Bing. Great! Godfather, you're so helpful. Liu Kong. And the formula, what do you say? Liu Chang. Wang Bing, I'm not giving you this formula. Wang Bing. Chairman Liu, look, the drug formula is a strategic resource. Why don't you give it to our military? Liu Chang. Pa! Don't give me that crap. My Liu family has connections in the military. If I buy it, you can rest assured about the price I'll give to the Xian Niao army. It'll definitely be cost price. But I definitely won't give it away. Seeing that Liu Chang had said this, Wang Bing understood that he couldn't suppress Liu Chang this time. However, the medicine formula was too precious, so Wang Bing was determined to fight for it. He took a deep breath and said to Li Ming, who was grinding monsters, Old Li, come here for a bit. Li Ming was taken aback and stepped back. Captain, what's wrong? Wang Bing didn't say much, and directly sent him the information about the medicine formula privately. When Li Ming saw this, his eyes almost popped out. What? What is this thing? His loud voice immediately drew the attention of the Xian Niao army players nearby. Wang Bing glared at them. What are you looking at? Go fight your monsters. He looked at Li Ming. It was dropped by my godfather, you know what I mean? Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes burning with desire. This formula is definitely a treasure. We have to get it. It can be the foundation of our 7th team. The problem is Liu Chang. He and my godfather are also business partners. Li Ming's eyes widened in anger. That old scoundrel Liu is going too far. I'll take some men right now and smash up his Tianwei group. Wang Bing glanced at Li Ming. Okay, go now. Li Ming, ? The two stared at each other, the atmosphere a little awkward. Li Ming chuckled dryly. Captain, I was just joking. Can we not take this so seriously? He's not stupid. The Liu family is a top family in the Great Xia dynasty, and Tianwei Group is a major taxpayer in the Great Xia dynasty. How could he possibly have actually led people to vandalize Tianwei Group? Is he out of his mind? Wang Bing rolled his eyes. I thought you actually had the guts to do that. Li Ming grinned. Then my guts are definitely not as good as yours, Captain. Wang Bing felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He stopped thinking about it and said, Let's get down to business. Go contact the other leaders of the Xian Niao army and inform the higher-ups to ask them to approve some gold coin allowance. I think we don't have enough. Li Ming, ? He looked completely bewildered. Wait, Captain, don't we still have a quota of 1,000 gold coins? That should be enough, right? Wang Bing then posted information about the skill book for Cold Wind Impact. Li Ming's eyes widened again. What? What? A divine skill! The Xian Niao army players nearby looked over again. Wang Bing glared at them, and they all shrank back. However, they looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Why does it seem like the vice-captain is also showing signs of being possessed? Yes, it's really weird. Amid their hushed conversation, Li Ming looked at Wang Bing, his breathing quickening. How much does this cost? Wang Bing held up a 6 with his hand. 600 gold. My godfather originally said 500 gold, but I really couldn't bear to let him sell it so cheaply, so I asked him to raise the price a bit. Li Ming was almost moved to tears. Damn, my godfather is truly my god! This amazing skill only costs 600 gold? He really is. I'm going to cry. Wang Bing nodded. Right? Godfather is really too good. Li Ming. Captain, you're really great. You actually bought me this amazing skill. Li Ming is a sorcerer. Wang Bing, ? Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing looked at him as if he were an idiot. Li Ming, did you forget your brain today? What are you thinking? Did they buy you this amazing skill? You don't even deserve it. Wang Bing couldn't hold back any longer and immediately started criticizing Li Ming. He looked at him incredulously. Not for me? Wang Bing sneered. Want it? Li Ming nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Go and talk to the third princess and ask her to give it to you. Li Ming. Then he remembered that the third princess was also a mage. Etc. Li Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He thought of something very serious. The third princess is a sorcerer, and so is he. Then if his godfather gets anything awesome, won't he never get a share? Li Mingern was completely numb. There's no such thing as deleting an account in this game. You only have one account, so play it or not if you want. Li Ming certainly wouldn't dare not play. But how the hell do you play this? I can't possibly fight with the third princess for something, can I? Li Ming's eyes turned red. When Wang Bing saw that Li Ming was actually crying, he was a little dumbfounded. Old Li, you can't be serious, can you? Don't cry, it's embarrassing. Li Ming rubbed his eyes, looking extremely sad. Captain, do you think I'll be able to use good things in the future? Wang Bing thought for a moment, then shook his head sincerely. I can't let it go, you'll just cry. Li Ming. He took a deep breath and said, I'll go to the person in charge right away and discuss the situation. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Li Ming's heart died at that moment. Go ahead, if you're really feeling unwell, just cry it out. It's okay, we're not ashamed. Wang Bing patted Li Ming on the shoulder and comforted him. Thank you. On the other side, Lu Chang also knew that this was going to be a tough battle. He also said in the chat room, Good son-in-law, I also need to turn over some funds. Seeing how serious the two were talking, Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. He originally just planned to sell some gold coins casually. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Liu Kong. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just give me any price, as long as I can accept it, and you can accept it too. Wang Bing. Godfather, how can that be? This is a top-grade potion formula. Just think about how precious it is. How can we sell it so easily? I won't agree to it. Lu Chang. Wang Bing is absolutely right. We can't let our own family suffer losses, don't you think, good son-in-law? Wang Bing. 6. Chairman Lu, you're really shameless. Our godfather hasn't even said he'd like to be your son-in-law yet, and you keep saying that every day. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Chang. I don't talk to my adopted grandson. Wang Bing. He thought to himself, he called Liu Kong his godfather and Lu Chang his son-in-law, so if you calculate it that way, they are in the grandchild generation, right? This infuriated Wang Bing. That old bastard actually took advantage of me. I'm so angry. This time I have to get my hands on the formula no matter what. Otherwise, I'm a dog. Chapter 43 Bold Prodigy. Chapter 43 The bold and prodigious Liu Kong watched the two arguing and didn't bother to think about it anymore. Then you guys figure it out yourselves, I'm going to start grinding monsters. After resting, Liu Kong planned to continue grinding monsters and leveling up. Boss monsters give nearly 100 times more experience than regular monsters. After killing 2 boss monsters, plus a large number of elite monsters, level 7 is very close to being defeated in both land and air combat. At this rate, if he clears the entire Little Devil camp, he should be close to level 8. In this way, you can reach level 10 very quickly. Liu Kong's goal today is to destroy the entire Little Devil camp and complete the old village chief's mission. So, Liu Kong picked up the fiery greatsword and continued to fight monsters. The current land and air forces can even pull 2 squads of lesser demons together to fight at once. With its sweeping attack, it can kill monsters extremely quickly. Moreover, with a level 5 basic regeneration skill and healing potions, Liu Kong's health has always been healthy. Before long, Liu Kong killed nearly 100 lesser demons. Nearly 100 little devils brought Liu Kong 2 tiny skill stones, 10 attribute stones, plus various green equipment and scrolls. Liu Kong used the small skill stone to upgrade his basic regeneration to level 6, but further upgrades would require a higher level skill stone. Liu Kong had no choice but to start using his minor skills on Sweep, upgrading Sweep to level 2. Sweep, level 2, swing your weapon to attack all enemies in front, dealing 170% damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. It must be said that the sweeping skill is much stronger than the heavy strike. Upgrading by 1 level actually increased the damage by 20%. The only drawback is the cooldown period. Even so, because it can be done in groups, Liu Kong still plans to focus on upgrading Sweep next. Liu Kong had used up all his skill stones and attribute stones and was planning to continue fighting monsters to fill the remaining slots so he could go back and sell some equipment. Just then, Wang Bing and Liu Chang sent messages one after another. Liu Kong looked and found that they were already prepared. Liu Kong. I was just about to go back. You guys can continue bidding as you walk back. Wang Bing. Alright. Godfather's word is final. I'll bid 500 gold coins. Liu Kong. That's it. 700. Wang Bing. 800. Liu Kong. 900. Liu Kong was dumbfounded as he watched the two bid against each other. The price of this formula is higher than Liu Kong had imagined. It's already 900. Keep in mind that the cold wind impact only sold for 600. Of course, this is partly because neither the land nor air force itself intended to raise prices. The bidding wasn't over yet. Before long, Liu Kong had shouted out 1,200 gold coins. Upon seeing this price, Wang Bing's eyes turned red. The quota that Li Ming managed to secure from his superiors was only 1,000 gold coins. Adding the 400 gold coins they still had, the maximum they could offer was 14,000. Judging from Liu Kong's attitude, even 1,400 might not be enough. Wang Bing was a little dumbfounded. Not only Wang Bing, but Li Ming, who had been paying close attention to the situation, was also dumbfounded. Damn, Tianwei Group is too rich. We can't compare to them. Wang Bing gritted his teeth. No! Let's try again. He continued bidding. 13,000. Liu Kong remained calm and composed. 1,400. Liu Kong. Kid, you're starting to curse now that you can't compete with money? Wang Bing. Liu Kong. Brother Wang, how about we call it quits? After all, Brother Chang is one of the richest people in Daxia. To be honest, he never expected it to sell for so much money. It's not that Liu Kong thinks it's not worth that much money. However, his purpose in specifying the formula was merely to strengthen the strategic reserves of the great Xia dynasty. As for how much it could sell for, Liu Kong hadn't thought too much about it beforehand. Wang Bing remained silent, somewhat hesitant. Just then, Liu Kong continued. By the way, besides 1,400 gold coins, 10% of the profits from selling the potions will go to you, my good son-in-law. Liu Kong, ? Liu Kong. Brother Chang, there's no need. This price is really too high. To be honest, I never thought it would be this high at first. Liu Kong. No, it's settled then. We're not sure about the potion's effects yet. If it's very effective, you might lose money even if you sell it for 1,400 gold coins. How can your father-in-law let you suffer such a loss? Liu Kong also fell silent. Although Liu Kong didn't take Liu Kong's constant calling him father-in-law to heart. However, it must be said that Liu Kong really put a lot of effort into him. Liu Kong was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Since Brother Chang has said so, then I won't refuse. Just remember the kindness others show you. Wang Bing never expected Liu Kong to be so decisive. He sighed and finally shook his head at Li Ming. It won't work. Upon hearing Liu Kong's price, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim. There's a reason why Chairman Liu can run such a large group. He's incredibly generous. Yes. Liu Kong. It's perfect that you two each have one item. I'm heading back now. You can trade when you get back. Oh, and there's some green equipment too, let's trade that as well. Liu Kong and Wang Bing both replied with a hello. Use a return scroll between land and air. With a flash of white light, he suddenly appeared in the newbie village square. The next moment, a large head appeared in front of Liu Kong. He was startled, stepped back and saw that it was Lin Yingying. Liu Kong asked, somewhat puzzled. Why are you still here? Lin Yingying laughed smugly. I'm waiting for my godfather here. Liu Kong, ? He was dumbfounded. You've been waiting since just now? He's been grinding monsters for about 2 hours now, hasn't he? Has this guy been waiting here the whole time? Lin Yingying nodded. Yes, I will not give up until I add my godfather as a friend. Liu Kong was speechless with exasperation. This bastard is not only shameless, but also a real clingy pest. Once he's hooked, he won't let go, huh? However, Liu Kong was still somewhat puzzled. How did you know I would appear here? Lin Yingying puffed out her chest and smiled smugly. I am the brilliant Lin Yingying. Last time I saw a white light appear in the square, and then Godfather you came out. I thought you must have used some kind of prop. And didn't you say you were going to come back to sell equipment? I thought you would definitely use a prop to come back, so I waited here. Liu Kong couldn't help but look at Lin Yingying with some surprise. She is indeed quite smart. He right? Such an intelligent and incredibly cute godfather, don't you really want to consider having one? As she spoke, Lin Yingying stared at Liu Kong with her innocent big eyes and blinked rapidly. The main selling point is cuteness. Lin Yingying gave herself a score of 99 out of 100 for this performance, deducting 1 point to avoid becoming arrogant. My godfather probably can't hold on much longer, right? However, Liu Kong remained expressionless. If your eyes are dry, go offline and put in some eye drops. Lin Yingying, question mark. Her expression froze, her mind filled with questions. Is it possible that my godfather can't find a girlfriend? How could your godfather not see how adorable my adopted daughter is? Lin Yingying suddenly thought of a serious question. Could my godfather have the legendary face blindness? If that's the case, then wouldn't my incredibly cute appearance lose its advantage? Lin Yingying seemed to have been hit hard. Seeing Lin Yingying's listless appearance, Liu Kong asked in confusion. What's wrong with you now? Lin Yingying glanced at Liu Kong. Godfather, are you sick? Liu Kong, question mark. He was speechless. You're the one who's sick. Lin Yingying was startled and looked at Liu Kong expectantly. You don't have face blindness? Liu Kong was speechless. I'm just an ordinary, normal person. I don't have any of these weird illnesses. Lin Yingying was a little skeptical, and she asked, Am I pretty? As she spoke, Lin Yingying leaned closer, wanting Liu Kong to see her more clearly. Land and air. Seeing Lin Yingying's face approaching, Liu Kong was startled. He pressed her head down with one hand and pushed her back. You audacious fiend, how dare you try to disturb my Dao heart? Looking into Lin Yingying's innocent eyes, Liu Kong's lips twitched slightly, then his expression turned aloof. Why should I answer such a boring question? Lin Yingying's eyes gradually brightened. She stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. Usually, this kind of answer means tacit agreement. I understand, Godfather, you really aren't sick. Moreover, her godfather probably thought his adopted daughter was very beautiful. Lin Yingying thought to herself with a touch of smug satisfaction. You're the one who's sick. Liu Kong was speechless, then said, I'm still selling equipment this time, but since you insulted me, you won't get any this time. Lin Yingying. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. No, Godfather! The mournful sound echoed throughout the square, drawing the attention of all the players. Chapter 44 Your man is about to be stolen. Chapter 44 Your men are about to be stolen. When these players saw that it was Liu Kong, their eyes lit up immediately. The news that Liu Kong was selling green equipment in the square had already spread before. There are many more people in the square now than before. They're all here to try their luck. Unexpectedly, we actually encountered Liu Kong. The players crowded together, surrounding Liu Kong in the center. Godfather! Godfather, do you sell equipment? Liu Kong nodded. Okay, let's sell equipment. Line up one at a time. Immediately, a group of players who wanted to buy began to line up. As before, Liu Kong took out 10 pieces of green equipment and began selling them. Lin Yingying watched with a pained expression as others bought the equipment piece by piece. Her heart was breaking. Wow! My gear! My godfather is so wicked! She was almost in tears. Soon, all the green equipment was sold out. Liu Kong glanced at the dejected Lin Yingying beside him and laughed. How about that? Next time, don't wait for me. If you just buy the equipment directly, you'll get it, won't you? Lin Yingying snapped out of her daze, put her hands on her hips, and immediately retorted. Impossible! I, Lin Yingying, keep my word and will definitely add my godfather as a friend. I am the chosen goddaughter. Liu Kong was speechless. Where did this destiny come from? Lin Yingying said happily. I gave it to myself. Liu Kong. 6. When it comes to shamelessness, you're the one, Lin Yingying. Hee hee, how could I be that outstanding? Lin Yingying's expression became even more delighted. Liu Kong, question mark. His lips twitched slightly. I wasn't praising you. Lin Yingying wouldn't listen, she was just shameless. Just then, Liu Chang and Wang Bing walked over. Godfather! You've come so quickly! Wang Bing waved and jogged closer. Liu Kong smiled and nodded. I used to return scroll. They sell them in the village. Damn, I know that thing. It's incredibly expensive. I think it costs tens of taels of silver. I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Wang Bing grinned. Liu Chang nodded. It is indeed quite expensive, to be honest. It can buy a piece of green equipment. In reality, a few dozen silver coins would only be equivalent to a few thousand yuan. To save a few dozen minutes, Liu Chang would definitely spend them without batting an eye. But this isn't a game. Although the trading platform allows the exchange of gold coins, these coins are sold by players and are in limited quantities. It's not that having money guarantees you can buy it. Even Liu Chang has to be careful with his money. In Liu Chang's opinion, spending tens of dollars to save those 20 minutes was not worth it at all. At this moment, Wang Bing saw Lin Yingying standing to the side with a well-behaved expression and showed a hint of surprise. What, godfather, is this godmother? Godmother is so beautiful! At this moment, Liu Chang also noticed Lin Yingying next to Liu Kong. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no! My good son-in-law has another woman? Does that mean my father-in-law is about to lose his job? My dear daughters, someone has stolen your boyfriend. Liu Chang looked at Lin Yingying with a heavy heart. It has to be said that even Liu Chang thought this girl was pretty, only slightly less so than his two precious daughters. Especially with that well-behaved and sensible appearance, Liu Chang felt that Liu Kong would definitely like it. This made Liu Chang's heart sink even further. I've only just started being a wingman for my precious daughter, and someone else has already snatched her away? Liu Chang couldn't laugh. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Liu Kong said speechlessly, Brother Wang, stop joking. I'm not familiar with her. Upon hearing this, Liu Chang's eyes lit up. It felt like the originally dark sky was now filled with light. Not familiar with each other? It's good that we're not familiar with each other. However, Lin Yingying's words plunged Liu Chang's heart from heaven to hell once again. Godfather, I am your destined goddaughter. Wang Bing. 6. Wang Bing looked at Liu Kong in shock. He hadn't expected his godfather, who was so handsome, to be so good at playing games. He then thought of Jiangsu from his own team. Unexpectedly, the honey trap failed on the very second day of its execution. However, Wang Bing suddenly thought of something, looked at Liu Chang beside him, and immediately felt happy. Will this old man still have the nerve to call himself his father-in-law? You didn't expect that, did you? Ha! Your two daughters haven't even started dating yet, and they've already been snatched away. Wang Bing wished he could jump up and dance to celebrate. Liu Kong glared at Lin Yingying. You won't get any equipment next time either. Lin Yingying. She looked at her incredulously. Huh? So fast? So fast? That's what's surprising. Did this guy already know that he wouldn't have another chance next time? Liu Kong was also shocked, not expecting this guy to have such a clear understanding of his own position. Lin Yingying looked defiant and said, Even so, I am still the adopted daughter of heaven. Green equipment cannot make me submit. Liu Kong. Should I say that you are of noble character and have high moral integrity? Lin Yingying laughed smugly. Hee, if you put it that way, it's okay, isn't it? Liu Kong. 6. Liu Chang, who was standing to the side, had seen too many people. He looked at Lin Yingying and Liu Kong and felt that there was something wrong with their relationship. Sunshine gradually appeared in his heart, which was originally filled with gloom. This girl doesn't seem to be Liu Kong's girlfriend? Liu Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he also felt a greater sense of crisis. With his good looks and abilities, he's incredibly attractive to these young women. This is getting dangerous. However, since neither of his two daughters are currently in Silvermoon Village, he has no way to facilitate their communication with Liu Kong. This made Liu Chang a little depressed. After thinking for a moment, Liu Chang sent a message in the family's small chat group. My darling daughters! Your men are about to be stolen! Replies came quickly in the chat room. Liu Yueqing. What? Which vixen dares to steal my sister's man? I'll tear her apart. Liu Yueqing. Liu Yueqing! Do you want to die? Liu Yueqing. Sister, now is not the time for infighting. Brother-in-law is going to be stolen away. Liu Yueqing. He should be my brother-in-law. Dad, does Liu Kong have a girlfriend? On the other side, Liu Yueqing and Liu Yueqing were both looking at the chat room. Although they had never met Liu Kong, Liu Chang frequently spoke well of him, and Liu Kong's exaggerated performance further fueled their interest. Both of them were a little curious about Liu Kong. They had already decided that after leaving the beginner village, they would listen to Liu Chang, meet Liu Kong, and make friends. But I never expected to hear this news today. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and as twins, they both sensed that the other was somewhat unhappy. Liu Yueqing. Sister! You still say you have no feelings for Liu Kong? I can tell you're unhappy. Liu Yueqing smiled slightly. Because Liu Kong is my brother-in-law, of course I don't want him to be taken away by someone else. Liu Yueqing grumbled and glanced at Liu Yueqing. Ha, woman, your name is hypocrisy. Liu Yueqing. A question mark slowly surfaced in her mind. Where did you learn all this nonsense? I saw this line in an idol drama I watched before. Liu Yueqing said. Sister, let's not argue about this for now. Let's hear what the old man has to say. Liu Yuexing nodded. The two people were looking at the chat group. However, to Liu Yuexing and Liu Yuexing's astonishment, Liu Chang remained silent afterward. Liu Yuexing's eyes widened. What does the old man mean by this? Is he trying to whet our appetites? Liu Yu thought for a moment. Maybe he's busy? Chapter 45 Huge Gains, The Last Castle. Chapter 45 Huge Gains. Liu Chang at the last castle was indeed busy. Liu Kong had given up on Lin Yingying's shamelessness. He couldn't be bothered with that arrogant woman, and went straight to making a deal with Wang Bing and Liu Chang. The skill book, Cold Wind Impact, costs 600 gold, while the recipe costs 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit. Even without considering profit sharing, the amount of gold coins traded alone is already over 2,000. That's a whopping 20 million yuan. Adding yesterday's earnings, Liu Kong had already earned over 20 million in just the first few days of the game. Liu Kong felt like he was dreaming at such a fast rate of making money. However, Liu Kong himself understood that the most important reason he was able to earn this much money was because of his soul talent. With such a low drop rate for green equipment, most people would be overjoyed if they managed to get even one piece after killing hundreds or even thousands of elite monsters. However, for both land and air forces, it is certain to fail. The boss, on the other hand, was defeated by Liu Kong through his own hard-earned strength, in a way that was almost unimaginable for ordinary players. The items dropped by bosses also have an extremely low drop rate, making them extremely valuable. Although it seems like a fantasy that Liu Kong earned more than 20 million in just over a day, it is actually quite reasonable. Liu Kong is in a very good mood right now. With this money, the debts my parents owed can be paid off. After that, mother will be able to relax. In addition to the 2 blue pieces of equipment, Liu Kong also traded the remaining green equipment to Liu Chang and Wang Bing. They gained several dozen more gold coins. However, Liu Kong, who had just received 2,000 gold coins, was now completely unmoved by the sight of dozens of gold coins. Liu Chang and Wang Bing hurriedly said goodbye to Liu Kong because they had to deal with the skill books and recipes they had acquired. Liu Kong watched the two leave and smiled. Since his parents' company went bankrupt, the mountain that had been weighing on Liu Kong's mind has finally been removed. Seeing Liu Kong's relaxed smile, Lin Yingying blinked and said, "Godfather, you seem very happy?" Liu Kong was taken aback and looked at Lin Yingying. "You haven't left yet?" Because he was in a good mood, Liu Kong didn't have as much of a headache looking at Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying crossed her arms and said smugly, "Of course. I'm waiting for my godfather to add me as a friend. Land and air. Okay, my head is still throbbing." Liu Kong rolled his eyes. "Then you can keep waiting." "No, godfather, you're so happy today, shouldn't we celebrate?" Liu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying and asked, "Is the way to celebrate by adding each other as friends?" Lin Yingying gave Liu Kong a thumbs up. "As expected of my godfather. He's even smarter than me. Go, go, go. I'm going to grind monsters." Liu Kong summoned a demonized wolf and mounted it. "Oh," Lin Yingying replied pitifully, her head bowed in disappointment. She dragged her feet and slowly squatted down to the side. "Then I'll wait for my godfather to come next time." Land and air. He was terribly annoyed when he saw Lin Yingying's pitiful look. Damn it, this guy is such a clingy pest. Well, perhaps because the debt that had been bothering him for years had disappeared, Liu Kong was indeed in a good mood. Seeing Lin Yingying's pitiful appearance, he felt a little soft-hearted. Liu Kong clicked his tongue and said, all right, I'll add you as a friend." Lin Yingying looked up, her innocent big eyes staring at Liu Kong pitifully. "Godfather, is Zundu fake? You're not lying to me?" Liu Kong was speechless. "What do you have that I would lie to?" Lin Yingying thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Beauty?" Liu Kong, ? "I think we should just forget about it, and not add it." "Godfather, I was wrong. It was more like I was lusting after your good looks," Liu Kong said expressionlessly. "Stop coveting me, I'm the man you can't have." Hee. In the end, Liu Kong still chose to add Lin Yingying. As soon as it was added, Lin Yingying jumped up happily. "Ha ha! I knew it! I am the chosen one!" Seeing Lin Yingying's happy expression, Liu Kong was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy just very sad? He paused for a moment. "Were you faking it just now?" Lin Yingying was stunned, her eyes widening. "They got too cocky too quickly," she exclaimed. "No, I was so sad just now, But as soon as I got my godfather's contact information, my sadness disappeared immediately. Liu Kong looked at Lin Ying suspiciously, unsure whether she was telling the truth. However, given this shameless guy's personality, he was most likely just acting. Whatever, I'm happy today anyway, so I've already added them. I'm going to upgrade. Liu Kong said no more and waved his hand. Goodbye, Godfather! Godfather is invincible! Godfather is awesome! Lin Ying showered Liu Kong with flattery, waving her hands repeatedly. Next, Liu Kong continued to grind monsters at the Little Devil camp. Because the Little Devils don't respawn, there are far fewer problems with land and air combat. He has now penetrated deep into the central area of the Lesser Imp camp. In this region, there are fortresses everywhere, all surrounding the innermost castle. Liu Kong figured it out. The castle must be where the Little Devil's camp's biggest boss was. In this area, the number of lesser demons has also increased significantly. Originally, the Little Devils were in teams of 3, but here, they've reached teams of 7. Moreover, each team has a little demon warrior, a little demon archer, a little demon assassin, a little demon mage, and a little demon shaman. It's fair to say that this is an all-around team composed of elite monsters. The teamwork of this squad is certainly not comparable to that of the original 3 Little Devil squads. The Imp Shaman also possesses healing abilities, making him even more troublesome to fight. Fortunately, Liu Kong's current strength is far greater than when he first entered the Little Devil camp. Even when facing 7 elite lesser demons at once, Liu Kong can still easily defeat them. After defeating the lesser demons along the way, Liu Kong quickly leveled up to level 7. His attributes improved once again, and he gained 2 free attribute points, which he added to both land and air stats and stamina. As a player, I'm too fragile. The final boss will probably be quite powerful, and I'm a little afraid of being instantly killed by Liu Kong. During this time, Liu Kong killed more than 300 lesser demons and obtained a large number of excellent grade healing potions, various scrolls, and various green equipment. There's even a small Devil's Drop list that includes excellent quality blue equipment. This is the first time Liu Kong has ever seen a blue item appear in the loot list of an elite monster. He has already taken down nearly 1,000 elite lesser demons. It's easy to imagine how low the probability is. And this fine blue equipment just happens to be usable by both land and air forces. It's an extremely rare ring. Each player can equip 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 accessories. Liu Kong hadn't seen any of these items except for a ring he'd previously seen in the Ice Hands drop rate list. Unexpectedly, I encountered it on a small monster, and it was even blue. Little Devil's Bone Ring, fine, strength plus 6, stamina plus 6, required level 7. Drop rate 0.000022%. A fine ring adds a full 12 points to its attributes, which is roughly equivalent to the attributes a player gains by leveling up twice. It's almost on par with the legendary great swords of land and air. It just doesn't have the special effects of legendary equipment. Even so, this is still very strong. Liu Kong naturally chose the drop option, and they've already equipped it. Besides the equipment, Liu Kong obtained 22 minor attribute stones and 4 minor skill stones. The attribute stones for both land and air have all been used, which is equivalent to having 22 more attribute points. In addition, the combat spirit skill on land and air can increase the combat status by 50%, which is another 11 points of attribute. This is equivalent to Liu Kong gaining 33 attribute points out of thin air. Feeling great. Players below level 10, even with equipment, probably few can compare to his base stats. As for the skill stones, both land and air skills were used. Liu Kong originally planned to use all his skills on Sweep, but after Sweep reached level 4, he had to use a beginner skill stone to upgrade it. Liu Kong could only put all the remaining points into Heavy Strike, raising it to level 4. Now, the damage amplification of land and air skills is much stronger than before. This is a genuine boost in combat power. After several hours of grinding, Liu Kong finally arrived at the final castle. He glanced at the enormous castle, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Chapter 46 Excellent Set. Chapter 46. The castle has 3 floors. The first floor is a large hall. There are 2 staircases on either side of the hall that lead to the second floor. In the center of the hall, there were 5 little devils. The tallest of them all was the little devil standing in the center, who was a full 1.7 meters tall. He wore black armor and carried a black battle axe on his back. On either side of this little devil stood 4 little devil shamans. The land and air reconnaissance technique was immediately launched. Gyurge Chief. Level 7. Life, 6000. Attack 95. Description: Captain of the guards at the Little Devil Camp. Liu Kong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This castle has 3 levels, and I didn't expect there to be a leader on the first level. Could there be leaders on all 3 levels? Liu Kong became excited at the thought. The leader represents excellent equipment and items. It represents power and money. Liu Kong opened Gu Ji's loot list. At the very front was a black battle axe with blue markings. Unfortunately, Liu Kong's weapons were far superior to those of the elite level. If the flaming greatsword wasn't available, Liu Kong would definitely be the better choice. The second item is the basic skill stone. This is a no-brainer, a must-choose. Next come basic attribute stones, excellent equipment, and high-quality healing potions, among other items. The sophisticated equipment among them greatly surprised both the land and air forces. Little Devil crafted breastplate, fine, mail armor, defense plus 177, strength plus 6, stamina plus 6, required level, 7. Little Devil set, 2 to 4 reduces damage taken by 8 points. Little Devil set, 4 to 4 increases damage by 12%. Drop rate, 0.087%. A high-quality chainmail set. An upgraded version of the Little Devil outfit. Liu Kong currently has only a great sword and a high-quality ring. All his other equipment is green grade. Actually, Grin and Ice Hand also had good equipment that suited him, but the value of other things was too high. Since land and air forces have no choice, they naturally have to choose the more valuable option. But what about this Gugu? Would you say he's poor? He doesn't have any particularly valuable recipes, blueprints, or skill books. However, he possesses the most suitable chainmail set for both land and air combat. Liu Kong was, of course, quite satisfied. He immediately chose 2 pieces of the Little Devil craftsmanship set. Including the previous breastplate, there is also a Little Devil crafted leg guard. Actually, there are other mail armor pieces in the drop list. However, there are only 3 options available, land and air. You definitely need the basic skill stones, you can only choose 2. However, these 2 items are enough to complete one of the set effects, which is already pretty good. Liu Kong was satisfied. After that, Liu Kong selected the loot dropped by the Lesser Demon Shaman, and then charged straight in. Compared to Ice Hand, Gugu is actually easier to fight. After all, Gugu is a melee-focused warrior class. Although Gugu's defensive capabilities are much stronger than Ice Hand's, his land and air attacks can only deal about 60 damage. Moreover, Gugu's attack power is also quite high, and his health is 2,000 more than Bing Shou's. However, Liu Kong cast the weakness spell on him, making walking him no different from walking a dog. The only problem was that 4 shamans were healing him. But this little trouble is certainly no problem for Liu Kong. Liu Kong pulled Gugu away and then ran straight to kill the Lesser Demon Shaman. Although the healing from 4 Lesser Demon Shamans together is really powerful. However, Liu Kong, wielding the flaming greatsword, was even more formidable. Even with 4 Lesser Demon Shamans healing him together, they couldn't keep up. After Liu Kong killed all 4 Lesser Demon Shamans, the remaining Gugu, though furious, was now at Liu Kong's mercy. He was killed by Liu Kong using the weakness scroll kite. During this time, Gugu also has a whirlwind slash skill, but because it is too slow, it cannot catch up with Liu Kong at all. The whirlwind slash was a complete waste of time. It's hilarious. As the Air Force swept down with its final attack, Gugu let out a scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated out from his corpse. The entire boss battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and Liu Kong didn't even break a sweat. After picking up the items, Liu Kong immediately put his equipment to use. His attributes immediately increased dramatically. Moreover, the set bonus reduces damage taken by a full 8 points, making elite monsters barely scratch you. As for the skill stones, Liu Kong naturally used them on Battle Spirit, raising it to level 6. The boost brought by the level 6 Battle Spirit was not unexpected for Liu Kong. 60%. Liu Kong was delighted with this significant improvement. After tidying up, Liu Kong went up the side stairs to the 2nd floor. At the end of the stairs was a corridor. The corridor is lined with rooms on both sides, and at the end is a large black iron gate. Liu Kong walked along the corridor. He discovered that there were 6 or 7 little devils in each room. Liu Kong certainly wouldn't let them get away, and rushed in to fight. Liu Kong discovered that the level 7 Lesser Demon Elite could only deal a maximum of 2 points of damage to him. There were even many times when they couldn't break through the defenses. That's the charm of a high-quality set. Of course, the superior attributes of Liu Kong himself and the boost from his fighting spirit also play a crucial role. Other players don't have the same strong attributes as land and air units, so even with the same equipment, they can't prevent elite monsters from breaking through their defenses. Liu Kong sighed inwardly, wondering if the next boss would have the same exquisitely crafted chainmail. If you can also complete the other set bonus, which increases damage by 12%, then you'll be truly invincible. After cleaning the rooms on both sides, Liu Kong finally arrived at the black iron gate at the end of the corridor. Liu Kong placed his hand on the black iron gate, then quickly withdrew it. Space-based online games are different from normal games. In normal gameplay, the monster's detection range is very short. Even if there's a powerful leader behind that black iron gate, he probably wouldn't even glance at him if he pushed the door open. But the cosmic game is different. If you push open the door, the noise will definitely attract attention. This means that the battle will begin immediately. Liu Kong still doesn't know what kind of monster is inside. We will definitely have to fight. What we need to do is prepare. Liu Kong first used scrolls of strength and stamina to restore his health to full before taking a deep breath and pushing open the door. The clicking sound rang out as the black iron gate opened. Liu Kong saw the situation inside the room. It was a room of about 100 square meters, with many animal heads hanging on the walls as decoration. At the far end of the room was a wooden table, on which were placed many parchment documents. Behind the wooden table, a little devil was staring intently at Liu Kong. He held a longbow in his hand, the arrow already knocked. Call out! The longbow whistled through the air with a piercing sound as it shot towards the land. Liu Kong had no time to dodge and was shot in the chest by an arrow. -81. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow when he saw the damage. Is that acceptable? Since it's a ranged class, there's no need to think twice. The obvious choice is to use cover. Liu Kong hid directly behind the black iron gate that was not yet fully opened. This is a ready-made bunker. Then Liu Kong heard footsteps. As the footsteps drew near, Liu Kong's lips curled into a smile, and he charged out with a normal attack followed by a heavy strike and a sweeping triple combo. Just as Liu Kong was about to continue holding the cover, he noticed that the little devil was wielding two short swords and slashing at Liu Kong. -34. -32. Liu Kong. His eyes widened in astonishment. Both ranged and melee combat are possible? Liu Kong was a little confused for a moment. The three bosses he fought before were either melee fighters, which he killed by healing himself, or ranged fighters, which he killed by exploiting line of sight. Now that I'm facing someone who can fight both ranged and melee combat, how am I supposed to fight them? Chapter 47 Hide and Seek. In Chapter 47, Liu Kong didn't have time to think much before casting a weakness scroll to slow down Liu Kong. He dodged the attacks while unleashing a detection spell. Akelin Leader. Level 7. Life 5000. Attack 95. Description: the deputy commander of the Little Devil Camp, and also the scout captain. This guy's attack strength is the same as Gugu's before. Fortunately, he had just obtained a two-piece Little Devil craftsmanship set. Otherwise, the attack damage would probably be even higher. Even so, the air and land forces are still under immense pressure. He can use a high-quality healing potion every 30 seconds, restoring 120 points each time. In addition, the basic regeneration ability restores 180 health points every 30 seconds. In total, both land and air attacks can restore 300 health points within 30 seconds. If Liu Kong cannot dodge Akelin's attack, the damage received will far exceed 300 points, and he will not be able to recover at all. The only thing Liu Kong can do now is to block or dodge as many of Akelin's attacks as possible. That way he can last longer. Liu Kong relied on his own attributes and equipment to withstand the attacks, and by exploiting the boss's weaknesses, he managed to kill him. Now we can only rely on our own hard power. He took a deep breath and became very focused, putting aside his own counterattacks and concentrating on dodging Akelin's attacks. Fortunately, Akelin was slowed down. Although his attack speed was not reduced, his offensive capabilities were still affected. This also gives the land and air forces a better chance to evade and defend themselves. However, as long as the land and air are a little far apart, Akelin will put away his long sword and take out his longbow to shoot. This means that both land and air forces can only avoid them at close range. Akelin's attributes were clearly superior to his, and his movements were extremely fast. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't avoid all the attacks. As he watched his health points dwindle, Liu Kong felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Could this be the place where I lose my virginity? He scanned his surroundings, looking for a way to break the deadlock. As Liu Kong's gaze swept across the rooms in the corridor, he was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Liu Kong parried Akalin's attacks while moving towards the room on the left. After he and Akalin entered the room, Liu Kong suddenly rushed out of the room and headed towards the small room on the right, which was furthest from the main room. The corridor wasn't long, and Liu Kong quickly rushed to the room door. At that moment, he saw that Akalin had already walked out of the room. He took out his longbow and shot an arrow at Liu Kong. Liu Kong flashed into the room, the arrow whistling as it embedded itself in the wall on one side of the room, its fletching still vibrating. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. He now had a few seconds to catch his breath. During this time, Liu Kong can restore his health through primary regeneration, and at the same time, he can wait for the cooldown of the trainee healing potion to end. He looked up and glanced outside the door. Then Liu Kong saw Akalin jogging over. However, because he still had the slowing effect of the weakness scroll on him, his speed was much slower than that of land and air. 3 seconds. It takes about 3 seconds to run here from the innermost room. During these 3 seconds, Liu Kong can recover 18 health points, and the cooldown time of the healing potion will also be over for 3 seconds. Wrong. Liu Kong suddenly realized his mistake. There are 12 rooms in total along this corridor. If Liu Kong had already found another room to hide in before Akalin even left the room. So, does Akalin have to search for him room by room? As long as he doesn't find Liu Kong will have time to recover. Thinking of this, Liu Kong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He already knows how to defeat this leader. Just then, Akalin rushed into the room. He shouted angrily, "Little mouse, the game is over!" Because the room was not large, Akalin could not use a bow and arrow, so he could only charge forward wielding his twin swords. Liu Kong countered with a triple combo of a normal attack, a heavy attack, and a sweeping attack on Akalin. -101. -149. -201. The 3 attacks dealt a total of 450 damage. With Akalin's health, it would only take 13 hits to kill him. However, the sweeping attack has a 10-second cooldown, so the actual attack will definitely take longer. Even so, the total time would be at most 2 minutes. If the land and air forces can hold out for this long, we can win. After the attack, Liu Kong dodged again. After leading Akalin deep into the room, Liu Kong suddenly ran towards the outside. This time, Liu Kong didn't focus entirely on distance. He simply ran out of the 3-room area and entered one of the rooms. Before going in, Liu Kong glanced at the door of the room where Akalin was and found that he had not come out yet. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. After a breath, Akalin's angry voice rang out. "Little mouse! Where are you?" Then Liu Kong heard Akalin's footsteps as he walked into each room. He grinned and glanced at his health bar, which was slowly recovering. "Because I've been using attribute stones recently, including quite a few stamina attribute stones. Liu Kong's base stamina has reached 26 points, plus the attribute bonuses from his equipment. The land and air attributes together amount to a total of 53 points. With the added boost of 60% from increased fighting spirit, Liu Kong's health has now reached over 800. In the battle just now, Liu Kong lost most of his health, and now he still has more than 300. He planned to fight slowly to avoid attacking too quickly, and Akalin used his skill. If Akalin's skills are extremely powerful, this amount of health is simply not enough. About 10 seconds later, Liu Kong saw Akalin walk to the door of his room and see Liu Kong hiding behind the door. Akalin immediately grinned maliciously. "Hee, little mouse, I've found you!" He brandished his long sword and charged towards Liu Kong. Liu Kong casually cast a shield scroll on himself, then gave him a normal attack and a heavy attack. After that, Liu Kong rushed out of the room and continued playing hide-and-seek. Soon, Liu Kong heard Akalin's furious roar again. Once a solution was found, the rest was easy. Liu Kong's previously heavy mood also lifted. He then realized that he hadn't had time to select the dropped items yet. So when Akalin found Liu Kong again, Liu Kong showed him his loot list. Then Liu Kong's face fell. This guy is genuinely poor. The best thing is a basic skill stone. After that, it's fine equipment and items. This includes longbows, short swords, and the little devil crafted set, among others. However, this finely crafted set is made of leather armor, which makes Liu Kong very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Liu Kong found a ring. Vicious ring, fine, stamina plus 6, attacks have a chance to poison the target, dealing 30 poison damage. Required level 7. Drop rate 0.085%. This ring that increases stamina and damage is also very useful for him. Liu Kong thought for a moment and finally chose a fine quality longbow, along with a basic skill stone and this vicious ring. After making their choices, Liu Kong continued playing hide and seek with Akelin. His health is gradually recovering thanks to the shield he's wearing. Conversely, Akelin's health is rapidly declining. When Akelin's health was down to half, he finally used his skill. A green glow appeared on his twin swords, and when they struck Liu Kong, they actually poisoned him. Moreover, this poison is very potent, causing a loss of 30 health points per second for 10 seconds. It directly adds 300 points to your health. Fortunately, Liu Kong's health is quite high now, so he can still hold on. When Akelin had only 500 health points left, he went completely berserk, and his attack speed increased dramatically. In just 1 second, it dealt 6 hits, startling Liu Kong. Fortunately, Liu Kong didn't try to fight him head-on, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. He just needs to keep playing hide-and-seek. Finally, with a normal attack, Liu Kong killed Akelin. Chapter 48 Legendary Equipment reappears. Chapter 48 Legendary Equipment appears again. Liu Kong exhaled a breath of stale air and revealed a smile. At first, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the environment here is suitable for fighting this boss, otherwise he really felt that he might not be able to defeat him. After picking up the items, Liu Kong equipped the vicious ring, thus giving him 2 rings. Then he used the beginner skill stone to increase his battle spirit level. With battle spirit reaching level 7, the attribute increase reached 70%. With the addition of the new equipment, both Liu Kong and Liu Kong have over 900 health points. It shouldn't be long before we break 1000. He's only level 7, but his health is already over 1000. Does this mean we can't let other people play? It's not balanced at all. Oh, so he's the one who's unbalanced? That's alright then. Liu Kong planned to sell the last of his fine longbows and keep them for later. After resting for a while, Liu Kong went into Akelin's room. He discovered that there was a path leading upstairs on the wall behind the wooden table. As Liu Kong walked past the wooden table, he glanced at the parchment with some curiosity. This glance made Liu Kong's eyes widen. These parchments are filled with information about Silvermoon Village. Liu Kong walked over and picked up the parchment sheets one by one. It contains a map of the area around Silvermoon Village, as well as information about the distribution of monsters in the surrounding area. Liu Kong frowned. He remembered what the old village chief had said when he first accepted the mission. The old village chief said that the little devil was planning to destroy Silvermoon Village. Previously, Liu Kong didn't feel much of a sense of reality, but now, after seeing this detailed information about Silvermoon Village, Liu Kong's mood became urgent. The little devil camp has such a thorough understanding of Silvermoon Village. If they really launch an attack, they might actually succeed. Liu Kong thought for a moment, and then put the parchment away. Although I don't know if there are any backups, I absolutely cannot leave these to the little devil. Liu Kong looked around the room again, looking for anything new and useful. Soon Liu Kong's eyes lit up. He actually found a wooden treasure chest in the corner. There are obviously not many treasure chests in the game. Liu Kong has only encountered 2 so far. This treasure chest looks a bit more luxurious than the one I encountered last time. Liu Kong opened the drop rate list and found that the highest level item was actually a fine quality item. He was immediately happy. There were many items inside, but Liu Kong could only choose 3. In the end, Liu Kong chose a basic skill stone and a pair of chainmail boots. Demon iron shoes, fine, strength plus 5, stamina plus 6, required level 7. Drop rate 0.003%. Finally, there was a little devil-themed exquisite robe that he couldn't use. These 3 items are the most valuable. Liu Kong immediately equipped the demon iron shoes and the skill stone, intending to use it on his battle spirit. However, to Liu Kong's surprise, after his battle spirit reached level 7, he needed to use higher level skill stones to continue improving it. Liu Kong had no choice but to use the basic skill stone on basic regeneration, upgrading it to level 7, which restores 7 health points per second. It's not bad, it restores 210 health points in 30 seconds, which is much better than a high-quality trainee healing potion. After finishing tidying up, Liu Kong walked upstairs. Reaching the top of the stairs, Liu Kong peered over and saw that the 3rd floor was a huge room. The room was dimly lit, with a fire burning in the center, the flickering flames creating a play of light and shadow. At the deepest part of the room, a burly figure dressed in black armor sat on a stone chair. Clearly, this should be the final boss. Liu Kong secretly cast a detection spell over Magran, high-ranking leader. Level 7. Life, 10,000. Attack 130. Description: Commander of the Little Devil Camp, responsible for gathering intelligence about Silvermoon Village for the Little Devil's lair. Hiss. Liu Kong gasped, almost sucking up all the air around him. 10,000 HP, 130 attack. What kind of deity is this? Both the ground and air forces were stunned. This was far superior to the previous leaders. Moreover, this guy's rank isn't just a leader, but a high-ranking leader. This should be stronger than the boss, but not yet a monster of the boss's rank? Liu Kong felt a little uneasy. I wonder if I can beat this thing? But looking at Magran wearing full armor and having a great sword next to him, he should be a melee class, right? He looked at his 995 health points, plus his high armor, and thought for a moment. Maybe there's hope? You should at least give it a try. You'll only be dead for an hour. One word, do it! Liu Kong refreshed his stamina and strength scrolls, then opened Maglan's loot list. The purple light at the top almost blinded Liu Kong. Another legendary item. Bloodlust Necklace, legendary, strength plus 12, stamina plus 8, 10% physical life steal, required level, 7. Drop rate, 0.000012%. Well, Liu Kong almost lost his balance and jumped up. It's a life-stealing device. With such powerful land and air attacks, if he had this equipment, he could almost stand and fight against some of the weaker boss monsters. Moreover, this equipment adds a full 20 points to his attributes, which, combined with his battle spirit boost, brings the total to 34 points. It's easy to imagine how much this equipment will improve the air and land forces. It truly lives up to its legendary status. Liu Kong's heart was pounding, and his eyes were almost red. We absolutely must get our hands on this equipment. Liu Kong then looked at the list below. Soon, Liu Kong became excited again. Great Sword Mastery, Level 1. After learning this skill, you will be able to use the Great Sword more skillfully, and the damage you deal will be increased by 10% when you use the Great Sword as a weapon. Learning requirement, Warrior Class. Skills. And skills that suit him perfectly. Without even thinking, this is definitely the one to choose. The third one is a letter. Maglan's letter. This is a letter that Maglan received, containing news of the Imp's attack on Silvermoon Village. Drop rate, 30.4%. The drop rate for this thing is quite high. However, Liu Kong still intends to choose this thing. This thing is obviously related to a mission. It would be absurd not to choose it. After choosing his landing spot, Liu Kong checked his status again. After confirming that there were no problems, Liu Kong rushed into the room. Magran, who was dozing on the stone chair, woke up when he heard the noise. He was furious when he saw Liu Kong charging towards him with a great sword. Intruder! How did you get here? Where are my loyal subordinates? Upon hearing this, Liu Kong revealed a sinister grin, like an evil villain. Hee, your subordinates are dead now. I'll send you to join them right away. Maglan's face grew even angrier. You're asking for it. He picked up the great sword he was leaning against the stone chair and charged towards Liu Kong. Liu Kong was about to rush forward when he saw flames bursting forth on Maglan's great sword. He seemed to be holding a ball of raging fire. Liu Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of skill was that? Fortunately, this skill wasn't ranged, and Maglan still charged towards the air. Liu Kong immediately used the weakness scroll. Ding, the target's level is too high. The scroll's duration has been reduced to 20 seconds, and the movement speed reduction effect has been reduced to 30%. Chapter 49 Another System Announcement. Chapter 49 Another System Announcement. Upon hearing the system notification, Liu Kong paused, his expression changing slightly. It seems the rank of the high-level boss is about to exceed the range of the weakness scroll. Liu Kong felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it didn't exceed it completely. He had previously relied on the weakness scroll to kill the boss monsters. If it fails now, he won't be able to fight Maglan at all and will only be waiting to die. Although the effect is slightly worse now, it's not completely untouchable. Liu Kong could sense that Maglan's speed had noticeably decreased after being weakened. Such a speed is simply not enough to catch up with land and air. Liu Kong stepped forward, unleashing a heavy attack, followed by a normal attack and a sweeping 3-hit combo. minus 72, minus 47, minus 99. Seeing this damage, Liu Kong felt a bit of a toothache. As expected of a high-ranking leader, and a warrior-type class wearing chainmail at that. That's way too meaty. His triple combo has never dealt such low damage before. At that moment, Magran had already wielded his greatsword, which was burning with flames, and slashed towards Liu Kong. The flames danced in the air at great speed, leaving a dazzling trail of fire. Liu Kong only felt a flash of red light, and before he could even do anything, he was in excruciating pain. Minus 180. Minus 120. Two high damage numbers floated above Liu Kong's head, making his scalp tingle. One is the physical damage caused by the greatsword, and the other is the burning damage caused by the flames. The two attacks combined took away a third of Liu Kong's health in an instant. This is comparable to the skill damage of other bosses, right? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Liu Kong quickly realized that the flames burning on the greatsword were probably also a skill. However, this could be a skill that requires continuous improvement. Does that mean that every attack Maglan makes is skill damage? Who can withstand this? Liu Kong felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't stop moving and quickly retreated. Magran's attack speed was extremely fast. Even wielding a heavy weapon like a greatsword, his second strike was already aimed at Liu Kong. Flames brushed past Liu Kong's nose, and he could still feel the burning sting of the flames. Minus 30. Liu Kong took a deep breath and quickly used the treatment. Then, thanks to the level 7 basic regeneration, it began to recover its health. 20 seconds later, Liu Kong used the weakness scroll again to prevent the scroll's effect from disappearing. However, the land and air forces have not yet launched a second attack. After about 30 seconds, Liu Kong's health recovered, and he went up and used his triple attack again. After completing the 3-hit combo of land and air attacks, they immediately retreated. Even so, the land and air forces still suffered an attack, taking approximately 300 damage. Liu Kong did a rough calculation. He attacks once every 30 seconds, dealing around 220 damage. It will take nearly 50 attacks to kill Maglan. This means that 75 scrolls will be needed. Liu Kong glanced at his backpack and breathed a sigh of relief. He is a person who likes to plan ahead and always prepares in advance. On the way to storm the castle, Liu Kong encountered various scrolls and collected some of them. Especially the weakness scrolls. Liu Kong still has more than 100 weakness scrolls in his possession. The shield scrolls are also quite useful. They can be lifesavers in critical moments. Liu Kong has collected more than 50 of them. There are about 20 more power and endurance scrolls remaining. With these scrolls, we have enough for a protracted war. Furthermore, because he still has some shield scrolls on him that can block 100 points of damage, Liu Kong will actually need to consume fewer weakness scrolls. Unfortunately, the shield scroll can only be used once a minute. It would be even better if it could be used every half minute. Liu Kong was somewhat disappointed, but for the next attack, he still decisively used the shield scroll to withstand 100 points of damage. This allows the ground and air forces to kill Maglan faster. This is a protracted war. When Liu Kong calculated the damage, he didn't take in critical hit damage, nor did he take in the fire damage effect from the flame greatsword or the poison damage effect from the vicious ring. In practice, Liu Kong found that Maglan's health dropped faster than he had expected. 7 minutes later, Liu Kong reduced Maglan's health to about half. Just then, Maglan raised his head and roared, "Coward, why don't you dare face me?" He stomped his foot on the ground, and the whole room trembled. A violent shockwave emanated from Magran and slammed heavily onto Liu Kong. Liu Kong felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if he had been hit by a truck. His body flew backward and crashed into the wall. Minus 799. Liu Kong looked at the damage above his head, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. What kind of damage is this? Without thinking twice, he endured the pain, got up, and ran. Because Magran had already charged over. His movement speed has actually returned to normal. That skill you just used can also remove negative effects. Liu Kong then cast the weakness scroll on Magran, barely managing to escape Magran's attack range. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His health was just over 100 points. If Magran had touched him, he would have been done for. Fortunately, he managed to escape in the end. Next, the land and air forces did not rush to attack. It took him more than a minute to fully recover his life through primary regeneration and the addition of medication. After their health was fully restored, the land and air forces resumed their orderly attack. This time, to avoid being instantly killed, Liu Kong didn't even use the shield scroll, preferring to waste more time. Moreover, he always restores his health to full before each attack. Fortunately, there was no real danger. Magran did not use the same skill again during the battle. When Magran's health dropped to only 1,000, his face turned extremely ferocious. "Oh flame! Protect me!" He raised his hands, and the raging fire in the center of the room seemed to have gained its own consciousness. All the flames surged and rushed towards Magran. Flames clung to Magran's body, making him appear as if he had acquired a suit of fiery armor. Liu Kong's eyes widened when he saw this. What? Such a cool skill, why isn't it his? However, this skill doesn't seem to be an offensive skill, which reassured Liu Kong somewhat. What he fears most is Maglan's final wave of skills. If it's too exaggerated, he'll probably be instantly killed. He's relieved now. He continued his attack from the ground in the air, and soon he discovered the effect of the skill. When Liu Kong attacked Magran, in addition to being attacked by Magran's great sword and burning attacks, the flame armor also attacked him. And each time it restores 100 health points. This means that each attack from the ground or air will cause the user to lose 400 health points. It's absolutely terrifying. Everyone, both on land and in the air, was numb. In other words, if it were another player, would anyone actually be able to defeat this boss? Even if someone is level 10 and has better equipment, they might not necessarily be able to win, right? Of course, for both land and air units, although the damage is higher, there is no burst damage. At most, it just took a little more time for both land and air forces. In the end, Liu Kong's sword extinguished Maglan's last drop of blood. Damn invaders! My lord will avenge me! Maglan let out a miserable scream of despair, and his strong body, which was about 1.8 meters tall, fell heavily to the ground. 3 orbs of light floated out from his corpse. These are the dropped items. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. That was fucking exciting. Fortunately, we eventually managed to kill the guy. Just then, a magnificent and vast sound resounded from the sky. Yuanxing area announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kong for killing a high-level boss monster for the first time. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, 1 fine treasure chest, and plus 50 reputation in Dao City. Chapter 50, making him a prince of the Lionheart Kingdom. Chapter 50, which announced that he would become a prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, was announced 3 times, and all the novice villages in the Yuanxing region fell silent once again. Then, a commotion arose from all the newbie villages. Discussions about land and air warfare continue unabated. The Balan Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom, the Calidus Kingdom, the Snowfire Kingdom, and so on. The top players in each kingdom stopped fighting monsters at this moment. Although they weren't together, almost all the high-level players had the same expression. That is disbelief. Adams and his team had just killed a level 4 boss with hundreds of players. They hadn't even had a chance to be happy for long. The system then notified us that a high-ranking leader had been killed by air or land. Hey, is this great Xia person real? That's outrageous. Yeah, it took us so many people to kill just one leader using sheer numbers, and he managed to kill a high-ranking leader all by himself? How did he do that? Adam's expression was somewhat solemn, and he gripped his staff tightly, his palms pale. He couldn't understand how Liu Kong managed to do it. To support him, the entire Baron Empire devoted almost all of its best resources to him. He already had mostly green equipment, and with the level advantage, the damage he dealt to the boss was only a little over 30 points. If he were to lead the group alone, he would never imagine having any chance of winning. But that Xia man did it. Even Adams, who was extremely confident, felt somewhat defeated at this moment. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. The princess's maidservant asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" Alice smiled slightly. "I was thinking, after we leave the starting village, could we talk to that Liu Kong about a collaboration? As the noble princess of the kingdom, you are naturally qualified to discuss cooperation with Liu Kong," the maid said respectfully. Alice chuckled and said, "I think so too. So tell me, if I wanted him to become the prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, would he agree?" The maid stared wide-eyed, her expression one of astonishment. The title of Prince of the Kingdom is reserved for the husband of a princess. Does this mean that Her Highness wants to marry this Xia man? The maid was momentarily speechless. "Your Highness?" You must be joking. Alice narrowed her eyes and shook her head. Times have changed. Although there is no danger now, when the demonic energy invades, the Lionheart Kingdom will surely be plunged into turmoil. As a royal princess, if I can sacrifice myself to save the Lionheart Kingdom, then I am willing to sacrifice myself. The maid stammered. But... She didn't know what to say for a moment. Alice, as if explaining to her maid, and also to herself, said softly, The game has only been going on for 2 days, and Liu Kong has already killed a high-ranking leader. You've witnessed the leader's power, and a high-ranking leader must be even stronger. The fact that he could kill him single-handedly shows that his strength is on a completely different level from ours. With him around, the Lionheart Kingdom should be safe. The maid's eyes reddened slightly. But this will only wrong your highness. Alice smiled and said, Although I am the eldest princess, I am also a woman and I admire strong people. But you don't even know what that great Xia person looks like, nor do you know his personality. Alice tossed her long, golden hair, which resembled a carpet of gold sand, and chuckled. I was just saying that. Look how nervous you are. Just kidding. The maid was startled, blinked, and nodded in realization. Oh, you startled me, your highness, really. Alice squinted at the azure sky, then sighed and said, Let's go. Where is your highness going? Of course, it's about upgrading and becoming stronger. If we don't want to rely on others to preserve the Lionheart Kingdom, then we can only rely on our own efforts. The maid's eyes widened, and she clenched her small fists. No matter what, I will stay by your highness's side until death. Delia, your loyalty is beyond question. The starting area of Great Xia. A pack of demonized wolves was howling and charging towards Xia Yan. Her expression remained unchanged. With a wave of her staff, endless pale white icy winds howled out and landed on the demonized wolf. Hundreds of damage numbers immediately appeared on the demonized wolves, and their speed was greatly reduced. Xia Yan took a few steps back, waited for the cooldown to end, and then used cold wind impact again. After several attempts, all the demonized wolves collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Xia Yan took a breath and found a clean rock to sit on. Around her were the corpses of demonized wolves. She looked up at the sky, her expression complex. It's you again, Liu Kong. The frostbite skill she possesses is sold by Liu Kong, and it's very cheap. All her equipment was also sold by the Air Force and was very inexpensive. Not only her, but many players in the Xian Yao army obtained their green equipment almost entirely from Liu Kong. It is precisely because of these green equipment that Xian Yao army players are stronger and more efficient at leveling up than ordinary players, and their current levels are also among the top tier. All of this was brought about by land and air forces. With you here, it is a blessing for Great Xia. Xia Yan's feelings were somewhat complicated. She could already foresee that once everyone had passed the beginner phase and left the beginner village, all the forces on Yuanxing would probably extend olive branches to Liu Kong. Will Liu Kong still remain in Great Xia by then? How could their Great Xia possibly keep him here? Xia Yan's thoughts were racing, like a beautiful statue sitting in the wilderness littered with wolf carcasses, forming a wild and bizarrely beautiful picture. After the system notification, Liu Kong's private chat kept buzzing with notifications. Liu Kong did not directly check the private messages. He first picked up everything, and then equipped the Bloodlust necklace. The necklace that Liu Kong used to have was now full. The attributes have been improved significantly again. After that, Liu Kong learned Great Sword Mastery. After studying, Liu Kong immediately felt a large amount of information being absorbed into his mind. It contains great sword usage techniques and combat experience. This knowledge seems to be etched into the genes of both land and air forces. Liu Kong was used to this. He had this experience every time he learned a skill. To Liu Kong's surprise, he swung the great sword and clearly felt that he was much more adept at using it. This feeling doesn't come from a novice who has been wielding a great sword for less than 2 days, but from a veteran who has been practicing with a great sword for 1 or 2 years. In the future, the chances of monsters dodging or blocking your attacks should also decrease. A slight smile appeared on his lips. As expected of a powerful passive skill, Liu Kong clearly felt that his combat ability had improved again. Finally, there was Madeline's letter. Liu Kong opened the letter and found that the text inside consisted of symbols, which he couldn't understand at all. He was too lazy to think about it further. He figured he'd hand it over to the old village chief when he got back, who should know something. Afterwards, Liu Kong sat down to rest and opened the chat to check his private messages. Chapter 51 Wang Bing also wants to cry. Chapter 51 Wang Bing also wanted to cry. Liu Kong didn't have many friends. Besides Wang Bing and Lu Chang, there were only Li Mu, Jiangsu, and Lin Yingying, whom he had just added today. Liu Kong glanced at them and noticed that Li Mu and Jiangsu had posted relatively few. Just a normal congratulation. Li Mu, on the other hand, said things like, "Mr. Liu is so amazing!" and, "Mr. Liu is both handsome and capable. I wonder who he'll end up with." Liu Kong gave the two a brief reply. I looked at other people's messages. There was a lot of news about Lin Yingying. "Godfather, you are my god!" "Godfather, Godfather, what level of monster is this high-ranking leader?" "Godfather, Godfather, aren't high-ranking leaders much more powerful than regular leaders?" "Godfather, Godfather, how did you manage to kill the boss and high-ranking bosses all by yourself?" "Godfather, Godfather, you're so handsome. I admire you so much. I have to sob at you a few times, sob, 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 sob." "Godfather, Godfather, what good stuff do high-ranking bosses drop?" Liu Kong was speechless with exasperation. This guy is a walking encyclopedia of questions. He'll ask about anything. Liu Kong. Stop whining, it's giving me a headache. There are plenty of good things. Liu Kong casually sent a bloodlust necklace. Lin Yingying. As soon as Liu Kong sent the message, Lin Yingying sent back a series of question marks. Liu Kong ignored the chat and exited his conversation with Lin Yingying, turning his attention to the chat between Wang Bing and Liu Chang. The two chatted for a while, starting with congratulations to Liu Kong, followed by various expressions of envy, and finally asking Liu Kong if he had any good stuff to sell. Both of them had a vivid memory of the skill books and recipes that Liu Kong sold last time. So, Liu Kong posted the two blue items that had dropped earlier in the three-person chat group. Little Devil's crafted longbow, Little Devil's crafted robe. As soon as these two pieces of equipment were released, Liu Chang jumped up. His breathing became a little more rapid. Bows and arrows, and cloth armor and robes. All of excellent quality. Isn't this exactly what he prepared for his two precious daughters? If we could get our hands on these two pieces of equipment, wouldn't our two precious daughters be overjoyed? Who knows, maybe she'll even give him a shoulder massage or something if she's in a good mood. At this thought, a fierce flame ignited in Liu Chang's eyes. He wants both of these pieces of equipment. I will slay gods and Buddhas alike. Liu Chang. Longbow 120 gold, long robe 100 gold. Wang Bing, on the other side, also gasped for breath upon seeing the two blue pieces of equipment. This is the first time they've encountered blue equipment that they can actually buy. The stats of the equipment are absolutely mouth-watering. With such equipment, their strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Moreover, after he sent the skill book to the third princess last time, she clearly considered him one of her own. If the third princess were to present him with a blue cloth armor robe this time, she would definitely give him a helping hand. The longbow is fine, but I have to get my hands on this cloth armor robe no matter what. Just as Wang Bing was about to make a bid, he saw Liu Chang's price. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Bing. Mr. Liu, can't you even have a proper game? This is just a level 7 blue item, and you're offering 100 gold? The equipment, skill books, and recipes are different. This is time sensitive. Even if a level 7 blue item is stronger than a level 10 green item, the difference in strength won't be significant. This equipment is only usable up to level 12 or 13. This was already Wang Bing's most optimistic estimate. In such a short time, it's going to sell for 1 million? Has Liu Chang gone mad? According to Wang Bing's estimate, this cloth armor robe is worth at most 50 gold coins. He really couldn't accept this price. Even if he were willing, he would still have to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, he wasn't the only one in the Blackbird army. It's better to buy 100 or so green items than to spend 100 gold on a single blue item, which can equip many of your brothers. Liu Chang. Normal bidding. Take it or leave it. Wang Bing's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately did not make a bid. That price is too high. Wang Bing. Fine. You win. Liu Chang. My good son-in-law. When are we going to make the deal? Liu Kong. I'm heading back to the city now. If it's convenient for you, please come back now as well. Liu Chang. Okay, I'll be right back. Wang Bing. Godfather, are there any other green equipment? Liu Kong. Yes, there are also dozens of pieces of green equipment. Wang Bing. Okay, I'll have Jiangsu go over there. Liu Chang. Good son-in-law, besides these two blue pieces of equipment, is there nothing else? Didn't you say there were still high-level bosses dropping good stuff that you don't need? Liu Kong. The Bloodlust Necklace and Great Sword Mastery are both usable, so I'll use them myself. Liu Kong. Wang Bing. Upon seeing the purple equipment and the excellent passive skill, both of them were rendered speechless. Liu Kong grinned. He wanted to see the two of them surprised, which was why he sent it to them. Are you envious? Of course you are. Liu Kong feigned innocence. Why aren't you saying anything? Liu Kong. I shouldn't have asked that question. Wang Bing. My heart aches. What? These two items can bring such a huge boost. I want them too. Wang Bing was also a soldier. At this moment, Wang Bing suddenly shuddered, realizing something extremely serious. Old Li had previously said that since the third princess was a sorcerer, he might not be able to use any good things anymore. Now he realizes that his godfather was a warrior. How can I still afford to use good things? The good stuff must have been used by the godfather himself. What? Am I even worse off than Old Li? Wang Bing's eyes reddened. He finally understood why Old Li had wanted to cry earlier. He wants to cry now too. Li Ming, who was standing nearby, was startled when he saw Wang Bing's appearance. Captain, what's wrong? Why do you look like you're about to cry? Wang Bing turned his head and glared at Li Ming. Get lost! Go fight your monsters! Li Ming. He looked completely bewildered. I care about this kid, and he's still so fierce? A Xian Miao army player nearby muttered. Vice Captain, I told you so? The captain's possession is getting worse and worse. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Judging from this, it does seem a bit like being possessed. Looking at the chat screen, Liu Kong could already imagine the two of them pounding their chests in frustration. He grinned and left the chat room, satisfied. Only then did he realize that Lin Yingying had sent many more messages. Liu Kong clicked on it and took a look. Lin Yingying. Godfather, is it true? Purple equipment? It's actually purple equipment? This is the first time in my life I've ever seen equipment of this level. Godfather is amazing. To see purple equipment, this girl's life is complete. Godfather, where have you been? Why are you ignoring your incredibly smart and adorable goddaughter? Is my godfather still ignoring me? Shall I let you whimper a few times? What? When Liu Kong saw Lin Yingying's message, he couldn't help but laugh. Your life is so worthless, you're already satisfied just by seeing purple equipment? Lin Yingying. Oh, Godfather, are you done with your work? Hee hee, that's purple equipment. Up until now, ordinary players don't even have green equipment. I don't have any either. I was planning to buy green equipment from Godfather, but I couldn't find any. Liu Kong. I'm in a good mood right now, and I'm going back soon, so I'll let you buy one. Lin Yingying. Zundu is fake? Long live Godfather. Godfather is invincible. How can there be such a good Godfather in the world? Liu Kong discovered that this guy really had the potential to be a lackey. He could spout flattery off the cuff. Liu Kong is a person too, and it sounds comforting to hear that. Liu Kong. I'll be back soon. You can go to the square first. After sending the message, he stopped checking the chat. He first added all 10 free attribute points awarded by the system to his stamina. The near annihilation I suffered before has almost become a psychological trauma for me, both in the air and on the ground. He doesn't lack attacks right now, he's just afraid of being instantly killed. Afterwards, Liu Kong rubbed his hands together, intending to open the treasure chest given by the system. Chapter 52 Powerful Legendary Accessories. Chapter 52 Powerful Legendary Accessories. Liu Kong opened the treasure chest's drop rate list. Just as he expected, the first one was still a shimmering purple. Another legendary item. Liu Kong checked the equipment information and his eyes widened in surprise. Song of Life, legendary, trinket, stamina plus 14, grants immunity to fatal damage and restores 2000 health, 24-hour cooldown, level requirement, 7. What powerful legendary equipment! The 14 points of stamina added goes without saying, but the most important thing is the special effect. It grants immunity to a fatal attack and even restores health. With 2000 health points, it's almost double the total health of both land and air units. An average player probably only has around 200 to 300 HP left, which is enough for an average player to recover 10 times. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, it's a great life-saving effect. Moreover, it's an accessory. Liu Kong currently has no accessories, so he promptly equips them. Now, with the boost of battle spirit, both Liu Kong and Liu Kong's health has exceeded 1300. That's the allure of advanced equipment and skills. Liu Kong felt a pang of emotion. After finishing everything, Liu Kong took out a return scroll. After using it, a flash of white light appeared, and Liu Kong returned to the square. "Godfather, you're back!" Liu Kong turned his head and saw Lin Yingying standing next to him. Liu Kong was taken aback. "You're not still squatting here, are you?" "No, I went to level up, but I heard my godfather was coming back, so I rushed back," Lin Yingying said with a grin. Liu Kong suddenly realized. "Then you can line up, I'm going to start selling equipment." Liu Kong set up a stall and placed 10 pieces of equipment on it. "I bought green gear!" Liu Kong shouted, and all the players around him rushed over, their eyes bloodshot. Seeing the green equipment on the street stall, they all swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. "Godfather is too amazing! Only a few hours have passed, and he's already sold green equipment 3 times in the square, and each time it was 10 pieces. Yeah, and this is just what we sold to. There must have been even more sold to the Xian Yao army and the Tianyu guild, right? What kind of incredible luck does Godfather have? He actually managed to get so many green equipment. This might be related to the system notification my Godfather just gave us, right? It mentioned leaders and high-ranking leaders. Maybe my Godfather discovered a gathering place for some elite monsters? That's possible. I just don't know where. Forget about it. Even if there are elite monsters, do you think you can beat them? Last time, my 5-man squad fought an elite demonized wild dog, and 3 of us died. How many lives do you have?" Upon hearing this, the players who were initially curious about where Liu Kong was farming elite monsters all calmed down. Indeed, most players don't even have the ability to fight elite monsters right now. I guess only those top players who have reached level 5 and learned their first-class skill can fight elite monsters, right? It seems the Black Bird Army has found a wolf valley. I heard there are quite a few elite monsters inside. That's awesome. They're leveling up so fast now with their godfather's gear. Everyone was incredibly envious. If they can get as much green equipment as their adoptive father, they can also fight elite monsters. Unfortunately, they are the military of the Great Xia dynasty, so there's nothing that can be done about it. Amidst the discussions, Liu Kong had already begun selling equipment. The first one was naturally Lin Yingying. She looked at the equipment and chuckled. "Godfather, I want this green staff." Liu Kong glanced at her. "Are you a mage?" Lin Yingying nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Liu Kong handed her the green staff. "Weapons and equipment are a bit more expensive, 1 gold. Do you have the money?" Liu Kong looked at Lin Yingying with some suspicion. Lin Yingying looked smug, hands on her hips. "Godfather, you really underestimate your goddaughter. I'm a big shot in the player management bureau now, and I can even stream live. I'm not short of money." As she spoke, she chuckled and leaned closer to Liu Kong. "How about this goddaughter takes care of her godfather?" Liu Kong was speechless and pushed Lin Yingying's head away as she leaned in. "Don't forget, I sold you all the equipment you bought." Lin Yingying was taken aback, then realized that Liu Kong seemed to earn much more money than her, and immediately felt a little dejected. The plan to keep a sugar daddy has failed. "Once you've bought it, go to the side." After receiving 1 gold from Lin Yingying, Liu Kong started selling equipment to others. One by one, the players happily paid for the equipment, and respectfully thanked Liu Kong. "Thank you for your hard work, Godfather." "Thank you, Godfather, for selling us these green-grade equipment. I'm sure my girlfriend will be green with envy when I get back." Soon, all 10 pieces of equipment were sold out. Most players didn't manage to buy it. They wailed and screamed, begging Liu Kong to sell a little more. Liu Kong shrugged. "This is all we have now, but we might increase the amount later. The main problem is that the backpack is too small. Each piece of equipment takes up a slot, so that's all he can fit. He definitely needs to provide equipment for Wang Bing and Liu Chang. 10 pieces are already his limit." Hearing Liu Kong say this, the other players could only leave disappointed. Lin Yingying, who had been waiting for Liu Kong, said with a grin, "Godfather, you're so kind. You don't need to worry about them at all." Liu Kong packed up his stall and said calmly, "I was just bored while waiting for someone, so I looked for something to do." Lin Yingying pouted. "Humph, my godfather is all talk and no action." They clearly just wanted to help ordinary people become stronger, but they said things like that. Lin Yingying looked at Liu Kong with shining eyes, finding him more and more charming the more she looked at him. Liu Chang and Jiang Su hadn't arrived yet. Liu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying beside him and asked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" "I want to stay with my godfather," Lin Yingying said matter-of-factly. "How could I, your adopted daughter, leave my adoptive father all alone here? It would be too pitiful." Liu Kong, ? Don't fucking talk about me like I'm some abandoned puppy, okay? He was speechless for a moment then, As if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, you said it was from the Player Management Bureau?" "Yes. I'm the head of publicity. I'm the representative for external affairs." Lin Ying tilted her head back and smiled smugly. "Mainly because my adopted daughter is incredibly cute. They think my live stream will definitely be a hit." "Oh right, you're amazing, you're cute," Liu Kong casually replied to Lin Ying. He then asked again, "So what do you think of the Player Management Bureau? Are there any restrictions on players?" Liu Kong and Lin Ying were chosen together, partly because Lin Ying was indeed clingy, and partly because Lin Ying worked for the Player Management Bureau. He was actually very curious about the current attitude of the Great Xia towards players. Liu Kong is not one to be constrained. With such great talent and a bright future, he certainly wouldn't join the Player Management Bureau. However, he also wanted to understand the official attitude towards players. This allows Liu Kong to plan how he should develop in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ying was taken aback, then said, "The Player Management Bureau has no restrictions on players. You just need to register your information. Generally, all you need is a level. If your level is high, you can even join the Player Management Bureau. The salary is very high, tens of thousands." "Nothing else?" Lin Ying thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing else. Once you register, no one will bother you. You can join the Player Management Bureau if you want, or not. Overall, I think it's quite lenient. I feel that His Majesty's attitude towards players is very friendly." Liu Kong nodded thoughtfully. Lin Ying suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, if someone has talent, the higher-ups will give them special treatment." Liu Kong raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "What kind of special treatment?" Chapter 53 The village chief's heart was severely stabbed. Chapter 53 The village chief's heart was severely hurt. "We prioritize supplying them with equipment and such, and they can request any resources they need, plus higher wages. I heard there's an uncle with a talent for improving equipment forging success rates. He's practically worshipped like a living Buddha. He gets whatever he wants." Liu Kong was somewhat surprised. "The treatment is indeed quite good." Lin Ying chuckled. "Right?" As she spoke, Lin Ying said with a hint of excitement, "Actually, my adopted daughter also has talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in charge of such an important matter in the Player Management Bureau." Liu Kong looked at Lin Ying with some surprise. You also have talent? Really?" Lin Ying immediately pouted and said angrily, "Wow, Godfather, why are you looking at me like that? I actually have a lot of talent. It's just that I can't use it right now." Liu Kong thought about it carefully, and realized that it was indeed possible. After all, live streams aimed at ordinary netizens are one of the face of the Player Management Bureau. Public opinion is extremely important in the internet age. For Lin Ying to do something like this, she either has a very powerful background or she has exceptional talent. Thinking about it this way, Liu Kong felt relieved and asked with some curiosity, "What is your talent?" Lin Ying looked around and whispered, "I don't usually tell people this. Even in the Player Management Bureau, not many people know." Liu Kong sighed and pressed Lin Ying's head down. "Why do you always get so close? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lin Ying immediately retorted angrily, "How could that be? I'm such a well-behaved and adorable girl. I'm not that kind of lewd woman." She changed the subject. "Let's talk about talent, Godfather." "You say." Lin Ying sent Liu Kong a private message containing her talent attributes. Liu Kong glanced at it, and showed a look of surprise. "That talent is truly amazing. Summon Enhancement increases all attributes of your summoned creatures by 100% and increases the number of creatures you can summon by 300%. Wow, all the attributes of the summoned creatures have been increased so much, and the number of creatures that can be summoned has also increased. If Lin Ying really has summoned creatures, then it's practically equivalent to each of them being at the level of a high-level player. If the summoned creature itself is powerful enough, then it's even more incredible." This was the first time Liu Kong had ever seen someone else's soul talent. He never expected that there was such a strong soul talent. Liu Kong seemed to be deep in thought, realizing that he had underestimated the other players. With their strong talents, many players are not to be underestimated. However, Liu Kong is different from other players. His talent means that he can obtain various rare and unique resources, as well as a large number of attribute stones and skill stones. His talent only grew stronger as time went on. Although he is already very strong now. "How was it, Godfather? Pretty strong, huh?" Lin Ying asked with a grin. Liu Kong nodded. "That's certainly possible." Lin Ying then said dejectedly, "It's a pity this lousy game doesn't have any guides or an official website. How am I supposed to summon anything? I still have no clue. Maybe I won't figure it out until I leave the starting village. Without summons, I can't use my talents at all. Liu Kong nodded and guessed. Maybe you can become a summoner or something in the future, and then you'll be powerful. Hearing this, Lin Ying chuckled and nodded. That's what I think too. She stared wide-eyed at Liu Kong and said, How about I help you fight, Godfather? If you tell me to fight east, I won't fight west. I'll have my dogs rush in and give them a good beating. Liu Kong was speechless. He hadn't expected this guy to have such violent tendencies. He said expressionlessly, Never mind, I'm a good person, I don't fight. Lin Ying looked disappointed. Okay then. Then, as if remembering something, she looked at Liu Kong with some anticipation. Godfather, you asked me about the Player Management Bureau. Do you want to join? If you join, I think His Majesty will definitely meet with you personally, and maybe even make you the head of the bureau. Liu Kong shook his head. I was just asking casually. I don't want to join the Player Management Bureau. Lin Ying looked even more dejected. Oh. Just then, Liu Chang and Jiangsu walked over. Liu Chang's expression was somewhat anxious. That's my two precious daughters' blue gear. How could he not be anxious? Upon seeing Liu Kong, Liu Chang's eyes lit up and he smiled. However, upon seeing Lin Ying beside Liu Kong, Liu Chang's smile could only be half-finished. A vixen, right? Liu Chang silently reported the enemy's situation to Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing. Good son-in-law, I'm here. Let's make a deal. Mr. Liu. Liu Kong nodded to Liu Chang and Jiangsu, and then the transaction began. 2 pieces of blue equipment cost 220 gold, plus other miscellaneous green equipment, totaling over 300 gold, which is another 3 million. Liu Kong was secretly delighted. He had already saved up the money to pay off his debts. This is pure profit. It's a pity that the little devils in the Little Devil Camp don't respawn, otherwise he could go there every day to farm them and make money like crazy. It's not just about money, it's the same with equipment and stuff. He still has 2 pieces of his Little Devil craftsmanship set missing. Liu Kong felt it was a bit of a pity. After making the deal with Liu Chang and Jiangsu, Liu Kong said goodbye to Lin Ying and then rode the demonized wild wolf to the old village chief's courtyard. The courtyard gate is still wide open, but no one is wandering around outside anymore. Liu Kong dismounted from the demonized wolf and entered the courtyard. The village chief, dressed in clean cloth, saw Liu Kong, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. Little guy, I heard the system notification. Did we kill the little devil? Liu Kong nodded. Yes, we killed the commander of the Little Devil Camp. The old village chief looked at Liu Kong with a complex and wistful expression. Liu Kong asked in confusion. Village chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The old village chief sighed. I'm just a little impressed. This is only the 2nd day of your race's open beta, right? On the 2nd day, you've already managed to kill a high-ranking leader. It's unbelievable. Liu Kong was taken aback. Is it really that difficult to kill a high-ranking leader in just 2 days? The old village chief. Seeing Liu Kong's innocent and bewildered expression, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. His lips twitched, and he said dejectedly, It's not a question of whether it's difficult or not. As far as I know, no race has ever done this. Liu Kong was a little surprised. Am I that powerful? Old village chief. He didn't really want to talk to Liu Kong anymore. He thought he might get so angry he'd die if he did. He said irritably. Impressive, impressive, you're very impressive. Liu Kong was a little embarrassed by the praise. Similarly, he was also curious. By the way, village chief, how long did it take your race to kill your first high-ranking leader? Village head. He said with a forced smile. Can we change the subject? Chapter 54 Instance appears. Orion Continent System announcement. Chapter 54 Dungeon appears. The Orion Continent System notification shows that the village chief's expression seems a bit unpleasant. Liu Kong thinks it's better to change the subject. He asked, Village chief, I've killed all the little devils in the Little Devil Camp. Does that mean I've completed the mission? Yes, of course it's done. As soon as the old village chief finished speaking, Liu Kong's experience points surged again, bringing him even closer to level 8. In addition, there are 10 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, 2 small skill stones, and various reputations. Silvermoon Village goes without saying, and Great Martial City should be the main city after leaving the starting village. Liu Kong thought the rewards were pretty good. He happily allocated all his attribute points to stamina. With the added boost from Battle Spirit, Liu Kong's health exceeded 1,500. As for the 2 minor skill stones, Liu Kong used them all on the Great Sword Mastery he had just acquired. Great Sword Mastery, Level 3. After learning this skill, you will become more proficient in using the Great Sword, and your damage will be increased by 30% when you use the Great Sword as a weapon. If he uses a Great Sword, his damage is permanently increased by 30%. Given the current attack capabilities of land and air forces, the improvement is enormous. Just as I finished the task, the system suddenly sent another notification. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Player Liu Kong has completed the only main quest, and the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Little Devil Camp, is now officially open. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Player Liu Kong has completed the only main quest, and the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Little Devil Camp, is now officially open. Orion Continent Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Yuanqing player Liu Kong for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill chest, plus 200 reputation in Dara City, and plus 20 reputation in Xinghe City. Orion Continent Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Yuanqing player Liu Kong for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill chest, plus 200 reputation in Dara City, and plus 20 reputation in Xinghe City. 2 system announcements sounded in succession. It practically blew the entire Yuanqing region apart. All the players were numb. The system notification just finished, and now 2 more have come? Is this even allowed to play games? The Barren Empire region. Adams, with several hundred men, killed another boss, who dropped 2 green items and 1 white item. Adams and the other players smiled. 2 more green items. Not bad, not bad. As long as we have the equipment, the gap between us and the land and air forces will definitely continue to narrow. At that time, surpassing them will only be a matter of time. Alas, the Barren Empire will surely lead humanity's evolution in a new era. They were cheering and celebrating with great joy. Just then, a series of system announcements froze them in their tracks. The air became very quiet. After a moment of silence, the players began to shout in disbelief. Wow, is this game even playable? What's up with those great Xia people? It hasn't even been an hour since the last system announcement, right? How come 2 of them have arrived so quickly? Yeah. This game is so unfair. Why is it that only that great Xia person has received a system notification so far? Did he buy a house in the system? Is that what matters? It's the dungeon. The first dungeon in the game. The players in Silvermoon Village are so lucky, they're in the same starting village as Liu Kong, and they even have a dungeon to run. Yes, running dungeons is definitely more efficient than outside, whether it's leveling up or getting equipment. The players in Silvermoon Village are really benefiting from the land and air advantage. After this wave, they'll probably be the strongest newbie village on our Yuanqing. Yeah, I'm so envious. Envy +1. Adams and his several highly talented partners were now frozen in place. The group exchanged glances, and a blonde woman next to Adams swallowed hard and looked at him. Adams, are you still confident you can surpass him? Adams. What was he supposed to say? He didn't know how to answer for a moment. A tall, thin young man standing nearby suddenly widened his eyes slightly. Something's not right. Look at the second announcement. It's an announcement for the entire Orion continent. Adams and the others stared wide-eyed as they carefully read the system announcement. They then discovered that the second one was indeed a notice for the entire Orion continent. The group exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complicated. Adams exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression serious. No matter what, we must keep chasing. Only admitting defeat is true failure. As long as we keep striving to catch up, we'll always be on the road. The others exchanged glances, then nodded. Another young man said timidly, on the bright side, Liu Kong is so strong. If there's a tall guy to hold off the demonic invasion in the future, it'll be easier for us. It's not a bad thing. These words caused the others' lips to twitch slightly. Given their pride, they shouldn't have had such thoughts, but now they actually think the young man who spoke makes a damn good point. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Alice and her princess guards had only been fighting monsters for a short while when a system notification made them all stop. The players stared at each other in disbelief. Delia glanced at Alice, who was silent beside her, and muttered, Your Highness, I suddenly feel that it wouldn't be so bad if Liu Kong could become a prince. Alice. She looked at Delia with a black line on her forehead. Delia, where is your loyalty? Delia stuck out her tongue. I will always be loyal to your Highness, but if Liu Kong really becomes a prince, it would be a good thing for you too. Ha! Who was it that just said they've never even seen the person and don't even know what kind of personality they have? Alice sneered repeatedly. Delia shifted her gaze slightly. I was too naive just now. Liu Kong is so strong, I thought he definitely wouldn't be ugly. Alice glared at Delia speechlessly. Stop talking nonsense, focus on leveling up. How can our Lionheart Kingdom depend on others? True strength comes from within. Delia blinked. That's true, but your highness, you seem to be blushing. Alice. Shut up. Xia Yan, who was farming in a group, was stunned when she heard the system notification and almost got killed by the monster. She quickly retreated, used her frostbite attack several times to kill the monster, and then, without even sitting down to recover, she immediately logged off. She was going to tell her father about this. She no longer knew how to deal with Liu Kong. With her father's wisdom, he could surely provide her with an answer. Such an outstanding person has actually emerged in the vast Xia dynasty. Given his performance, will the entire great Xia dynasty be able to accommodate him in the future? Perhaps in the future, the entire universe will be his stage? Since the advent of the space server, Xia Yan has had no doubt that humanity will be able to enter the universe in the new era. When that time comes, perhaps it will be the time for Liu Kong to truly shine when facing other races. So what role would the great Xia dynasty play in this? Chapter 55 Epic Skills. Chapter 55 Epic Skills in the Mountains. Liu Chang was talking to Liu Yuexin and Liu Yuexin about the little girl next to Liu Kong. Liu Yuexin. Dad, it's their freedom to contact whomever they want. Why are you so nervous? Liu Chang. That won't do. Liu Kong is my chosen son-in-law. Liu Yuexin. Wow, old man, you're going to say that in front of us? We haven't even agreed yet. Liu Yuexin. That's right. Dad says that every day. We're both virgins, aren't you afraid of ruining our reputation? Liu Chang. Who dares to speak ill of my daughter? I'll kill them all. Liu Yuexin. My father is mighty. Thumbs up. Just then, the system notifications sounded one after another. Liu Chang was completely stunned. What? Even the usually calm Liu Chang couldn't help but swear at this moment. He typed furiously into the chat. Look! It's a mainland announcement. Such great rewards. They even opened a dungeon. I knew my son-in-law would amount to something. He's already doing very well. What else do you have to say? Liu Chang was extremely smug. When did I miss the mark? He had always felt that Liu Kong was an extraordinary kid. I never imagined it would be this powerful. Let's start the dungeon. This means that players in Silvermoon Village can run dungeons. What is a copy? Elite monsters, bosses, all of them are elites and drop good equipment. Liu Chang's face turned red with excitement. Meanwhile, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yuexin remained silent. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Liu Yuexin blinked. Sister, this Liu Kong seems really amazing. Liu Yuexin nodded slightly. A strange light flashed in her eyes, then she smiled and asked, Are you tempted? Liu Yuexin crossed her arms and said, No way. Liu Yuexin nodded. Me too. The two stared at each other in silence. Then Liu Yuexin said, But the old man said that we should still meet him after leaving the newbie village to get to know him better, right? Liu Yuexin nodded. Yes, Dad said so. Since Dad said so, we should take it seriously. Sister is right. By the way, who is that Lin Ying? I think it's probably just a passerby. I think so too. Liu Kong never expected that simply submitting a mission would cause such a huge uproar. He was certainly aware of the Little Devil Camp, but he never expected it to have an instance. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. This means that both land and air forces can acquire more green and blue equipment. That's all money. Moreover, he will finally be able to complete the Little Devil crafted set that he hadn't yet collected. Liu Kong discovered that a new description of the Little Devil Camp dungeon had been added to the system. He opened it, and saw that it was a 25-player dungeon that could only be run once a day. I haven't used up my chances with Liu and Kong today. This means that both land and air forces can go and try it today. He couldn't wait to go now, so he could level up and get better equipment. Then Liu Kong turned his attention to something else. System reward. A full 30 free attribute points. Needless to say, both Liu and Kong focused on endurance. Now, the base endurance for both land and air has reached an astonishing 68 points. Keep in mind that even if you allocate all 2 free attribute points gained from leveling up to stamina, plus the 1 stamina point gained from leveling up itself, it only amounts to 3 points. To reach 68 points, you need to be around level 20. Liu Kong is only level 7, yet he already has such exaggerated base attributes. It's outrageous just thinking about it. With these attributes combined with equipment attributes and battle spirit amplification, Liu Kong's health directly exceeded 2,000. With his current strength, he could easily take on several leaders at the front of the Little Devil camp. In addition to 30 free attribute points, there is also a class skill treasure chest. Both land and air drops have a drop rate list. He opened it with anticipation. The first one was actually gold. Liu Kong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Epic level treasure. The skill chest actually contains an epic level skill book. Liu Kong quickly and carefully examined the skills. Warrior's Heart, level 1, passive skill. You have grasped the essence of the warrior's way, increasing all attributes by 10%, damage dealt by 10%, movement speed by 5%, and damage taken by 3%. Learning requirements, warrior class, battle spirit level 5. What amazing skills! All attributes are boosted, increased attack, reduced damage taken, and increased movement speed. It's incredibly comprehensive. However, the learning requirements surprised Liu Kong a bit. Unexpectedly, besides being a warrior-type class, there were other requirements. Battle Spirit. And it has to be level 5 Battle Spirit. Liu Kong then realized that not all skills could be learned directly. Some skills require prerequisites. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had learned the Battle Spirit skill and was already at level 7. Otherwise, even if he possessed the Warrior's Heart skill, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Liu Kong then thought of other players. He used skill stones to boost his fighting spirit, and he even used several basic skill stones. Others don't have such treasures, and even if they possess battle-intense skills, it's estimated that it would take them a long time to level up to level 5 or higher. It would be difficult to learn the heart of a warrior. Liu Kong estimates that without skill stones, it would probably take a typical warrior player dozens of levels to raise their battle spirit to level 5. As expected of an epic level skill, the learning requirements are really high. Liu Kong sighed inwardly, then decisively chose the Warrior's Heart skill. There's no need to even think about it. Open the treasure chest, and the skill book will appear in Liu Kong's backpack. The land and air forces were decisively chosen to use it. Liu Kong was momentarily dazed. He seemed to have appeared on an ancient battlefield, a desolate place. A mournful wind howled across the battlefield, where corpses and broken weapons littered the ground. In the center of the battlefield, a tall man holding a broken sword and wearing tattered armor looked up at the endless black mist churning in the sky and roared. Fight to the death! Liu Kong felt a flame burning in his chest. He seemed to transform into that lonely warrior, roaring at the endless black mist. He was momentarily dazed, then realized that he was still standing in the village chief's courtyard. The village chief standing nearby looked at Liu Kong with a ghostly expression on his aged face. Liu Kong took several deep breaths before recovering from the state of mind he had just been in. He looked at the village chief with some confusion. Village chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The village chief stared at Liu Kong for a long time before slowly saying, Are you a monster? Liu Kong. No, village chief, how could you swear at people? The village chief looked like he'd seen a ghost and shouted. Swearing? I'd like to swear at your mother more. You haven't even reached level 1 and you've already comprehended the warrior's heart? What else are you but a monster? Chapter 56 The Little Demon Lord's Letter. Chapter 56 The Little Demon Lord's Letter. This? Liu Kong then realized what was happening. He smiled modestly and said, I was just lucky. I got a skill book from a treasure chest. The village chief said irritably. Of course I know you got a skill book. I'm not deaf. I can hear the system announcement. What I can't accept is why you were able to open the most valuable item from the professional skill treasure chest. And your battle spirit is already at level 5 or higher? As a high-level player who has destroyed his race, the village chief clearly has some knowledge of the warrior's way. He knew that the prerequisite for mastering the warrior's heart was a level 5 fighting spirit. I just gave this little guy the battle spirit skill book yesterday. He reached level 5 in just one day? Is this even human? Could this guy be the offspring of some cosmic god race? The village chief was full of questions. What happened today has somewhat overturned his understanding of the cosmic game over the years. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Liu Kong smiled modestly and said, Perhaps I was just lucky? This isn't a matter of good or bad luck anymore, is it? He scrutinized Liu Kong, as if trying to see through him, then shook his head. You must possess an extremely powerful soul talent, even one that I cannot comprehend. This is a good thing for you and your race. I hope you can make good use of it. Soul talent is the most crucial secret for any player. Although the village chief is now a ghost in the cosmic online game, and no longer involved in reality, he has no intention of asking any further questions. Liu Kong nodded earnestly. I will, thank you, village chief. The village chief sighed with a complicated expression. I really envy you humans of Yuanqing. It's only the second day, and you've already opened a dungeon. With this dungeon, the growth rate of Silvermoon Village players will greatly increase. Little guy, this is all thanks to you. Liu Kong smiled and said, Village chief, you flatter me too much. I just did a task. By the way, village chief, why didn't the little devil camp spawn monsters before, but now it's turned into a dungeon? Liu Kong thought back to when he used to farm the little devil camp. The little devils wouldn't respawn even after they died. I never expected it to become a dungeon? This puzzled Liu Kong. As a new player, you don't really need to know this, but since you asked, I'll explain. The little devils in the camp before were real demons from the demon realm that invaded. After they died, they disappeared from the game world and naturally wouldn't respawn. The dungeon that appears now is a reconstruction by the universe server based on the dead little devils. Although the monsters inside are still little devils, they are actually monsters created by the universe server. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder those little devils disappeared after they died. They were real demons. Actually, there are quite a few dungeons like this in the entire game world. Once you leave Orion Continent and head to the Central Continent, you'll find quite a few of these dungeons. The village chief chuckled. Liu Kong nodded slightly. Afterwards, Liu Kong thought of the letter that the little devil commander had dropped, and the parchment containing information about Silvermoon Village. Liu Kong took out the letters and parchment, and handed them to the village chief. By the way, village chief, I found these in the little devil's camp. You can take a look. The village chief took the parchment, and after reading the information on it, his expression changed slightly. He then opened the letter and read it. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, the village chief's expression changed drastically. Upon seeing this, Liu Kong frowned slightly. Village chief, what's wrong? The village chief slowly put down the letter in his hand, exhaled a breath of stale air, and his expression was extremely gloomy. We're in big trouble. Liu Kong frowned upon hearing this, but he had already had a premonition when he saw the letter, so he wasn't too surprised. What big trouble? The imps that invaded near Silvermoon Village have established an imp lair, and the camp you destroyed earlier was just an outpost. The letter you gave me was written by the imp lord in the lair to the imp commander. They will launch a full-scale attack on Silvermoon Village in 5 days. Liu Kong was stunned for a moment, even though he had expected that there would be big trouble. But I never expected this trouble to be so big. He quickly asked, Village chief, how powerful is the lesser demon's lair? Can it conquer our Silvermoon Village? If Silvermoon Village is gone, it will be difficult for players in that village to level up in the future. The village chief glanced at Liu Kong. If we were all still alive, these little devils would be no problem. The problem is that we are all dead, now only wisps of souls remain, and our strength is far less than it was in life. It will be quite difficult to resist the invasion of the little devil's lair. Especially the little devil lords, who are at least level 10 lord level demons, and they are very powerful. A level 10 lord should be a higher rank than a high-ranking leader, right? Magran is only a level 7 high-ranking boss, and he is already this powerful. How powerful must a level 10 lord be? Even though Liu Kong has become much stronger now, he is still a little apprehensive. He looked at the village chief. What rank are you, sir? I am now a level 10 lord. Seeing Liu Kong's eyes light up, the village chief rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't count on me, kid. I'm too old for me to be a match for a minor demon lord. Besides, there might not be just one lord in a minor demon's lair, you know? Liu Kong, ? What? There are several lords in one lair? How do you even play this lousy game? The village chief gripped the letter tightly and said, We need your help, players, to defend Silvermoon Village. We can't hold it together on our own. But if you players can join us, there is still hope. Liu Kong nodded. The players will definitely help defend Silvermoon Village. Putting everything else aside, if Silvermoon Village were to disappear, players would have nowhere to resupply, which would drive everyone crazy. The village chief nodded. However, with your letter, we at least know that the little devil's lair is about to attack us, and we still have time to prepare. By the way, little guy, I need your help. If you can find the location of the little devil's lair, our defenses will be more targeted, and our chances of surviving this attack will be higher. Can you help me find the location of the little devil's lair? Ding, quest detected, locate the lesser devil's lair. Accept? The system notification sounded, and Liu Kong's eyes lit up. Another mission has arrived. He quickly looked at the mission description. Mission, find the little devil's lair unique. Introduction, the imps will launch a full-scale attack on Silvermoon Village in 5 days. The village chief hopes that players can find the location of the imp's lair so that they can set up a defense accordingly. Note, this task is extremely difficult, so it's best to bring your friends along. Rewards, several experience points, 30 gold coins, 15 free attribute points, 1 beginner skill stone, plus 60 reputation with Dao's City, plus 600 reputation with Silvermoon Village. Chapter 57 Tactics? What tactics? Chapter 57 Tactics? What tactics? It's another single mission. Liu Kong realized that all the missions related to the little devil should be unique. It's probably because Liu Kong obtained the only necklace from the very beginning that everything afterward became a unique mission. He accepted the mission, nodded and said, "No problem, I will find the little devil's lair." The old village chief nodded. After chatting with the old village chief for a few more minutes, Liu Kong left the village chief's courtyard. He thought for a moment, and decided that he should inform the other players about the little devil's planned attack on Silvermoon Village. With everyone prepared, things are more stable. Liu Kong had just opened the chat interface when he saw a lot of messages. Liu Kong knew that it was his 2 previous system announcements that had brought them all out. Liu Kong glanced at the messages and found them all to be rather uninformative. Wow, my godfather is amazing. Did you buy a house in the system? Why are all the announcements yours? Mr. Liu, you're amazing. My godfather is invincible. My godfather is mighty. Such as Lin Yingying posted the most messages, winning by a wide margin. Liu Kong gave a brief reply and then informed Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and the others about the possible invasion by the little devil. They have considerable influence in Silvermoon Village, making it easier for them to notify all players. I heard that monsters are attacking the city. If Silvermoon Village is not defended, even the starting village will be gone. This left everyone dumbfounded. Wang Bing and Liu Chang patted their chests and assured everyone that they would definitely inform everyone of this news. At that time, Wang Bing will gather all the players in the name of the Great Xia military and have them log in together. Liu Kong was naturally satisfied with this. By the way, Godfather, we've found a leader here. Would you like to join us in fighting him? All the loot is yours. If you don't need it, you can sell it to us privately. Wang Bing sent this message. Liu Kong was somewhat surprised upon seeing this news. Unexpectedly, Wang Bing and his group actually found the leader? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Now that players' levels are gradually increasing, they've mostly entered the mountains. With a larger exploration area, the probability of finding a boss is naturally higher. I never expected Wang Bing to be so generous. Give him all the dropped items? As long as it's sold to Wang Bing, that's fine? These conditions are outrageous. Liu Kong had no idea that Emperor Xia was currently most concerned about matters in the game world. Emperor Xia was naturally aware of the 2 system announcements Liu Kong had just made. The third princess, Xia Yan, went to Emperor Xia's study and talked for more than 10 minutes. When Xia Yan left, she already carried with her the emperor's orders. Xia Yan became the supreme commander of the Xianyao army, and all resources were allocated to her. Everyone must show sufficient respect to the land and air forces, and conflicts with them are strictly prohibited. Even if there is a conflict of interest, the land and air forces must take precedence. Wang Bing also received this message. He also understood how much of a shock such an order from the Xia Emperor would cause within the Xianyao army. However, he also understood that the land and air forces truly deserved such treatment. As a player from Silvermoon Village, Wang Bing was one of the first people to meet Liu Kong. He knew how strong Liu Kong was, and he also knew that Liu Kong had created too many miracles. Therefore, he would certainly carry out the Xia Emperor's orders without fail. Thus, these favorable conditions came about. Liu Kong sent a message. Give me all the drops. There's no need for that. How about this? Give me the ones that are suitable for me, and you can have the ones that aren't. Wang Bing. No way. Godfather, aren't you looking down on me? If it weren't for you, we'd probably only get green equipment from the boss, which would be better than buying it from you. With you here, blue items are guaranteed. If Liu Chang hadn't tried to take it from us, these would have been our blue items. In fact, we're the ones who profited. Wang Bing. Godfather, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're being too good to me. This won't do. You have to be stricter. Following the Xia Emperor's orders, Wang Bing abandoned all sense of shame. Liu Kong was speechless when he saw the message. He was clearly thinking of Wang Bing's best interests, so why is this guy reacting so strongly? He just felt that, after all, without Wang Bing, he wouldn't have discovered this leader. For him, the dropped items were essentially free. However, since Wang Bing had already said so, Liu Kong didn't bother to refuse. Okay, send me your location, I'm coming right now. Okay. Wang Bing sent his location via private message. Liu Kong discovered that Wang Bing was located deep in the mountains west of the village. He mounted his demonized wolf mount and headed towards Wang Bingfa's location. Wang Bing's location was about the same distance from Liu Kong to the Little Devil camp, or perhaps even slightly closer. About 20 minutes later, Liu Kong had already arrived at the area where Wang Bing was located. It was a huge canyon, and there were many corpses of demonized wolves outside. Wang Bing, Jiangsu, and several members of the Xian Yao army were already waiting for Liu Kong outside the canyon. Seeing Liu Kong approaching, Wang Bing and the others went to greet him. Wang Bing glanced at the demonized wolf mount with some envy and said, "Godfather, you have it so easy. Having a mount makes you run so fast. It takes us an hour to get here every time." Liu Kong smiled and said, "After level 10 you can catch your own mount. Just bear with it, and it will pass." Wang Bing sighed. "It's still a long way off. This stupid game requires too much experience to level up. It'll probably take several more days to reach level 10. He then said, "Now that Godfather is here, I'll have someone make room for you." As he spoke, his gaze swept over a tall, thin young man. "Wang Ke, you're leaving the team?" Wang Ke's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Yes, Captain." He was actually a little reluctant. He had finally gotten a chance to team up with his godfather. Snap, and that's it. The captain is too cruel. Wang Bing smiled and said, "Captain, let me introduce you. This is Li Ming, the vice-captain of the 7 team. You know Jiangsu, right? And Fengqi, and Song Xiujia." Wang Bing introduced each player one by one. The players who were called looked at Liu Kong with burning eyes, calling him Godfather, so much that Liu Kong almost lost himself. It's quite strange that so many godchildren have appeared out of nowhere. Liu Kong nodded to the crowd, then asked Wang Bing, "Where is the leader?" "It's inside. This place is called Wolf Valley. It's a den of demonized wolves, and the leader is a wolf king. When we see it, we think of you, Godfather." In fact, with the strength of their 7 team, with so many players equipped with a lot of green gear, taking down a boss shouldn't be a problem. However, as Wang Bing said, fighting leaders by land and air is completely different from fighting leaders by them. If you fight from the ground or the air, the loot will obviously be better. With Wang Bing's introduction, the group entered Wolf Valley. Soon they arrived at the deepest part, which was a desolate clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a huge black, demonized wolf. It was the Wolf King. Liu Kong cast a detection spell. Demonized Wolf King, leader. Level 6. Life, 4,500. Attack 90. Introduction, the King of Wolf Valley. These stats aren't even as high as the Little Devil leaders. Liu Kong opened the loot list again. The view ahead was still all blue. Liu Kong looked around and found that there weren't many good items. After careful consideration, he finally chose 3 items. Basic Skill Stone, Excellent Dagger, Bloodthirsty Wolf Fang, Excellent Male Bracers, Demonic Wolf Bracers. The first and third ones can be used for both land and air, but the second one cannot be used for both land and air. "Godfather, how should we fight? You decide." Wang Bing and the others looked at Liu Kong, some eager to try. Liu Kong thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you have any healing items?" Wang Bing nodded. "Yes. The skill that a priest learns at level 5 is Healing Spell." Liu Kong laughed and said, "Alright, I'll go. Just heal me and keep me alive. You guys can handle the rest of you." "Huh!" Wang Bing and the others were stunned. "No, isn't this a boss fight? We should at least discuss some tactics." "What's this? Just charge in?" Before Wang Bing and the others could react, Liu Kong charged forward. As a basic warrior skill, charge is not a high-quality skill, and its stun effect on boss monsters is only momentary. In that instant, Liu Kong made his move. He raised his hand and unleashed a basic attack, followed by a triple combo of a heavy strike and a sweeping attack. -310. -461. -1313. The sweeping attack unexpectedly landed a critical hit, dealing over 1,300 damage. The total damage amounted to over 2,000. The demonized Wolf King's health dropped by almost half in an instant. The damage caused Wang Bing and the others to freeze in shock. Their eyes nearly popped out as they watched the numbers slowly appear. Chapter 58: A Gap Like a Chasm. Chapter 58: A Gap Like a Chasm. What? What the hell? Am I seeing things? Why did the boss's health suddenly drop by half? Something's evil. I just saw a damage number of over 1,300. The players of the Xian Yao army exclaimed in surprise. They kept rubbing their eyes, and after confirming that they weren't seeing things, everyone looked at Liu Kong's back as if they were looking at a god. A level 7 player, dealing over 2,000 damage in an instant? We're all human, so why did you evolve secretly by yourself without taking us with you? Wang Bing and the others finally understood why Liu Kong had told them to just handle things as they saw fit. With damage like this, why would they need to intervene? What's the difference between taking down a leader by land or air and cutting melons and vegetables? Is this the power of my godfather? Wang Bing murmured to himself. As a fellow warrior, he felt like a fool wielding a sword, while his adoptive father was like a god of war. Not to mention Wang Bing and the others, even Liu Kong himself was startled by his own injuries. Then he remembered that he had acquired the Great Sword Mastery skill, which increased his damage by 30%. I also learned Warrior's Heart, which not only boosts all attributes but also increases damage by 10%. All things considered, it's not surprising that the damage is this high. Liu Kong was somewhat amazed, never expecting that his trip back to the starting village would make him so much stronger. The Wolf King was in great pain from the land and air attacks and let out a frantic howl. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and then red light flashed on its claws. Its front paws lashed wildly at the ground and air, leaving a trail of red claw marks in the air. Having learned level 3 Great Sword Mastery, and through continuous battles, Liu Kong's combat experience is no longer that of a newbie who just entered the game. He instinctively took a step back, parrying repeatedly with his great sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Numbers floated above Liu Kong's head. -6. -4. -5. 6 numbers appeared in a row, but the total damage was less than 40 points. Seeing that Liu Kong was injured, the priests had originally planned to heal him. But when they saw that Liu Kong's health had only dropped by a sliver, they were dumbfounded. Wow! Really? Look at Godfather's health! A pretty female pastor gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. The others also focused their attention on Liu Kong's health bar. Huh! Am I seeing things again? Over 2,000 health points? No way! Why? Why does my godfather have over 2,000 health points? This is outrageous. Are we even playing the same game? The players of the Xian Yao army had begun to question their existence. One of the level 5 warriors muttered in disbelief. I've maxed out my stamina and am wearing a full set of green gear, and I still only have less than 500 HP. Why does my adoptive father have so much more HP than me? It's not just about health, okay? Didn't you guys see the damage that Wolf King did to my adoptive father? It was only single digits. Single digits. Is this Wolf King really a monster? How come its damage is like a kitten's? Everyone came to their senses. Yeah, the boss monster can only deal single-digit damage? How exaggerated is my godfather's defense? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had happened. The priests, however, perked up and began casting healing spells, intending to restore health. Even without treatment, there wouldn't be any problems for Liu Kong. But this is for my godfather's treatment. This kind of thing happens only once in a lifetime, so we definitely have to do everything we can to help. Give your godfather a full bottle of milk. At least their pastors are useful, unlike the others, who just watched the show. However, before they could finish casting their healing spell, Liu Kong launched another attack. Heavy attack plus normal attack. -624. -445. -100. Then the priest saw 3 healing numbers appear above Liu Kong's head. +62. +45. +10. Then they discovered that Liu Kong's health was full. The priests, ? They were completely bewildered. The healing spells they cast all showed +0. Others, of course, also witnessed this scene. Everyone was filled with questions. The air became eerily quiet for a moment. Then, Wang Bing's voice rang out. No, who is the boss here? This statement speaks to everyone's feelings. Actually, the real boss isn't the Wolf King at all, but Liu Kong, right? The Wolf King's attacks only deal single-digit damage, while Liu Kong's attacks deal triple-digit damage each time, and even heal him. How the hell do you play this? Hearing the Wolf King's pitiful howls, they all felt sorry for him. Liu Kong also discovered that the healing effect from the damage he was causing was now sufficient to fully recover the damage he had taken. It's as if I've become a perpetual motion machine. Liu Kong was pleasantly surprised. The Bloodlust Necklace's lifesteal effect is indeed top-notch. He has now truly mastered the art of tanking the boss and killing it. Liu Kong's agility is also quite high, with a high critical hit rate and a fast attack speed. Even with heavy weapons like great swords, Liu and Kong can now unleash 2 strikes per second. In addition, there is a heavy attack that can be used once per second. Less than 10 seconds had passed, the second sweep was still on cooldown, and the Wolf King hadn't even used his skill when his health dropped to 10% before he was forcibly killed by Liu Kong. With the final, devastating blow, the Wolf King let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated out from the Wolf King's body. Originally, Wang Bing and the others were overjoyed to have 3 excellent items appear. But now, seeing the Alpha Wolf King collapse in less than 10 seconds, everyone fell silent. They all realized that Liu Kong's strength was simply not on the same level as the other players. He is already way ahead of the players. With their green equipment, Wang Bing and his comrades could already show off in front of the other Xian Yao army members. In fact, they certainly put on quite a show. They originally thought their strength was among the top in the entire Yuanqing, and they were therefore somewhat complacent, and even arrogant. Now that they've seen Liu Kong's strength, they realize how incredibly naive they were before. The gap between them and their adoptive father was like a chasm, with no end in sight. How could you be so complacent with such limited strength? This is so ironic. After Liu Kong killed the Wolf King, he found that there was no movement behind him, which made him a little puzzled. He turned his head and looked over, only to see Wang Bing and the others looking completely bewildered. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Bing and the others then came to their senses. Wang Bing quickly came over. He grinned and said, Godfather is indeed worthy of being called Godfather. With this strength, even a Wolf King at the leader level couldn't last 10 seconds. Godfather is too strong. Liu Kong rolled his eyes. Don't you get tired of praising me like this every day? How could I be tired? I could praise this for a lifetime. Liu Kong, ? No, something doesn't sound right here. No, you're not a beauty. I don't want to hear you praising me for the rest of my life. Wang Bing was taken aback, then his lips twitched as he realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He quickly looked at the 3 blue orbs of light to the side and changed the subject. As expected of my godfather. When you make a move, it's always a fine item. Godfather, please take a look and see what it is. Liu Kong nodded, picked up the 3 items, and then privately gave them to Wang Bing. Skill stones? Wang Bing had seen Liu Kong post about them before, so it wasn't surprising. Wang Bing's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 excellent pieces of equipment. Among them is a high-quality chain mail bracer. Wang Bing was deeply moved. You're like my own father. You actually dropped a fine wristband on me. I love you. Liu Kong was speechless. Are you dreaming? I want this bracer. All you have is a dagger. Wang Bing. His expression froze. Chapter 59 Bone-Eating Grass. Chapter 59 The Bone-Eating Grass. King Bing once again thought of Liu Kong's profession as a warrior. Despite having excellent equipment right in front of him, he couldn't obtain it, and Wang Bing's sorrow flowed like a river. But he couldn't do anything about it. After all, his godfather was the most powerful. Wang Bing said dejectedly, All right then. By the way, godfather, how much do you want for this dagger? Liu Kong thought for a moment and said, After all, you were the ones who found this leader. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take anything else. As for the money, I'll just take a symbolic amount. 40 gold will do. Wang Bing's smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Godfather is so good. Although 40 gold still costs 400,000 xia coins, this is a high-quality piece of equipment, and its added attributes are on a completely different level from green equipment. Moreover, this is the most precious weapon. In Wang Bing's opinion, this price is definitely a good deal. Then let's make a deal. Okay. After Wang Bing and Liu Kong completed their transaction, Liu Kong smiled and said, If you encounter any leaders or similar figures in the future, you can come to me, and I'll help you take them down. For Liu Kong, this boss fight was a freebie. He got a blue piece of equipment, and a basic skill stone, which made him very happy. Skill stones are currently in short supply for Liu Kong, since he has too many skills, and many of them haven't been fully upgraded yet. Liu Kong suddenly thought of a question. After he leaves the beginner village, he can talk to some high-level players and help them fight bosses. This way, their drop rate will increase, and he can also get some good items such as skill stones. Win-win. No problem. If there's a leader, I'll definitely tell you, Godfather, right away. Wang Bing nodded repeatedly. This was exactly what he wanted. If they were to fight on their own, who knows how many bosses they would have to defeat to get a single blue quality item. Afterwards, Wang Bing wanted to invite Liu Kong to join him in attacking the Little Devil's camp, but Liu Kong refused. He definitely planned to solo the game, as he would gain more experience, and wouldn't have to share equipment with others. Liu Kong bid farewell to Wang Bing and left Wolf Valley. He plans to clear out the Little Devil camp today first, level up, and obtain more skill stones and attribute stones to improve his strength. After all, he still has 2 unique tasks to complete. One of the tasks was given to him by his warrior mentor Battle Axe, to fight a level 10 demonized tiger boss. The other task is to find the lair of the Little Devils. Both of these tasks are very difficult, and Liu Kong felt that he needed to improve his strength first. Before that, Liu Kong went back to Silvermoon Village to buy some magic potions from the pharmacy. The mana potions I bought earlier are almost used up. At the entrance of the pharmacy, a large number of players were queuing up. When they saw the iconic mount, the demonized wolf, approaching, they immediately knew that Liu Kong had arrived. After all, the starting area only has land and air mounts right now. Immediately, players enthusiastically made way for them. It's Godfather! Godfather's here! Make way for him! Yes, the Little Devils will be attacking the city in 5 days. We still need our Godfather to hold them off. Let's not waste his time. Hearing this, Liu Kong was somewhat surprised by Liu Chang and Wang Bing's efficiency. He didn't expect them to know about the Little Devil's siege so quickly. He nodded his thanks to the many friendly players before entering the apothecary. The pharmacy owner, Hong Yang, sat leisurely behind the counter as always. Upon seeing Liu Kong, she raised an eyebrow and chuckled. TSK, you're such a busy person, yet you have time to come to my little shop? Liu Kong was speechless. Boss, you're being a bit sarcastic, aren't you? I'm your big customer, after all. Just kidding. The matchmaker smiled, looking Liu Kong up and down with admiration. I didn't expect you to be on so many system announcements in just 2 days. You're really something else. Liu Kong smiled and said, I was just lucky. Although this luck is controllable. The matchmaker smiled and said, I have a task for you, would you like to do it? Liu Kong was taken aback. It's a pharmacist's task? I guess I'll pass. I have no intention of becoming a pharmacist. The matchmaker rolled her eyes. With your abilities, wouldn't it be a waste to do such an easy task? How could I possibly let you do such an unchallenging task? Liu Kong nodded as he listened, but then felt that something was amiss. Why do I feel like I'm being exploited as a laborer? However, judging from the matchmaker's words, it seems there's a good mission, which means there are good rewards, so Liu Kong is naturally happy to accept. What mission? Liu Kong asked. I need to concoct a potion that requires an herb called bone-eating grass. This herb can only be found in areas with abundant death energy. Deep in the mountains north of our village, there is a place of the dead that was left behind a long time ago. Could you go there and help me find it? Hong Yang said with a smile. Ding, quest detected, bone-corroding grass, accept? Liu Kong glanced at the mission description. Quest, bone-eating grass, unique. Introduction. To prepare for the upcoming imp siege, the elderly village chief has asked the apothecary Hong Yang to concoct a potion called Soul Blossom, just in case. Hong Yang hopes she will travel to the land of the dead north of the village to help her find the main ingredient, bone-corroding grass. Note, this task is extremely difficult, so it's best to bring your friends along. Rewards, several experience points, and the spirit fruit green snake fruit. The bloom of the soul? The name of this medicine sounds rather ominous. Is the old village chief planning to unleash his full power and perish together with the little devil lord if he can't win? Liu Kong frowned. He felt somewhat heavy-hearted. In Liu Kong's view, the old village chief was a pitiful old man whose race had been destroyed, whose soul remained, whose son and daughter-in-law were missing, and whose grandson had died. If in the end we have to exchange the life of this poor old man for the survival of Silvermoon Village, that would be far too tragic. Of course, this is just Liu Kong's imagination. Maybe it's just a potion for the old village chief to enhance his strength? Of course, I'll accept the mission. Liu Kong smiled and nodded. No problem, I'll help you find it. The matchmaker smiled and said, Thank you so much, busy lady. What would you like to buy? 300 bottles of mana potions. After leaving the apothecary, Liu Kong headed straight for the Little Devil Camp instance. The dungeon description mentions the location of the Little Devil Camp, which is the same Little Devil Camp that was previously discovered by Liu Kong. On the way, Liu Kong used the basic skill stone dropped by the Wolf King. As for the skills that need to be improved, that goes without saying. Although Liu Kong has several skills that need improvement, the most important one is definitely the warrior's heart that he just acquired. After all, this skill is too comprehensive and the boost is too great. Fortunately, basic skill stones can upgrade the level of warrior's heart. Warrior's heart, level 2, passive skill. You have grasped the essence of the warrior's way, increasing all attributes by 20%, damage dealt by 20%, movement speed by 10%, and damage taken by 6%. A significant and comprehensive upgrade, I'm thrilled. Liu Kong was completely satisfied. Soon, Liu Kong arrived outside the Little Devil Camp. On the path outside the canyon, Liu Kong discovered that there were quite a few other players. And they are mostly level 5 players. The Little Devil Camp needs a healer. Must have a high healing output. A warrior has come to the Little Devil Camp, requiring at least one piece of green equipment. Don't tell me we don't have any. Godfather sold 30 today. What's going on at the Little Devil's Camp, Godfather? A high-level player who was shouting saw Liu Kong. His eyes widened, and he yelled. Immediately, the players who were teaming up outside the Little Devil Camp all looked over. Chapter 60 Is my Godfather a God? Chapter 60 Is the Godfather a God? Upon seeing Liu Kong, all the players' eyes lit up. It really is my Godfather! I didn't expect my Godfather to be here running dungeons too? Isn't that obvious? Don't you even consider who discovered this dungeon? Without Godfather, we wouldn't even have a dungeon to run. Is Godfather a single person? Can Godfather take care of me? I'm willing to do anything. Some female gamers who consider themselves attractive have even made it public. Who doesn't know that the land and air forces are powerful? This instance was discovered by Liu Kong. Add to that the terrifying drop rate of both land and air units. If the ground and air forces are willing to take them along, they might even be able to get their hands on blue-grade equipment. Most importantly, with access to both land and air power, the future looks very bright. So what if we have to abandon our principles? Liu Kong glanced at the group of people talking and noticed that some of the female players who were willing to do anything were indeed quite pretty. However, Liu Kong isn't a lecher, so there's no need for him to bring a few vases just for this little thing. He just smiled and said, Good luck, everyone. There are 5 bosses in the dungeon. If you can beat them, your equipment will be greatly improved. Upon hearing this, many players' eyes lit up. A quick-witted young man immediately said, Godfather, it's me. We've met before. Liu Kong took a look and felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. He guessed it was a high-level player he had encountered when fighting monsters before. What's wrong? Godfather, could you tell us what skills our leader has? If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't say anything. Liu Kong was taken aback upon hearing this. That's something we can definitely talk to them about. Knowing the boss's skills will obviously make the battle much easier. If these players can become powerful, then the battle 5 days later will be a good thing for Silvermoon Village. Liu Kong smiled and said, No problem, I'll tell you about the boss's skills. No one expected that Liu Kong would actually speak. The boss's skills. Knowing the skills is crucial during battle. Both Liu and Kong could easily sell this as intelligence to wealthy individuals. As a result, Liu Kong shared it for free. Everyone was momentarily shocked. They certainly couldn't do that. The young man who had spoken earlier had tears in his eyes. Thank you, Godfather! The others realized what was happening and thanked them repeatedly. Liu Kong smiled and said, If any players ask in the future, I hope you can tell them directly so that everyone can grow quickly. Many players nodded with serious expressions. Don't worry, Godfather, I'll definitely post it directly on the official website. I'll tell the new employees too. Liu Kong nodded in satisfaction, and then told the players about the skills and information of the 5 bosses. When everyone heard that the final high-level boss had 10,000 HP and 130 attack, and that every strike was a fiery attack with self-inflicted damage reflection, everyone was stunned. How the hell do we fight this? Don't even mention that this dungeon only allows 25 people to enter. Even 250 people wouldn't be able to beat it. The way everyone looked at Liu Kong changed. How did my adoptive father kill such a powerful high-ranking leader? This isn't just a godfather, he's practically a god. After Liu Kong finished speaking, he laughed and said, "Alright, now it's up to you. With most players' equipment, it will probably be difficult to fight the boss now. However, there are quite a few elite monsters inside. You can farm some smaller monsters first to improve your equipment, and then you might have a chance." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately nodded in agreement. After sharing all the information he knew, Liu Kong entered the instance. The entrance to the instance is located at the same entrance and exit as the previous Little Devil Camp. That spot has now become a mirror-like vortex, inside which is the world of the instance. After Liu Kong went in, many players exchanged glances and began to discuss among themselves. Is Godfather some kind of god? How could he kill such a powerful high-ranking leader? Those teams that have already been infiltrated are in for a tough time. These leaders are inhuman. Yes, right now, it seems that only the Tianwei team and the Xianyao army have a chance to defeat the first two leaders. It's estimated that even they will have a hard time defeating the later ones. How long do you think it will take Godfather to clear the dungeon this time? I don't know, but there's a record of how I cleared the dungeon. I'll find out when the time comes. Beside the dungeon stands a stone tablet that records the dungeon's completion time. The shorter the completion time, the higher the ranking. This serves as both an incentive and a form of promotion for players. Even the first 3 players to clear the dungeon will receive corresponding rewards. For ordinary players, even those who are high-level players, this kind of reward is still something they can't even dream of. I wouldn't even consider using the top 3 teams. There's definitely one, Godfather, among them, and the other 2 are definitely Tianwei Guild and Xianyao Army. I plan to join the Tianwei group once they officially establish a guild. Maybe I could even get some of my Godfather's equipment then. That would be amazing. I plan to join the Xianyao Army when the time comes. After all, they have the background of the Great Siam military, so they are probably stronger than the Tianyu Guild. The Xianyao Army is very strong, but it is a military after all, so I guess the discipline requirements are very high. I still prefer a bit of freedom, so I'll join the Tianyu Guild when the time comes. A group of high-level players have already started discussing what to do next. Just then, the young man who had spoken to Liu Kong earlier said timidly, "If only Godfather could create a guild, I'd definitely be the first to join." The surrounding noise suddenly fell silent. The young man was startled. He looked around and found that everyone was staring at him with strange looks. The young man felt a chill run down his spine. What? Did I say something wrong? No, you're right, how come we didn't think of that? What if our Godfather also creates a guild by then? How about we ask him when we run into him again? That's a good idea. If my Godfather creates a guild, I'll definitely join his guild. Many high-level players were discussing it excitedly. Meanwhile, Liu Kong had already entered the instance and started killing monsters. Compared to the hardship of the first time I fought this dungeon, Liu Kong is now completely unstoppable. The elite little devils in front were completely unable to break through the land and air defenses, dealing 0 damage. Liu Kong attracted the attention of the lesser demons without even retaliating, letting their attacks fall on him. He then began to select items to drop. Prioritize skill stones and attribute stones. If you don't have any, choose a few scrolls, otherwise, choose all green equipment. After attracting a large number of lesser demons, Liu Kong unleashed a sweeping attack, resulting in a dense barrage of high-damage attacks. The minimum damage is over 700, and if a critical hit occurs, the damage will soar to 1500. These elite lesser demons only had 400 or 500 health points, 1 sword strike and all of them were dead. Liu and Kong began happily collecting equipment. Then he used the same trick again to lure the imps, select the drops, sweep them away, and then pick up the equipment. Liu Kong continued to grind monsters in this way, and soon he had killed 200 or 300 lesser demons and arrived in front of Grenin's fortress. And this only took less than 10 minutes. Most of the time was wasted on choosing loot, exploring the map, and picking up items. Chapter 61 Liu Chang, I want to be alone. Chapter 61 Liu Chang, I want to stand quietly outside Gening's fortress. Liu Kong didn't rush in to fight the boss. He tallied his loot, his green equipment was almost full, and the rest consisted of various scrolls, excellent grade apprentice healing potions, 2 minor skill stones, and 12 minor attribute stones. Liu Kong discovered a problem. The loot from the monsters this time wasn't as good as before. The probability of obtaining minor skill stones and attribute stones is much lower than before. Even so, these gains are still quite good for both land and air forces. He used up all the attribute stones, and then he used the minor skill stones. Liu Kong's current skills include Basic Regeneration, Heavy Strike, Battle Spirit, Sweep, Charge, Great Sword Mastery, and Warrior's Heart. A full 7 skills. That's much more than the average player. He had used up all the small skill stones he had previously acquired, and now he could no longer use small skill stones to improve his Basic Regeneration, Battle Spirit, and Sweeping attacks. Liu Kong tried Warrior's Heart again, and as he expected, as an epic skill, Warrior's Heart could not be upgraded with micro skill stones. He also tried Great Sword Mastery. He had previously used 2 tiny skill stones from quest rewards to raise Great Sword Mastery to level 3. It can no longer be improved by using it now. The only way to improve it is by using basic skill stones. So now the options for land and air forces are limited. Only heavy blows and charges. The charge skill doesn't deal damage, so Liu Kong plans to upgrade it when he has extra small skill stones. For now, he'll upgrade the heavy strike skill first. Liu Kong had previously used a small skill stone to upgrade the heavy strike skill to level 5. Now, by using both skill stones, the heavy strike skill is instantly upgraded to level 7. Heavy Strike, level 7 unleash a powerful attack, dealing 190% damage. The damage increase is 20%. However, since the Heavy Strike only deals single target damage, the increase is not as significant as the sweeping attack, so it's better than nothing. For single targets, it's a slight enhancement. As for the equipment, it's definitely not as good as what Liu Kong has, so Liu Kong plans to sell it all later. After defeating Grenadier, he had to go to a dungeon. Liu Kong looked at Guning again and chose to drop. The drop list still shows blue equipment at the top. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything good there. Liu Kong considered the options and ultimately chose the basic skill stone, the one-handed sword, dog training stick, and the chainmail belt, malice belt. Then Liu Kong selected the drops of Guning's little darlings and rushed in. Guning, who was feeding the babies, saw Liu Kong enter and immediately shouted angrily, "Intruder! Babies, tear him to pieces!" Instantly, a pack of demonized wolves howled and charged towards Liu Kong. Liu Kong revealed a sinister smile and charged towards Guning. When he was surrounded by Guning and the demonized wolves, he swept his flaming longsword across the area. The blazing sword light generated a large amount of high damage. In an instant, all the demonized wolves collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Guning was momentarily stunned. He looked at the corpse on the ground and let out a scream that was so heartbreaking it brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it. "Ah! My little darlings! You died so tragically!" Liu Kong felt like he was an utterly wicked bastard. "Damn intruder! I'll kill you!" Guning brandished 2 long swords and charged towards Liu Kong. Last time when fighting Guning, Liu Kong had to rely on the weakness scroll to deal with him. But this time, Liu Kong directly took the damage and fought. Each of Guning's attacks inflicted only single-digit damage on both land and air. Liu Kong was able to slash his carotid artery every time, with 3-digit, or even 4-digit damage numbers appearing repeatedly. The damage caused by Guning was not as much as the life steal from Liu Kong. In less than 10 seconds, Guning's health was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Compared to the difficulty of the last time, this time it was as easy as if I had a cheat code. Well, okay, Liu Kong realized that he did seem to have a cheat code. His soul talent is practically no different from a cheat code. After picking up the items on the ground, Liu Kong first equipped the Malice Waistband and then used the basic skill stone. As for the upgrade, Liu Kong originally intended to use it on Warrior's Heart. However, the system prompted that a higher level skill stone is required. This means that even basic skill stones cannot improve Warrior's Heart. Liu Kong was somewhat troubled. Advanced skills were great in every way, but they were too troublesome to improve. In the end, Liu Kong used the skill stone on Great Sword Mastery. Great Sword Mastery has been upgraded to level 4, increasing damage by 40%. The damage from both land and air units has been increased once again. After that, Liu Kong started picking up the items dropped by the demonized wolves. Eventually, Liu Kong found that his backpack was full. He was somewhat helpless and ultimately had no choice but to give up some of the less valuable scrolls. "The backpack is still a bit small," Liu Kong muttered helplessly. However, he has nowhere to get a bigger backpack right now. Based on the current situation, high-level elite monsters are likely to drop larger backpack items. The little devil monsters in the little devil's lair later on may drop it. Oh, and there's that land of the dead, maybe monsters there will drop those too? Liu Kong plans to finish the dungeon and then go check it out. For now, Liu Kong plans to go out and sell equipment. Liu Kong posted the fine one-handed sword, the dog training stick, that he had just dropped in the chat room with Wang Bing and Liu Chang. The next moment, Liu Chang and Wang Bing were both blown out. Liu Chang, good son-in-law, you've run into the boss again? Wang Bing, what? What an amazing one-handed sword! I love it! I want one! Liu Kong, I'm currently farming the Little Devil Camp dungeon. This is what the first boss dropped. Liu Chang, I'm in the dungeon right now. This dungeon is so hard. The mobs are okay, we can manage with 25 people, but that Gunning is simply unstoppable. Every time we kill a demonic wolf, the others go berserk. With so many demonic wolves, warriors simply can't withstand it. Not to mention Gunning's damage is so high. We've wiped out several times already. Luckily, deaths in the dungeon aren't considered normal deaths, so we don't need an hour to resurrect, otherwise it would be impossible to solve. Seeing Liu Chang send out a whole bunch of messages as if he were grumbling, Liu Kong scratched his head. Well, he seems somewhat unable to empathize. After all, for him, Gunning was just a matter of a few sword strikes. Indeed, people's joys and sorrows are truly incomprehensible. Wang Bing, no, Godfather, didn't you just go to the Little Devil's camp? I heard you had just entered when I arrived. You've already defeated the first boss? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, how long have you been in the dungeon? Liu Kong checked the system time. It's been almost 11 minutes. Liu Chang, ? Wang Bing, ? The two of them slowly typed out a question mark. Liu Chang, in particular, was starting to question his very existence. Are you kidding me? He's been struggling to survive here, almost for an hour, and still hasn't beaten the first boss. So Liu Kong went in and defeated the first boss in just 10 minutes? Can you please stop being so outrageous? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, you did this all by yourself? Liu Kong, yeah. Liu Chang, smoking a cigarette with a melancholy expression. He just wants some peace and quiet right now. Wang Bing, smoking a cigarette with a melancholy expression. Compared to Liu Chang, who was in a bad mood, Wang Bing was slightly better. He was already mentally exhausted when he saw Liu Kong fighting the Wolf King. Although Wang Bing had anticipated Liu Kong's strength, he still didn't expect Liu Kong to be so inhuman. Did you defeat the first boss in 10 minutes? Is there any way for others to survive? Liu Kong, wait, aren't you guys getting off topic? Do you want this one-handed sword? Liu Chang, 120 gold medals. Wang Bing, Liu Chang, Wang Bing, will never let you get away with this. Although he probably has no chance with two-handed weapons, since his adoptive father wants to use them, as a warrior, he can also use a one-handed sword. Before he could even place a bid, Liu Chang snapped it up. How do you play? Tell me how to play this stupid game? Chapter 62 Cooperation with the Player Handling Bureau. Chapter 62 Cooperation with the Player Handling Bureau. Liu Chang, heh, if you can't afford the price, then shut up. Wang Bing, he was so angry that his stomach hurt. This old bastard is so disrespectful to his elders, actually trying to use money to pressure a junior like him. Is this even human? Liu Kong, by the way, there's some green equipment. Are there any of you guys at the dungeon entrance right now? I'll go out and we can trade together. Liu Chang, we'll come straight out, grab the equipment, and then go fight. Although Liu Chang has bought a lot of green equipment from Liu Kong, it is still a bit difficult to fully equip all 25 people. Now is the perfect time to update the equipment again. Of course, the most important thing is the blue equipment. Equipping their assassins or warriors with it might give them a chance to kill the mobs before the tanks can hold on. Then it becomes easier if you only need to fight one boss. Wang Bing, we just entered the instance. Godfather, wait a minute, we'll come out too. Liu Kong, okay. Liu Kong chatted with Wang Bing and Liu Chang as they walked out of the instance. Just then, Liu Kong suddenly saw Lin Yingying's message. He clicked on it and raised an eyebrow. Lin Yingying, Godfather, do you get a lot of equipment from the dungeons? Our Player Management Bureau also wants to cooperate with you to buy some green equipment. Price is not a problem. Liu Kong was a little surprised. Isn't the Player Handling Bureau also an official organization? We have the Xian Yao army cooperating with me, so why are you guys getting involved too? Lin Yingying, there's nothing we can do. Although we're all from the official side, the equipment for the Xian Yao army is prioritized for them. We can't get any at all. We still don't have much green equipment. We can only turn to you, Godfather. Luckily, I'm clever and added you as a friend beforehand. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to cooperate with you directly. Liu Kong could already picture Lin Yingying's smug expression. He grinned. Sure enough, there is competition between different systems. Although both the Black Bird Army and the Player Handling Bureau are official organizations, they are clearly in competition with each other. For Liu Kong, there's really no difference between selling to the Xianyao Army or selling to the Players Processing Bureau. However, Liu Kong had been cooperating with Wang Bing for so long, so after thinking for a moment he said, I can only provide you with 10 pieces of green equipment for now. The rest will have to be traded with Wang Bing and the others, and will gradually increase the quantity later. He understood from reading the posts in real life that the Player Affairs Bureau was similar to a police station, dealing with everyday matters related to demonic invasion in real life. If their strength was too weak, the lives of ordinary people might be affected, so selling them some equipment would be a good option. At the very least, if players have stronger game management capabilities, society will be more stable. Lin Yingying. 10 items is already very good, thank you so much, Godfather. Liu Kong. I suspect you're taking advantage of me. Lin Yingying. Hee, no way. Godfather, I'm currently running a dungeon. Let me know when you come out, and I'll be right there. Liu Kong. I was just about to go out. Lin Yingying. I'm coming right away. In another instance world, a small demon camp. A group of players were staring intently at Lin Yingying, not daring to utter a sound. Once inside the instance, they realized just how difficult it was. Let alone fighting a boss, even fighting regular monsters could easily kill you if you're not careful, given their gray-white equipment. Forget about fighting the boss. They also covet the land and air equipment. But Liu Kong has always cooperated with Wang Bing and Liu Chang, and the equipment he occasionally gives to ordinary players is something they can't possibly get. So many eager players are watching. However, after hearing that Lin Yingying had actually added Liu Kong as a friend, everyone's eyes lit up, hoping that Lin Yingying could discuss cooperation with Liu Kong. Lin Yingying thought about it, and felt that it was worth a try. After all, everyone was cooperating, and there was no loss for her godfather. On the contrary, it would give him another partner and another option. However, Lin Yingying didn't make any guarantees, because if her godfather was unhappy, she would definitely side with him. Unexpectedly, my godfather was actually willing to sell 10 pieces of green equipment to the Player Management Bureau. So, does my godfather still care about me, his incredibly clever and adorable goddaughter? Hey. Seeing the change in Lin Yingying's expression, everyone's eyes lit up. Minister Lin, how did it go? Did my godfather agree? Minister Lin, our Player Handling Bureau is counting on you. Otherwise, we simply can't defeat the boss. Lin Yingying smiled and put her hands on her hips. Godfather agreed. We will also have a share in the future, but only 10 items each time. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Then everyone cheered. 10 pieces is already great. This is a stable source of green gear. Let's save them up slowly, and we'll eventually become stronger. Yes. Minister Lin is awesome. He even managed to persuade my godfather. Liu Kong is notoriously stubborn and unyielding. Countless beautiful women have offered themselves to him, but Liu Kong has never even paid them any attention. Lin Yingying chuckled, quite pleased with herself. Just then, a middle-aged man next to him laughed and said, Minister Lin, we owe you a lot this time. I didn't expect that our Player Processing Bureau could also establish a cooperative relationship with our adoptive father. I heard that Tianwei and Xianyao Army have obtained a lot of rare items through our adoptive father. Those are not comparable to equipment. It would be great if we could get them in the future. It sounds strange that a middle-aged man calls Liu Kong and a young man godfather, but everyone thinks it's normal. Nowadays, which of the most players in the Great Xia dynasty doesn't call Liu Kong their adoptive father? After all, the land and air forces are too powerful. The other's eyes lit up as well. A pretty girl suddenly remembered something. That's right, I heard that Tianwei got a potion recipe from my godfather. It seems that the pharmacists they trained have already started making this potion. Doesn't Uncle Wang have a talent for blacksmithing? If Godfather can get the blueprints for equipment forging, and we can buy them, that would be awesome. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to discuss it amongst themselves. Even Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled. However, she wondered if Uncle Wang's crafting of some equipment would affect her godfather's business. This is not good for the godfather. Lin Yingying glanced at her colleagues and secretly sent a message to Liu Kong. Upon seeing Lin Yingying's message, Liu Kong was filled with questions. What the hell is that? Will having someone else forge his business? What a joke. Even if he kills a lot of monsters, he can't supply all the players. How could he possibly have any impact? Moreover, the quality of the items he dropped is probably beyond what a normal blacksmith could create. Lin Yingying. Godfather, will this have any impact on you? If it will, then let's not sell it, okay? Liu Kong was somewhat amused and exasperated. It's alright, it won't have any impact. However, Liu Kong did not expect that Lin Yingying was actually quite considerate of her. Although this streamer is a bit shameless and persistent, Liu Kong doesn't dislike him for that reason. That's good. If my godfather has any good stuff in the future, can I compete with Wang Bing and the others for it? Liu Kong thought about it, and felt that having more people competing with him would definitely be a good thing. Moreover, Liu Kong was quite curious about the player who had mastered the forging talent that Lin Yingying mentioned. If he can actually forge standard equipment, it will be of great significance to players throughout the Great Xia dynasty, and even the entire Yuanqing. The equipment he drops is definitely not enough to equip all the Yuanqing players. Liu Kong did not refuse. No problem. Who is your person in charge? I'll add him to the trading group. Lin Yingying. I can take responsibility for this. This is a great opportunity to get close to her godfather, and Lin Yingying wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away to someone else. Even the bureau chief won't do. Liu Kong was surprised that Lin Yingying was actually able to take responsibility. Is this guy really capable? Liu Kong didn't think much of it, and pulled Lin Yingying into Wang Bing and Liu Chang's trading group. Upon seeing someone join the group, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were both pulled out of the chat. Liu Chang. Good son-in-law, how did Lin Yingying join the group? Wang Bing. What? Lin Yingying? You're not here to steal our equipment, are you? Chapter 63 The Art of Face Changing. Chapter 63 The Art of Changing Faces. Wang Bing became a little nervous when he saw Lin Yingying join the group. After all, the Player Management Bureau had previously communicated with him, hoping to get some equipment from him. But the Xian Miao army itself doesn't have enough, so how can it allocate resources to the Player Management Bureau? Wang Bing naturally refused. But unexpectedly, Lin Yingying went directly to her godfather, and was even pulled into a trading group. Wang Bing immediately started wailing to Liu Kong. Godfather, please don't take away our equipment quota. Wah! We don't even have enough for ourselves. Liu Kong. Don't worry, it's only 10 items. We brought her in because the Player Management Bureau has players with special talents, and they might find something useful for her later. Hearing this, Wang Bing and Liu Chang both breathed a sigh of relief. It's only 10 pieces of equipment, they can accept that. They received more than twice as much as the players' administration. But after hearing what came next, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were a little stunned. The two of them already didn't have enough good stuff to share, and now there's another person to share it with. Won't the competition become even fiercer then? Even if Liu Chang is rich, he can't possibly convert all his money into gold coins since the production of gold coins isn't that high. When the time comes and a real fight breaks out, he can't guarantee that he'll win against both sides. Liu Chang was walking towards the outside of the instance, gritting his teeth. That Lin Yingying is such a vixen. I never thought she could sway such a good son-in-law. Of course, this was just Liu Chang's impulsive thought. He also knew that as Liu Kong's strength and reputation grew, more and more forces would likely seek to cooperate with him in the future. It's simply unrealistic for him and Wang Bing to want to monopolize land and air resources. This also put considerable pressure on Liu Chang. He frowned in thought, then looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked, Where in the beginner village is the drop rate for materials or gold coins the highest? This is Liu Chang's deputy, Nan Gongli. He was originally a senior executive of a large corporation, but because he was also a beta tester, Liu Chang poached him to Tianwei Group with a large sum of money. At this moment, Nan Gongli is assisting Liu Chang in managing the Tianwei Guild. Nan Gongli said, I've already compiled a list of the areas where players are leveling up. Non-humanoid monsters only drop materials, not gold coins. However, you can sell the materials at the village's general store. Humanoid monsters drop both gold coins and materials. Generally speaking, humanoid monsters are more cost-effective for farming gold. Nearby humanoid monster areas include the Cobalt Mine and the Fisherman Lake, where copper coins drop. Boss, what's wrong? Are you running out of gold coins? Liu Chang nodded, then frowned and said, Now more and more people know about my son-in-law's things. In the future, if you don't have money, you might not be able to get anything. Nan Gongli. His lips twitched slightly. The new boss was quite shameless. You've never even met Liu Kong and your daughter, yet you keep calling him your good son-in-law. Aren't you ashamed? However, since he was his own boss, Nan Gongli didn't say much. He nodded and said, I understand. I will organize a special gold hunting team. Good. On the other side, Wang Bing and Li Ming were also discussing the matter. Lin Yingying's arrival had left them equally worried. It seems that more and more people will be cooperating with our godfather in the future, so we need to prepare more money, Wang Bing said with some worry. Li Ming nodded and said, I'll apply for a new quota from the higher-ups. Okay, go back and apply for it today. When Liu Kong walked out of the instance, Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying's 3 teams were already waiting. Sparks flew between the 3 teams. Lin Yingying's team, in particular, was glared at by Liu Chang and Wang Bing's teams because they were newcomers. Who would want to share green equipment with others? They all had long faces and looked very unhappy. Lin Yingying's team is from the Player Management Bureau. However, the Player Management Bureau is an organization recruited from the general public, and most of its members were originally ordinary people. Faced with the oppressive gazes of the military and the group's bigwigs, they trembled with fear. A pretty young girl muttered, Minister Lin, judging from their eyes, it feels like they want to kill us. Lin Yingying shrank back, not expecting these people to be so fierce. To be honest, she was a little flustered. She's thick-skinned, but not fearless. How should I know? You're the ones who told me to tell my godfather. I don't care, you guys stand in front. Just as Lin Yingying was about to slip away, she saw Liu Kong walk out. Her eyes lit up, she stopped in her tracks, and a sweet smile appeared on her face that none of the team members had ever seen before. Godfather! The players of the Player Management Bureau were all bewildered. It's haunted by something dirty, and it even has a built-in face-changing ability, huh? Then they discovered that Liu Chang and Wang Bing, just like they had changed their expressions, were all smiles. The previous spark seemed like an illusion. Everyone? 6. They all mastered the art of face-changing. Liu Kong walked over and said with a smile, You guys are pretty fast. Liu Chang said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. Without the right equipment, we can't beat the first boss at all. Wang Bing added, We've only just gone in. Who knew you'd already taken down the first boss so quickly, Godfather? Liu Kong smiled and said, Let's make a deal. Thus, the land and air trade began. When they heard that there was actually a blue one-handed sword being traded, Lin Yingying and the rest of the Players Management Bureau staff nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. What? As expected of my godfather, he's already trading high-quality equipment? I don't even have any green equipment. Lin Yingying was also eager to try it out. The equipment was excellent. If I could get my hands on it, it would definitely be incredibly powerful. She quickly asked, Godfather, how much does the high-quality equipment cost? As she spoke, she even acted cute, blinking her eyes. Liu Kong pretended not to see it and calmly said, 120 gold. Lin Yingying and the others, question mark. A question mark slowly surfaced in their minds. How many? 120 gold? That's 1.2 million? Although the Player Management Bureau also receives official funding, it simply cannot afford such exorbitantly priced equipment. Liu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying and the others and smiled. Do you want some? Lin Yingying chuckled dryly. We can't afford it, we can't afford it. Let's just buy some green equipment to make do. Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. Their Xianyao army's quota was much higher than that of the Players Processing Bureau. Even he couldn't afford it, let alone Lin Yingying. Liu Kong didn't care. Besides the blue equipment, he also traded some green equipment. In total, they gained about 200 gold coins. Liu Kong now has nearly 3,000 gold coins, which is a total of 30 million. During the transaction, other players who were forming teams watched with envy and jealousy, as they also wanted green equipment. Liu Kong couldn't stand the pitiful looks from these players, so he left 10 pieces of equipment to sell to ordinary players, and these pieces of equipment were quickly snapped up. After that, Liu Kong said goodbye to the others and entered the instance again. Using the same formula as before, Liu Kong unleashed his full power all the way to the second boss, Ice Hand. Along the way, they acquired various green equipment and other items. Liu Kong was lucky this time. He actually obtained 3 small skill stones. Liu Kong originally planned to use all his strength on heavy attacks. Unexpectedly, after using 2, the heavy strike skill reached level 9, and the system prompted that a higher level skill stone was needed. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. Heavy strike was a basic skill, but he didn't expect it to require a beginner's skill stone to upgrade. That's outrageous. There are still quite a few skills that can be upgraded with basic skill stones. Liu Kong certainly wouldn't waste his basic skill stones on heavy attacks. He'd have to deal with that later. Liu Kong used the remaining tiny skill stone on charge. The level 2 charge has a slightly longer range, and the cooldown time is reduced by 1 second. The original cooldown for charge was 20 seconds. With this upgrade, it's estimated to be 10 seconds at max level. That's not bad. After all, it can improve the mobility of soldiers. Fighting monsters might not be a problem now, but what if there are player versus player battles after we leave the starting village? This is quite crucial. Upon seeing Ice Hand, Liu Kong was originally excited to get another Cold Wind Impact book and a potion recipe. When I opened the list, lo and behold, both items were gone. Liu Kong then realized that, as expected, the items dropped in dungeons were not as good as those in the wild. Of course, it's also possible that these demons were originally real demons, so the drop rate is higher after killing them. Fortunately, the basic skill stone is still available, which is essential for both land and air combat. For the others, Liu Kong chose a blue staff and a blue cloth robe. There is no equipment for both land and air use. Ice Hand's defense and health are both inferior to Grin. Liu Kong charged forward and took down 2,500 of the guy's health points with a 3-hit combo. It almost stunned the ice skater on the spot. Then, with a few sword strikes, he killed Ice Hand. Liu Kong casually posted the 2 pieces of mage equipment in the trading group. Wang Bing, ? Lu Chang, ? Lin Yingying, speechless. All 3 people were blown out. After posting a question mark as usual, Wang Bing couldn't help but speak up. No, Godfather, only 10 minutes have passed since then. You've already taken down the second boss? Lin Yingying, Godfather is so amazing! Admiration. Lu Chang gritted his teeth. What man could resist such adoration from a young girl? Ha, this little girl is such a vixen. My dearest daughters, your father can't take it anymore. Chapter 64 I'm going to do something tough. Chapter 64 I'm going to do something tough. Liu Kong. Anyone interested? Lu Chang. Staff 120 gold. Robe 100 gold. Lu Chang thought the game was won, but to his surprise, Wang Bing didn't think so. Wang Bing. Staff 130 gold, robe 110. Lin Yingying looked at the price quote and trembled. More than $1 million. How come these people are so rich? Isn't that an exaggeration? She was also a mage, so of course she wanted the blue mage equipment. But with so much money, even selling her wouldn't be enough. Although the Player Processing Bureau has a certain quota, it is clear that this quota cannot be used for her alone. Lin Yingying. I can't afford it. Lu Chang was a little surprised to see that Wang Bing had actually made a bid. Wang Bing, you have money this time? Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. This time I'm buying it for that person. I've already reported it to her. She wants all the magic-based equipment. Xia Yan had given him a death order not long ago. That means Liu Kong will have suitable equipment and items, and she should compete with all her might. As for the amount, as the third princess, Xia Yan is not without her own little savings. She has absolutely no need to use the funds of the Black Bird Army. With Xia Yan's order, Wang Bing was naturally full of confidence and planned to compete with Lu Chang. Lu Chang frowned and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the competition is getting fiercer. Staff 140, robe 120. Wang Bing continued to bid, causing the equipment price to soar. In the end, Lu Chang surprisingly offered a price of 2 million for the staff and 1,800,000 for the robe. This made Wang Bing frown. Although it was ordered by the third princess, the price was still too high. He was losing control of his own destiny. Wait a minute, let me ask for permission. After saying that, Wang Bing sent the price to Xia Yan via private message. Xia Yan was playing a game when she heard the price, and she couldn't help but frown. Humph! Lu Chang! Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, the two were in legitimate competition, so she couldn't say anything. Give up the staff, compete for the robe, up to 2.5 million is acceptable. Xia Yan issued the order. Wang Bing immediately complied. I don't need the staff, but I'll take the robe for 200 gold. Liu Kong grinned when he saw the two people shouting. All I can say is that rich people are truly insane. While the excellent equipment is indeed good, it is something that can be obtained frequently by land and air forces, so it doesn't feel too precious. It actually sold for a high price of 2 million. For him, this was just taking down a leader. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Lu Chang understood that the third princess had already made concessions. He thought for a moment, then sighed. The staff can be used by my precious daughter, Moonheart, and Moonheart already bought the cloth armor robe last time. He himself said that even with green equipment, he could make do. We can't possibly disrespect the third princess completely. Liu Kong, I don't need the robe anymore. So the deal was done, and both pieces of equipment sold for the astronomical price of 200 gold. Lin Yingying, who had been watching the whole thing, was completely stunned. My godfather is incredibly good at making money. I made 4 million by taking down a leader. She had originally been hoping to support her godfather. Damn it, that's definitely impossible now. Liu Kong, I'm coming out now. Hurry up and trade the green gear. Liu Kong, good son-in-law, I'm coming out too. Wang Bing, we're coming right away. Lin Yingying, Godfather, I'll come by myself. Liu Kong walked out of the instance again. Because we have now reached the area of the second boss. It takes several minutes to walk back. Liu Kong was somewhat helpless. Each time he went to a dungeon, he had to make several trips back and forth, which was too time-consuming. But there's nothing he can do about it. After all, the drop rate is too high. Why don't we let Wang Bing and his team send people into the dungeon to get the equipment themselves? Liu Kong considered this possibility. However, if you team up with others, you'll definitely have to share your experience with them. Even so, if you can get up to 80% of the team contract, it's still faster to finish it in one go than to do it several times. Each trip to sell equipment takes a considerable amount of time. In that time, he would have already finished the dungeon. With this in mind, Liu Kong immediately made a plan. He sent a message in the trading group. I have an idea, what do you guys think? Lin Yingying, my godfather's thoughts are my thoughts. I support him unconditionally. Liu Kong was speechless. She really was a vixen. With Lin Yingying's proactive attitude, how could her two daughters possibly compete? What does the good son-in-law think? Tell me. Wang Bing, is godfather planning something big again? Liu Kong explained his thoughts to them. You can send someone over to help me with dungeons and handle the trading. Lin Yingying, me. I can do it myself. Liu Kong, good son-in-law, let me set an example by doing this kind of hard work myself. Wang Bing, I couldn't bear to watch my comrades collect the equipment. If I don't go to hell, who will? I'll do it myself. All three of them were excited. Are you kidding me? Don't be fooled by the fact that you can only get 20% of the experience. With Liu Kong's monster killing efficiency, the experience killing efficiency is much faster than other teams. Such a good thing, of course, should be enjoyed by oneself. Liu Kong was surprised by the enthusiasm of Lin Yingying and the other two. He smiled and said, in that case, I'll team up with you guys after the transaction is over. Lin Yingying, this is great. I can actually team up with my godfather. I have no regrets in my life. Liu Kong couldn't help but complain. Isn't your life too cheap? Liu Kong felt uncomfortable watching it, so he simply closed the chat group, out of sight, out of mind. After exiting the instance, Liu Kong completed the transaction as before. After that, Wang Bing, Liu Kong, and Lin Yingying all left the team. Lin Yingying and Liu Kong were fine. They had already spoken to their team members beforehand. Liu Kong is the boss, so of course he has the final say. As for Lin Yingying, she was the only one in the entire player management bureau who was familiar with Liu Kong, so naturally she was the most suitable person for this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Yingying would never give up such an opportunity. For her, this was a great opportunity to get close to Liu Kong. She'll fight anyone who tries to take it from her. Although the players from both teams were green with envy. But there's nothing we can do about it. However, Wang Bing did not tell his team members. Wang Bing's sudden departure from the team surprised Li Ming and the others. No, Captain, why did you suddenly leave the team? Wang Bing coughed lightly and said seriously. I'm about to do something very difficult. Brothers, I hope I can come back safely. Liu Kong, ? Liu Kong, ? Lin Yingying, ? The three men looked at Wang Bing with strange expressions. Is it more difficult to gain experience? That's way too tough. Li Ming and the others didn't know that when they heard that Wang Bing was going to do something very difficult, they all refused to do it. Captain? How can we let you do this? There are so many of us, we can do it. That's right. Captain, you're the soul of our 7th team. What would we do without you? Li Ming looked at Wang Bing with a touched expression. Captain, what is it? Let's discuss it together, brothers. Wang Bing, this? He was embarrassed. Liu Kong couldn't stand it anymore and said, It's nothing serious. It's just that I teamed up with my good son-in-law to pick up some equipment and trade in the dungeon. Li Ming and the others. The emotion on their faces gradually faded, and everyone looked at Wang Bing with murderous intent. Damn, this is really tough. Chapter 65 Another Skill Book. Chapter 65 Another Skill Book. Li Ming and the others looked at Wang Bing with bloodshot eyes. Li Ming said, Captain, this kind of hard work is not suitable for you. Let me do it! Jiang Su argued forcefully. Captain, dealing with Mr. Liu has always been my responsibility. How can I let you do it? Seeing that his comrades were not having it, Wang Bing gave the grinning Liu Chang a resentful look, then put on a stern face. Am I the captain or are you the captains? This is an order. It's settled then. He directly used his captain's authority to suppress the enemy. Li Ming and the others were speechless, rolling their eyes at Wang Bing, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Liu Kong got all three of them into the group. All right, let's get in. Liu Kong led the way, taking Wang Bing and the other two into the instance. This time, they finally saw how Liu Kong cleared the dungeon. He dragged all the elite lesser demons along, and after pulling one wave, he swept them all away, and 20 or 30 elite lesser demons fell to the ground at once. The damage of 700 or 800, or even more than 1,000, is truly shocking. Nowadays, players are considered very skilled if they can deal 20 points of damage to elite monsters. The damage from land and air was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Lin Yingying's eyes were practically sparkling. As expected of my godfather! He's amazing! Liu Chang was even more convinced of Liu Kong's abilities. It had only been 2 days since the game started, and Liu Kong already possessed such formidable strength. His future potential was beyond question. He was even a little worried that his 2 daughters might not be good enough for Liu Kong. The emergence of the era of cosmic online games means that strength in the game represents strength in reality. Barring unforeseen circumstances, such a person is destined for great success. Only Wang Bing, having witnessed Liu Kong's strength when fighting the Wolf King's leader, wasn't too surprised. The three of them became even more numb when they saw that every elite monster they killed in the air dropped 2 green orbs of light. Wang Bing muttered to himself, Now I understand why my godfather comes out to trade equipment every time he defeats a boss. With this drop rate, is my godfather the server administrator? Liu Chang and Lin Yingying, who were standing nearby, nodded in agreement. This drop rate was simply beyond their comprehension. Lin Yingying blinked. Speaking of which, are we just going to watch the show here? It's a little embarrassing to let Godfather do it all by himself. Liu Chang rolled his eyes. Ha, is this a woman dressed up? Our good son-in-law can wipe out all the monsters with a single sweep, so we don't need to lift a finger. Lin Yingying thought it made sense, so she didn't say anything more. Soon, Liu Kong killed over 100 monsters. Aside from the attribute stones, skill stones, and scrolls that you can actually use, all other equipment can be traded on-site, both on land and in the air. Lin Yingying and the other two had all purchased the little devil backpack that Liu Kong dropped, so their backpacks now had the same amount of space as his. With the 3 of them together, they can definitely fit a lot of things. Since you don't need to worry about backpacks when you're on land or in the air, you can focus on grinding monsters. He smiled. Sure enough, my method was quite good. Soon, Liu Kong led Liu Chang and the other two to the castle in the very center. Liu Chang stared wide-eyed at the 3-story high castle and asked, Good son-in-law, is this the last area of the Little Devil's camp? Liu Kong nodded. Yes, there are 3 levels inside, each with a leader, and the highest level has a high-ranking leader. Wang Bing was a little curious. It'll be good to see what the leader is like, so it'll be easier for us to fight him ourselves later. Lin Yingying and Liu Chang both nodded repeatedly. Soon, the 3 of them entered the first floor. Upon seeing the imp guard Captain Gugo and the 4 imp shamans, the 3 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. What? 4 healers and 1 warrior? This boss has 6,000 HP and 95 attack power? How the hell are we going to beat him? They were all dumbfounded. It's already difficult to fight just 1 Gugu, but he also has 4 healers to keep him alive. You could just kill all the players one by one, right? Liu Kong laughed and said, The first 2 bosses are relatively easy. We can spend more time grinding them until we have better equipment before challenging this boss. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded slightly. With a few good pieces of equipment, the main tank can still withstand the damage. With the priest healing us, there's still a chance we can beat this Gugu. Of course, that's later, not now. As for land and air, the landing locations have already been chosen. The basic skill stone, and 2 other pieces of the Little Devil craftsmanship set. In this way, Liu Kong can collect the complete Little Devil crafted set. Lin Ying asked eagerly, "Godfather, how do we fight?" Liu Kong laughed and said, "You can just watch from the side." After saying that, Liu Kong charged straight at Gugu, unleashing a triple strike. With a sweeping motion, the sword light swept over all the lesser demons, including Gugu. The 4 lesser demon shamans died instantly, leaving only Gugu. Then, for both land and air attacks, just keep using heavy attacks and normal attacks. Guji's damage is quite high, dealing dozens of points of damage to Liu Kong. Unfortunately, it's still not as much as Liu Kong sucked blood himself. Just as the cooldown of the second sweeping attack ended, Liu Kong unleashed another triple attack, and Gugu fell to the ground. The whole process was easy and enjoyable. Wang Bing was already mentally prepared, but Liu Chang and Lin Ying were dumbfounded. The atmosphere was quiet. Liu Chang murmured, "No, isn't this the leader? He's dead already?" He even doubted whether he was dreaming. Liu Kong clearly didn't lose any health, so how did the leader die? This isn't much harder than fighting regular monsters, is it? Wang Bing glanced at Liu Chang sideways. "What else did you think?" Lin Ying was even more excited. "Godfather is so amazing!" As expected of my adoptive father, even if I possess talent and summon creatures in the future, I'll probably be far inferior to him. This adopted daughter must work hard to follow in her adoptive father's footsteps and strive to improve. Lin Ying made a grand vow in her heart. As Gugu died, 3 blue orbs of light floated out, attracting the attention of the 3. "Godfather, take a look at what it is! Is there anything we can use?" Wang Bing rubbed his little hands together, full of anticipation. Liu Kong certainly knew what was falling, but he couldn't possibly tell him in advance. After picking up the items, Liu Kong posted the 3 items in the trading group. After watching it, Lin Ying and Liu Chang were a little disappointed. They don't have anything they can use. Wang Bing became envious. "What? A high-quality chainmail set! The stats are incredible! These stats are just too strong!" Wang Bing looked at Liu Kong pitifully. "Godfather, do you have this set? If so, can you let me have it?" Liu Kong laughed and said, "I don't have any, I need all 3 of them." Wang Bing. At that moment, Wang Bing heard the sound of his own heart breaking. After changing into the remaining 2 pieces of the Little Devil chainmail set, Liu Kong was now mostly equipped with high-quality gear. There are even 3 legendary items. Keep in mind that this is only the 2nd day. With equipment like this, it's probably in a class of its own across the entire Orion continent. The 4-piece set effect of the Little Devil crafted set can increase damage by 12%, which means that the damage after landing and air combat will be even more terrifying. As for the basic skillstone, Liu Kong originally intended to use the one dropped by Ai's hand on Greatsword Mastery. Unfortunately, the system indicated that a higher level skillstone is needed to master the Greatsword. So Liu Kong used the basic skillstone on Sweep, and this one was no exception. The Sweep skill has been upgraded to level 6, increasing damage by 250%. The air and land forces have become even stronger. After going up to the 2nd floor and clearing out the little demons in the small rooms, the group arrived at the Black Iron Gate. Liu Kong told Wang Bing and the other 2 to stand back so that the leader wouldn't hit them. Liu Kong stepped forward and pushed open the door, and immediately an arrow shot towards him. Liu Kong's agility at this moment was incomparable to before. He took a step back and used his greatsword to parry, barely managing to block the sharp arrow. Clang! -13. The damage caused by blocking is extremely limited. This made Liu Kong smile. Sure enough, I have become much stronger now, not only in terms of attributes, but also in terms of combat skills. Instead of rushing forward, he first opened the loot list. However, Liu Kong was slightly taken aback after seeing the items on the list. He had initially thought that dungeon bosses wouldn't drop anything good anymore, but now he realized he was wrong. The first item on the list was actually a high-quality skill book. Chapter 66 Going to Great Lengths to be a Wingman. Chapter 66 Going to Great Lengths to be a Wingman. Green Poison Arrow, Level 1. Fires an arrow infused with green poison at the target, dealing 50% damage per second for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning requirements: Archer. This is a very strong single-target skill, dealing 300% damage in one hit, but the cooldown is a bit long, only once every 20 seconds. Even so, it's still very strong. It's a pity it's an archer's skill. Otherwise, it would have given both land and air units another powerful attack ability. Without much thought, Liu Kong naturally chose the skill book. This thing is very valuable. In addition to the skill book, Liu Kong also chose a basic skill stone and a green leather glove. After making their choice, Liu Kong charged forward. A few swift sword strikes killed Akelin. Compared to the past when he chased me around and I had to use my position to block the view of different rooms to kill him, this time it couldn't be easier. Although Akelin's damage is still quite high, he can recover by using his lifesteal from both ground and air attacks. Give Liu and Kong enough time to deal damage. In just 10 seconds, he can deplete a boss's health. Liu Kong picked up the 3 items. The basic skill stones are self-explanatory. Liu and Kong should use them themselves. The sweep skill has been upgraded to level 7, increasing its damage by 270%. As for the green poison arrow skill book and leather gloves, Liu Kong naturally posted them in the trading group. Upon seeing these 2 items, Liu Chang's eyes turned red. Liu Yueqing is an archer. If I could buy this skill and give it to Liu Yueqing, my precious daughter would be overjoyed. Good son-in-law, I'll offer 1,000 gold coins for the green poison arrow. Liu Kong was stunned for a moment. The last cold wind impact only sold for 600 gold. From Liu Kong's perspective, the value of the cold wind impact is actually higher than that of the green poison arrow. After all, it's an area of effect skill, and it also has a slowing effect. Although the green poison arrow deals much more damage, it is only a single target attack and has a longer cooldown. Liu Kong thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Brother Chang, let's make it 600 gold, the same price as the cold wind impact. We've had a very pleasant working relationship lately, so there's no need for a high price. Liu Kong earned nearly 3,000 gold coins today, not counting the green poison arrows, leather armor gloves, and items dropped by the final high-level boss. If Liu Kong finishes this dungeon, he feels he can earn 4,000 gold. A whopping 40 million. The sheer amount of money left Liu Kong somewhat numb. It's only the second day. If he wanted, Liu Kong could easily become the world's richest man by relying on the treasures dropped in the game. He suddenly realized that money seemed to be just a number to him. Therefore, Liu Kong didn't care too much about the price of skill books. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable cooperating with Liu Chang. Liu Chang always tried his best to consider Liu Kong's needs. Even when it came to the recipe for the frost resistance potion, Liu Chang not only gave him a large amount of gold coins, but also gave Liu Kong a 10% share of the profits, fearing that Liu Kong would suffer a loss. Liu and Kong actually kept it all in mind. Upon hearing Liu Kong's words, Liu Chang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and objected. How can that be? The 3 of us are competing fairly, and a good son-in-law doesn't need to favor me. Lin Yingying shook her head. Chairman Liu, I can't afford it. Although the green poison arrow is very powerful, 600 gold coins is already more than enough. She would prefer to use the money to buy equipment recipes. This is what she wanted most. Wang Bing did want to buy it, but he considered that since his godfather had already said so, if he made an offer now, wouldn't that be slapping his godfather in the face? Wang Bing would never do something like that. He laughed and said, Brother Chan, you let me win last time, so I'll let you win this time too. We're even now. Liu Kong laughed and said, Brother Chan, you see they don't want it, so let's make it 600. Liu Chang was momentarily stunned. In all his years in the business world, he had never imagined encountering someone like Liu Kong who did business this way. While others complain that the profits are not high enough, Liu Kong is afraid that the profits are too high. He looked at Liu Kong with a hint of resentment. My dear son-in-law, if you do business like this, you'll get swindled out of everything. Liu Kong was speechless. Brother Chang, I'm not in business. Skill books aren't that rare for me. Liu Chang. Wang Bing. Lin Yingying. They were numb. These words are so true, they sting a little. Thinking about it, Liu Chang did a quick calculation and found that Liu Kong had earned nearly 40 million in less than 2 days of game time. This is only the early stage of the game. At this rate of making money, once Liu Kong leaves the starting village, even Tianhui Group will be able to match his money-making efficiency. Liu Chang then felt relieved. Indeed, in the gaming era, everything is changing. Even the way they make money is no longer the model Liu Chang knew. He nodded happily and agreed. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Consider it a good son-in-law's way of showing respect to his father-in-law. Lin Yingying. What father-in-law? That old man is shameless. Lin Yingying muttered to herself. Liu Kong rolled his eyes helplessly. Liu Chang was good in every way, but his habit of making these kinds of jokes was a bit of a problem. However, he didn't say much more. You're bidding on this leather armor? Liu Kong. 200 gold coins. Wang Bing. What? Liu Kong, I shouldn't have let you win just now. You got 200 gold coins again? He was even thinking that buying some blue equipment wouldn't be bad. As a result, Liu Kong started to dominate again. This isn't equipment for mages. The third princess definitely wouldn't want it. The seventh team will have to buy it themselves. Wang Bing felt he must be crazy to tell his seventh team to spend 200 gold to buy a blue piece of equipment. Liu Kong laughed and said, No matter what, I have to get my hands on any equipment that my precious daughter can use. Hearing this, Wang Bing was completely speechless. Being a doting father to your daughter is outrageous. Lin Yingying was dumbfounded. This Liu Kong was actually a doting father to his daughter? She only found out now. This is too much pampering. Moreover, judging from Liu Kong's words, it seems that he wants to play matchmaker for his daughter and godfather? Lin Yingying's lips twitched. She almost wanted to ask Liu Kong if he needed another daughter. It's not about the money, it's just that the red thread connecting me and my godfather looks really appealing. In the end, Liu Kong spent 800 gold coins to buy 2 pieces of archer equipment. After the transaction, Liu Kong laughed and said, The last leader is upstairs. Let's go. Okay. The 3 followed Liu Kong uphill. On the way, Liu Kong happily posted the items he had just bought in the family group chat. Liu Yueqing immediately jumped out and exclaimed, Wow! Dear Daddy, I love you! Liu Kong couldn't stop smiling. How long has it been since I heard my darling daughter say she loves me? The old father burst into tears. Liu Yueqing. I'm so envious! My little sister is about to rise to prominence. Liu Yueqing. Hee hee. Absolutely. With such a powerful skill, I'll definitely take off. Old man, did this also fall from the ground? Liu Kong. Yes, we were running a dungeon with Liu Kong, and he got the equipment dropped by the boss. Liu Yueqing. That's great. Why doesn't our newbie village have any dungeons? Liu Yueqing and Liu Yueqing were both very envious. Liu Kong. Speaking of this skill book, Yueqing, let me tell you, Dad originally planned to offer 1,000, but guess what Liu Kong said? Liu Yueqing. What do you mean? Liu Kong. When Liu Kong heard that it was a gift from his father to his precious daughter, he voluntarily lowered the price to 600 gold. You know what that means, right? I've been talking to him about you too, and I can tell he definitely has a bit of a crush on you. You two have to keep up the good work. Liu Kong sighed inwardly, realizing how much effort he had put into being a wingman for both sides. If it really works out, I, as his father and father-in-law, will definitely have a few more drinks with him. This is exhausting. On the other side, Liu Yueqing and Liu Yueqing both widened their eyes upon seeing the news. They exchanged a glance, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Liu Yueqing reminded her. Little sister, your face is a little red. Liu Yueqing. Oh, maybe it's a bit hot. Liu Yueqing. She glanced at the leather armor Liu Yueqing was wearing and thought to herself. Is leather armor so cool and hot? Say what you will. Chapter 67 Bringing People to the Announcement. Chapter 67 Bringing People to the Announcement. At this moment, Liu Kong and his group had already arrived at the top floor. At the top of the stairs, Liu Kong glanced into the room and saw that Maglon was still sleeping on the stone chair. He looked at the 3 people behind him and said, This boss has a wide-range attack skill, so you guys don't need to go over there. I'll go up and fight it myself. Upon hearing this, all 3 of them widened their eyes. It also has area of effect AoE skills? Wouldn't it be very difficult to fight? Wang Bing rubbed his hands together, somewhat eager to try. Godfather, can we take a look at this boss's attributes? Liu Kong shrugged. You can see for yourselves. The 3 of them immediately cast a detection spell. Upon seeing Magrin's exaggerated attributes, all 3 of them gasped in astonishment. Wang Bing bluntly stated that it was terrifying. Liu Kong then opened the loot list. Seeing the string of blue items in the drop list, Liu Kong felt somewhat disappointed. TSK, as expected, there are no legendary equipment items left. The last time there was a legendary item, it was probably just because it was a real little devil, right? However, as expected of the final boss, Magrin's loot is still quite good. The first item was yet another potion recipe. Potion recipe, Apprentice Flame Resistance Potion, excellent. After use, you can learn how to make the Apprentice Flame Resistance Potion. Learning requirement, Pharmacist. Drop rate, 0.0000193%. Upon seeing the medicine, Liu Kong suddenly thought of something. Fire resistance potions are obviously meant to reduce fire damage. Magran's skills are mostly fire-based, so with this potion, defeating Magran seems to become a hopeful possibility for ordinary players. Not only that, Liu Kong also thought of the Ice Hand from before. The potion dropped by Ice Hand is an apprentice frost resistance potion. If we had that potion, wouldn't it be much easier to fight Ice Hands? Liu Kong seemed to be deep in thought, but now was not the time to think about that. He continued to make his choice. After that, there wasn't anything good. Liu Kong chose a high-quality shield called the Little Devil Shield. For the third item, Liu Kong naturally chose the basic skill stone. After making his choice, Liu Kong stepped out of the stairwell and charged straight at Maglan in the face. Madeline's damage output remains extremely high. Even though Liu Kong's equipment is excellent now, and his stamina is almost 100 points, which can greatly improve his defense, Madeline's attack still took away more than 130 of Liu Kong's health. Although there are far fewer than before, it is still quite strong. Of course, that's all. Liu Kong didn't even need to use the weakness scroll. With his current combat skills, he used his great sword to block or dodge, and with the recovery effects of his life steal, healing potions, and basic regeneration, he easily stabilized his health. The clanging of great swords echoed in the room, and firelight flickered in the dim light. Liu Kong and Maglan both possessed attributes far exceeding those of ordinary people, and their speed was also significantly faster, making their battle extremely intense. However, judging from the health points, Liu Kong's health points remained above 90%, while Maglan's health points plummeted like an avalanche, seemingly unstoppable. Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying had been watching the two fight closely. Seeing Maglan's health rapidly decreasing, Wang Bing muttered, "Seeing how easily my godfather is fighting, I thought I could do it too." Liu Chang glanced at Wang Bing. "If you think you can do it, then you go for it." Wang Bing sneered. "You think I wouldn't dare? Although my godfather said he has area of effect skills, he can just go up and slash once and come back to shut up that bastard Liu Chang. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, right?" However, before he could even step forward, he heard Magran roar angrily. Then, a violent shockwave surged, forcing both land and air forces to retreat. The three people at the bottom of the stairs felt a terrifying hurricane sweep past them, and they felt like they were about to be lifted into the air. A number of over 300 appeared above the heads of all three people at the same time. Wang Bing had the highest health among the three, but even he didn't have more than 500 health. In an instant, their health was almost depleted. Their faces turned pale. "What? What kind of damage is this?" Wang Bing quickly took out the healing potion and poured it into his mouth. Lin Yingying and Liu Chang also immediately used the treatment. Wang Bing looked terrified. "Luckily I didn't rush out, or I would have been dead. My godfather would have laughed him to death." Lin Yingying trembled slightly. "This boss is too strong. I almost died from just a graze. How much damage would I get if I were facing him?" Liu Chang pointed to the damage indicator above Liu Kong's head, expressionless. "Look, 298 points of damage." Lin Yingying, question mark. Wang Bing, question mark. They were completely bewildered. The three of us, being so far away, only suffered a glancing blow and took over 300 damage, while Liu Kong, right in front of the boss, took less than 300 damage? Wang Bing's lips twitched slightly. "That's my godfather, a god, not an ordinary person. He can't be used as a reference." Liu Chang, "If you want to know how much harm an average person suffers, go and try it yourself." Wang Bing, "Get lost, I'm not going. You go if you want. That old rascal is wicked." After Maglan's roar, Liu Kong was also pushed back a few steps. However, compared to when he was knocked away before, he is now much stronger. Liu Kong charged back and continued hacking away. More than 10 seconds later, Maglan used his flame armor, but unfortunately it was still not enough to withstand Liu Kong's damage, and he was killed by Liu Kong's swords in a few strikes. However, the burning effect of the flame armor was still very strong in the end, and after the land and air battles, the enemy was left with only 70% health. As expected of a high-ranking leader, he is a formidable opponent. Liu Kong picked up the 3 fallen orbs of light. Just then, the system notification sounded. Yuanxing area announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Liu Kong, Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for clearing the dungeon for the first time. Rewards: 50 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, plus 30 reputation with Dawes City, and plus 300 reputation with Silvermoon Village. Silvermoon Village area announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the team of players Liu Kong, Liu Kong, Wang Bing, and Lin Ying for being the first to clear the Little Devil Camp dungeon. Rewards include 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, 1 excellent treasure chest, and plus 100 Silvermoon Village reputation. 2 system announcements sounded in succession. The players in Silvermoon Village were all shocked. What? Another system notification? Oh? It's your godfather? That's alright, it's normal. Wait, why are there other people here too? Liu Kong, Wang Bing, and Lin Ying. Liu Kong is Chairman Liu, right? Wang Bing is the captain of the Blackbird Army, and Lin Ying seems to be that streamer. I heard she's from the Player Management Bureau? What? Someone actually managed to latch onto my godfather's coattails and get him to take them on dungeon runs? I'm so envious. Why wasn't I the one clinging to my godfather's leg? The players were buzzing with discussion. Especially the high-level players at the entrance of the dungeon. Their eyes were all bloodshot at this moment. There's a system notification, and such a great reward? They had just witnessed Liu Kong and the others go in together. Now that they see Wang Bing and the other two receiving such a great reward, they are all so jealous they're practically splitting apart. If only I had been more shameless and begged my godfather to cast me, maybe I would have been one of the more people featured on the show. Come on, even if you clung to your godfather's coattails, he still wouldn't take you. The members of Wang Bing's team were all silent at this moment. They were filled with remorse. Why didn't they persist a little longer? Let's hold on a little longer. What if defining the parent means they'll be included? The atmosphere was deathly still, especially among the Blackbird Army. Li Ming said quietly, "When I log off later, I'll go fight Wang Bing and give you a count. 1. 2. Therefore, the entire 7th squad of the Xian Yao army formed a squad to fight the king. Chapter 68. It hasn't reached a certain level. Chapter 68. Unless they have reached a certain level, in other areas of Yuanqing, they cannot hear the announcement of the first place winner in the beginner village dungeon, but they can still hear the first announcement. At this moment, all the forces reacted extremely violently. They become numb to the fact that Liu Kong is appearing on the news again. But this time is different. This time, in addition to Liu Kong himself, there were 3 other people who were announced. Does this mean that Liu Kong can bring other people to the announcement? The rewards for appearing on announcements are always good. Putting aside everything else, the free attribute points are definitely free money. If only we could get Liu Kong to take them on the show too, wouldn't that be great? At this moment, Xia Yan, the Liu sisters, Alice and others, as well as high-level players from other kingdoms, were all pondering this matter. Once they leave the starting village, they might consider cooperating with both land and air forces. At the very least, you need to maintain good relations with the ground and air forces, because you never know when you might be dragged into a public announcement. And right now, we're in the instance. Wang Bing and his 2 companions also heard the system announcement. They were incredibly excited as they looked at the extra 13 free attribute points, gold coins, and excellent treasure chests. Wang Bing's voice trembled. What? What? Godfather, you're amazing! I, Wang Bing, actually got to be featured on a system announcement. And the reward is so generous? Isn't this awesome? Liu Kong was also pleasantly surprised. Good son-in-law, we owe you a lot this time. I never expected such a great reward. Lin Ying looked at Liu Kong with stars in her eyes. Godfather, you've helped me get so many good things. I don't know how to repay you. Why don't you tell me? I'll do anything you want. Liu Kong. He glared at Lin Ying. Ha! Shameless vixen. This isn't repaying a debt. It's just wishful thinking, isn't it? Liu Kong glanced at Lin Ying. No need to repay me. After all, teaming up with you is part of the deal, so consider this a bonus. Lin Ying hung her head dejectedly. Oh. Liu Kong was amused. The son-in-law is still a very upright person. Brilliant. He had been a little worried that Liu Kong had agreed, but now he felt relieved. Of course, neither the land nor the air forces could afford to think about anything unrealistic. Although Lin Ying is good-looking, how long have he known her? It's been less than 2 days, and we met in a game. Who knows if this guy has some ulterior motive? Besides, even if Lin Ying really didn't have any ulterior motives, Liu Kong couldn't possibly meet her in real life right now. This is not safe. In reality, either Liu nor Kong intends to be exposed in the short term. Prioritize your own safety above all else. Liu Kong will only reveal himself in reality once he has become strong enough. Based on its own rate of improvement, it shouldn't be long before it's too late. Liu Kong laughed and said, Let's use the system rewards first. Upon hearing this, the three of them seemed to wake from a dream. They quickly started allocating attribute points. Liu Kong originally intended to put all his attribute points into stamina. However, when my stamina reached 100 points, the system sent a notification. Ding! Due to the influence of the life essence of you ancient humans, your endurance has reached the upper limit of your current level. If you wish to continue improving, please advance to the first level as soon as possible. Liu Kong was stunned upon hearing this. Influenced by the life essence of you ancient humans? Is it possible for humans to reach a maximum endurance value of 100 points at this stage? Liu Kong felt a bit of a toothache. He had originally thought he could improve indefinitely. I never imagined that the very nature of life could influence this. However, Liu Kong's other three basic attributes are only around 30 points, far from reaching their limit. There's no need to rush between land and air forces in the short term. When he reaches level 10 and is about to advance to the first tier, his 4 attributes might not have reached their limit yet. Liu Kong added the remaining 4 free attribute points to strength. Liu Chang and his 2 companions, on the other hand, did not have the worry of reaching their limit. Their base attributes, excluding the main attribute, are estimated to be less than 20 points. The 3 of them quickly increased their attributes, and then began to discuss the superior treasure chest. Wang Bing had originally planned to trade the excellent treasure chest to Liu Kong, and have his adoptive father help him draw a prize. After all, his godfather's luck goes without saying. He's bound to get good stuff. Who would have thought that the excellent treasure chest rewarded by the system was actually bound, and only the user could use it? That's awkward. Wang Bing glanced at Liu Chang and Lin Yingying, grinned, and said, "The lottery results are in. Let's see what we can get. Want to have a competition?" Liu Chang remained calm. "I've always been lucky." Lin Yingying said somewhat nervously, "My luck seems to be pretty average." Liu Kong also looked at the 3 of them with some curiosity. He hasn't seen anyone else draw the lottery either. "Let me see what you guys can get from opening the boxes." The 3 of them opened the boxes one by one. Liu Chang's lips curled up into a smile. "Not bad luck, I got a blue item." He posted the information in the group chat. Soul boots, fine, cloth armor, defense plus 41, intelligence plus 5, stamina plus 4, required level 6. Liu Kong was a little surprised. He hadn't expected to get a blue item. "Brother Chang is lucky." Liu Chang's lips curled up into a smile. Just then, Lin Yingying exclaimed in surprise, "We actually got this!" She posted the information in the group chat. Liu Kong and Liu Chang were both stunned, their expressions showing astonishment. "It's a skill book. Savage Strike, Level 1, unleash a Savage Strike, dealing 180% damage and having a 10% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Learning requirements, Soldier." Liu Kong was surprised that Lin Yingying was even luckier, obtaining such a powerful skill book. It causes damage and also has a dizzying effect. Although the chance is only 10% at level 1, that's because it's a low level. The chance should increase at higher levels. Liu Kong was considering buying it from Lin Yingying. This skill is perfect for him. Lin Yingying herself is a mage and doesn't need this skill. Just as Liu Kong was about to speak, Lin Yingying directly initiated a deal with him. She chuckled and said, Godfather, this skill book is perfect for you. I'll give it to you." Liu Kong. "Huh?" He was stunned for a moment, not quite able to react. "Here, you can use it. You're a warrior, this skill book is suitable for you." Lin Yingying blinked, looking at Liu Kong with some doubt. "Could it be that Godfather has this skill?" Liu Kong shook his head, somewhat surprised, and asked, "A gift for me?" Lin Yingying nodded. "Yes." Liu Kong. He was a little dumbfounded. "I can buy it for 1,000 gold pieces." Lin Yingying immediately objected. "That won't do. I'm the adopted daughter of Heaven's mandate. How can I take your money, Godfather? If you can use it, of course I'll give it to you." Liu Chang, who was standing nearby, sensed something was wrong. "What? This girl is quite cunning. She's using a small investment to gain a big return, actually employing this method to win over a good son-in-law," he said. "Isn't this making our good son-in-law owe someone a favor? Lin Yingying, this isn't right of you." Lin Yingying glanced at him, blinked, and said, "I don't need my godfather to owe me any favors." Liu Kong thought for a moment and said, "How about this, if I ever get a skill that suits you, I'll give it to you too." Liu Kong knew that Lin Yingying's talent leaned towards summoner, and at worst, he could just give her a skill book when he found one that suited her. This brutal strike is something Liu Kong really wants. It looks like a very powerful skill. Lin Yingying chuckled. Consider that a gift from my godfather. Liu Kong was speechless. No, it's a transaction, a barter. Lin Yingying did not refute. As long as it's a gift in her heart, that's fine. Lu Chang, watching from the sidelines, felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, this girl went too far, trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him? Seeing that the situation was not going well, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Wang Bing, what did you bid? Why aren't you saying anything? Only then did the others realize that Wang Bing was standing still, like a statue. Liu Kong was puzzled. What was wrong with this person? Brother Wang? Are you alright? Wang Bing looked utterly dejected. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! It must be an illusion! The three of them, Liu and Kong, exchanged glances and looked at each other blankly. Seeing this, Liu Chang immediately had a guess in his mind. He said with a hint of schadenfreude, What did you find, kid? Let me see it. Wang Bing glanced at him silently, then posted the items with a look of utter despair. Trainee healing agent, excellent. The atmosphere became a little awkward as they looked at the bottle of green healing potion. Wang Bing felt deeply insulted by this silence. Say something! What do you mean by not saying anything? Liu Chang burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. Lin Yingying turned around, her shoulders trembling. Liu Kong's lips twitched slightly as he silently clicked on the drop of the excellent treasure chest. As before, the top item is the legendary item. Previously, Liu Kong only selected legendary items and didn't look at them much. This time, Liu Kong glanced at the drop list. He finally understood why Liu Chang and Lin Yingying were both of excellent quality. It turns out that the excellent treasure chests rewarded by the system contain a large majority of excellent items, with a more than 50% chance of obtaining excellent items. The rest are all green items. All I can say is that the treasure chests rewarded by the system are quite generous. As for the apprentice healing potion that Wang Bing drew, it was at the very bottom of the drop rate list, with a drop rate of 0.12%. Liu Kong's lips twitched slightly, and he said quietly, It's okay, you're already very good. Statistically speaking, it's harder to draw a trainee healing potion than a superior item. Wang Bing has reached a certain level of prowess, becoming someone formidable on a different level altogether. Chapter 69 An outrageous price, 6,000 gold coins. Chapter 69 An exaggerated price, 6,000 gold. Hearing Liu Kong's words of comfort, Wang Bing seemed to turn into a gray statue, drifting away in the wind. He was utterly despondent and squatted on the ground silent. Lin Yingying looked at Liu Kong curiously. Godfather, open the box and see what you can get. Liu Kong smiled and said, Okay. He randomly selected the top legendary item. Berserker Cloak, legendary, cloak, strength plus 13, stamina plus 10, attack has a certain chance to increase attack speed by 20%, requires level 8. Drop rate 0.000089%. The cloak is an equipment component that is not available on land or in the air. Liu Kong casually posted the equipment in the trading group. Lin Yingying, Liu Chang, Wang Bing. All three of them were dumbfounded. Wow! Another legendary item! Godfather, your luck is just too good! Lin Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. Liu Chang agreed with Lin Yingying's point of view and nodded repeatedly. He was utterly shocked. Good son-in-law, how many legendary items do you have now? Liu Kong glanced at the flaming greatsword, the bloodthirsty necklace, the Song of Life, and the newly acquired Berserker Cloak. 4 items. His. All three of them gasped in shock. Wang Bing was almost in tears. Why am I the only one with such bad luck? I'm the only one with green. Liu Kong comforted him. Maybe there are fewer green items in the box, and you're just lucky to have gotten something with such a low probability. Wang Bing, he said with a mournful face. Godfather, please stop comforting me. If you keep comforting me, I might jump off a building. All right then. Liu Kong readily agreed. Liu Chang then changed the subject. By the way, son-in-law, what items did this boss drop? These words brought Wang Bing and Lin Yingying back to their senses. They looked at Liu Kong with anticipation. That was the final boss, so the loot shouldn't be too bad, right? Liu Kong smiled and said, I won't post the beginner skill stones. These are the only 2 left. Liu Kong posted the recipes for the imp shield and the fire resistance potion. After reading it, all three of them stared wide-eyed, their breathing becoming somewhat rapid. A shield is an essential piece of equipment for warriors who take a defensive approach. It can be considered the core of defense. Putting everything else aside, the armor boost from this little devil shield alone is almost a quarter of that of land and air armor. Do you need to know what kind of equipment is used in the land and air forces? It's easy to imagine how strong this shield's defense is. With this shield, their team's main tank will definitely have a much easier time tanking monsters. All three of them understood this, which is why their eyes were practically green with envy. As for fire resistance potions, there's not much more to say. Wang Bing and his two companions witnessed the boss's fire damage firsthand. With this potion, their success rate in defeating the boss will be greatly increased. And it's not just them who need to fight the boss, other players need to fight it too. If this medicine were sold, the market would be huge. Liu Kong laughed and said, "By the way, Brother Chang, the second boss is the Ice Mage Little Devil. Your ice resistance potion might be useful. You can have someone make some and then lead a team to try it out." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang's eyes widened, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "I'll arrange it right away." If they can actually defeat it, then they will have a boss that reliably provides them with equipment. This is obviously a great thing. Wang Bing, standing to the side, was green with envy. He said with a fawning smile, "Brother Chan, you already said before that you would only sell us the ice resistance potion at cost price." Liu Chang glanced at Wang Bing and said irritably, "The production is not high right now. Some of the herbs we produce are from high-level areas. We might not even have enough for our own use. We'll sell them to you when we have enough." Upon hearing that there were also ice resistance potions, Lin Yingying couldn't resist and quickly asked, "Chairman Liu, could you sell some of these potions to our Players Affairs Bureau? We'll buy them at market price." Liu Chang was immediately amused. This little girl was trying to steal a man from his precious daughters and wanted him to sell medicine? He gave a forced smile. "Oh, Shaolin, you heard it too, the potion production is not enough right now, so we still can't provide it to your Players Processing Bureau." Lin Yingying snorted inwardly. She could tell that Chairman Liu obviously thought she had a good relationship with her godfather. "Fine, I won't sell. I'll stick to my godfather and drive him crazy." Liu Kong then said, "These two items are up for grabs. Make an offer if you want them." Instantly sparks flew in the eyes of all three. Both of these items would greatly enhance the team, and they obviously wouldn't give them up. The wealthiest of them all, Liu Chang, immediately declared, 200 gold for the shield, 1,300 gold for the recipe plus a 10% profit margin." Wang Bing grinned, inwardly cursing that this bastard was really rich. However, he has no choice but to follow along. These two items are extremely important, either one would greatly enhance the team. Wang Bing gritted his teeth and said, "The shield costs 210 gold, and the recipe costs 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit." Lin Yingying was extremely decisive. "I don't want the shield, but I want the recipe for 1,800 gold plus 20% profit." Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and Liu Kong, who were standing to the side, all looked at Lin Yingying with some surprise. They never expected Lin Yingying to offer such a high price. Seeing Liu Kong's surprised expression, Lin Yingying gave him a sweet smile. Even if it's for Godfather to earn money, it's still for us family to earn money." Liu Chang was speechless. "Little girl, you can't just say things like that. Who's family with you? The recipe is 2,000 gold plus a 25% profit share. The shield is 230 gold. Although Liu Chang had been collecting gold coins, he had spent a lot of them on buying things during this period, and now he only had a little over 2,800 gold coins left. He can't offer too high a price either. This made Liu Chang extremely uncomfortable. "It seems we need to get Nangong to arrange the gold farming team as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be too hesitant to compete for good things." Wang Bingren, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Are these two crazy? Collecting gold coins is really hard. Why does it feel like everyone's gold coins were picked up from the ground? He muttered. Fine, you guys can fight over the potion formula. 250 for the shield. That's my highest price. If you offer higher, Brother Chang, I'll let you have it. Upon hearing this, Liu Chang hesitated for a moment. He had a limited number of gold coins, and it would take some time for him to continue acquiring them. If the good son-in-law has any more good things to offer, it will be difficult for him to buy them if he doesn't have enough gold coins. He also thought about saving some gold coins for a rainy day. That's why Liu Chang hesitated about whether to continue following along. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Never mind, I don't need the shield. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, didn't want a shield from the start. Her focus was always on the recipe. Their player management bureau has all sorts of players, especially those who focus on life skills. Their numbers are greater than those of the Xianyao army and the Tianyu guild. The pharmaceutical formula can definitely be digested. Lin Yingying had no doubt about this. As for the price being too high, anyway, it's money earned by my godfather, so let him earn it. The only problem is that she doesn't have many gold coins right now. The Players Management Bureau is not like the Xianyao army. As a newly established official organization, although it has received the attention and support of Emperor Xia, it still lacks the foundation of the Xianyao army. After cooperating with Liu Kong, Lin Yingying applied for subsidies, but the total amount was only 3,000 gold coins. The main reason is that the production of gold coins is really limited, while the amount of real currency is actually much higher. It's a pity I can't exchange it for gold coins, so real currency is useless. Lin Yingying's idea was to buy the formula now, as she was sure she wouldn't lose money. She planned to use the remaining money to buy forging blueprints. That was the item she needed most. If the price of this recipe is too high and affects her ability to purchase forging blueprints, then there's nothing she can do. When Liu Chang offered 2,000 gold coins, Lin Yingying gritted her teeth. She finally calmed down and shook her head. Never mind, I don't want it. Although she really wanted to buy something from her godfather, she was, after all, the minister of the Player Management Bureau, and she couldn't go too far. As an adult, Lin Yingying has her own thoughts on this matter. Hearing Lin Yingying say no, Liu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little hesitant if Lin Yingying offered a higher price. Liu Kong was a little stunned. I never expected the formula to be priced so high this time. Together, the two amounts to over 20 million, not even including profit sharing. Liu Kong was shocked by how fast he was making money. He nodded. In that case, let's make a deal. Become. After completing the transaction, Liu Kong immediately had 6,000 gold coins. Not to mention this life, even in his past lives combined, Liu Kong has never had this much money. Liu Kong said, "All right, the dungeon is finished, let's go." The three nodded and followed Liu Kong outside. Liu Kong plans to do the bone-eating grass mission first, since he knows the location of the bone-eating grass. However, Liu Kong still doesn't know the location of the demonized tiger leader from the warrior mentor mission. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the three of them, asking, "By the way, do you know where there are demonized tigers?" Chapter 70 Land of the Dead. Chapter 70 Land of the Dead. Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback. A demonized tiger? We haven't encountered one yet, Wang Bing said slowly. Lin Yingying and Liu Chang also shook their heads, indicating that they had never encountered this before. Lin Yingying chuckled. I'll inform the Player Handling Bureau. If anyone has encountered the demonized tiger, I'll tell my godfather. Liu Chang and Wang Bing also expressed their concern. Liu Kong smiled and nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to you. This is the advantage of having connections. If he were to search alone, the area around Silvermoon Village is so large that even if he rode a demonized wolf, it would take him who knows how long. It would be much easier if someone else helped with the search. By the way, I'm planning to do a mission next, and I'll probably need someone to trade equipment with me. You can arrange for someone to come and hand it over. Lin Yingying's eyes lit up. Can we go by ourselves? Liu Chang and Wang Bing were also staring longingly at Liu Kong. This dungeon has only been running for about 10 minutes so far. They gained far more experience than before. If they can team up with Liu Kong to fight monsters, their leveling speed will definitely be faster. Liu Kong was speechless. What are you guys thinking? There's no way to get into the dungeon. It takes me a long time to run out each time. You can only enter the dungeon by teaming up. You don't need to team up outside. You can run around as you please. Lin Yingying and the other two were all dejected and very disappointed. I originally thought I could gain experience by following Liu Kong. Wang Bing said. Alright, I'll arrange for Jiangsu to continue her business with you, godfather. Liu Chang said he would still arrange for Li Mu to come along. As for Lin Yingying, she blinked and looked at Liu Kong expectantly. Godfather, where are you going to do the mission? I'll go grind monsters nearby too, and I'll go get the equipment myself later. Liu Kong was speechless. Aren't you going to upgrade yourself? It would be such a waste not to upgrade such a good talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Liu Chang looked at Lin Yingying with some surprise. The fact that Liu Kong called her a great talent shows that Lin Yingying's talent is indeed exceptional. Liu Chang felt even more pressure. This young girl was so proactive and talented. Would a good son-in-law be unable to handle her? Liu Chang now hopes that Liu Kong can reach level 10 quickly and leave the newbie village. That way, they can separate. Once his two beloved daughters leave the beginner village and compete face to face, Liu Kong is quite confident in his daughters. Hearing this, Lin Yingying was a little disappointed. Oh, then I'll just level up nearby and have someone trade with me later. Liu Kong shrugged. Whatever. I'm going to do a quest in the land of the dead north of the village next. The three of them looked completely bewildered by the land of the dead, having no idea what it was all about. However, they still knew the direction north of the village. Lin Yingying nodded with a big smile, indicating that she would go to the north of the village to grind monsters and level up. Liu Kong and Wang Bing, of course, had their own things to do. The four chatted casually and soon exited the instance. As soon as they stepped out of the instance, Wang Bing and his two companions felt a barrage of envious gazes. All three of them were startled. They breathed a sigh of relief when they realized that the gazes were from high-level players outside the instance. Wang Bing puffed out his chest with a smug look on his face and chuckled. These people are just envious. Envious that I can get rewards by following my godfather. Liu Kong said expressionlessly. Stop talking, the treatment medicine. Wang Bing, ? He felt as if his heart had been pierced, and immediately fell silent. Liu Kong smiled and said, Then I'll be going now. Goodbye, godfather. Lin Yingying waved to Liu Kongji with a smile. Wang Bing and Liu Kong also said goodbye to Liu Kong. Liu Kong mounted the demonized wolf and rode off towards the north of the village. Riding a tall, demonized wolf, wearing a heavy, ferocious little devil suit, with a scarlet cloak fluttering in the wind, Liu Kong looked like a general on the battlefield. Lin Yingying stared at him with a lovesick expression. No wonder he's my godfather, he's so handsome. Liu Kong glared at Lin Yingying, then turned and left. As for Wang Bing, he remained silent. The environment is different in the north and east of the village, and there is a river not far from the village entrance. There is a wide wooden bridge over the river. After crossing the wooden bridge, there are vast stretches of wasteland, and further on, there are rolling hills composed of small mounds. The hills were mostly covered with pebbles and weeds, looking far less vibrant than the area east of the village, and instead appearing quite desolate. There are still quite a few low-level players grinding monsters on the wasteland. However, once you enter the hills, you'll find yourself in an area with monsters of level 5 and above, and there are actually very few players there. Liu Kong understood that most level 5 players were now farming dungeons at the Little Devil Camp. This is normal, since the dungeons are full of elite monsters, and white items are guaranteed to drop. If you're lucky, you might even get a green item, which would be a windfall. Most importantly, since the leaders in the Little Devil Camp are all inside the fortress, you can bypass the fortress and only farm the mobs without alerting them. There are many elite monsters outside, and the experience gained is also considerable. It's definitely more cost-effective to farm elite monsters. If it weren't for the fact that you can only run the Little Devil Camp once a day, Liu Kong suspects that many players would probably stay in the dungeon forever. The demonized wolves were very fast, and Liu Kong ran past them before they could react. Soon, the land and air forces penetrated deep into the hills. After running for nearly half an hour, Liu Kong arrived at the monster he had encountered, which was already level 7. The hilly terrain became increasingly barren, with even decaying gray soil appearing. Before long, Liu Kong saw a large expanse of gray land ahead. On these lands, many tombstones stand, and a large number of the dead wander. Liu Kong almost vomited when he saw these undead. This game is so realistic, none of my 5 senses are diminished. The smells in this place are incredibly tangy and refreshing. Moreover, the undead are skeletons and zombies, covered in flesh and blood, with maggots wriggling inside. Liu Kong saw a zombie with one eye hanging out, swaying as it moved. Everyone, both on land and in the air, was numb. A timid person fighting monsters here would probably be scared to death. Even horror movies aren't this scary, right? Fortunately, Liu Kong was brave enough, and given his personality, even if a ghost really appeared, it would have to take a few slaps from him before leaving. Liu Kong cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Skeleton Elite. Level 7. Life 580. Attack 40. Description: originally, they were dead Silver Moon humans who were corrupted by the power of the undead and turned into skeletons. Liu Kong's eyes lit up, and he smiled. It's another elite monster. This means it's a good product. Feeling great. Liu Kong immediately started doing what he had done before, opening the loot list and selecting equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, and so on. Although monsters like Silver Moon skeletons and Silver Moon zombies have reached level 7, or even level 8. However, it still couldn't break through the land and air defenses. Liu Kong easily lured a dozen monsters, then swept them all away with a single blow. After that, you just pick up items and continue selecting drops. Level 7 and 8 elite monsters offer a good amount of experience. Liu Kong finally reached level 8 while playing the dungeon just now. However, even when fighting level 8 elite monsters in groups, the experience bars for both land and air combat still move at a snail's pace. Even he had such a hard time leveling up. For an average player to reach level 10, it would take 10 days to half a month. This game is so hard to play. However, he then thought that this game was, after all, linked to real-world attributes. It's already outrageous that an ordinary person can become extraordinary in 10 days or half a month. He swept through the land and air routes, and before long, his backpack was almost full. Fortunately, the people Jiangsu, Li Mu, and Lin Yingying had called had already arrived, following the map. The problem is that the monsters on the map are a bit high level. They were all wearing green equipment, so they could easily defeat ordinary monsters that were 1 or 2 levels higher. As for the elites of the Land of the Dead, they have been cleared out by both land and air, so there is nothing to worry about them. As time passed, they advanced by land and air, eliminating all the elite undead they could see. He didn't forget his mission, to find the bone-eating grass. Unfortunately, this Land of the Dead has no bone-corroding grass, not even a single weed. It is a completely lifeless place. Neither Liu nor Kong knew where to find this bone-corroding herb. Just then, Liu Kong saw a gray-white stone tomb in front of him. The tomb's door was wide open, and 2 skeleton warriors wearing armor were standing beside it. He stared wide-eyed in surprise. This skeleton seems a little different. Chapter 71. The Special Effects of Max-Level Skills. Chapter 71. Max-Level Skill Effects, Silver Moon Skeleton Warrior, Elite. Level 8. Life, 640. Attack, 45. Introduction. Originally a guard of General Silvermoon, he was transformed into a skeleton warrior after being corrupted by the power of the undead. Upon seeing this introduction, Liu Kong's eyes lit up even more. General Silvermoon, just hearing his name makes you think he's a boss. The leader represents all kinds of treasures, so Liu Kong certainly wouldn't let them go. With a single sweep, Liu Kong dispatched the 2 skeleton warriors and stepped into the tomb entrance. Inside the tomb's main entrance is a staircase leading underground. Torches hang on both sides of the staircase, their dim light flickering and creating a play of light and shadow, as if ghosts were walking through the passageway. Liu Kong's chainmail boots made a crisp sound as he descended the stairs. When Liu Kong reached the end of the stairs, he discovered that it was a huge tomb. Inside the tomb were many coffins, all of which had been opened, and elite undead wandered aimlessly within. These undead elites include skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and so on. All of them are level 8 elite monsters. This is a pretty good area for farming monsters. Liu Kong's eyes lit up. The monsters are numerous, and they are all elites. It would be very difficult for the average player to win. However, the land and air attributes are so strong, and it also has area of effect attack skills. If you farm a few waves of monsters here, you'll level up incredibly fast. The Little Devil camp can only be accessed once a day, and the monster levels of the Little Devil range from level 5 to level 7, which is somewhat lagging behind the levels of the land and air monsters. He was in dire need of a new place to grind monsters, and this place was quite good. Thus began Liu Kong's enjoyable monster hunting journey. The tomb chamber was about 30 or 40 meters in diameter, and 20 or 30 elite undead roamed inside. They wiped out the enemy in one wave of air and ground attacks, then swept them all away in one sweeping attack. At the end of the tomb chamber is the door to the next tomb chamber. Some tombs have several doors leading to different tombs. They fought their way through land and air, clearing 5 or 6 tombs in a row, before entering a huge tomb. The tomb was filled with rotting corpses and nauseating gray soil. At the end of the tomb chamber, there was a particularly tall figure. This figure was obese and covered with stitches, as if it had been stitched together from several corpses. The corpse was swollen, and putrid bodily fluids flowed across its surface. Maggots crawled all over the gruesome wounds. Liu Kong almost threw up from watching it. Ordinary undead are disgusting enough, but this bastard is even more disgusting. He cast a detection spell on it. Ah, died the leader. Level 8. Life, 7,400. Attack 110. Description: the necromancer Muta's favorite little pet. Liu Kong, ? What is that? Small pet? What the hell? Liu Kong stared at the pile of rotting flesh before him, unable to comprehend it, but deeply shocked. He never imagined that someone's aesthetic sense could be so peculiar. Treating these things as pets. And the name they chose is kind of cute, isn't it? He mentally scoffed and silently opened the loot list. The next moment, Liu Kong's eyes lit up. Several of the items dropped by this boss are quite suitable for him. Undead Warrior Armor, Fine, Male Armor, Defense plus 202, Strength plus 7, Stamina plus 8, Required level, 8. Undead Warrior Set 2 to 6 Health plus 10%. Undead Warrior Set 4 to 6 plus 6 Health Regeneration per second. Undead Warrior Set 6 to 6 reduces damage taken by 10 points. A new, high-quality Male Armor Set. Liu Kong is currently using the Little Devil Crafted Set, which is level 5 to 7, while Liu Kong himself is already level 8, so the equipment is a bit outdated. Now that they have the level 8 set, Liu Kong is naturally satisfied. In addition to the armor, there are also leg guards. In fact, this boss not only drops set pieces of male armor, but also set pieces of leather and cloth armor. However, since neither land nor air armor can be used, male armor is the obvious choice. Apart from the chest armor and leg guards, Liu Kong chose basic skill stones. Then, Liu Kong charged forward. As Liu Kong approached Ah Dai, the disgusting stench turned his face pale. But this was the leader, so Liu Kong had no choice but to endure the smell and repeatedly swung his fiery greatsword. Liu Kong didn't use the basic skill stone that Magran dropped on Savage Strike. Based on Liu Kong's experience, the first few levels of a superior skill can be upgraded using minor skill stones. Using basic skill stones would be too wasteful. The only skills he can currently improve with basic skill stones, besides critical strike, are basic regeneration. Basic regeneration is no longer very useful for Liu Kong, since he now has the ability to suck blood. Liu Kong used the basic skill stone on critical strike. Heavy Strike max level unleash a powerful attack, dealing 220% damage. The critical hit chance of Heavy Strike is increased by 30%. The level 10 critical strike skill has reached its maximum level, with a damage increase of 220%, which was exactly what Liu Kong had expected. But to Liu Kong's surprise, the skill had an extra special effect. Increases the critical hit chance of critical strike skills by 30%. Liu Kong guessed that skills that reach the maximum level might have special effects. Moreover, this special effect is probably quite powerful. If a basic skill like Heavy Strike has such a strong special effect, then the other skills must be just as powerful, right? This made Liu Kong more cautious. If possible, he would first upgrade his skill to the maximum level to obtain special effects. In this way, the skill is elevated. As for the brutal blow, the tiny skill stones that Liu Kong obtained from defeating elite skeletons have also upgraded this skill to level 4. Savage Strike, level 4, unleash a Savage Strike that deals 210% damage and has a 40% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Compared to Heavy Strike, Savage Strike truly lives up to its reputation as an excellent skill. It's far superior. Level 4 damage is almost comparable to a max level critical strike. Unfortunately, you'll need to use basic skill stones to upgrade it. At that moment, Liu Kong's fiery greatsword, gleaming with sword light, struck Ah Dai. Normal attack, heavy attack, savage strike, sweeping attack, the 3-hit combo has become a 4-hit combo. 302. 1224. 649. 1733. 4 high damage numbers popped up. Both the heavy attack and the sweeping attack landed critical hits. The total damage reached 4,000. This exaggerated damage instantly reduced Ah Dai's health by more than half. This is the effect of a high skill level. Liu Kong's attack skills each have a high damage amplification, and coupled with his own strong attributes, the damage he causes is simply terrifying. This is because Ah Dai is a level 8 boss with strong defense. If the leader were weaker, the damage from land and air would probably be even greater. If things continue like this, once he raises his base strength to the maximum of 100 points, equips himself with even more powerful gear, and adds the amplification effects of Battle Spirit and Warrior's Heart, wouldn't he be able to one-shot a boss of the same level in a single turn? Isn't this a little outrageous? Of course, since it was him who was being outrageous, even if it were a little more outrageous, Liu Kong felt it wouldn't really matter. However, Liu Kong's smile soon faded. His terrifying attack, accompanied by sword light, tore apart Ah Dai's swollen flesh, and his bodily fluids gushed out along with maggots. Liu Kong. He immediately vomited. Damn it, you can't beat them, so you resort to mental attacks? Liu Kong's armor was covered in corpse fluid, and his face was pale. I've never felt so disgusted in my life. Odd-Eye was hurt and howled. You hurt Odd-Eye! Odd-Eye is going to kill you! He brandished the small kitchen knife in his hand and attacked Liu Kong, his wounds still gushing out exaggeratedly disgusting liquid. Liu Kong's expression changed drastically. He continued his attack while trying to dodge the gushing liquid. It has to be said that the 30% increase in critical hit chance from heavy attacks is really too powerful. Combined with the critical hit chance provided by Liu Kong's current agility, he can land a critical hit every 2 or 3 attacks. In just a few seconds, he chopped Odd-Eye into a pile of mangled flesh. Seeing Odd-Eye lying on the ground, Liu Kong didn't even care about the glowing orb on the corpse, and bent over to retch repeatedly. Why does this crappy game have to be so realistic? Fortunately, after a while, the liquid on the armor, like the monster's blood from before, was refreshed. Liu Kong felt a little better after that. He walked over with some disdain, and picked up the ball of light from the ground. Chapter 72 Jiangsu's Guesses. Chapter 72 Jiangsu's guess led to her equipping 2 undead warrior sets, while Liu Kong's Little Devil set attributes were dismantled. Although the damage boost from the 4-piece Little Devil set is gone, there is still a 10% increase in health. However, the Undead Warrior set has stronger stats than the Lesser Devil set, so overall it's a significant improvement. Liu Kong casually posted the 2 Little Devil crafted set pieces he had taken off in the trading group. This immediately drew gasps of surprise from Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Ying. Wang Bing, who was also a soldier, was almost going crazy with excitement. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he took off on the spot. Of course, Lu Chang and Lin Ying were also extremely envious. After all, the Little Devil set's 2-piece reduction of 8 points of damage is really useful, and its own attributes are also powerful enough. If you equip it on the main tank, it will definitely make them much tougher. Lu Chang wanted to buy it, but he had just spent a lot of money to buy the formula and was short of gold coins. In the end, Wang Bing bought the 2-piece set. Wang Bing was incredibly excited. With the 2-piece Little Devil crafted set and the Little Devil shield, the main tank can definitely hold its own. We can also defeat the 2 bosses ahead. Lu Chang said with some envy. You still don't have enough gold coins. Let me let you be smug for a moment. While sending messages, Lu Chang turned to look at Nan Gongli. Has the gold farming team been arranged yet? Nan Gongli nodded. It's already been arranged. Sigh, I never expected my good son-in-law to bring out such a fine set. I don't even have the money to buy it. Lu Chang lamented. At this moment, Lin Ying asked curiously. By the way, Godfather, if you sell this equipment, what will you use it for yourself? Liu Kong posted the 2-piece Undead Warrior set in the group chat. The trading group fell silent for a moment, then the 3 of them sent out a series of question marks. Both Liu and Kong were overjoyed, and Liu's divine intervention in front of others was a great achievement. After closing the chat group, Liu Kong used the basic skill stone on Savage Strike. The stun chance of Savage Strike has reached 50%. It has a 50% chance of stunning the target, which is very useful in combat. Liu Kong happily continued grinding monsters. After clearing a few more tombs, Liu Kong encountered another room with a leader. It was a skeleton warrior dressed in black armor, and wielding a flaming greatsword. Haika leader. Level 8. Life, 7,600. Attack 110. Introduction. A warrior among the Silvermoon humans, after death, was corrupted by the aura of the undead and turned into a lost soul. The necromancer Muda came to this place and tamed it. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. It's that necromancer Muda again. Who exactly is this guy? He seems to be in this tomb too? This place was originally the cemetery of the Silver Moon humans. It was already corrupted by the aura of the dead, but it also attracted necromancers who enslaved the souls of the dead. Looking at the pale soul fire burning in Haika's eye sockets, Liu Kong didn't know if his soul was still inside the skeleton body, or if it was suffering endless torment. Liu Kong shook his head, not thinking much of it. He opened the loot list. Liu Kong discovered a problem. The bosses in this tomb all seemed to drop undead warrior sets. The previous Sadai dropped a chest armor and leg guards, while this Haika dropped a helmet and shoulder armor. Liu Kong didn't have a helmet or shoulder armor yet, so he made the choice without hesitation. As for the last slot, it's still for the basic skill stone. Black strength is similar to that of Adai, but his defense is stronger, though there is no difference between him and Adai on land and in the air. From Liu Kong's perspective, he was actually easier to defeat than Adai. After all, at least this black guy isn't that disgusting. Black's skill is to summon skeleton warriors, but unfortunately, for both land and air units, a single sweep will wipe them all out. As for Black's skill when his health drops to 10%, Liu Kong didn't see it. Because of his critical hit and normal attack, he directly reduced Black's health by more than 15%. He died before he could even use his final ultimate move. Liu Kong expressed regret and guilt over this. Liu Kong picked up the dropped equipment, and immediately put it on. As for the basic skill stones, Liu Kong continued to use them on Savage Strike, upgrading it to level 6, which increased both the damage and the stun duration. After killing Black, Liu Kong continued to farm the tomb. As they continued to delve deeper, the undead reached level 9. It is one level higher than the land and air forces. Of course, it doesn't matter to land or air forces. He continued to mow down enemies with unparalleled speed, clearing his way through the enemy ranks. The elite monsters dropped so many items that Liu Kong had to send Li Mu and the others to trade. When Li Mu, Jiangsu, and Fan Qi, a young player whom Lin Yingying had called over, arrived at the tomb, they were all somewhat surprised. After all, this place is too gloomy. Jiangsu is alright. After all, she was originally a female soldier, so her mental fortitude is quite good. However, Li Mu's face turned pale with fright, and he needed to stick close to Jiangsu to feel better. Fan Qi wasn't very brave either, and her face was a little pale. As they walked along, they saw the corpses of level 8 and even level 9 elite undead scattered all over the ground. Their initial tension and fear gradually turned into numbness, and they were also somewhat shocked. Liu Kong managed to kill all of these elite undead in such a short time all by himself. Just how strong is he? They soon realized just how powerful Liu Kong was. As they approached Liu Kong, they witnessed him sweep across the area, instantly killing all 20 or so undead. The three of them were stunned for a moment when they saw the level 9 elite undead lying on the ground in a row. Li Mu, in particular, had tears welling up in his eyes. "Mr. Liu!" She jogged over, her eyes fixed on Liu Kong. Both Liu and Kong were a little embarrassed by the stares. Are all beautiful women these days the staring? Jiangsu and Fan Qi followed behind. Jiangsu saluted Liu Kong, her expression as serious as ever. "Mr. Liu." Fan Qi was originally just an ordinary person, who could be considered a high-level player in the game, and happened to join the Player Management Bureau. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Liu Kong. Fan Qi had played many online games before. As a hardcore gamer and also a big spender, he knew how difficult this game was. That's how he came to know just how powerful Liu Kong was. The difference between heaven and earth was so vast that Fan Qi couldn't feel any envy or jealousy. All she felt was admiration. In fact, not only Fan Qi, but everyone in the Player Management Bureau admires Liu Kong. Some people admired Liu Kong from the start, while others were influenced by Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying can be said to be Liu Kong's #1 fan, and she can't stop talking about her godfather. She's even thinking about setting up a support group for her godfather. They've even been asking for their opinions internally. Every time they come to trade with Liu Kong, it's the players from the Player Management Bureau who are scrambling to come. Fan Qi only got this opportunity because he was reasonably capable. Of course, there is a subsidy for each time you come here because it's a bit far and you'll waste upgrade time. That is, green equipment will be given priority. This is one of the reasons. "Godfather, we've arrived!" Liu Kong nodded. "Let's make a deal." After the three finished their transaction, Liu Kong's backpack was empty again. At this moment, Jiangsu looked around and asked curiously, "Mr. Liu, where is this?" Liu Kong shook his head. "I'm not too sure either. It should be a problem area left over from the invasion of the undead aura in Silvermoon Village." Jiangsu seemed to be thinking for a moment, then said, "Mr. Liu, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right." Liu Kong laughed and said, "Tell me what you think." Jiangsu's eyes flashed. "Mr. Liu, when you first found the Little Devil's camp, did you fight your way there like this?" Upon hearing this, Liu Kong was taken aback, then his eyes widened slightly. "Wait, when we destroyed the Little Devil camp, it seems like the dungeon appeared after we cleared the camp? Could this place be the same?" Liu Kong's expression turned somewhat strange. "If that's the case, then Silvermoon Village might get another instance," Liu Kong said with some regret. "What a pity." Li Mu finally found a chance to interject. "Mr. Liu, what's the pity?" Liu Kong laughed and said, "It's a pity that the dungeon doesn't have any system rewards, otherwise I could have dragged you guys along and found some rewards for you." These three people were running around, which must have been tiring. Liu Kong didn't think much of it since it was something he did on a whim. Unfortunately, the Little Devil Camp dungeon didn't offer any rewards last time, so even if this is indeed a dungeon, it probably won't offer any rewards either. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and the other two froze. I feel a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest. They felt like they had missed out on millions. That's so heartbreaking. Chapter 73 Another unique item. Chapter 73 The only item is found again. 3 people left with no will to live. Liu Kong shook his head and continued to grind monsters. As each tomb was emptied, the land and air forces continued to penetrate deeper, discovering that only one path remained. Liu Kong continued deeper into the tomb, arriving at its deepest part. It was a large hall, about 100 meters in diameter. At the far end of the hall, there is a tall platform with a metal chair placed on it. On the seat, an undead wearing black armor sat upright, holding a great sword. On each side of the hall stood 8 elite undead. These undead elites include warriors, mages, archers, and other classes. They stood there, silent, like statues. Liu Kong used a detection spell to send it flying. Manhwa, high-ranking leader. Level 9. Life, 15,000. Attack, 160. Introduction. In life, he was a general among the Silvermoon humans, and was buried here. The necromancer Muda came to this place, and transformed him into his most trusted bodyguard. Another high-ranking leader. And to be honest, these attributes are a bit exaggerated. It has a whopping 15,000 HP and 160 damage. Even Liu Kong couldn't help but frown, wondering if he could win by simply enduring the attack. Anyway, let's give it a try first. If we can't beat them by brute force, we can always use our old tricks and use the weakness scroll. Anyway, he still had some weakness scrolls in his possession. Liu Kong opened the loot list. Soon, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Just as he expected, the high-ranking boss dropped some great items on his first fight. The first item was, once again, a purple legendary item. However, to Liu Kong's disappointment, it wasn't equipment, but a skill stone. Intermediate skill stone. Although the equipment wasn't what disappointed Liu Kong, the intermediate skill stones are still very useful for him right now. Many of his powerful skills now require intermediate skill stones to upgrade. Liu Kong didn't hesitate and decisively chose the intermediate skill stone. Then, Liu Kong looked down and his eyes lit up as he discovered another very useful item. Equipment Blueprint, Glimmering Great Sword. Fine, after use, you can learn the forging method of the Glimmering Great Sword. Learning requirement Blacksmith. Drop rate 0.000021%. It's equipment blueprints. Like potion recipes, equipment blueprints are also extremely valuable treasures for those in crafting professions. You can imagine that this thing can sell for a lot of money. Liu Kong thought of the uncle in the player management bureau who had a talent for increasing forging success rate. If that uncle got his hands on the blueprints, he could probably forge quite a few glowing great swords, right? This is a good thing for the entire Great Xia. Liu Kong chose the blueprint, and there was one item left. Liu Kong also made his choice. Basement key, unique, can be used to open the basement door. It is also a unique type of item. And it's also a key that can open the basement. Liu Kong thought of the necromancer Mudu, who was mentioned in the introductions of the 3 leaders he had encountered before. I'm afraid that guy is in the basement, right? Unique items are very precious, so Liu Kong had no reason to hesitate. After making his selection, Liu Kong also selected the loot drops from the undead guards nearby. Then he stepped into the hall. The undead's warning range isn't very large, plus the hall is quite spacious. The undead guards on both sides and the leader on the high platform were not disturbed at all. The land and air forces then took the initiative to attack. He killed all the undead guards on both sides, picked up all the loot, and then rushed towards Anhwa on the high platform. When Anhwa saw Liu Kong, the soul fire burning in his eyes suddenly intensified. He stood up, his towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appearing imposing, and lifted his great sword. Anhwa roared, "You audacious thief, don't even think about being presumptuous!" With a leap, he jumped down from the high platform, raised his great sword, and delivered a jumping slash towards Liu Kong. The great sword in his hand was shrouded in wisps of grayish-black mist, and the intense pressure made Liu Kong's heart pound. Skill. As expected of a high-ranking leader, he's different. He used his skills right from the start. Liu Kong had no time to dodge and could only raise his flaming greatsword to block Luo's greatsword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Liu Kong felt a tremendous force coming from him, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the stone slabs beneath his feet. He retreated repeatedly, finally managing to dissipate the force. Even so, Liu Kong's hands still felt a little sore and numb. Minus 394. A high damage number floated above the heads of Liu Kong. Both Liu and Kong were somewhat surprised. You should know that he blocked it. Even so, it already suffered such high damage. If it had taken that hit head-on, the damage would have been even greater. As expected of a level 9 high-ranking leader. His level is one level higher than his. This damage is simply outrageous. After blocking the attack, Liu Kong charged forward, brandishing his flaming greatsword and slashing at Enluo. To Liu Kong's surprise, even though General Silver Moon was dead, he still had a wealth of combat experience. He swung his greatsword repeatedly, managing to block Liu Kong's attacks one by one. The great swords clashed, producing a continuous clang. Minus 120. Minus 227. Minus 245. Minus 521. Because the attack was blocked, the damage caused by land and air forces was greatly reduced. The 4-hit combo that used to deal 4,000 damage to other bosses only dealt 1,000 damage this time. This is partly due to the parry, and partly due to Anluo's own extremely strong defense. After taking over 1,000 damage, Liu Kong only recovered a little over 100 points to life steal, which wasn't even enough to recover the health lost to Enluo earlier. Liu Kong frowned, drank a bottle of healing potion, and his health was almost fully restored. Liu Kong and Enluo attacked each other, exchanging blows and then turning around to dodge and parry, making for an extremely fierce battle. Enluo's skills deal extremely high damage, but his normal attacks are only acceptable to Liu Kong. After being blocked by Liu Kong, the damage is only a little over 100. After such a long battle, and with the continuous improvement of their agility, Liu Kong was able to dodge some attacks. This makes the damage to the ground and air forces acceptable. Even though Liu Kong used healing potions, along with his own basic regeneration and the 6 health points per second recovery from the Undead Warrior 4-piece set, his health was still slowly decreasing. However, the rate of decline is still acceptable. Sweeping Strike has a 10-second cooldown, while Savage Strike has a 15-second cooldown. While these two skills are on cooldown, Liu Kong can only deal damage through normal attacks and heavy attacks. Therefore, Anluo's blood volume decreases very slowly. After nearly 30 seconds, Liu Kong's health was below half, while Enluo's health was still at 60%. Liu Kong took out the Scroll of Weakness and used it on Enluo. Then he started doing what he always did, pulling and tugging. Liu Kong's health has now exceeded 3,000, but with his basic regeneration and the effect of the Undead Warrior 4-piece set, he can recover 13 health points per second. With the addition of high-quality trainee healing potions, Liu Kong's health was fully restored in no time. Then he continued charging toward Anluo. When Anluo's health dropped below 50%, the soul fire in his eyes blazed with fury. I am immortal! He raised his grey sword, and the next moment, bone fragments appeared all over his body. The bone fragments seemed to possess consciousness, resisting attacks from the ground and the air. Each attack from the ground and the air was blocked by a bone fragment. The damage dealt has increased to over 20 points. This made Liu Kong's eyes widen in surprise. What a powerful defensive skill! Fortunately, Anluo only has a limited number of bone fragments, only 10. After withstanding 10 attacks, the bone fragment disappeared. This cannot play a decisive role in the course of the battle. However, as Anluo's health dropped below half, he used his initial attack skill more and more frequently. The pressure on both land and air units is increasing. Fortunately, there is the weakness scroll, so it's not a big problem for either land or air forces. It just takes a little more time. 1 minute later, Anluo's health dropped to 10%. The soul fire in Anluo's eyes burned even more intensely. A grayish-green mist surged around his great sword. My soldiers, fight for me! Fight for the Silver Moon! Slay the demon before you! The grayish-green fog thickened. Footsteps echoed, and one after another, elite skeletons emerged from the mist. They responded to Anluo's call. Liu Kong was speechless. The Silver Moon humans are long dead. Speaking of which, aren't you the demons now? You're all dead, yet you're still moving around. The words of evil cannot sway my will. Liu Kong's words seemed to enrage Enluo. He grew even angrier and together with the elite skeletons, roared as he charged towards the land and air. Chapter 74 That Golden Glow. Chapter 74 That golden radiance. Anluo's attack powers seemed to have improved, causing Liu Kong to retreat repeatedly. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that for Liu Kong, summoning minions was actually a way to heal him. The smaller monsters are basically unable to cause damage to land or air units, but a single sweeping attack from a land or air unit will kill all the smaller monsters. Instead, the massive damage from the sweeping attack caused him to fully restore his health. This saved him a lot of time in the struggle. Within the gray-green mist, small monsters kept running out, seemingly without stopping. Although the running speed is not fast, it is easy to imagine how troublesome it is for a typical player team to deal with both mobs and a berserk boss. But for land and air forces, it's actually easier. When Liu Kong ran out of health, he attacked the monsters to recover. In just over 10 seconds, he managed to kill Anluo by enduring the damage. Anlu screamed in agony as his bones shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The grayish-green mist gradually dissipated with Anluo's death. Liu Kong exhaled and stepped forward to pick up the 3 fallen items. However, as soon as he picked them up, the pale soul fire suddenly ignited. Liu Kong paused for a moment, gripped the fiery greatsword tightly, and watched the soul fire warily. The soul fire surged, transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged silver moon human. Liu Kong frowned, watching the middle-aged human warily. The human looked at Liu Kong with a gentle expression and a smile. He bowed to Liu Kong and said slowly, "I am Anluo. Thank you, my friend, for freeing my soul from endless torment." Liu Kong was taken aback and looked at the middle-aged human ghost in front of him. "I never expected this to be Anluo, the bones on the ground?" He smiled and said, "It was just a coincidence, no need to thank me." Anlu shook his head, looked at Liu Kong, and slowly said, "I fought and died for the Silver Moon humans in this life, but I never thought that my death would defile the souls and bodies of the warriors. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to be myself again." Liu Kong smiled and said, "Now that your soul has been freed, let it dissipate." Anlu's expression turned serious. "There's still one thing I can't let go of." Liu Kong was taken aback. "What is it?" Anlu's face was filled with resentment. "The reason I'm suffering like this is because of the necromancer. He's in the basement of the tomb. I hope you can kill that necromancer and avenge me. I will teach you my strongest skill." Upon hearing this, Liu Kong's eyes lit up. "We have a mission." Liu Kong nodded repeatedly. "No problem, I was going to kill that necromancer anyway." Anlu smiled. "However, I hope you can complete the task as soon as possible. My soul has lost its physical body and is not stabilized by necromancy, and it is about to dissipate. If you cannot return within half an hour, I'm afraid I will not be able to give you the reward." Ding! Mission detected. Kill the culprit. Accept. Mission: kill the culprit. Unique. Introduction. General Anluo of the Silver Moon hopes you can kill the culprit, the necromancer Mudu, to appease the tormented souls of him and the Silver Moon warriors. Note 1. This task has a time limit of half an hour. Note 2. This task is extremely difficult, so it's best to bring your friends along. Rewards: several experience points, and the skill Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Liu Kong grinned. It's the only mission again. The reward was surprisingly a high-quality skill book. That's great. The only problem is that the task only has a half-hour time limit. Land and air travel would no longer waste time. He nodded seriously. I understand. How do I get to the basement? Anlu pointed to the metal chair on the platform and said, The entrance is under the chair. You have the key. The keyhole is on the left armrest of the chair. Once you open the entrance, you can enter the basement. Liu Kong was also taken aback when he heard this. He seemed to be deep in thought. So that's how it is. This task requires him to obtain the key to the basement in order to activate it, right? Otherwise, even if Anlu's soul comes out, Liu Kong won't be able to open the basement door if he doesn't have the key. Without being able to open the basement door, there was no way to kill the necromancer Mudu. In that case, there definitely won't be any missions. Liu Kong was secretly pleased. Sure enough, it was good that he had chosen a unique item. This is equivalent to indirectly gaining a superior skill, along with a large amount of experience. This is a huge profit. Liu Kong nodded. I understand. He looked at the backpack. The key was a long hexagonal prism. When he arrived at the high platform, he saw a hexagonal notch on the left armrest of the metal seat. Liu Kong placed the pillar into the notch, and it fit perfectly. He gripped the cylinder and spun it, and immediately, a clicking sound was heard. Then the ground beneath the seat began to rotate, moving the seat away to reveal the passageway beneath it. The passageway has a staircase leading down, with torches placed on either side of the staircase. The flames burning on the torch were not red, but pale, giving it an extremely cold and eerie appearance. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow and strode towards the basement. Go down the stairs, and soon you'll reach the end. At the end was a huge cave. Above the cave, stalactites hang down, while below, stalagmites grow in abundance. In the center of the cave, there is a platform with a pale green magic circle carved on it. The area around the magic circle was filled with skulls covered in runes. In the center sat a young man dressed in a black robe with a pale face, sitting cross-legged. The young man emanated a grayish-green glow, giving him an extremely cold and sinister appearance. Liu Kong quietly hid behind the stalactites and cast a detection spell over them. Mudu, high-ranking leader lord. Status, in progress. Level 10. Life, 75,000. Attack, 250. Introduction, a necromancer apprentice from the Pale Order, a wanted criminal from Great Marshall City, hiding in this land of the dead hoping to advance to the first rank. Liu Kong, ? Upon seeing Muda's attributes, a question mark slowly surfaced in his mind. What is that? A mage with 75,000 HP? That's not all. What the hell is this 250 attack power? This crappy game is utterly idiotic. This is outrageous. What kind of mission is this, giving him such an over-the-top boss? How can he fight that? Liu Kongxin felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes flickered as he looked at Mudu in front of him, somewhat hesitant. Under normal circumstances, Liu Kong didn't think he could defeat the monster in front of him. Even if he can block the position, it won't work. But seeing Muda's condition gave him a glimmer of hope. In progress. If his advancement is interrupted, it will probably affect his condition, right? Normally, a level 10 boss monster wouldn't have such high HP. The monster's rank also illustrates this point. This means that Mudu is a leader, and if he advances to the first rank, he will become a lord. It's just one step away from victory, which is why its health and attack power are so outrageous. But what if Liu Kong interrupts his advancement? Liu Kong's eyes flashed. If the impact is not significant, the land and air forces are basically doomed. They might as well just wait to die. The weakness scroll has already been weakened against high-ranking bosses, so it's highly likely to be ineffective against this Mudu. He couldn't even run away. If it works, such a high-level boss should drop some good items, right? Thinking of this, Liu Kong opened Muda's loot list. At the very top of the list, a bright, golden light made Liu Kong's eyes widen. He made up his mind, this time, we'll do it. Chapter 75 Killing the Lord. Chapter 75 Slaying the Lord, Soul's Lament, Epic, Trinket. Each attack inflicts the swarm of souls upon the target, dealing 50 death damage per second for 1 minute, stacking up to 20 times. Required level 10. This equipment left both the ground and air forces dumbfounded. Each layer deals 50 damage, and if you stack 20 layers, that's 1000 damage per second. This can last for another minute. Once it's stacked to 20 layers, it can deal 60,000 damage to the opponent within that minute, even if there are no attacks from the ground or air. Even if some damage is blocked by the defense, it is still incredibly powerful. As expected of an epic-level piece of equipment, even though it only has one effect, it's simple and straightforward. Even after seeing so many great things, Liu Kong still desperately wanted this equipment. Besides this epic equipment, there are several purple items, as well as unique items. There were so many good things that Liu Kong was practically drooling. Pale Order Mark, Legendary, proof of membership in the Pale Order. Bring it to the Great Marshall City Guard to receive a reward. Mudu's Emblem, Unique. Mudu is a wanted criminal in Dawes City. If you can obtain his emblem, you can go to Dawes City to claim a reward. Although I don't know what the reward is, a unique item like this is bound to be good. The Pale Order's mark involves factions in the game, and you even have to go to Great Wu City to claim the reward, so it should be pretty much the same. Liu Kong thought for a moment, and chose both. After the selection, Liu Kong thought it was over. But to Liu Kong's surprise, there was still one more item to choose from. Liu Kong was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. Because Mu is already in the process of advancing to the rank of Lord. It seems they're treating Mudu as a boss monster, and the loot drops are calculated based on the 4 items dropped by a boss monster. This is certainly a good thing for both land and air forces. Liu Kong glanced at the other legendary items. Most of them were legendary equipment, and what left him speechless was that these legendary equipment were all mage equipment, and there were even things like skulls that could only be used by necromancer classes. It is of no use to either land or air forces. Liu Kong ultimately chose a mid-level skill stone. Select all 4 dropped items. Liu Kong plans to prepare something else next. Anlu dropped a mid-level skill stone, but Liu Kong hasn't used it yet. He used it directly on Warrior's Heart. Warrior's Heart, as an epic level skill, is the most comprehensive and powerful. After being upgraded to level 3, the effect is even stronger. Warrior's Heart, level 3 passive skill. You have grasped the essence of the Warrior's Way, increasing all attributes by 30%, damage dealt by 30%, movement speed by 15%, and damage taken by 9%. With these attributes, Liu Kong's health has now successfully exceeded 4,000 in combat. The reduction in damage and the increase in movement speed are very useful in the protracted combat between land and air forces. It might be the key to victory. Liu Kong thought for a moment, then used the apprentice scrolls for strength and endurance, and then used the shield scroll. Although it only adds 100 points of shield, it's better than nothing. Use every means at your disposal. After using all of these, Liu Kong still had some worries. After all, if you die, you'll waste an hour of game time. But if you think about it carefully, if you win, besides all these treasures, you'll also get a skill book. Although the risk is high, it's worth the gamble. If you are always hesitant and timid in everything you do, you won't be able to seize opportunities even when they are right in front of you. Liu Kong took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. He gritted his teeth and charged directly at Muda within the magic circle. However, they had just charged to the outside of Muda's magic circle. The magic circle suddenly flashed with green light, and shrieks of vengeful spirits rang out. The green, vengeful spirit lunged at Liu Kong. The vengeful spirits passed through the armor and bodies of the land and air, and a bone-chilling cold rose from the depths of their hearts. A high damage number appeared above Liu Kong's head. -1022. Liu Kong's lips twitched slightly. Before the fight even started, I had already lost a quarter of my health. However, his eyes quickly turned cold and sharp. The arrow is on the bowstring, and it must be released. In the charge, Liu Kong crashed heavily into Mudu, who was inside the magic circle. Mudu had just opened his eyes and hadn't even had a chance to move when Liu Kong's flaming greatsword began to slash down repeatedly. Normal attack, heavy attack, savage strike, sweeping attack. Perhaps because Mudu was in the process of advancing, and was in the basement, and under the protection of the magic array, he was completely unprepared. Every strike is a blood-red critical hit. -822. -1690. -1883. -1876. In less than a second, the flaming greatsword left a trail of afterimages, and Muda lost 6,000 health points. This relieved Liu Kong. At the very least, Muda's defense doesn't seem very high. However, this amount of health is not fatal for Mudu, who has over 70,000 health points. However, the next moment, Muda's eyes suddenly turned red, with blood vessels appearing. "You damned bastard! Look what you've done!" "Ah!" he roared, causing the gray-green mist to churn. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and even developed hideous cracks on his body. "Ding! The necromancer Muda has been ambushed by your attack and suffered a backlash, sustaining severe injuries. All his attributes have been reduced by 50%, and he is unable to move for 30 seconds. Liu Kong's eyes immediately lit up. "What? Unable to move for 30 seconds? Is this for real?" Liu Kong swung his greatsword swiftly, repeatedly slashing at Mudu's body despite Mudu's furious expression. At the same time, Liu Kong also cast a detection spell on Mudu. Mudu, high-ranking leader lord. Status: severely injured by backlash, unable to move. Level 10. Life: 37,500. Attack 125. Introduction: a necromancer apprentice from the Pale Order, a wanted criminal from Great Martial City, hiding in this land of the dead hoping to advance to the first rank. Liu Kong's mouth was practically stretched to the back of his head in a wide grin. Even without the remaining 30 seconds of incapacitation, given Muda's current attack attributes and his 30,000 plus HP, Liu Kong could easily defeat him. Of course, Mu no longer has a chance. Liu Kong discovered that he could deliver critical hits with every strike when facing Mudu, who was unable to move. His health wasn't just decreasing, it was a complete collapse. In just over 20 seconds, Muda's health was depleted by Liu Kong. With a furious growl, Muda lost his life. Liu Kong looked at the corpse on the ground and was very angry. This guy, he's dead, so why is he still cursing? How rude. However, after seeing the 4 orbs of light, 1 gold and 3 purple, floating from Muda's body, Liu Kong was no longer angry. Although this guy is not very polite, he is really rich. Considering how many treasures he had given me, I decided to be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against him. Liu Kong was overjoyed and wanted to equip the Morning Souls accessory. Ding! Player level is insufficient to equip this item. Liu Kong's smile froze. Oh, he forgot that he's only level 8. How could he possibly use a level 10 accessory? He was dumbfounded. I defeated a level 10 lord when I was level 8, but what's the point? I can't even use the equipment? Just then, the Grand System notification sounded again. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kong for killing a lord-level monster for the first time. Rewards: 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 legendary treasure chest, and plus 150 reputation with Daw City. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kong for killing a lord-level monster for the first time. Rewards: 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 legendary treasure chest, and plus 150 reputation with Daw City. The system notification resounded throughout the Yuanqing region. All Yuanqing human players, regardless of the region, behaved in a very uniform manner. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 76: The Most Beautiful Memories. Chapter 76: The Most Beautiful Memory. Huh? What? Did I hear that right? A lord? Liu Kong can actually kill a lord? How is that possible? In the Barren Empire region, Adams and a group of high-level players looked utterly shocked. They'd been searching for a leader all this time, hoping to acquire good equipment. Of course, the gains were indeed substantial, with a large amount of green equipment acquired. However, they can't even defeat high-ranking leaders now. If high-ranking leaders are this strong, you can imagine how powerful lords must be. How exactly did they manage to do it on land and in the air? They simply cannot understand it. He's too strong, we can't beat him at all. Beside Adams, a tall, thin, blond young man smiled bitterly. The others also fell silent, exchanging glances without offering a reply. When Liu Kong first appeared on the system announcement, although they thought Liu Kong was powerful, they did not feel that they could not catch up. They were all extremely confident at the time, believing that they were no worse than others. However, with each system announcement, their confidence gradually crumbled. The strength demonstrated by the land and air forces far exceeded their expectations. Even Adams had a somber expression. He was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but mutter to himself. What kind of soul talent does he have? How can he be so powerful? Not only in the Barren Empire, but also in the Lionheart Kingdom, the Calidus Kingdom, and other Yuanqing kingdoms, all the powerful figures were discussing it. Even within the Great Xia Kingdom, players from various families and corporations were all thinking about how to improve their relationship with Liu Kong. The fact that the Lord was killed on the very second day is simply outrageous. Besides players, locals from various starting villages and major cities all looked up at the sky. The Lord's mansion of Daw City. A woman with a single silver horn on her forehead, long silver hair, stunningly beautiful appearance, and a voluptuous figure stood with her hands behind her back at the window. She is the city lord of Daw City, a silver-horned human named Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan gazed at the azure sky outside the window, her golden vertical pupils flashing repeatedly. The open beta for the Land and Air Hunter continent has only been running for 2 days, and there are already players who can kill lord-level monsters? The Yuanqing humans have never heard of humans in this area before. If they can maintain this, their future will be extraordinary. She murmured to herself, lost in thought. There are many local powerhouses like Yin Yuan, and Liu Kong's name has officially come into the sights of the game's local forces. Liu Kong himself did not expect to receive another system notification. He had initially thought that this wasn't a proper lord. If it is a true lord, then it is normal to receive a system notification after killing it. But this guy is clearly still advancing. Does this count? Liu Kong never expected that he would have such good luck. He was secretly delighted. Killing Muda hadn't taken much effort at all, it was practically a free reward. At that moment, the air-to-ground communication system started beeping. It's easy to imagine that Wang Bing and his team are probably going crazy. Liu Kong chuckled and ignored them. Go and turn in the task first. After all, there is a time limit. Liu Kong jogged away from the basement. As soon as Liu Kong stepped outside, he saw Anluo waiting anxiously. Seeing Liu Kong emerge, Anluo was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Friend, how come you came out so quickly? Could it be that the necromancer has advanced? Anluo still retained some memories, knowing that the necromancer had come here to break through to the next level. Liu Kong was also a little stunned. He looked at Enluo and asked, "Didn't you hear the system announcement?" "That shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't the old village chief and the others be able to hear the system announcements? Why can't Anlu hear this? Could it be because he died in this world as well, leaving only a wisp of his soul, that he can't hear it?" Hearing Liu Kong say this, Enluo was taken aback, and then he understood what was going on. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "System notification? You've already killed that necromancer?" Liu Kong nodded. Liu Kong took out Muda's emblem, a white metal plaque with Muda's image on it. This should be something generated by the system. Upon seeing the emblem, Enluo immediately believed Liu Kong's words. He exclaimed in shock, "You've killed a high-ranking leader in such a short time? I never imagined you were so powerful, my friend." Liu Kong smiled but didn't mention that Muda had already advanced in rank. He had only managed to kill Muda, who had become a lord by chance. He smiled and said, "The mission is complete, you can go now without worry." Amla nodded then said, "Yes, I can go in peace now. Silver Moon Star was swallowed up by the demonic energy. I failed to protect my friends on Silver Moon Star. I hope you can protect your people. This skill might be able to help you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a skill book appeared in front of Liu Kong. Liu Kong took the skill book and nodded earnestly. "Thank you." The system notified him that his task was complete, and his experience bar had increased significantly. Perhaps because this is the only mission, and it involves something like an advanced lord, the experience gained is higher than the previous few unique missions. This brings the land and air forces one step closer to level 9. "I'm leaving now." Amla smiled slightly, her expression relieved. Just then, Liu Kong remembered something and quickly said, "By the way, General Enluo, do you know where to find bone-corroding grass?" He hadn't forgotten that he had come to this godforsaken place in search of the bone-eating grass. He searched almost the entire land of the dead, but still couldn't find the bone-corroding grass. He was completely numb. Enluo was taken aback, then pointed to a dark corner in the hall. "Isn't that the bone-corroding grass?" "Liu Kong?" ? He looked in the direction Enluo pointed. In a dark corner of the hall, a small, black grass, only 10 centimeters long, was growing close to the corner. Liu Kong was dumbfounded. Growing up in such a godforsaken place, and looking so ordinary, who could possibly find this? Liu Kong smiled at Enluo and said gratefully, "Thank you." Enluo chuckled softly, and the already elusive ghost became even dimmer, its body beginning to transform into tiny specks of light that drifted in all directions. Enluo looked relieved and looked up at the top of the tomb, where he could see the sky outside. His eyes seemed to hold a patch of blue sky and white clouds. In his garden on Silver Moon Star, he and his wife sat leaning against each other, basking in the sun. Not far away, her young and adorable daughter was swinging on a swing, her laughter echoing in the spring breeze. That was the most beautiful moment in his memory. Now, he's going to see the person he most wants to see. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Player Liu Kong has activated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Silver Moon Tomb. Yuanqing Area Announcement. Ding! Player Liu Kong has activated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Silver Moon Tomb. Yuanqing player. Is this ever going to end? The announcement of the Lord's slaying just ended, and now this happens again? What are the powerful figures of our barren empire doing? Why haven't we received any system notifications yet? Why wasn't I born in Silver Moon Village? 2 instances. There are 2 whole instances? Throughout the entire Yuanqing region, every player's eyes were red with envy. Not to mention players from other countries, even players from the Great Xia Empire were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred at this moment. Why aren't the land and air units in their starting area? Silver Moon Village already has 2 instances. Those bastards from Silver Moon Village have so many places to farm monsters and equipment. And they don't even have a single instance. Why are there such big differences between people? Chapter 77 Job Change Items. The beeping sounds from Liu Kong's private chat, which had just subsided a little, suddenly became even more intense in Chapter 77, about job change items. Liu Kong had initially guessed that this was a dungeon, but it didn't open even after defeating the final boss. He thought he had guessed wrong. It seems that you need to complete a task to unlock the dungeon. Liu Kong was naturally happy. After all, dungeons mean that the bosses here can be farmed repeatedly, and he hasn't even collected the Undead Warrior set yet. Moreover, the last necromancer, Mudu, was a lord. They are still easy to defeat as lords. This is equivalent to high-level equipment. Just thinking about it is exciting. Liu Kong planned to process the spoils first before replying to Wang Bing and the others' private messages. This was a very rewarding experience. If we disregard system rewards, the most precious item is undoubtedly the epic level accessory, Soul's Lament. Unfortunately, my level isn't high enough to equip it yet. The Pale Order Mark, Legendary, and the Muda's Emblem, Unique, are obviously good items as well. However, these can only be used in Da's City, so Liu Kong can't use them for the time being either. The only useful item dropped by the final boss is the Intermediate Skill Stone. Liu Kong wanted to use it on Warrior's Heart, but the system prompted that the Skill Stone level was insufficient. This made Liu Kong a little uneasy. He doesn't even have enough Intermediate Skill Stones, what can he say? No wonder it's an epic level skill. Since Warrior's Heart cannot be upgraded for the time being, the land and air skills can only be used on other skills. Ultimately, Liu Kong chose the Battle Will option and raised it to level 8. Battle Spirit, level 8 passive skill. After entering battle, all your attributes will increase by 80%. While this boost isn't as significant as Warrior's Heart, an 80% increase in all attributes is still quite good. Both Liu and Kong expressed their satisfaction. The rest is Anhua's reward, the blueprint for the Glimmering Greatsword, which should fetch a good price. We'll consider that later. Then there are the skill books obtained from the Anhua quest. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 1, passive skill, stamina plus 5, strength plus 5, damage taken reduced by 5 points. Learning requirements, all professions. Liu Kong never expected that it would be a skill book for all professions. However, this Copper Skin and Iron Body are indeed quite impressive. Both strength and stamina increased by 5 points, which is very useful, but the most useful thing is the reduction in damage taken. It reduced by a full 5 points, and if he collects the entire Undead Warrior set, the 6-piece set can reduce it by another 10 points. That's a full 3 PM. Now, level 10 elite monsters can actually reduce the health of both land and air units. This makes Liu Kong feel a little insecure. He still needs to develop this skill. He obtained a lot of small skill stones when he was farming elite monsters, and he used them all on his charge skill. His charge level has been raised to 9. Minor skill stone, charge, level 9. The warrior charges towards the enemy, closing in at extremely high speed and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Cooldown, 11 seconds. After that, the charge skill, like Heavy Strike, requires a basic skill stone to upgrade. Of course, Liu Kong doesn't have any basic skill stones to use for this skill. He also has 3 small skill stones in his hand. All land and air resources were used to upgrade the copper-skinned and iron bone bodies. However, after using only 2 stones, once the copper skin and iron bone skill reached level 3, it would be necessary to use basic skill stones to upgrade it further. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 3 passive skill, stamina plus 15, strength plus 15, damage taken reduced by 15 points. Learning requirements, all professions. It has to be said that level 3 Copper Skin and Iron Body is really strong. This 15-point damage reduction is most satisfactory for both land and air units. Next, it's time to reap the system rewards. With 20 free attribute points, Liu and Kong both put them into strength. With the addition of attribute stones obtained from defeating elite monsters, Liu Kong's base strength has now exceeded 60 points, and he is not far from the upper limit. What surprised Liu Kong the most was the legendary treasure chest. The treasure chests awarded by the system usually contain pretty good items. Even Liu Chang and Lin Yingying obtained excellent grade items, except for Wang Bing, of course. Liu Kong opened the treasure chest's drop list with great anticipation. Just as Liu Kong had expected, the first item was a golden epic item. After reading the description of the item, Liu Kong's eyes widened slightly, and his expression was one of astonishment. There's actually something like this? The Eye Soul Mage's Hidden Notes, epic, it contains the path to advancement for the Eye Soul Mage. Usage requirements, Mage-type classes. Liu Kong's eyes turned red. It's a job-changing item. Eye Soul Mage, that's clearly a hidden class. The problem is, he's a soldier, and he can't use this thing at all. This is outrageous. He had a chance to switch to a hidden class right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. Beneath these epic items are a large number of legendary items, including equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, scrolls, potions, and so on. There are many excellent items inside, which both Liu and Kong would like. However, Liu Kong discovered that the treasure chests rewarded by the system, regardless of their level, seemed to only allow him to choose one item. He hesitated and struggled with the decision. He was wondering whether to exchange for items he could actually use, or for this epic class change item. After much deliberation, Liu Kong finally decided to exchange for an epic level job change item. Although he can't use it, he can sell it for money. Most importantly, his encounter with Manhwa served as a stark reminder of the cruelty of demonic invasion. Although Liu Kong is very strong, the entire Yuanqing will likely be thrown into turmoil after the demonic energy invades. Even if he is strong, he cannot split himself into many parts. Liu Kong would be happy if a few more strong individuals could emerge. He recalled how Wang Bing had paid special attention to the mage's items during previous transactions in the trading group. It was also mentioned that there was a very esteemed person who was a monk. Wang Bing is a member of the Great Xia military. To him, he is a very respected figure, obviously a high-ranking member of the Great Xia military, or even possibly a member of the royal family. Selling it to the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty, rather than to other people, would allow the Great Xia to have more powerful figures in charge. In the face of future turmoil, Great Xia will be safer. After Liu Kong made up his mind, he chose the Ice Soul Mage's hidden notes. After finishing the harvest, Liu Kong went over to collect the bone-eating grass. However, to Liu Kong's dismay, collecting the bone-eating grass actually required a special herb-gathering skill. This is the only way to preserve the medicinal properties of the herb Erigeron tigrinum. Liu Kongren is a bit numb. Where did he learn that kind of thing? Liu Kong had no choice but to see if Liu Chang and his group had any such herb-gathering talent. He opened the private messages. As Liu Kong had expected, several people sent him a lot of messages. As for what was said, it was something like Liu Kong actually killing a Lord-level monster. They say things like how powerful the land and air forces are. I'm tired of hearing it from both land and air. Why don't these guys have any other compliments? He replied briefly, and then posted the blueprints for the glowing great sword in the trading group. Immediately, Wang Bing, Liu Chang, and Lin Yingying were all blown out. Wang Bing. What? Liu Chang. Lin Yingying. Equipment blueprints. Drooling uncontrollably. All three of them were stunned. It's important to know that equipment has always been a pain point for all players. After all, the drop rate for monsters is too low. Even elite monsters only drop some white equipment, and green equipment is extremely rare. How many players are still wearing a mix of white and gray gear? Anyone who owns a piece of green equipment is considered a big shot by outsiders. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to obtain this equipment. Now that they have the equipment blueprints, it means they can mass-produce the equipment. Moreover, these are high-quality blueprints, capable of crafting high-quality equipment, including the most important weapons. This market is huge. All three of them had red eyes and were extremely excited. Chapter 78 What kind of trouble is the minister up to now? Chapter 78 What kind of trouble is the minister up to now? Especially Lin Yingying, she clenched her fists, stared intently at the blueprints, and her breathing became rapid. In their player-controlled game, one player had a talent that increased the success rate of equipment acquisition. With this blueprint, his talent will finally have a chance to shine. And when the players are in charge of processing the game, they won't be so short of money anymore, and they can make a fortune with this glimmering great sword. Then she can buy lots of nice things from her godfather. She's a little rich girl, shouldn't her godfather take a good look at her? Thinking of this, Lin Yingying couldn't help but chuckle. The players around Lin Yingying looked at each other in bewilderment. Why is the minister laughing like that? What are you thinking about? What else could he be thinking about? He's definitely thinking about his godfather, right? Don't you know our minister? He probably wants to pounce on his godfather right there and then, doesn't he? The crowd murmured and discussed among themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingying's eyes widened immediately, and she retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? I would never do such a thing. I'm not that kind of woman. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves. Don't we know you already? Minister, you've contacted your godfather? What exactly did he do? 2 system notifications in a row, and he even killed a Lord-level boss. Yes, Godfather is simply a god. Our regiment hasn't even beaten Gunning yet. If the leaders are this hard to beat, let alone the lords. How did Godfather manage to do it? Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of the air and land system announcements. Their levels are slightly lower. Even the lesser demon elites can only fight level 5, and level 6 elites are difficult to defeat. The Little Devil Camp dungeon has been open for a while now, and they've already farmed all the elite monsters they could. As for the leader, they tried it, died like dogs, and then gave up. Because the dungeon can only be run once a day, and monsters don't respawn after they die, they have to keep coming back to grind for experience and level up. Only the player group with the best equipment in the game is still in the dungeon continuing to attack Ganing. As for Lin Ying, she had already used up her attempts for the day because she had finished the dungeon with Liu Kong. Even though she didn't fight the first two bosses, it counted as a land and air attack, so she couldn't continue. She could only follow other players out to grind monsters and level up. Not only Lin Ying, but Liu Chang and Wang Bing are in the same situation now. Lin Ying nodded with a smile. Yes, I've contacted my godfather. I have something good to show you. Lin Ying posted the equipment blueprints for the glimmering great sword. Immediately, all the players widened their eyes and gasped for breath. What? Equipment blueprints? Uncle Zheng's talent will come in handy. Minister, we must get our hands on these blueprints. Lin Ying nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it. By the way, Xiao Xiao, go talk to the director about this blueprint and ask him to approve a little more quota for us. This is a chance for our player management bureau to rise up. We must get our hands on this blueprint. Lin Ying looked at Qin Xiao Xiao beside her. She was a pretty girl who looked to be only about 20 years old. Qin Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay, Sister Ying, I'll go right now. Just then, Lin Ying suddenly widened her eyes and grabbed Qin Xiao Xiao, who was about to log off. Wait. No need. Huh? Qin Xiao Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lin Ying with a blank expression. Everyone noticed that Lin Ying was biting her lower lip, her cute little face filled with excitement and shyness. Everyone. They looked at each other, their minds filled with questions. What kind of trouble is our minister causing now? In the trading group. Wang Bing. Brother Chan, you probably don't have many gold coins left, right? Haha, I'll take this. Liu Chang. Smiling, I'll buy gold coins at a premium. Don't worry, I'll definitely make more money than you. Wang Bing. What? You want all kinds of blueprints? Can you even handle that? Aren't you afraid of overeating? Liu Chang. I have a big belly and eat a lot, so it's fine. Seeing the two arguing, Liu Kong rubbed his forehead. He thought for a moment and sent a message. By the way, Brother Wang, Brother Chang, do you guys have any players with talent in equipment forging? Liu Chang. Soul talent? There are no players with that ability. What's wrong? Wang Bing. I don't have any here either. Soul talents are rare, most are combat type, and the improvement isn't significant. Life-related talents are very rare. What happened to Godfather? Liu Kong. Then stop arguing. I plan to sell these blueprints to Lin Ying. Liu Chang. Liu Chang, who was currently fighting monsters, asked a series of question marks. His heart sank. No, they weren't even allowed to compete. They were completely biased towards Lin Ying? Could it be that my good son-in-law has really been seduced by that vixen? My dear daughter, it's not that your father isn't trying, it's just that others have the advantage of being in a good position. Liu Chang was dejected. He figured he'd never find another son-in-law as good as Liu Kong again. I never imagined we'd miss out like this. He gritted his teeth. No way. We're not really together yet, so there's still a chance. Wang Bing, however, didn't think that far ahead. Huh? Godfather, why? Liu Kong. I heard from Lin Ying that there is a player in the Player Management Bureau with forging talent. This blueprint is most suitable for him. Although if the three of them were to bid, the price would definitely be higher. However, Liu Kong is not short of money right now, so there is no need to make a fuss over a few million more. This is the first equipment blueprint, and it's best given to that old man in the Player Management Bureau. It offers the best value for money. Upon hearing this, Liu Chang's initial disappointment vanished instantly. His eyes lit up. It turns out it wasn't because of Lin Ying, but because of the talented players in the Player Management Bureau. He breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but exclaim. Good son-in-law, you're just too kind. This blueprint could fetch a lot of money. Everyone is desperately in need of equipment. Liu Kong. The blueprints aren't hard to print out. If you guys fight over them, I'll just get a little more money. It's not worth it. It's best to use them on the right people. Liu Chang. Wang Bing. Both of them felt as if Liu Kong was holding a sharp sword, stabbing their hearts again and again. Liu Chang. Wang Bing, look at my good son-in-law, and then look at yourself, the treatment medicine. Hee hee. Wang Bing. Liu Chang. I'll fight you to the death. Liu Kong ignored Liu Chang and Wang Bing's argument and said, Lin Ying, you're watching, right? Here's what we'll do, you name a price, and if it's suitable, I'll sell it to you. Lin Ying naturally saw this message. She bit her lower lip, her eyes almost welling up with tears. Wow, my godfather is so good to me. They actually left the blueprints specifically for me. As expected, my godfather still cares about me. Minister? Minister? The shouts from the crowd brought Lin Ying back to her senses. Lin Ying felt a little embarrassed when she saw the strange looks from everyone. What's wrong? No, Minister, are you daydreaming? Should we go see the director or not? Lin Ying quickly said. No rush, no rush, I'm talking to my godfather about this right now. Please wait a moment. Lin Ying thought for a moment. Equipment was a necessity, and this luminous great sword might be more profitable than potions. Her adoptive father treated her so well, so of course she couldn't let him suffer any losses. Lin Ying, Godfather, how about this? I only have 3,000 gold coins left, I'll give them all to you, plus a 50% share of the profits. Liu Kong. Lin Ying. Godfather, do you think it's not enough? Then I'll go ask the director again and apply for some more quota. As for a higher profit share, I'll have to ask the director first, otherwise the director probably won't agree. Liu Kong was speechless with exasperation. Is this guy crazy? 50% profit? He only took a blueprint. It's important to understand that collecting materials is a very troublesome task in itself. In addition, equipment blacksmiths also need to learn and improve their proficiency, which involves the risk of failure, resulting in high material costs. In addition, time costs must also be taken into account. If it's said to be 50% of the profit, then if Lin Ying bought these blueprints, the vast majority of the profit will probably go to Liu Kong. After all, the glowing greatsword is equipment, and it has a time limit. Once the player's level is high enough, they won't be able to use it anymore. The hype only lasted for a short while. After a while, even if the success rate is high, it's useless if the equipment can't be sold. Liu Kong was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy afraid of being beaten to death by the higher-ups in the Players Management Bureau? Chapter 79 Selling Notes. Chapter 79 Selling the Notebook. Not only Liu Kong, but Liu Chang and Wang Bing were also completely bewildered. Of course, they could also calculate the costs and benefits. Given the conditions Lin Ying offered, there was basically not much profit to be made from the equipment blueprints. The player's authority will have to waste a lot of time crafting the glimmering greatsword before they can recoup their costs. Liu Chang was speechless, muttering to himself. Why doesn't this vixen just hand over the Player Management Bureau to Liu Kong? After that, Lin Ying sent 2 more messages, which left Liu Chang and Wang Bing dumbfounded. You dare to make these demands to the bureau chief? You've never been beaten before, have you? Liu Kong. No, no, no! Let me state the terms. It's the same price as when Brother Chang bought the fire pit medicine formula, 2,000 gold coins and a 25% profit share. That's more reasonable. Lin Ying. Huh? Isn't this too little? Liu Kong. Liu Chang. Wang Bing. Okay, Liu Kong admits he was a little touched, but isn't this guy really afraid of getting beaten up? He was exasperated. That's the price. I'm in charge. Lin Ying. Oh, since Godfather has said so, then okay. Lin Ying chose to agree. Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I'm selling things, why does it feel more tiring than haggling over prices when buying things? What kind of business is this? Wang Bing. Godfather, what other good stuff do you have? Didn't you become a lord? Is there anything we can use? Dog head emoji, looking expectant. Liu Chang. Yes, good son-in-law, let us see what else you have. If it's too valuable, we can collect the gold coins first, and then trade it. Lin Ying was out of money, she was just curious. Godfather, Godfather, what did the lord drop? Liu Kong smiled when he saw the 3 people's curious looks. He casually pasted the image of the departed souls on it. Then, the entire trading group fell silent. Liu Kong chuckled and asked, What's wrong? Wang Bing. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Liu Chang. I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. Lin Ying. Wow! Epic equipment! And it's an accessory! I can't believe I saw something like this. My life is so amazing! Liu Kong. Your life is worthless. It's just epic gear, what's so surprising? Sunglasses and cigarette. Liu Kong. I was lucky this time and got 2 epic items. I'll keep this one for myself, and I plan to sell the other one. Upon hearing this, all 3 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. The news from the land and air forces was like a nuclear explosion in their hearts, shocking them to their core. Epic items. They're actually selling them? Liu Kong. Good son-in-law, what epic item is it? Wang Bing. Yeah, godfather, what is that? All three of them looked expectantly at the trading group. Liu Kong smiled and posted I Soul Mage's secret notes in the trading group. The entire group fell silent immediately. Liu Kong and the other two stared blankly at the message in the notebook, their minds reeling. Job change items. It's important to know that all players start with the most basic class when they first create their character. And if one could switch to a more powerful profession, who wouldn't want to? This item in front of me represents this very opportunity. It can be said that obtaining the I Soul Mage's secret notes means gaining the opportunity to become a powerful being. Now that the era of games has arrived, demonic invasion is imminent, and the world is about to descend into chaos. Becoming a strong person means being able to live more steadily amidst the tides of the times, or even becoming a trendsetter. Liu Kong actually put such a treasure up for sale. For a moment, none of the three knew what to say. Liu Kong had anticipated the silence in the trading group. After all, this thing is indeed very precious. He smiled and said cheerfully, "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" Liu Kong. Good son-in-law, this thing is so valuable, I don't even know what to say. Liu Kong himself is a mage, so of course he wants this thing too. But he also knew that this was not a medicine formula, not equipment blueprints, and not those pieces of equipment. Instead, it's a class selection that can be used throughout the entire game. Its value far exceeds that of the items previously sold by Liu Kong. Even the epic level accessory that Liu Kong just gave out is far less valuable than this class change item. In a forest, Wang Bing stopped fighting monsters and looked at the messages in the trading group, his eyes turning red. The third princess is a sorcerer. If we could get our hands on this, the third princess would surely reward us handsomely. Wang Bing immediately sent the I Soul Mage's secret notes to Xia Yan via private message. Almost instantly, Xia Yan sent a message. At all costs. We must get it. I'll figure out a way to get the gold coins. Please ask Liu Kong to wait a moment. Wang Bing exhaled a breath of stale air. Yes, Your Highness. In another area, Xia Yan looked at her private messages, clenched her fists, and her usually calm expression turned slightly red with excitement. She gritted her teeth, realizing for the first time that her luck was a bit bad. If she had also been born in Silvermoon Village, she could have communicated with Liu Kong face to face. There is no such opportunity now. She had never wanted to reach level 10 as much as she did now. After leaving the starting village, she will contact Liu Kong as soon as possible to establish a cooperative relationship. Xia Yan narrowed her eyes, then opened her private messages and issued a series of commands. The most important thing right now is gold coins, but besides gold coins, there should be other things that can be used as bargaining chips. Xia Yan pondered for a moment, then sent another private message to Wang Bing. In the trading group. Wang Bing. Godfather, we've already gone to collect the gold coins, can we postpone the transaction a little longer? At the same time, Wang Bing sent a private message to Liu Kong. Brother Chang, His Highness ordered me to get it at all costs, so why don't you just stop competing with me? Liu Kong was originally planning to collect gold coins. Upon seeing this private message, he frowned slightly. If he really wants to compete, then of course he can. After all, this was a legitimate competition, just buying items. Even if the third princess was unhappy, she couldn't say much. However, the third princess is the only offspring of the Xia family to obtain the qualification for public testing. If a real dispute were to break out, His Majesty would probably be unhappy. But this is a mage's class change item. Of course he wanted it too. Liu Kong hesitated for a moment. He pondered for a moment then said, Wang Bing, you should also know that my good son-in-law is putting his products up for sale to give everyone a fair chance to compete. Surely Your Highness the third princess wouldn't refuse to give others even such a chance? Wang Bing. Brother Chang, I understand what you mean. I'll discuss it with His Highness and offer you and the Liu family compensation. What do you think? Wang Bing. Brother Chang, you know that His Highness is currently the only public beta tester in the royal family, and His Majesty will definitely give his full support. If you are willing to make this concession, His Majesty will surely remember the kindness shown by the Liu family. Liu Kong narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. This was a win-win solution for him. This way, he wouldn't anger His Majesty, and he could still gain some benefits for the Liu family and himself. Win-win. Liu Kong. Of course I also care about His Majesty and His Highness. I basically gave up everything His Highness wanted to use before, didn't I? Wang Bing. I understand that you, Brother Chang, are a person who has feelings for the royal family. If you give up this notebook, I will definitely talk to His Highness about it, and His Highness will certainly not treat you unfairly. Liu Kong. Sigh, since your Highness wants it, then fine, I won't compete for it. But don't